The Fall of Berlin. Berlin in the new year. Berliners, gaunt from short rations and stress, had little to celebrate at Christmas in 1944. Much of the capital of the Reich had been reduced to rubble by bombing raids. The Berlin talent for black jokes had turned to gallows humour. The quip of that unfestive season was, "Be practical, give a coffin." The mood in Germany had changed exactly 2 years before. Rumours had begun to circulate just before Christmas 1942 that General Paulus's Sixth Army had been encircled on the Volga by the Red Army. The Nazi regime found it hard to admit that the largest formation in the whole of the Wehrmacht was doomed to annihilation in the ruins of Stalingrad and in the frozen steppe outside. To prepare the country for bad news, Joseph Goebbels, the Reich's Minister for Propaganda and Enlightenment, had announced a German Christmas, which in National Socialist terms meant austerity and ideological determination, not candles and pine wreaths and singing Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. By 1944, the traditional roast goose had become a distant memory. In streets where the facade of a house had collapsed, pictures could still be seen hanging on the walls of what had been a sitting room or bedroom. The actress Hildegard Neff gazed at a piano left exposed on the remnants of a floor. Nobody could get to it, and she wondered how long it would be before it tumbled down to join the rubble below. Messages from families were scrawled on gutted buildings to tell a son returning from the front that they were all right and staying elsewhere. Nazi Party notices warned, "Looters will be punished with death." Air raids were so frequent, with the British by night and the Americans by day, that Berliners felt that they spent more time in cellars and air raid shelters than in their own beds. The lack of sleep contributed to the strange mixture of suppressed hysteria and fatalism. Far fewer people seemed to worry about being denounced to the Gestapo for defeatism, as the rash of jokes indicated. The ubiquitous initials LSR for Luftschutzraum, or air raid shelter, were said to stand for Lernt schnell Russisch, learn Russian quickly. Most Berliners had entirely dropped the Heil Hitler greeting. When Lothar Löwe, a Hitler youth who had been away from the city, used it on entering a shop, everyone turned and stared at him. It was the last time he uttered the words when not on duty. Löwe found that the most common greeting had become "Bleib übrig," survive. The humour also reflected the grotesque, sometimes surreal, images of the time. The largest air raid construction in Berlin was the Zoo Bunker, a vast ferroconcrete fortress of the totalitarian age, with flak batteries on the roof and huge shelters below, into which crowds of Berliners packed when the sirens sounded. The diarist Ursula von Kardorff described it as like a stage set for the prison scene in Fidelio. Meanwhile, loving couples embraced on concrete spiral staircases, as if taking part in a travesty of a fancy dress ball. There was a pervasive atmosphere of impending downfall in personal lives, as much as in the nation's existence. People spent their money recklessly, half assuming that it would soon be worthless. And there were stories, although hard to confirm, of girls and young women coupling with strangers in dark corners around the zoo station and in the Tiergarten. The desire to dispense with innocence is said to have become even more desperate later, as the Red Army approached Berlin. The air raid shelters themselves, lit with blue lights, could indeed provide a foretaste of claustrophobic hell, as people pushed in bundled in their warmest clothes and carrying small cardboard suitcases containing sandwiches and thermos. In theory, all basic needs were catered for in the shelters. There was a Sanitätsraum with a nurse, where women could go into labour. Childbirth seemed to be accelerated by the vibrations from bomb explosions, which felt as if they came as much from the centre of the earth as from ground level. The ceilings were painted with luminous paint for the frequent occasions during the air raids, when the lights failed, first dimming, then flickering off. Water supplies ceased when mains were hit. and the aborte or lavatories soon became disgusting, a real distress for a nation preoccupied with hygiene. Often the lavatories were sealed off by the authorities because there were so many cases of depressed people who, having locked the door, committed suicide. For a population of around 3 million, Berlin did not have enough shelters, so they were usually overcrowded. In the main corridors, seating halls and bunk rooms, the air was foul from overuse, and condensation dripped from the ceilings. The complex of shelters under the Gesundbrunnen U-Bahn station had been designed to take 1,500 people, yet often more than 3 times that number packed in. Candles were used to measure the diminishing levels of oxygen. When a candle placed on the floor went out, children were picked up and held at shoulder height. When a candle on a chair went out, then the evacuation of the level began. And if a third candle, positioned at about chin level, began to sputter, then the whole bunker was evacuated, however heavy the attack above. The foreign workers in Berlin, 300,000 strong and identifiable by a letter painted on their clothes to denote their country of origin, were simply forbidden entry to underground bunkers and cellars. This was partly an extension of the Nazi policy to stop them mingling intimately with the German race. But the overriding concern of the authorities was to save the lives of Germans. A forced labourer, particularly an Ostarbeiter or Eastern worker, most of whom had been rounded up in the Ukraine and Belorussia, was regarded as expendable. Yet many foreign workers, conscripted as well as volunteers, enjoyed a far greater degree of freedom than the unfortunates consigned to camps. Those who worked in armaments factories around the capital, for example, had created their own refuge and bohemian subculture with news sheets and plays in the depths of the Friedrichstrasse station. Their spirits were rising visibly as the Red Army advanced, while those of their exploiters fell. Most Germans looked on foreign workers with trepidation. They saw them as a Trojan horse garrison, ready to attack and revenge themselves as soon as the enemy armies approached the city. Berliners suffered from an atavistic and visceral fear of the Slav invader from the east. Fear was easily turned to hate. As the Red Army approached, Goebbels's propaganda harked on again and again about the atrocities at Nemmersdorf, when Red Army troops had invaded the southeastern corner of East Prussia the previous autumn and raped and murdered inhabitants of this village. Some people had their own reasons for refusing to take shelter during a bombing raid. A married man who used to visit his mistress regularly in the district of Prenzlauer Berg could not go down to the communal cellar because that would have aroused suspicions. One evening, the building received a direct hit, and the luckless adulterer, who had been sitting on a sofa, was buried up to his neck in rubble. After the raid, a boy called Erich Schmidtke and a Czech labourer, whose illegal presence in the cellar had been tolerated, heard his screams of pain and ran upstairs towards the sound. After he had been dug out and carried off for treatment, the 14-year-old Erich then had to go to tell the injured man's wife that her husband had been badly injured in this other woman's flat. She started screaming in anger. The fact that he had been with this woman agitated her far more than his fate. Children in those times received a harsh introduction to the realities of the adult world. General Gunther Blumentritt, like most of those in authority, was convinced that the bombing raids on Germany produced a real Volksgenossenschaft, or patriotic comradeship. This may well have been true in 1942 and 1943, but by late 1944 the effect tended to polarize opinion between the hardliners and the war-weary. Berlin had been the city with the highest proportion of opponents to the Nazi regime, as its voting records before 1933 indicate, but with the exception of a very small and courageous minority, opposition to the Nazis had generally been limited to jibes and grumbles. The majority had been genuinely horrified by the assassination attempt against Hitler on the 20th of July, 1944. and as the Reich's frontiers became threatened both in the east and in the west, they drank in Goebbels' stream of lies that the Führer would unleash new wonder weapons against their enemies, as if he were about to assume the role of a wrathful Jupiter, flinging thunderbolts as a symbol of his power. A letter, written by a wife to her husband in a French prison camp, reveals the embattled mentality and the readiness to believe the regime's propaganda. "I have such faith in our destiny," she wrote, "that nothing can shake a confidence which is born from our long history, from our glorious past, as Dr. Goebbels says. It's impossible that things turn out differently. We may have reached a very low point at this moment, but we have men who are decisive. The whole country is ready to march, weapons in hand. We have secret weapons which will be used at the chosen moment, and we have above all a Führer whom we can follow with our eyes closed. Don't allow yourself to be beaten down, you must not at any price." The Ardennes offensive, launched on the 16th of December 1944, intoxicated Hitler loyalists with revived morale. The tables had at last turned. Belief in the Führer and in the Wunderwaffen, the miracle weapons such as the V2, blinded them to reality. Rumors spread that the US First Army had been completely surrounded and taken prisoner due to an anesthetic gas. They thought that they could hold the world to ransom and take revenge for all that Germany had suffered. Veteran NCOs appear to have been among the most embittered. Paris was about to be recaptured, they told each other with fierce glee. Many regretted that the French capital should have been spared from destruction the year before, while Berlin was bombed to ruins. They exulted at the idea that history might now be corrected. The German army's high command did not share this enthusiasm for the offensive in the West. General staff officers feared that Hitler's strategic coup against the Americans in the Ardennes would weaken the Eastern Front at a decisive moment. The plan was in any case vastly overambitious. The operation was spearheaded by the 6th SS Panzer Army of Obergruppenführer Sepp Dietrich and the 5th Panzer Army of General Hasso von Manteuffel. Yet the lack of fuel made it extremely unlikely that they would ever reach their objective of Antwerp, the Western Allies' main supply base. Hitler was fixated by dreams of dramatically reversing the fortunes of war and forcing Roosevelt and Churchill to come to terms. He had decisively rejected any suggestion of overtures to the Soviet Union, partly for the sound reason that Stalin was interested only in the destruction of Nazi Germany. But there was also a fundamental impediment. Hitler suffered from an atrocious personal vanity. He could not be seen to sue for peace when Germany was losing. A victory in the Ardennes was therefore vital for every reason. But American doggedness in defense, especially at Bastogne, and the massive deployment of Allied air power once the weather cleared, broke the momentum of attack within a week. On Christmas Eve, General Heinz Guderian, the chief of the Army Supreme Command, OKH, drove in his large Mercedes staff car to Führer headquarters in the west. After abandoning the Wolfschanze, or Wolf's Lair, in East Prussia on the 20th of November 1944, Hitler had moved to Berlin for a minor operation on his throat. He had then left the capital on the evening of the 10th of December in his personal armoured train. His destination was another secret and camouflaged complex in woods near Ziegenberg, less than 40 kilometers from Frankfurt am Main. Designated the Adlerhorst, or Eagle's Eyrie, it was the last of his field headquarters to be known by code names which reeked of puerile fantasy. Guderian, the great theorist of tank warfare, had known the dangers of such an operation from the start, but he had little say in the matter. Although the OKH was responsible for the Eastern Front, it was never allowed a free hand. The OKW, the High Command of the Wehrmacht, all the armed forces, was responsible for operations outside the Eastern Front. Both organizations were based just south of Berlin in neighboring underground complexes at Zossen. Despite having as quick a temper as Hitler, Guderian was very different in outlook. He had little time for an entirely speculative international strategy when the country was under attack from both sides. Instead, he relied on a soldier's instinct for the point of maximum danger. There was no doubt where that lay. His briefcase contained the intelligence analysis of General Reinhard Gehlen, the head of Fremde Heere Ost, the military intelligence department for the Eastern Front. Gehlen calculated that around the 12th of January, the Red Army would launch a massive attack from the line of the river Vistula. His department estimated that the enemy had a superiority of 11-1 in infantry, 7-1 in tanks, and 20-1 in artillery, and also in aviation. Guderian entered the conference room at the Adlerhorst to find himself facing Hitler and his military staff, and also Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, who, after the July plot, had also been made commander of the replacement army. Every member of Hitler's military staff had been selected for his unquestioning loyalty. Field Marshal Keitel, the chief of staff of the OKW, was famous for his pompous civility to Hitler. Exasperated army officers referred to him either as the Reich's garage attendant or the nodding donkey. Colonel General Jodl, who had a cold, hard face, was far more competent than Keitel, yet he hardly ever opposed the Führer's disastrous attempts to control every battalion. He had very nearly been dismissed in the autumn of 1942 for having dared to contradict his master. General Burgdorf, Hitler's chief military adjutant and chief of the Army Personnel Department, controlling all appointments, had replaced the devoted General Schmundt, mortally wounded by Stauffenberg's bomb at the Wolfschanze. Burgdorf was the man who had delivered the poison to Field Marshal Rommel, with the ultimatum to commit suicide. Using the findings of Gehlen's intelligence department, Guderian outlined the Red Army's build-up for a huge offensive in the east. He warned that the attack would take place within 3 weeks and requested that, since the Ardennes offensive had now ground to a halt, as many divisions as possible should be withdrawn for redeployment on the Vistula front. Hitler stopped him. He declared that such estimates of enemy strength were preposterous. Soviet rifle divisions never had more than 7,000 men each. Their tank corps had hardly any tanks. "It's the greatest imposture since Genghis Khan," he shouted, working himself up. "Who is responsible for producing all this rubbish?" Guderian resisted the temptation to reply that it was Hitler himself who talked of German armies when they were the size of a single corps, and of infantry divisions reduced to battalion strength. Instead, he defended Gehlen's figures. To his horror, General Jodl argued that the offensive in the west should continue with further attacks. Since this was exactly what Hitler wanted, Guderian was thwarted. It was even more provoking for him to have to listen at dinner to the verdict of Himmler, who revelled in his new role of military leader. He had recently been made Army Group Commander on the Upper Rhine in addition to his other appointments. "You know, my dear Colonel General," he said to Guderian, "I don't really believe that the Russians will attack at all. It's all an enormous bluff." Guderian had no alternative but to return to OKH headquarters at Zossen. In the meantime, the losses in the west mounted. The Ardennes offensive and its ancillary operations cost 80,000 German casualties. In addition, it had used up a large proportion of Germany's rapidly dwindling fuel reserves. Hitler refused to accept that the Ardennes battle was his equivalent of the Kaiserschlacht, the last great German attack of the First World War. He obsessively rejected any parallels with 1918. For him, 1918 symbolized only the revolutionary stab in the back, which brought down the Kaiser and reduced Germany to a humiliating defeat. Yet Hitler had moments of clarity during those days. "I know the war is lost," he said late one evening to Colonel Nicolas von Below, his Luftwaffe aide. "The enemy's superiority is too great," but he continued to lay all the blame on others for the sequence of disasters. "They were all traitors. especially army officers. He suspected that many more had sympathized with the failed assassins, yet they had been pleased enough to accept medals and decorations from him. "We will never surrender," he said. "We may go down, but we will take a world with us." Horrified by the new disaster looming on the Vistula, Guderian returned to the Adlerhorst at Ziegenberg twice more in rapid succession. To make matters worse, he heard that Hitler, without warning him, was transferring SS panzer troops from the Vistula front to Hungary. Hitler, convinced as usual that only he could see the strategic issues, had suddenly decided to launch a counterattack there on the grounds that the oil fields must be retaken. In fact, he wanted to break through to Budapest, which had been surrounded by the Red Army on Christmas Eve. Guderian's visit on New Year's Day coincided with the annual procession of the regime's grandees and the chiefs of staff to transmit in person to the Führer their wishes for a successful new year. That same morning, Operation North Wind, the main subsidiary action to prolong the Ardennes offensive, was launched in Alsace. The day turned out to be a catastrophe for the Luftwaffe. Goering, in a grand gesture of characteristic irresponsibility, committed almost 1,000 planes to attack ground targets on the Western Front. This attempt to impress Hitler led to the final destruction of the Luftwaffe as an effective force. It gave the Allies total air supremacy. The Großdeutscher Rundfunk broadcast Hitler's New Year speech that day. No mention was made of the fighting in the West, which suggested failure there, and surprisingly little was said of the Wunderwaffen. A number of people believed that the speech had been pre-recorded or even faked. Hitler had not been seen in public for so long that wild rumours were circulating. Some asserted that he had gone completely mad and that Goering was in a secret prison because he had tried to escape to Sweden. Some Berliners, fearful of what the year would bring, had not quite dared to clink glasses when it came to the toast Prosit Neujahr. The Goebbels family entertained Colonel Hans Ulrich Rudel, the Stuka ace, and the most decorated officer in the Luftwaffe. They sat down to a dinner of potato soup as a symbol of austerity. The New Year holiday ended on the morning of the 3rd of January. The German devotion to work and duty remained unquestioned, however improbable the circumstances. Many had little to do in their offices and factories, owing to shortages of raw materials and parts, but they still set out on foot through the rubble or on public transport. Once again, miracles had been achieved repairing the U-Bahn and the S-Bahn tracks, even though few of the carriages had unbroken windows. Factories and offices were also freezing due to smashed windows and so little fuel for heating. Those with colds or flu had to struggle on. There was no point attempting to see a doctor unless you were seriously ill. Almost all the German doctors had been sent to the army. Local surgeries and hospitals depended almost entirely on foreigners. Even Berlin's main teaching hospital, the Charité, included doctors from over half a dozen countries on its staff, including Dutch, Peruvians, Romanians, Ukrainians, and Hungarians. The only industry which appeared to be flourishing was armaments production, directed by Hitler's personal architect and wunderkind, Albert Speer. On the 13th of January, Speer gave a presentation to Army Corps commanders in the camp at Krampnitz, just outside Berlin. He emphasized the importance of contact between front commanders and the war industries. Speer, unlike other Nazi ministers, did not insult his audience's intelligence. He disdained euphemisms about the situation and did not shrink from mentioning the catastrophic losses sustained by the Wehrmacht over the last 8 months. The Allied bombing campaign was not the problem, he argued. German industry had produced 218,000 rifles in December alone. This was nearly double the average monthly output achieved in 1941, the year the Wehrmacht had invaded the Soviet Union. The manufacture of automatic weapons had risen by nearly 4 times, and tank production nearly 5-fold. In December 1944, They had produced 1,840 armoured vehicles in a single month, over half what they had made in the whole of 1941. This also included far heavier tanks. The trickiest problem, he warned them, was the shortage of fuel. Surprisingly, he said little of ammunition reserves. There was little point producing all these weapons if munitions production failed to keep pace. Speer spoke for over 40 minutes, reeling off his statistics with quiet professionalism. He did not rub in the fact that it was the massive defeats on the eastern and western fronts over the last 8 months which had reduced the Wehrmacht to such shortages in all types of weapons. He voiced the hope that German factories might reach a production level of 100,000 machine pistols a month by the spring of 1946. The fact that these enterprises relied largely on slave labourers dragooned by the SS was not, of course, mentioned. Speer also failed to remark upon their wastage, thousands of deaths a day, and the territories from which they came were about to diminish further. At that very moment, Soviet armies numbering over 4 million men were massed in Poland along the river Vistula and just south of the East Prussian border. They were starting the offensive which Hitler had dismissed as an imposture. 2. The House of Cards on the Vistula. General Galen's estimates of Soviet strength were certainly not exaggerated. If anything, they were well short of the mark on the threatened sectors. The Red Army had 6.7 million men along a front, which stretched from the Baltic to the Adriatic. This was over twice the strength of the Wehrmacht and its allies when they invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. Hitler's conviction that summer that the Red Army was about to collapse had proved to be one of the most catastrophic miscalculations in history. "We are lost," a German sergeant acknowledged in January 1945, "but we will fight to the last man." Battle-hardened combatants of the Eastern Front had come to believe that it must all end in death. Any other outcome appeared unthinkable after everything that had gone before. They knew what had been done in the occupied territories, and that the Red Army intended to exact revenge. Surrender meant being worked to death in Siberian labor camps as a Stalinpferd, a Stalin horse. "We no longer fought for Hitler, or for National Socialism, or for the Third Reich," wrote an Alsatian veteran of the Grossdeutschland division, "or even for our fiancés or mothers or families trapped in bomb-ravaged towns. We fought from simple fear. We fought for ourselves so that we wouldn't die in holes filled with mud and snow. We fought like rats." The disasters of the previous year, above all the encirclement and destruction of Army Group Center, were hard to forget. National Socialist leadership officers, the Nazi imitation of the Soviet Commissar, tried to raise the fighting morale of the ordinary German soldier, the Lancer, with promises as well as threats of execution for anyone who deserted or retreated without orders. "You do not need to fear the Russian offensive," they told them. "If the enemy start to attack, our tanks will be here in 4 hours." But the more experienced soldiers knew what they were up against. Although Guderian's staff officers at Zossen had formed an accurate idea of the date of attack, the information does not seem to have filtered down to the front line. Corporal Alois K. of the 304th Infantry Division, seized as a tongue by a Soviet raiding party, told intelligence officers of the 1st Ukrainian Front that they had expected an attack before Christmas. Then they were told to expect one on the 10th of January, because it was supposed to be Stalin's birthday. On the 9th of January, after an urgent tour of the 3 main eastern fronts, Hungary, the Vistula and East Prussia General Guderian, accompanied by his aide, Major Baron Freytag von Loringhoven, had again gone to see Hitler at Ziegenberg. He presented the latest estimates of enemy strengths, both Galen's compilation and also those of the Luftwaffe commander, General Seidemann. Air reconnaissance indicated that there were 8,000 Soviet planes concentrated on the Vistula and East Prussian fronts. Goering interrupted the Army Chief of Staff. Mein Führer, don't believe that, he said to Hitler. Those are not real planes. Those are just decoys. Keitel, in a sycophantic show of resolution, smashed his fist down on the table. The Reichsmarshal is right, he declared. The meeting continued as a black farce. Hitler repeated his view that the intelligence figures were completely idiotic and added that the man who compiled them should be locked in a lunatic asylum. Guderian retorted angrily that since he supported them completely, he had better be certified as well. Hitler refused out of hand the requests of General Harpe on the Vistula front and General Reinhardt in East Prussia to withdraw their most exposed troops to more defensible positions. He also insisted that the 200,000 German troops trapped on the Courland Peninsula in Latvia should remain there and not be evacuated by sea to defend the Reich's borders. Guderian, disgusted with the ostrich strategy of Führer headquarters, prepared to take his leave. The Eastern Front, said Hitler, suddenly trying to charm him, has never before possessed such a strong reserve as now. That is your doing. I thank you for it. The Eastern Front, Guderian retorted, is like a house of cards. If the front is broken through at one point, all the rest will collapse. Ironically, Goebbels had used exactly the same simile in 1941 about the Red Army. Guderian returned to Zossen in a very grave mood. He wondered whether Hitler and Jodel's lack of imagination had something to do with the fact that they both came from parts of the Reich, Austria and Bavaria, which were not threatened. Guderian was a Prussian. His homeland was about to be ravaged and probably lost forever. Hitler, to reward his great panzer leader for his successes early in the war, had presented him with the expropriated estate of Diepenhof in the Warthegau, the region of western Poland which the Nazis had seized and incorporated into the Reich. But now the imminent offensive across the Vistula threatened that too. His wife was still there. Watched closely by the local Nazi party chiefs, she would not be able to leave until the very last moment. Just over 24 hours later, Guderian's staff at Zossen received confirmation that the attack was now hours rather than days away. Red Army sappers were clearing minefields at night and tank corps were being brought forward into the bridgeheads. Hitler ordered that the panzer reserves on the Vistula front should be moved forward, despite warnings that this would bring them within range of Soviet artillery. Some senior officers began to wonder whether Hitler subconsciously wanted to lose the war. The Red Army seemed to make a habit of attacking in atrocious weather conditions. German veterans accustomed to this pattern used to call it weather for Russians. Soviet troops were convinced that they had a distinct advantage in winter warfare, whether through frost or mud. Their comparatively low rates of frostbite and trench foot were attributed to the traditional Russian army use of rough linen foot bandages instead of socks. Weather forecasts had foretold a strange winter. After the hard cold of January, heavy rain and wet snow were predicted. An order went out. Leather boots must be mended. The Red Army had improved in so many ways its heavy weaponry, the professionalism of its planning, the camouflage and control of operations, which had frequently caught the Germans off balance, yet some weaknesses remained. The worst was the chaotic lack of discipline, which seems astonishing in a totalitarian state. Part of the problem came from the terrible attrition among young officers. It was a hard school indeed for 17 and 18-year-old junior lieutenants in the infantry. At that time, wrote the novelist and war correspondent Konstantin Simonov, young people were becoming adult in a year, a month, or even in the course of one battle. Many, of course, never survived that first battle, determined to prove themselves worthy of commanding veterans, some of whom were old enough to be their fathers. They showed reckless courage and suffered for it. Indiscipline came also from the dehumanized way in which Red Army soldiers were treated by their own authorities. And of course, the strengths and weaknesses of the complex national character played its part too. The Russian infantryman, as one writer put it, is hardy, undemanding, careless, and a convinced fatalist. It is these characteristics which make him incomparable. An ordinary soldier in a rifle division provided a summary in his diary of the changing moods of his comrades. First state, soldier with no chiefs around. He is a grumbler. He threatens and shows off. He is keen to pocket something or grab someone in a stupid argument. One can see from this irritability that the soldier's life is hard for him. Second state, soldier in the presence of chiefs, submissive and inarticulate, readily agrees with what he is told, easily believes promises, blossoms when praised and is eager to admire the strictness of officers whom he makes fun of behind their backs. Third state, working together or in battle. Here he is a hero. He won't leave his comrade in danger. He dies quietly, as if it is still part of his work. Tank troops in the Red Army were in particularly good heart. Having been as demoralized as Soviet aviation in the early part of the war, they were starting to enjoy heroic status. Vasily Grossman, another novelist and war correspondent, now found tankists almost as fascinating as he had found snipers at Stalingrad. He described them admiringly as cavalrymen, artillerymen, and mechanics all rolled in one. But the greatest strength of the Red Army was the burning idea that they were finally within striking distance of the Reich. The violators of the Soviet motherland were about to discover the true meaning of the proverb, "You will harvest what you have sown." The basic concept of the campaign had been decided in outline by the end of October 1944. The Stavka, the Soviet Supreme Headquarters, was headed by Marshal Stalin, as he had promoted himself after the Battle of Stalingrad. Stalin intended to keep full control. He allowed commanders a latitude of action which their German counterparts envied, and, unlike Hitler, he would listen carefully to counter-arguments. Nevertheless, he had no intention of allowing Red Army commanders to get above themselves as the moment of victory approached. He stopped the usual practice of appointing representatives of the Stavka to oversee operations. Instead, he took on this role himself, even though he still had no intention of going anywhere near the front. Stalin also decided to shake up the key commands. If this resulted in jealousies and disconcertedness, then he was far from displeased. The main change was to replace Marshal Konstantin Rokossovsky, the commander-in-chief of the First Belarusian Front, the main group of armies on the axis of advance to Berlin. Rokossovsky, a tall, elegant, and good-looking cavalryman, presented a striking contrast to most Russian commanders, many of whom were squat, thick-necked, and shaven-headed. He was also different in another way. Born Konstanty Rokossovsky, he was half Polish, the grandson and great-grandson of Polish cavalry officers. This made him dangerous in the eyes of Stalin. Stalin's hatred of the country had started during the Soviet-Polish War of 1920, when he had been partly blamed for the disastrous defeat of the Red Army attacking Warsaw. Rokossovsky was outraged when he heard that he was to be transferred to command the Second Belarusian Front Army Group to attack East Prussia. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the stocky and immensely tough commander who directed the defense of Moscow in December 1941, was to take his place. "Why this disgrace?" Rokossovsky demanded. "Why am I being moved from the main axis to one of secondary importance?" Rokossovsky suspected that Zhukov, whom he had considered a friend, had undermined him. But in fact, Stalin did not want a Pole to enjoy the glory of taking Berlin. It was natural that Rokossovsky should be suspicious. He had been arrested during the purge of the Red Army in 1937. The beatings from Beria's henchmen, demanding confessions of treason, were enough to make even the most balanced person slightly paranoid. And Rokossovsky knew that Lavrenti Beria, the head of the NKVD secret police, and Viktor Abakumov, the chief of Smersh counterintelligence, watched him closely. Stalin had left Rokossovsky in no doubt that the 1937 accusations still hung over him. He had simply been released conditionally. Any blunder as a commander would put him straight back into NKVD custody. "I know very well what Beria is capable of," Rokossovsky said to Zhukov during the changeover. "I have been in his prisons. It would take Soviet generals 8 years to get their revenge on Beria." The forces of the First Belarusian Front and the First Ukrainian Front lining up against the German front line along the Vistula were not simply superior, they were overwhelming. To Zhukov's south, Marshal Konev's First Ukrainian Front would attack due west towards Breslau. Its main thrust would be launched from the Sandomierz bridgehead, the largest salient of all on the west bank of the Vistula. Unlike Zhukov, however, Konev intended to use his 2 tank armies to smash the enemy line on the very first day. Konev, according to Beria's son, had wicked little eyes, a shaven head that looked like a pumpkin, and an expression full of self-conceit. He was probably Stalin's favorite general, and one of the very few senior commanders whom even Stalin admired for his ruthlessness. Stalin had promoted him to Marshal of the Soviet Union after his crushing of the Korsun Pocket, south of Kiev, just under a year before. It had been one of the most pitiless engagements in a very cruel war. Konev ordered his aircraft to drop incendiaries on the small town of Shandarovka to force the Germans sheltering there out into the blizzard. As they struggled to break out of the encirclement on the 17th of February 1944, Konev sprang his trap. His tank crews charged straight for the column, firing machine guns and running men down to crush them under their tracks. As the Germans scattered, trying to flee through the heavy snow, Konev's 3 divisions of cavalry set off in pursuit. The Cossacks cut them down mercilessly with their sabres, apparently hacking even at arms raised in surrender. Some 20,000 Germans died that day. On the 12th of January, the Vistula offensive began at 5 a.m. Moscow time, when Konev's First Ukrainian Front attacked out of the Sandomierz bridgehead. The snow was quite heavy, and visibility almost nil. After Straf companies of prisoners were forced through the minefields, rifle battalions secured the front line. The full artillery bombardment then began, using up to 300 guns per kilometre, which meant 1 every 3 to 4 metres. The German defenders were shattered. Most of them surrendered, grey-faced and trembling. A Panzer Grenadier officer watching from the rear described the spectacle on the horizon as a firestorm, and added that it was like the heavens falling down on earth. Prisoners from the 16th Panzer Division captured late that day claimed that once the bombardment started, their commander, Major General Müller, drove off towards the town of Kielce, abandoning his men. Soviet tank crews had painted slogans on their turrets, "Forward into the fascist lair," and "Revenge and death to the German occupiers." They faced little resistance as their T-34 and heavy Stalin tanks moved forward at 2 p.m. Their hulls, coated in frost, were well camouflaged for the snowy landscape ahead, even if all was brown in the middle distance from shell-churned mud. Along with Breslau, the main objectives of General Rybalko's 3rd Guards Tank Army and General Lelushenko's 4th Guards Tank Army were the industrial regions of Silesia. When Stalin had briefed Konev in Moscow, he had pointed at the map and circled the area with his finger. He mouthed a single word, gold. No further comment was needed. Konev knew that Stalin wanted the factories and mines to be taken intact. On the morning after Konev's attack from the Sandomierz bridgehead, the assault on East Prussia began with General Chernyakhovsky's 3rd Belarusian Front. On the following day, the 14th of January, Rokossovsky's forces attacked East Prussia from the River Naro bridgeheads. Zhukov's 1st Belarusian Front went into action on its 2 bridgeheads on the Vistula at Magnesiu and Puławy. A thin layer of snow covered the ground, and dense mist lasted until noon. At 8:30 a.m., Zhukov's 1st Belarusian Front opened up with 25 minutes of rolling fire. The advanced rifle battalions, supported by self-propelled assault guns, seized the front lines in the Magnus-Zoo bridgehead. The 8th Guards Army and the 5th Shock Army, with heavy artillery support, then broke open the third line. The main barrier beyond was the river Pilika. Zhukov's plan was for rifle divisions to seize crossing places for the Guards' tank brigades following on behind. The right-hand tank brigade of Bogdanov's 2nd Guards Tank Army was one of the first to cross the Pilika. As a lead unit, the 47th Guards Tank Brigade had a variety of support attached, including sappers, self-propelled artillery, motorized anti-aircraft guns, and a battalion of submachine gunners mounted in trucks. Its objective was an airfield just south of the town of Sochatsu, an important junction due west of Warsaw. Over the next 2 days, the brigade charged northwards, destroying columns of fleeing Germans on the way and crushing staff cars with their tracks. It took much longer for the 1st Guards Tank Army on the left to break through. Colonel Gusakovsky, a hero of the Soviet Union twice over, was so impatient after the long wait that when his 44th Guard Tank Brigade reached the Pilika, he refused to wait for the bridging equipment. It appeared to be a shallow stretch of the river, so to save 2 or 3 hours, he ordered his tank commanders first to smash the ice with gunfire, then to drive their vehicles across the riverbed. The tanks, acting like icebreakers, pushed the broken ice aside with a terrible thundering noise. It must have been terrifying for the tank drivers, but Gusakovsky did not seem concerned by such problems. Zhukov too was interested only in getting the tank brigades across so that they could deal with the 25th and the 19th Panzer Divisions. After that, the country lay open ahead. Things had gone just as well for him at the Puławy bridgehead on the 14th of January. The plan was not to bombard the whole line, but simply to blast corridors through it. By that evening, they were well on the way to the city of Radom. Meanwhile, on the 1st Belarusian front's extreme right, the 47th Army began to encircle Warsaw from the north, and the 1st Polish Army fought into the suburbs. In the late afternoon of Monday the 15th of January, because of the big advance in the east, Hitler left the Adlerhorst at Ziegenberg to return to Berlin on his special train. Guderian had been forcefully requesting his return for the last 3 days. At first, Hitler had said that the Eastern Front must sort itself out, but finally he agreed to halt all activity in the West and return. Without consulting Guderian or the 2 army groups involved, he had just issued orders for the Grossdeutschland Corps to be moved from East Prussia to Kielce, to shore up the Vistula front, even though this meant taking it out of the battle for at least a week. Hitler's journey by rail to Berlin took 19 hours. He did not entirely neglect domestic matters. He told Martin Bormann to stay at the Obersalzberg for the time being, where he and his wife kept Eva Braun and her sister Gretel Fegelein company. Stalin, meanwhile, was in excellent spirits. That same evening, he welcomed General Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, Air Chief Marshal Tedder, who had finally arrived in Moscow after long delays in Cairo due to bad flying conditions. Tedder had come to discuss future developments, but Stalin observed smugly that the Ardennes offensive had been very stupid of the Germans. He was also particularly pleased that the Germans had retained 30 divisions as a prestige garrison in Courland, the remains of Army Group North, which Guderian wanted to bring back to Germany. The Soviet leader made an effort to charm Tedder. He clearly wanted to convince Eisenhower's deputy that he had done everything possible by the timing of the Red Army's great offensive to help them out over the Ardennes. It is impossible to tell whether or not he foresaw that this would help exacerbate the rift between the Americans and the much more skeptical Churchill. Soviet historians always tried to maintain that Stalin was planning to launch the attack on the 20th of January, but then, when he received a letter from Churchill on the 6th of January begging for help, he gave the order the next day to advance the attack to the 12th of January. even though the weather conditions were unfavorable. This was a gross misrepresentation of Churchill's letter. It was not a begging letter to save the Allies in the Ardennes. He had already written to say that the Allies were now masters of the situation, and Stalin knew perfectly well from his liaison officers in the West that the German threat there had collapsed by Christmas. Churchill was simply asking for information on when the Red Army was going to launch its great winter offensive, because the Kremlin had resolutely refused to reply to such requests, even when Soviet liaison officers were kept abreast of Eisenhower's plans. The Vistula offensive, planned since October, had been prepared well ahead. One Soviet source even says that it had been possible to start the advance on the 10th of January. Stalin was therefore more than happy to give the impression that he was saving his allies from a difficult situation, especially when he had reasons of his own for pushing forward the date. Churchill was becoming increasingly concerned at Stalin's intention to impose on Poland its puppet Lublin government made up of exiled Polish communists controlled by Beria's NKVD. The Crimean Conference at Yalta was imminent, and Stalin wanted to make sure that his armies controlled the whole of Poland by the time he sat down with the American and British leaders. His law could be imposed ruthlessly on Polish territory purely because it constituted the immediate rear area to his operational troops. Anyone who objected could be classified as a saboteur or fascist agent. Finally, there was a much more down-to-earth reason for bringing the great offensive forward. Stalin was worried that the predicted change in the weather for the beginning of February would turn hard ground to mud and therefore slow up his tanks. One aspect of the meeting with Tedder is most revealing. Stalin emphasized, the American report states, that one of the difficulties of the Vistula offensive was the large number of trained German agents among the Poles, Latvians, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, and German-speaking Russians. He said that they were all equipped with radios, and, as a result, the element of surprise was practically eliminated. However, the Russians have succeeded in eliminating this menace to a large measure. He said that he considers the clearance of the rear areas to be just as important as bringing up supplies. This gross exaggeration of German-trained stay-behind groups was Stalin's preemptive justification of Soviet ruthlessness in Poland. Beria was also trying to brand the non-communist resistance, the Armia Krajowa, as fascist, despite its suicidal bravery in the Warsaw Uprising. The next 24 hours proved that the Soviet armies which had broken through the Vistula front were indeed advancing at full speed. Each seemed to outbid the other. The rapid advances of Zhukov's tank armies were partly due to the simplicity and robust construction of the T-34 tank and its broad tracks, which could cope with snow, ice, and mud. Even so, the mechanic's skills proved at least as important as cavalry dash, because field workshops could not keep up. "Ah, what a life it was before the war," a driver remarked to Grossman. "There were plenty of spare parts then." Once the weather cleared, Sturmovik fighter bombers, known to the Germans as Jabos for Fagdbomber, were able to support the headlong advance, as Zhukov had promised his tank commanders. "Our tanks move faster than the trains to Berlin," boasted the ebullient Colonel Gusakovsky, who had blasted his way across the Pilica. The small German garrison in Warsaw did not stand a chance. It consisted of engineer detachments and 4 fortress battalions. One of them was an ear battalion, made up of hearing casualties recycled back into service. The thrust of the 47th Guards Tank Brigade up to Sokoczu from the south and the encirclement of Warsaw from the north by the 47th Army meant that the garrison lost contact with its parent formation, the 9th Army. General Harp's staff at Army Group A warned OKH in Zossen on the evening of the 16th of January that they would not be able to hold the city. Colonel Bogislaw von Bonin, the head of the operations department, discussed the situation with Guderian. They decided to give Army Group headquarters a free hand in the decision, and Guderian signed the signals log with his usual G in green ink. But in the Nachtlage, Hitler's midnight situation conference, the proposal to abandon Warsaw was reported to Hitler by one of his own staff before Guderian's deputy, General Walter Wenck, brought the subject up. Hitler exploded. "You must stop everything," he shouted. "Fortress Warsaw must be held." But it was already too late, and radio communications had broken down. A few days later, Hitler issued an order that every instruction sent to an army group had to be submitted to him first. The fall of Warsaw led to another bitter row between Hitler and Guderian, who were still arguing over Hitler's decision to move the Grossdeutschland Corps. Guderian was even more furious to hear that Hitler was transferring the 6th SS Panzer Army not to the Vistula front, but to Hungary. Hitler, however, refused to discuss it. The withdrawal from Warsaw was, in his eyes, a far more burning issue. At the noon conference next day, the 18th of January, Guderian was given a public dressing down, but worse was to follow. That evening, recounted Colonel Baron von Humboldt of the OKH staff, it was Bonin's birthday. We were all standing round the map table with a glass of sekt to congratulate him when General Meisel, the second in command of the personnel department, arrived with 2 Oberleutnants armed with machine pistols. "Herr von Bonin," he said, "I must ask you to come with me." 2 others were arrested with Bonin, Lieutenant Colonel von Christen and Lieutenant Colonel von dem Knesebeck. They were taken off to the Prince Albrechtstrasse on Hitler's direct orders to be interrogated by the Gestapo. Hitler saw the incident as yet another act of betrayal by the army. As well as sacking General Harp, he also removed General von Luttwitz from command of the 9th Army. But the truth was that his monstrous vanity could not allow him to lose a foreign capital, even one which he had totally destroyed. Guderian stood up for his 3 staff officers, insisting that he be interrogated too, since the responsibility for the decision was entirely his. Hitler, longing to indict the general staff, took him at his word. At this most critical stage of the Vistula campaign, Guderian was subjected to hours of interrogation by Ernst Kaltenbrunner of the Reich Security Head Office and Heinrich Müller, the chief of the Gestapo. The 2 more junior officers were released after 2 weeks, but Bonin remained in a concentration camp until the end of the war. The day after Bonin's arrest, Martin Bormann reached Berlin. The next day, Saturday the 20th of January, he recorded in his diary, "The situation in the east is becoming more and more threatening. We are abandoning the region of Warthegau. The leading tank units of the enemy are approaching Katowice." It was the day that Soviet forces crossed the Reich border east of Hohensalza. Guderian's wife abandoned Schloss Diepenhof half an hour before the first shells began to fall. The chief of staff wrote that the estate workers, they were probably resettled Baltic Germans, stood in tears beside her car, and many would willingly have accompanied her. Although there can be little doubt about their desperation to leave, this may not have been due entirely to loyalty to their chatelaine. Rumours of what was happening in East Prussia had already started to circulate. Soldiers of the Red Army, and its Polish formations especially, were unlikely to feel any more merciful after what they had witnessed in the Polish capital. We saw the destruction of Warsaw when we entered its empty streets on that memorable day, the 17th of January, 1945, wrote Captain Klochkov of the 3rd Shock Army. Nothing was left but ruins and ashes covered by snow. Badly starved and exhausted residents were making their way home. Only 162,000 remained out of a pre-war population of 1,310,000. After the unbelievably brutal suppression of the Warsaw Uprising in October 1944, the Germans had systematically destroyed all the historic monuments of the city, even though none had been used by the rebels. Vasily Grossman made his way through the ruined city to the ghetto. All that remained were the 3.5-meter-high wall, topped with broken glass and barbed wire, and the Judenrat, the Jewish administrative building. The rest of the ghetto was a single undulating red sea of broken bricks. Grossman wondered how many thousands of bodies were buried underneath. It was hard to imagine anyone escaping, but a pole led him to where 4 Jews had just emerged from their hiding place high above the girders of a tall skeleton of a building. 3 Fire and Sword and Noble Fury. When General Chernyakhovsky launched his offensive against East Prussia on the 13th of January, political officers erected signs to arouse the troops. "Soldier, remember you are now entering the lair of the fascist beast." Chernyakhovsky's attack did not get off to a good start. The commander of the 3rd Panzer Army, on the basis of good intelligence, withdrew his troops from the front line of trenches at the last moment. This meant that the massive bombardment was wasted. The Germans then launched some very effective counterattacks. And in the course of the following week, Chernyakhovsky found, as he had feared, that German defence works on the Insterburg Gap cost his armies very heavy casualties. Chernyakhovsky, however, soon spotted an opportunity. He was one of the most decisive and intelligent of senior Soviet commanders. The 39th Army was making better progress on the extreme right, so he suddenly moved the 11th Guards Army round behind and switched the weight of the attack to that flank. This unexpected thrust between the River Pregel and the River Niemen caused panic in the Volkssturm militia units. It was accompanied by another attack across the Niemen in the area of Tilsit by the 43rd Army. Chaos mounted in the German rear, largely because the Nazi Party officials had forbidden the evacuation of civilians. By the 24th of January, Chernyakhovsky's 3rd Belarusian front was within striking distance of Königsberg, the capital of East Prussia. As well as ignoring Stavka instructions when it was necessary, Chernyakhovsky, a tank commander and a master of military science, was also willing to change approved battle tactics. Self-propelled guns became an integral part of the infantry after the crossing of the Niemen, Vasily Grossman noted. At 37 years old, Ivan Danilovich Chernyakhovsky was much younger than most other Soviet commanders-in-chief. He was also something of an intellectual and used to recite romantic poetry with humorous panache to the writer Ilya Ehrenburg. Chernyakhovsky was intrigued by contradictions. He described Stalin as a living example of a dialectical process. "It's impossible to understand him. All you can do is to have faith." Chernyakhovsky was clearly not destined to survive into the post-war Stalinist petrification. He was perhaps fortunate to die soon in battle, his faith intact. Ilya Ehrenburg's own mesmerizing calls for revenge on Germany in his articles in the Red Army newspaper Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star, had created a huge following among the frontoviki, or frontline troops. Goebbels responded with loathing against the Jew Ilya Ehrenburg, Stalin's favorite rabble-rouser. The propaganda ministry accused Ehrenburg of inciting the rape of German women. Yet while Ehrenburg never shrank from the most bloodthirsty harangues, the most notorious statement, which is still attributed to him by Western historians, was a Nazi invention. He is accused of having urged Red Army soldiers to take German women as their lawful booty and to break their racial pride. "There was a time," Ehrenburg retorted in Krasnaya Zvezda, "when Germans used to fake important documents of state. Now they have fallen so low as to fake my articles." But Ehrenburg's assertion that the soldiers of the Red Army were not interested in Gretchens, but in those Fritzes who had insulted our women, proved to be wide of the mark, as the savage behavior of the Red Army soon showed. And his frequent references to Germany as the Blonde Witch certainly did not encourage a humane treatment of German and even Polish women. Marshal Rokossovski's Second Belarusian Front attacked north and northwestwards from the Nare bridgeheads on the 14th of January, the day after Chernyakhovsky. His main task was to cut off East Prussia by heading for the mouth of the Vistula and Danzig. Rokossovski was uneasy about the Stavka plan. His armies would become detached from both Chernyakhovsky's attack on Königsberg and Zhukov's charge westwards from the Vistula. The offensive against the German Second Army began in weather which was perfect for the attack, as the corps commander on the receiving end noted regretfully. A thin layer of snow covered the ground and the river Naru was frozen. The fog cleared at noon, and Rokossovski's armies were soon supported by constant air sorties. Progress was still slow for the first 2 days, but once again it was the Soviet heavy artillery and the Katyusha rocket launchers which made the first breakthroughs possible. Iron-hard ground also made the shells much more lethal with surface explosions. The snowy landscape was rapidly scarred with craters and black and yellow scorch marks. On that first evening, General Reinhardt, the commander-in-chief of the army group, telephoned Hitler, then still at the Adlerhorst. He tried to warn him of the danger to the whole of East Prussia if he were not allowed to withdraw. The Führer refused to listen. The next thing Reinhardt's headquarters received at 3 a.m. was the order to transfer the Grossdeutschland Corps, the only effective reserve in the region, to the Vistula front. Reinhardt was not the only field commander to fulminate against his superiors. On the 20th of January, the Stavka suddenly ordered Rokossovski to alter the axis of his advance because Chernyakhovsky had been held up. He was now to attack northeastwards into the centre of East Prussia, not simply seal the region off along the Vistula. Rokossovski was concerned by the vast gap opening on his left as Zhukov's armies headed westwards for Berlin. But in East Prussia, this change of direction took German commanders by surprise. On Rokossovski's right flank, the Third Guards Cavalry Corps moved rapidly over the frozen landscape and entered Allenstein at 3 a.m. on the 22nd of January. On his left, Volsky's 5th Guards Tank Army advanced rapidly towards the city of Elbing beside the estuary of the Vistula. Part of the leading tank brigade entered the city on the 23rd of January, having been mistaken for German panzers. A violent and chaotic skirmish broke out in the city centre, and they were forced out. The main body of the army bypassed the city and carried on to the shore of the Great Lagoon, the Frisches Haff. East Prussia was virtually cut off from the Reich. Although the German armed forces had expected the assault on East Prussia for several months, disorganization and uncertainty reigned in towns and villages. In rear areas, the hated military police, the Feldgendarmerie, exerted a harsh order. The Lancers called them chain hounds, because the metal gorget which they wore on a chain round the neck looked like a dog collar. On the morning of Chernyakhovsky's attack, the 13th of January, a leave train bound for Berlin was halted in a station by Feldgendarmerie. They bellowed orders that all soldiers belonging to divisions whose numbers they were about to call were to get out and form up immediately. The soldiers departing on leave, many of whom had not seen their families for 2 years at least, sat clenched, praying that their division would not be called. But almost all had to descend and line up in ranks on the platform. Anyone who failed to report faced execution. A young soldier, Walter Beer, was one of the few to be spared. Barely daring to believe his luck, he continued on the journey to his family near Frankfurt and Der Oder. But he was to find himself facing the Red Army closer to home than he had ever imagined. The man most to blame for the chaos was Gauleiter Erich Koch, a Nazi leader already infamous for his rule as Reichskommissar for the Ukraine. Koch was so proud of his brutality that he does not appear to have objected to his nickname, the Second Stalin. Completely imbued with the Hitlerian obstinacy of fixed defence, Koch had forced tens of thousands of civilians into digging earthworks. Unfortunately, he failed to consult army commanders on where they wanted them. He had also been the first to dragoon boys and old men into the Volkssturm militia, the Nazi Party's most flagrant example of useless sacrifice. But worst of all, Koch had refused to countenance evacuation of the civil population. He and his local Nazi Party chiefs, having forbidden the evacuation of civilians as defeatist, then slipped away themselves without warning anybody when the attack came. The consequences were appalling for the wives, daughters, and children who tried to escape too late across a landscape a meter deep in snow and temperatures down to -20 Celsius. A number of women farm workers, however, remained voluntarily convinced that they would just be working under new masters and that little would change. The distant thunder of artillery when the offensives began created terrible fear in the isolated farms and villages of the mainly flat and forested East Prussian landscape. Women in East Prussia had heard of the atrocities at Nemmersdorf the previous autumn, when some of Chernyakhovsky's troops invaded East Prussia at the end of the headlong advance in the summer of 1944. They may well have seen in a local town's kino the terrible newsreel footage of 62 raped and murdered women and young girls. Goebbels' propaganda ministry had rushed cameramen to the front to record the atrocity and exploit it to the maximum. Yet there still seemed to be little idea of the degree of horrors in store for them. The most prevalent for girls and women of all ages was gang rape. Red Army soldiers don't believe in individual liaisons with German women, wrote the playwright Zakhar Agranenko in his diary, when serving as an officer of Marine Infantry in East Prussia. 9, 10, 12 men at a time, they raped them on a collective basis. He later described how German women in Elbing, in a desperate attempt to seek protection, offered themselves instead to Soviet Marine infantrymen. The Soviet armies advancing in huge, long columns were an extraordinary mixture of modern and medieval. Tank troops in padded black helmets, their T-34S churning up the earth as they dipped and rolled with the ground. Cossack cavalrymen on shaggy mounts with lute strapped to the saddle, Lend-Lease Studebakers and Dodges towing light field guns, open Chevrolets with tarpaulin-covered mortars in the back, and tractors hauling great howitzers, all eventually followed by a second echelon in horse-drawn carts. The variety of characters among the soldiers was almost as great as their military equipment. There were those who saw even young German boys as embryo SS men and believed that they should all be killed before they grew up and invaded Russia again, and there were those who spared children and gave them something to eat. There were freebooters who drank and raped quite shamelessly, and there were idealistic, austere communists and members of the intelligentsia genuinely appalled by such behavior. The writer, Lev Kopelev, then a political officer, was arrested by Smersh counterintelligence for having engaged in the propaganda of bourgeois humanism, of pity for the enemy. Kopelev had also dared to criticize the ferocity of Ilya Ehrenburg's articles. The initial advances of Rokossovsky's armies were so rapid that the German authorities in Königsberg sent several refugee trains to Allenstein, unaware that it had been captured by the 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps. For the Cossacks, the refugee trains were ideal concentrations of women and booty falling into their hands. Beria and Stalin back in Moscow knew perfectly well what was going on. In one report, they were told that many Germans declare that all German women in East Prussia who stayed behind were raped by Red Army soldiers. Numerous examples of gang rape were given, girls under 18 and old women included. In fact, victims could be as young as 12 years old. The NKVD group attached to the 43rd Army discovered that German women who had stayed behind in Spaleiten had tried to commit suicide. The report continued. They interrogated one of them called Emma Korn. On the 3rd of February, she told them, frontline troops of the Red Army entered the town. They came into the cellar where we were hiding and pointed their weapons at me and the other 2 women and ordered us into the yard. In the yard, 12 soldiers in turn raped me. Other soldiers did the same to my 2 neighbors. The following night, 6 drunken soldiers broke into our cellar and raped us in front of the children. On the 5th of February, 3 soldiers came, and on the 6th of February, 8 drunken soldiers also raped and beat us. 3 days later, the women tried to kill the children and themselves by cutting all their wrists, but evidently they had not known how to do it properly. The Red Army attitude towards women had become openly proprietorial, especially since Stalin himself had stepped in to allow Red Army officers to keep a campaign wife. She was known as a PPZ because the full term, Pochodno-Polowaya Zina, was so similar to PPSE, the standard Red Army submachine gun. These young women, selected as mistresses by senior officers, were usually headquarters signallers, clerks or medics, young women soldiers who wore a beret on the back of the head instead of a fore and aft pilotka. The lot of a campaign wife was not an easy one when male lust was both intense and indiscriminate. "There you are, Vera," a young woman soldier called Musia Anenkova in the 19th Army wrote to her friend. "See what their love is like. They seem to be tender to you, but it's difficult to know what's inside their souls. They've got no sincere feelings, only short-lived passion or love with animal feelings. How difficult it is here to find a really faithful man." Marshal Rokossovsky issued Order No. 006 in an attempt to direct the feelings of hatred at fighting the enemy on the battlefield, and to underline the punishment for looting, violence, robbing, unnecessary arson and destruction. It seems to have had little effect. There were also a few arbitrary attempts to exert authority. The commander of one rifle division is said to have personally shot a lieutenant who was lining up a group of his men before a German woman spread-eagled on the ground. But either officers were involved themselves, or the lack of discipline made it too dangerous to restore order over drunken soldiers armed with submachine guns. Even General Okorokov, the chief of the political department of the Second Belarusian Front, opposed at a meeting on the 6th of February what he saw as a refusal to take revenge on the enemy. In Moscow, the authorities were less worried about rape and murder than about the senseless destruction. On the 9th of February, Krasnaya Zvezda declared in an editorial that every breach of military discipline only weakens the victorious Red Army. Our revenge is not blind. Our anger is not irrational. In a moment of blind rage, one is apt to destroy a factory in conquered enemy territory, a factory that would be of value to us. Political officers hope to adapt this approach to the question of rape as well. When we breed a true feeling of hatred in a soldier, the political department of the 19th Army declared, the soldier will not try to have sex with a German woman because he will be repulsed. But this inept sophistry only serves to underline the failure of the authorities to understand the problem. Even young women soldiers and medics in the Red Army did not disapprove. Our soldiers' behavior towards Germans, particularly German women, is absolutely correct, said a 21-year-old from Agronenko's reconnaissance detachment. Some seemed to find it amusing. Kopelev was angry when one of his women assistants in the political department made jokes about it. German crimes in the Soviet Union and the regime's relentless propaganda certainly contributed to the terrible violence against German women in East Prussia. But vengeance can be only part of the explanation, even if it later became the justification for what happened. Once soldiers had alcohol inside them, the nationality of their prey made little difference. Lev Kopelev described hearing a frenzied scream in Allenstein. He saw a girl, her long, braided blonde hair dishevelled, her dress torn, shouting piercingly, "I'm Polish! Jesus, Mary, I'm Polish!" She was pursued by 2 inebriated tankists in full view of everyone. The subject has been so repressed in Russia that even today veterans refuse to acknowledge what really happened during the onslaught on German territory. They will admit to hearing of a few excesses and then dismiss the subject as an inevitable result of war. Only a few are prepared to acknowledge that they witnessed such scenes. The tiny handful prepared to speak openly, however, are totally unrepentant. "They all lifted their skirts for us and lay on the bed," said the Komsomol leader in a tank company. He even went on to boast that 2 million of our children were born in Germany. The capacity of Soviet officers and soldiers to convince themselves that most of the victims were either happy with their fate, or at least accepted that it was their turn to suffer after what the Wehrmacht had done in Russia, is remarkable. "Our fellows were so sex-starved," a Soviet major told a British journalist at the time, "that they often raped old women of 60, 70, or even 80, much to these grandmothers' surprise, if not downright delight." Drink of every variety, including dangerous chemicals seized from laboratories and workshops, was a major factor. In fact, compulsive drinking gravely damaged the fighting capacity of the Red Army. The situation became so bad that the NKVD reported back to Moscow that mass poisoning from captured alcohol is taking place in occupied German territory. It seems as if Soviet soldiers needed alcoholic courage to attack a woman. But then, all too often, they drank too much and, unable to complete the act of rape, used the bottle instead with appalling effect. A number of victims were mutilated obscenely. One can only scratch at the surface of the bewildering psychological contradictions. When gang-raped women in Königsberg begged their attackers afterwards to put them out of their misery, the Red Army men appear to have felt insulted. "Russian soldiers do not shoot women," they replied. "Only German soldiers do that." The Red Army had managed to convince itself that because it had assumed the moral mission to liberate Europe from fascism, it could behave entirely as it liked, both personally and politically. Domination and humiliation permeated most soldiers' treatment of women in East Prussia. The victims bore the brunt of revenge for the Wehrmacht's crimes during the invasion of the Soviet Union. After the initial fury dissipated, this characteristic of sadistic humiliation became noticeably less marked. By the time the Red Army reached Berlin 3 months later, its soldiers tended to regard German women more as a casual rite of conquest than a target of hate. The sense of domination certainly continued, but this was perhaps partly an indirect product of the humiliations which they themselves had suffered at the hands of their commanders and the Soviet authorities as a whole. "The extreme violence of totalitarian systems," wrote Wassily Grossman in his great novel Life and Fate, "proved able to paralyze the human spirit throughout whole continents." There were, of course, a number of other forces or influences at work. Sexual freedom was a subject for lively debate within Communist Party circles during the 1920s, but during the following decade, Stalin ensured that Soviet society depicted itself as virtually asexual. This had nothing to do with genuine Puritanism. It was because love and sex did not fit in with dogma designed to de-individualize the individual. Human urges and emotions had to be suppressed. Freud's work was banned, divorce and adultery were matters for strong party disapproval. Criminal sanctions against homosexuality were reintroduced. The new doctrine extended even to the complete suppression of sex education. In graphic art, the clothed outline of a woman's breasts was regarded as dangerously erotic. They had to be disguised under boiler suits. The regime clearly wanted any form of desire to be converted into love for the party, and above all, the great leader. Most ill-educated Red Army soldiers suffered from sexual ignorance and utterly unenlightened attitudes towards women. So the Soviet state's attempts to suppress the libido of its people created what one Russian writer described as a sort of barracks eroticism, which was far more primitive and violent than the most sordid foreign pornography. And all this was combined with the dehumanizing influence of modern propaganda and the atavistic warring impulses of men marked by fear and suffering. Just as non-German nationality failed to save women from rape, so left-wing credentials provided little protection to men. German communists who emerged from 12 years of clandestine belief to welcome their fraternal liberators usually found themselves handed over to Smersh for investigation. The smiles of joy at the arrival of the Red Army soon froze on their faces in disbelief. The twisted logic of Smersh could always turn a story, however genuine, into a conspiracy of calculated treachery. And there was always the killer question, formulated in advance in Moscow, to be posed to every prisoner or non-combatant who professed allegiance to Stalin. Why are you not with the partisans? The fact that there were no partisan groups in Germany was not regarded as a valid excuse. This pitilessly Manichaean line, drummed in during the years of war, naturally tended to compound the generic hatred of many Soviet soldiers. They asked their political officers why the German working class had not fought Hitler and never received a direct answer. It is not surprising, therefore, that when the party line changed abruptly in mid-April to say that you should not hate all Germans, only Nazis, many soldiers took little notice. The hate propaganda had fallen on receptive ears, and the degree of loathing for anything German had become truly visceral. Even the trees were enemy, said a soldier of the Third Belarusian Front. The Red Army was shocked and disbelieving when General Chernyakhovsky was killed by a stray shell outside Königsberg. His soldiers buried him in a makeshift grave. Branches were cut from trees. They were the only available substitute for the flowers thrown in on top of the coffin, according to tradition. But suddenly a young soldier jumped down into the grave, straddled the coffin, and frantically threw all the branches back out again. They came from enemy trees. They were defiling their hero's resting place. After Chernyakhovsky's death, Marshal Vasilevsky, the former chief of the General Staff, took over command of the Third Belarusian Front on Stalin's order. Vasilevsky's approach to the problem of discipline appears to have been little different from that of other senior commanders. According to one account, his chief of staff reported to him on looting and damage. "Comrade Marshal," he said, "the soldiers are not behaving themselves. They break furniture, mirrors, and dishes. What are your instructions in this connection?" Vasilevsky, perhaps the most intelligent and cultivated of all Soviet commanders, was apparently silent for a few moments. "I don't give a fuck," he said eventually. "It is now time for our soldiers to issue their own justice." The destructive urge of Soviet soldiers in East Prussia was truly alarming. It went far beyond the chopping up of furniture to make a fire. Without thinking, they torched houses which could have given them warmth and shelter for the night when all was frozen hard outside. They were also furious to find a standard of living among peasant farmers far higher than anything that they had ever imagined. This provoked outrage at the idea that Germans, who had already been living so well, should have invaded the Soviet Union to loot and destroy. Agranenko recorded in his diary what an old sapper felt about Germans. "How should one treat them, comrade captain? Just think of it. They were well off, well fed, had livestock, vegetable gardens, and apple trees, and they invaded us. They went as far as my oblast of Voronezh. For this, comrade captain, we should strangle them." He paused. "I'm sorry for the children, comrade captain, even though they are Fritz kids." The Soviet authorities, no doubt to save Stalin from blame for the disaster of 1941, had managed to inculcate a sense of collective guilt in the Soviet people that they had allowed the motherland to be invaded. There can be little doubt that the expiation of suppressed guilt increases the violence of revenge. But many motives for violence were much more straightforward. Dmitry Sheglov, a political officer with the Third Army, admitted that on seeing German larders they were disgusted by the plenty, which they found everywhere. They also hated the orderly arrangement of German domestic life. "I'd just love to smash my fist into all those neat rows of tins and bottles," he wrote. Red Army soldiers were astonished to see wirelesses in so many houses. The evidence of their eyes strongly implied that the Soviet Union was perhaps not quite the workers' and peasants' paradise they had been told. East Prussian farms produced a mixture of bewilderment, jealousy, admiration, and anger, which alarmed political officers. The fears of army political departments were confirmed by reports from NKVD postal censors, who underlined negative comments in blue and positive comments in red. The NKVD drastically increased the censorship of letters home, hoping to control the way soldiers described the style of living of ordinary Germans and the politically incorrect conclusions formed as a result. The NKVD was also horrified to find that soldiers were sending German postcards home. Some even had anti-Soviet quotations from Hitler's speeches. This at least forced political departments to provide clean writing paper. Clocks, china, mirrors and pianos were smashed in middle-class houses, which Red Army soldiers assumed were those of German barons. A woman military doctor wrote home from near Königsberg, "You cannot imagine how many valuable things have been destroyed by the Ivans, how many beautiful and comfortable houses have been burned down. At the same time, the soldiers are right. They can't take everything with them in this world or the other. And when a soldier breaks a wall-sized mirror, he somehow feels better. It's a kind of distraction, loosening the general tension of the body and the mind. In village streets there were snowstorms from eviscerated pillows and feather mattresses. Much was also bewilderingly new to soldiers brought up in the provinces of the Soviet Union, especially Uzbeks and Turkmenians from Central Asia. They were apparently bemused on discovering hollow toothpicks for the first time. "We thought they were straws for drinking wine," one soldier said to Agranenko. Others, including officers, tried to smoke looted cigars, inhaling as if they were one of their newspaper roll-ups filled with black Makolka tobacco. Objects taken as plunder were often discarded and trampled a few moments later. Nobody wanted to leave anything for a Shtabnaya Krisa, a staff rat, or especially for a Tilovaya Krisa, a rear rat, from the second echelon. Solzhenitsyn describes scenes resembling a tumultuous market, with soldiers trying on Prussian women's outsized drawers. Some fitted on so many layers of clothing under their overalls that they could hardly move, and tank crews stuffed so much plunder into their vehicles that it is amazing the turret could still traverse. The supply of artillery shells was also reduced because so many vehicles were loaded with indiscriminate loot. Officers shook their heads in despair at their men's choice of booty, such as dinner jackets, to send home in the monthly parcel. The idealistic Kopelev disapproved strongly. He regarded the specially permitted 5-kilo parcel as a direct and unmistakable incitement to plunder. Officers were allowed twice as much. For generals and Smersh officers there was scarcely a limit, but generals did not really need to stoop to looting. Their officers brought select offerings. Even Kopelev chose an elaborate hunting rifle and a set of Dura engravings for General Okorokov, his boss in the 2nd Belo-Russian Front political department. A small group of pro-Soviet German officers was taken to visit East Prussia. They were appalled by what they saw. One of them, Count von Einsiedel, vice president of the NKVD-controlled National Committee for a Free Germany, told fellow members on his return, "Russians are absolutely crazy about vodka and all alcoholic drinks. They rape women, drink themselves into unconsciousness, and set houses on fire." This was rapidly reported to Beria. Ilya Ehrenberg, the fieriest of all propagandists, was also deeply shaken on a visit, but it did not make him moderate his ferocity in print. Red Army soldiers had never been well fed during the war. Most of the time they had been permanently hungry. If it had not been for the huge shipments of American spam and wheat, many of them would have been close to starvation. They had inevitably resorted to living off the land, although it was never an official policy in the Red Army as it had been with the Wehrmacht. In Poland, they had stolen the seed corn of farmers and slaughtered for meat the few remaining animals missed by the Germans. In Lithuania, The desperate urge for sugar had led to soldiers raiding beehives. In their ranks the previous autumn, many were conspicuous with faces and hands dramatically swollen by bee stings. But the well-ordered and well-stocked farms of East Prussia offered a bounty beyond their dreams. Cows mooing in agony from swollen udders because those who milked them had fled were frequently shot down with rifles and machine guns to be turned into improvised steaks. "They ran away and left everything behind," wrote one soldier, "and now we have lots of pork, food, and sugar. We have so much food now that we won't eat just anything." Although the Soviet authorities were well aware of the terrible retribution being exacted in East Prussia, they seemed angered, in fact almost offended, to find that German civilians were fleeing. Countryside and towns were virtually depopulated. The NKVD chief of the Second Belarusian Front reported to G.F. Alexandrov, the chief ideologist on the Central Committee, that there were very few Germans left. Many settlements are completely abandoned. He gave examples of villages where half a dozen people remained, and small towns with 15 people or so, almost all over 45 years of age. The noble fury was triggering the largest panic migration in history. Between the 12th of January and mid-February 1945, almost 8.5 million Germans fled their homes in the eastern provinces of the Reich. In East Prussia, a number went to hide in the forests, especially Volkssturm men and vulnerable women, praying for the fury to pass. The vast majority, on the other hand, had started to flee just ahead of the invasion. Some left messages for their menfolk. "Dear Papa," Dmitry Sheglov found hurriedly chalked in a childish hand on one door. "We must escape to Alt-P by cart, from there on to the Reich by ship." Hardly any were to see their homes again. It was the abrupt and total destruction of a whole region, with its own marked character and culture, emphasized perhaps because it had always been at the extremity of Germany on the Slav frontier. Stalin had already planned to take the northern half with Königsberg as part of the Soviet Union. The rest would be given to a satellite Poland as partial compensation for the annexation of all of its eastern territories as Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. East Prussia itself was to be wiped from the map. Once Rokossovsky's 5th Guards tank army had cut through to the Frischeshafen, the only routes out were by sea from Pillau at the southwest tip of the Samland Peninsula, or over the ice to the Frischneerung, the long sandbar enclosing the lagoon from the Danzig end. Perhaps the most unfortunate fugitives were the ones who fled into Königsberg, which was soon cut off on the landward side. Escape from the city proved far from easy, mainly because the Nazi authorities had made no preparations for the evacuation of civilians, and it took some time before the first ships appeared at Pillau. Meanwhile, the siege of the East Prussian capital became one of the most terrible of the war. The refugees who reached the Frischneerung, the sandbar of the lagoon, the only route still open to the west, received little pity from Wehrmacht officers. They forced them off the road, insisting that it was for military use only. Trekkers had to abandon their carts and belongings and stagger through the dunes. Many never even reached the Frischneerung. On the mainland, Soviet tank columns simply crushed any refugee farm carts in the way and raked convoys with machine gun fire. When a detachment of tank troops overtook a refugee column on the 19th of January, the passengers on the carts and vehicles were butchered. Even though East Prussia contained none of the Nazis' most notorious concentration camps, an NKVD detachment checking an area of forest near the village of Kumenen found 100 civilian corpses in 3 groups in the snow. They were presumably victims of a death march. Himmler had ordered the evacuation of camps when the Red Army approached. The majority are women aged 1835, the report stated, and clad in torn clothes with numbers and a 6-pointed star on the left sleeve and on the front of their clothes. Some of them wore clogs. Mugs and spoons were fastened to their belts. Their pockets contained food, small potatoes, swede, grains of wheat, etc. A special commission of investigation formed by doctors and officers established that they were shot at close range, and all the executed women were half-starved. Significantly, they were not identified by the Soviet authorities as Jews, despite the mention of 6-pointed stars sewn on their clothing, but as citizens of the USSR, France, and Romania. The Nazis killed around 1.5 million Soviet Jews simply because they were Jewish, but Stalin did not want anything to divert attention from the suffering of the motherland. 4. The Great Winter Offensive. When German generals addressed their men in familiar tones, they called them Kinder children. This came from a Prussian sense of paternalism, which extended to the whole state. "The soldier is the child of the people," said General von Blumentritt at the end of the war, but any idea of a family tie between military and civilian society was by then wishful thinking. Anger was rising at the futile sacrifices. People were now prepared to shelter deserters. A Polish farmer, who had been in Berlin on the 24th of January, witnessed women shouting at the officers and NCOs marching a column of German soldiers through the streets. "Let our husbands come home. Make the Golden Pheasants, senior Nazis, fight instead." General staff officers in their uniforms with thick red stripes down their trousers started to attract cries of "vampire" when spotted by civilians. But this did not mean that revolution was in the air, as in 1918, the year which so obsessed the Nazis. The Swedish military attaché observed that there would be no revolt before the food ran out. This was acknowledged in a popular Berlin, saying, "The fighting will not stop until Goering fits into Goebbels's trousers." Few had any illusions about what lay ahead. The Berlin Health Department ordered hospitals to provide another 10,000 bed spaces for civilians and another 10,000 for military use as catastrophe beds. This decree was typical of Nazi bureaucracy. It made no allowance for the effects of bombing and the scarcity of resources and trained medical staff. It was one thing to provide bed spaces, but doctors and nurses were already desperately overstretched, and they simply did not have the personnel to move patients down into cellars during the nightly air raids. Meanwhile, hospital administrators were having to waste time negotiating with different Nazi Party departments to allow their staff to be excused call-up for the Volkssturm militia. The Volkssturm itself had been born the previous autumn out of Nazi ideology and petty power struggles. Hitler's suspicions that the army's leadership was both treacherous and defeatist made him determined that control of this mass militia should be kept out of its hands. Himmler, head of the Waffen-SS and commander-in-chief of the replacement army since the July plot, was an obvious candidate, but the ambitious Martin Bormann was determined that the Volkssturm should be organized locally by the Nazi Party Gauleiters, who came under him. Since almost all German males between 17 and 45 had already been called up, the Volkssturm was an amalgam of teenagers and the elderly. Goebbels, now also Reich Defense Commissar for Berlin, whipped up a propaganda campaign with slogans such as "The Führer's call is our sacred order," and "Believe, fight, win." Cinemas showed newsreels of marching men, elderly and young, shoulder to shoulder, Volkssturm detachments receiving Panzerfaust rocket-propelled grenades, then swearing the oath of allegiance to the Führer in massed ranks. The camera lingered on the faces of those listening to Goebbels' speech. There were many believers, ignorant of military reality, who were convinced by this show of determination. "All the peoples of the world have hatched a plot against us, but we will show them what we are capable of," a wife wrote to her soldier husband. "Yesterday there took place here the swearing of the oath for everyone from the district. You should have seen it. I will never forget the impression of strength and pride. We don't yet know when they will be sent into battle." The morale of soldiers at the front was not, however, raised by all this. Many were appalled to hear in letters from home that their father, in some cases grandfather or young brother, was being drilled and given weapon training every Sunday. In fact, most Germans, with their innate respect for professional specialization, were deeply skeptical. The people were predominantly of the opinion, General Hans Kissel later told his captors, that if the Wehrmacht was unable to cope with the situation, then the Volkssturm would not be able to do so either. Most members of the Volkssturm guessed that they were to be thrown senselessly into battle for symbolic purposes and had no hope of making any impression on the Soviet onslaught. Some 40 Volkssturm battalions raised in Silesia were allocated to defend their eastern and northeastern frontiers. A few concrete emplacements were built, but since they had almost no anti-tank weapons, Soviet tank forces went straight through them. In the industrial areas of Upper Silesia, the center of gold indicated by Stalin, German company directors became increasingly anxious. They feared a revolt among the 300,000 foreign workers, mainly Poles and forced labor from the Soviet Union, and insisted on security measures against enemy alien workers before the Red Army's advance encouraged them to rise in revolt. But Marshal Konev's tanks were even closer than they thought. The Soviet advances also prompted the evacuation of prisoner-of-war camps, as well as concentration camps. Guards and prisoners trudged through bleak, snow-covered landscapes without any idea of direction or purpose. Late one afternoon, a column of British prisoners of war passed a large group of Soviet prisoners with rags wrapped around their bare feet. Their white, starved faces, wrote Robert Key, contrasted horribly with the black, unshaven growth of beard which covered them. Only their eyes shone out as something human, distressed and furtive, but human all the same, flashing out a last desperate SOS from the person trapped inside. The British took what they had in their pockets, whether soap or cigarettes, and threw it across. One of the packets of cigarettes fell short. As a Russian prisoner bent to pick it up, a Volkssturm guard ran up to stamp on his outstretched fingers. He then kicked the man and began to strike him with his rifle butt. This provoked a wild roar of rage from the British column. The guard stopped beating the Russian and looked up astonished. He had obviously become so hardened to brutality that it no longer occurred to him that human beings had any right to protest. He then began to bellow and wave his gun threateningly, but they roared and jeered all the more. Their own guards came pounding up to restore order and push the Volkssturm man back towards his own prisoners. "My God," said one of Key's companions, "I'll forgive the Russians absolutely anything they do to this country when they arrive. Absolutely anything." With Goering utterly discredited, the main struggle for power within the Nazi leadership was principally between Bormann and Himmler. The July plot had greatly increased Himmler's power. He was in charge of the only organizations, the Waffen-SS and the Gestapo, which could control the army. With Hitler's physical and mental state gravely shaken by the same event, he was in a strong position to succeed as Führer. But whether he had the qualities to place Stalin to Hitler's Lenin, as some feared, was a different matter. Himmler hardly looked the part. His chief physical characteristics were a receding chin, heavy jowls, and eyes which appeared not so much bespectacled as glazed in. For so cold a man, so alien to any sort of humanity, the Reichsführer SS could be astonishingly naive and complacent. Himmler, certain that he was next in line to the throne, gravely underestimated Martin Bormann, the bull-necked and round-faced secretary who had schemed his way into Hitler's confidence and now controlled access to him. Bormann secretly despised Himmler and referred to him sarcastically as Uncle Heinrich. Bormann had long suspected that Himmler, the improbable creator of the Waffen-SS, secretly longed to be a military commander in his own right. Offering the means to satisfy this fantasy was a good way of getting him out of Berlin and away from the center of power. In early December, almost certainly on Bormann's suggestion, Hitler appointed Himmler commander-in-chief of a small army group on the Upper Rhine. The Reichsführer SS refused to acknowledge that Field Marshal von Rundstedt, the commander-in-chief West, was his superior. But buried in southwest Germany in the Black Forest, Himmler did not realize that he was rapidly losing power back in Berlin. Kaltenbrunner, the head of the Reich Security Head Office, whom he himself had raised up after Heydrich's assassination in Prague, had been won over by Bormann, who gave him direct access to Hitler to receive his instructions in person. Himmler also did not realize that his liaison officer at Führer headquarters, SS Gruppenführer Hermann Fegelein, had also secretly joined Bormann's camp. While Nazi leaders were scheming among themselves, the Vistula front had completely collapsed, as Guderian had predicted. The Soviet tank brigades did not stop at dusk. They pushed on through the hours of darkness, one commander explained, because they were less vulnerable in the dark, and our tanks are terrifying at night. Soviet point units were sometimes advancing by 60 to 70 kilometers a day. A German general, claimed Colonel Gusakowski, having checked enemy positions on the map, would take his trousers off and go to bed peacefully. We would hit this general at midnight. Even allowing for a degree of boastful exaggeration, there can be no doubt that the momentum of the Soviet advance upset the German staff system. Reports on enemy positions at last light, passed back up the chain of command, reached Army Group headquarters at 8 a.m., then OKH had to prepare its digest and situation map in time for Hitler's noontime conference. This might go on for some time. Freitag von Loringhoven, Guderian's military assistant, remembered one which lasted for 7 hours. So orders issued on the basis of Hitler's instructions did not reach frontline units until 24 hours after their reports on the situation. In this theatre of power politics, outsiders' contributions to operational discussions were seldom constructive. They were usually self-serving, especially if there was a chance to score a point over a rival at court. Goering now seemed devoid of Machiavellian finesse. He had no idea of military strategy, yet would hold forth at length, his vast bulk bent across the map table, rendering it invisible to everyone else. Then, having made a fool of himself, he would retire to a chair nearby. An astonishingly long-suffering Hitler did not reprimand him when he went to sleep in full view of everyone present. On one occasion, Freitag von Loringhoven observed Goering fall asleep in a chair. The spare map folded over his face made him look like a pre-war commercial traveller snoozing on a train. Soviet tank drivers were so exhausted that they too frequently fell asleep, but a T-34 or Stalin tank could clearly withstand rather more than an ordinary vehicle if it blundered into something. The padded leather or canvas tank helmets were certainly needed inside the lurching steel monsters. The crews were kept going to a large degree by the exhilaration of pursuit. The sight of German equipment abandoned brought fierce pleasure. He's not going to be allowed a chance to rest, they swore. They revelled above all in the surprise they were achieving in the German rear. At the slightest sign of determined resistance, Soviet commanders brought up their heavy artillery. Vasily Grossman observed disciplined German prisoners marching themselves to the rear, some still shell-shocked from the massive artillery bombardments. One of them straightens his jacket and salutes every time a car passes, he jotted in his notebook. Zhukov's armies continued their virtually unopposed thrust northwestwards during the third week of January. The 2nd Guards Tank Army and the 5th Shock Army continued their partnership on the right, while the 1st Guards Tank Army and the 8th Guards Army cooperated closely on the left. Even the 1st Belarusian Front headquarters could not keep up with their progress, sometimes issuing orders for objectives which had already been seized. When General Vasily Chuikov's 8th Guards Army sighted the industrial city of Lodz on the 18th of January, 5 days ahead of schedule, he decided to attack without consulting front headquarters. But as his rifle divisions deployed for their attack in the morning, they were very nearly bombed by Red Army aviation. The city was in their hands by evening. German soldiers lying dead in the streets had in many cases been killed by Polish patriots carrying out their merciless but just executions. On the 24th of January, Chuikov, considered the best general for city fighting as a result of his Stalingrad experience, received orders to seize Poznan, Posen. On receiving the signal, he wondered whether Zhukov's headquarters knew anything about this massive fortress. Konev's first Ukrainian front to the south had a much shorter advance to the frontier of the Reich. First of all, they managed to surprise the Germans in Krakow and liberate the city undamaged. But the rapidity of the advance produced unexpected complications as well. Zhukov and Konev's armies had overtaken tens of thousands of German troops, many of whom had evaded capture and were desperately trying to make their way westwards, hiding up by day in forests. Some of them ambushed passing Red Army men just to seize their bread bags. Meshik, the NKVD chief with Konev's first Ukrainian front, informed Beria that his rifle regiments in charge of rear security were finding themselves in firefights with groups of stragglers up to 200 strong. Large columns of mainly motorized formations also withdrew towards the Reich, trying to find a way through the mass of Soviet armies. They were known as roving cauldrons, fighting their way or slipping from one encirclement to another, cannibalizing vehicles to keep going and ruthlessly destroying guns and equipment which could no longer be used. The strongest and best known of these was based on General Nering's Panzer Corps. They absorbed stragglers and units and destroyed vehicles which broke down or ran out of fuel. They even sacrificed 2 tanks to prop up a bridge over which the lighter vehicles rushed before it collapsed. Nering, helped by the unwitting choice of a route which ran roughly along the boundary between Zhukov's armies and Konev's, managed to avoid major engagements. In a brief radio message, Nering heard that General von Sauken's Grossdeutschland Corps would try to link up with them. This they managed to do in heavy fog on the 21st of January. The combined group then withdrew to eventual safety beyond the Oder on the 27th of January. On the same day as Nering crossed the Oder, the barely believable criminality of the Nazi regime was revealed 200 kilometers to the southeast. Konev's 60th Army discovered the network of camps round Auschwitz. Reconnaissance troops from the 107th Rifle Division, some on horseback with submachine guns slung across their backs, emerged from snow-laden forests to discover the grimmest symbol of modern history. Soviet officers, on realizing what they had found, called forward all available medical teams to care for the 3,000 sick prisoners, many too close to death to save. They had been too weak to walk when the SS began to evacuate the camps 9 days before. Soviet officers started to question some of the inmates. Adam Kurylowicz, the ex-chairman of the Polish Railway Workers' Union, who had been in the camp since June 1941, told them how the first tests of the newly built gas chambers had been carried out on the 15th of September 1941 with 80 Red Army and 600 Polish prisoners. Professor Mansfeld, a Hungarian scientist, told them of the medical experiments, including injections of carbolic acid, a method used to kill 140 Polish boys. The Red Army authorities estimated that more than 4 million people were killed, although this was later shown to be a considerable overestimate. An army photographer was summoned to take pictures of the Arbeit macht frei gateway covered in snow, dead children with swollen bellies, bundles of human hair, open-mouthed corpses, and numbers tattooed on the arms of living skeletons. These were all sent back to Alexandrov, the chief of Red Army propaganda in Moscow. But apart from a report published on the 9th of February in the Red Army newspaper Stalinskoye Znamya, Stalin's banner, the Soviet Union suppressed all news of Auschwitz until the 8th of May, when the war had finished. A Soviet officer also discovered an order from Himmler agreeing to delay the execution of those Russian prisoners sent to the camps who are physically fit enough for stone breaking. That winter, Russian prisoners, many dressed in army shirts or just underwear and without any hats, were driven out with sticks and whips in temperatures of -35°C. The very few who returned alive suffered from extreme frostbite. They could not have survived without medical help, of which there was none. The fact that the Wehrmacht had been handing over prisoners of war, their responsibility, to the SS for extermination, could only harden the hearts of the avenging Red Army even more. They even discovered from a German staff interpreter that in at least one camp for Red Army soldiers, all prisoners on arrival were ordered to undress. Those declared Jews were shot on the spot. Once again, the Soviet authorities were interested only in crimes against Soviet citizens and soldiers. For Red Army soldiers, however, the evidence before their eyes sent a clear message. They would take no prisoners. If those January days were disastrous for the Wehrmacht, they were far more terrible for the several million civilians who had fled their homes in East Prussia, Silesia, and Pomerania. Farming families who for centuries had survived the harshest of winters now realized with horror how vulnerable they were. They faced merciless weather, with homesteads burned and food stocks looted or destroyed in the retreat. Few acknowledged, however, that this had recently been the fate of Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian peasants at the hands of their own brothers, sons, and fathers. The treks from the regions along the Baltic coast, East and West Prussia, and Pomerania headed for the Oder and Berlin. Those from further south Silesia and the Wartheland aimed for the Neisse, south of Berlin. The vast majority of the refugees were women and children, since almost all the remaining men had been drafted into the Volkssturm. The variety of transport ranged from handcarts and prams for those on foot to every sort of farm cart, pony trap, and even the odd landau, exhumed from the stables of some Schloss. There were hardly any motor vehicles because the Wehrmacht and the Nazi Party had requisitioned them already, as well as all fuel. Progress was pitifully slow, and not just because of the snow and ice. Columns kept halting because carts were overloaded and axles broke. Hay carts, filled with household objects, hams, kegs, and jars of food, were turned into covered wagons with a crude superstructure and carpets draped over the outside. Mattresses inside provided some relief to heavily pregnant women and nursing mothers. On icy surfaces, undernourished horses found it hard work. Some carts were hauled by oxen whose unshod hooves were worn raw by the roads, leaving bloodstains in the snow. And when an animal died, as was all too often the case, there was seldom time to butcher it for food. Fear of the enemy drove the refugees on. At night, the columns were directed into wayside villages, where they were often allowed to camp in the barns and stables of manor houses. The owners would welcome in fellow aristocrats fleeing from East Prussia as if they were extra guests arriving for a shooting party. Near Stolp in East Pomerania, Baron Jesko von Puttkamer slaughtered a pig to help feed hungry refugees on a trek. A short-legged, pot-bellied local Nazi official turned up to warn him that slaughtering an animal without permission was a serious offence. The Baron bellowed at him to get off his property, otherwise he would slaughter him too. Those who had escaped from East Prussia in trains were no better off. On the 20th of January, a freight train overloaded with people pulled slowly into the station in Stolp. Huddled shapes, rigid with cold, barely able to stand up anymore and climb out. Thin clothing, mostly in tatters. A few blankets over bowed shoulders. Grey, hollow faces. Nobody spoke. Stiff little bundles were removed from the cars and laid on the platform. They were children who had frozen to death. Out of the silence came the cries of a mother who did not want to surrender what she had lost, recorded a woman witness. Horror and panic overcame me. Never had I seen such misery, and behind this sight, a terrifying and powerful vision loomed up. We were these people. This was what was in store for us. The weather was about to get much worse a week later, with temperatures at night dropping from -10°C to -30. Also, another 0.5 meter of snow fell in the last week of January, creating snowdrifts that were sometimes impassable even for tanks. Yet the panic-stricken migration increased. As Soviet forces headed for the Silesian capital of Breslau, which Hitler had designated a fortress to be defended to the last man and the last bullet, loudspeaker vans ordered civilians to leave the city as quickly as possible. Refugees were trampled to death in the rush for the trains. There was no question of evacuating the wounded or sick. They were given a grenade each to use on themselves and any Russians. Trains were not always the most certain means of transport. Journeys which usually took 3 hours in normal times, a report on the refugees noted, were taking 21 hours. Eva Braun's sister Use, who lived in Breslau, was one of those to flee by train. An official car collected her from the Schlesischer Bahnhof in Berlin on the morning of the 21st of January and brought her to the Adlon Hotel, where Eva was living. They had dinner together that evening in the library of the Reich Chancellery. Eva, who had no inkling of the scale of the disaster in the east, chatted as though her sister could return to Breslau after a short holiday. Use could not restrain herself. She described the refugees fleeing through the snow out of fear of the enemy. She was so angry, she told Eva that Hitler was dragging the whole country into an abyss. Eva was deeply shocked and furious. How could she say such things about the Führer, who had been so generous and even offered to put her up at the Berghof? She deserved to be put against a wall and shot. By the 29th of January, the Nazi authorities calculated that around 4 million people from the evacuated areas were heading for the center of the Reich. This was clearly an underestimate. The figure rose to 7 million within a fortnight and to 8.35 million by the 19th of February. At the end of January, between 40,000 and 50,000 refugees were arriving in Berlin each day, mainly by train. The capital of the Reich did not welcome its victims. The Friedrichstrasse Bahnhof has become the transit point of Germany's fate, an eyewitness wrote. Each new train that comes in unloads a mass of amorphous suffering onto the platform. In their misery, they may not have noticed the sign there which proclaimed dogs and Jews are not allowed to use the escalator. Soon energetic measures were taken by the German Red Cross to push refugees on from the Anhalter Bahnhof as quickly as possible, or to force trains to go round Berlin. The authorities were afraid of infectious diseases such as typhus and an epidemic in the capital. Other illnesses that they feared the refugees would spread were dysentery, paratyphus, diphtheria, and scarlet fever. A good example of the chaos was shown by the figures for Danzig. On the 8th of February, it was estimated that Danzig had 40,000 refugees, but should expect 400,000. 2 days later, it was decided that the figure of 400,000 had in fact already been reached. Having made no preparations for the disaster, which Hitler had refused to acknowledge, the Nazi authorities now had to be seen to be making up for lost time if they were to retain any authority. They made a great show of using Junkers 88S from the Luftwaffe to drop supplies to snowbound and starving columns, but privately complained that it was a terrible strain on their fuel reserves. Food depots were set up for refugees round Danzig, but these were soon looted by German soldiers on short rations. Yet the area in most urgent need of help was still East Prussia, where the first ship to evacuate refugees did not arrive until the 27th of January, 14 days after Cherniakovsky's attack. Other vessels with supplies of bread and condensed milk for civilians did not leave until early February. Inevitably, a proportion of the relief never got through. An aircraft with 2,000 tins of condensed milk was shot down in one of the first attempts to fly in supplies. Chernyakhovsky's and Rokossovsky's two groups of armies had forced the remnants of the three German armies defending East Prussia into pockets with their backs to the sea. Rokossovsky's left flank armies had captured the Teutonic Knights' fortress towns on the east bank of the Vistula and Marienburg on the Nogat. This forced the German Second Army back into the Vistula estuary, but it still retained the Frischneerung sandbar. And with a third of a meter of ice on the Frischeshaff lagoon, refugees could still cross by foot from the mainland and then on to Danzig. Rokossovsky's right flank, meanwhile, had to redeploy rapidly to face a German attempt to break out to the west. Hitler was obsessed with the idea of holding on to the defense line of the Masurian lakes. He became incandescent with rage when he heard that General Hossbach, the Fourth Army commander, had abandoned its cornerstone, the fortress of Lotzen, on the 24th of January. Even Guderian was shaken by the news, but both Hossbach and his superior, General Reinhardt, were determined to break Rokossovsky's encirclement and avoid another Stalingrad. Their attack, a battering ram to allow civilians to escape too, began on the clear, freezing night of the 26th of January. The sudden offensive smashed the Soviet 48th Army and almost reached Elbing, which the German Second Army had managed to hold after the first tank skirmish in its streets. But within 3 days of fighting in fierce cold and deep snow, Rokossovsky's armies had fought back the thrust. Hitler sacked both Reinhardt and Hossbach, whose divisions were now forced backwards into what became known as the Heiligenbeil Kessel, or cauldron, an awkward quadrilateral with its back to the Frischeshaff. Over 600,000 civilians were also trapped in it. The Third Belarusian Front had meanwhile surrounded Königsberg entirely on the landward side. The city's large garrison from the Third Panzer Army was thus cut off from the Samland Peninsula, which led to the small Baltic port of Pilau at the mouth of the lagoon. Close to 200,000 civilians were also trapped in the city with little to eat. This policy forced over 2,000 women and children a day to undertake the hazardous journey on foot over the ice to an already desperately overcrowded Pilau. Hundreds even walked out into the snow towards the Soviet troops to beg for food and throw themselves on their dubious mercy. The first steamer from Pilau, taking 1,800 civilians and 1,200 wounded, did not reach safety until the 29th of January. Gauleiter Koch, having condemned Generals Reinhardt and Hossbach for attempting to break out of East Prussia, and having ordered the defenders of Königsberg to fight to the last man, fled his own capital. After a visit to Berlin, he then returned to the far safer Pilau, where he made a great show of organizing the marine evacuation using Kriegsmarine radio communications, before once more getting away himself. Pilau could not handle very large ships, so the chief seaport for evacuations from the Baltic coast was Gdynia, or Gotenhafen, just north of Danzig. Grand Admiral Dönitz gave the order only on the 21st of January for Operation Hannibal, a mass evacuation of refugees using 4 large ships. On the 30th of January, Germany's largest strength-through-joy sea cruise liner, the Wilhelm Gustloff, which had been designed to take 2,000 passengers, left with between 6,600 and 9,000 people aboard. That night, escorted by a single motor torpedo boat, it was stalked by a Soviet submarine of the Baltic Fleet. Captain A.I. Marinesco fired 3 torpedoes. All hit their target. Exhausted refugees, shaken from their sleep, panicked. There was a desperate rush to reach the lifeboats. Many were cut off below as the icy sea rushed in. The air temperature outside was -18 Celsius. The lifeboats which had been launched were upset by desperate refugees leaping from the ship's side. The ship sank in less than an hour. Between 5,300 and 7,400 people lost their lives. The 1,300 survivors were rescued by vessels led by the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, It was the greatest maritime disaster in history. Russian historians, even today, still stick to the official Soviet line and claim that the ship carried over 6,000 Hitlerites on board, of which 3,700 were submariners. The main interest in Russia seems to be not in the fate of the victims, but in that of the triumphant submarine commander A.I. Marinesco. The recommendation to make him a hero of the Soviet Union was refused by the NKVD because he had had an affair with a foreign citizen, a crime for which he narrowly escaped a tribunal and an automatic sentence to the Gulag. Only in 1990, on the eve of the 45th anniversary of the victory, was he finally and posthumously made a hero of the Soviet Union. One of the side effects of the mass migration was a fuel and transport crisis in Germany. Coal supplies had been interrupted by the need for wagons to bring refugees through Pomerania. In some places, bakers were unable to bake their bread. The general situation was now so desperate that, in order to save the Reich, full priority on goods trains was taken back from refugees and returned to the Wehrmacht and fuel distribution. This decision was made on the 30th of January, the 12th anniversary of the Nazi Party's arrival in power. Some generals regarded civilian refugees, not with pity, as the chief victims of Soviet revenge for the Wehrmacht's invasion, but simply as a severe nuisance. One of Hitler's most favoured commanders, General Schörner, had given orders that a 30-kilometre zone on the east bank of the Upper Oder should be reserved for military operations. He also complained loudly that refugees were hindering military activity and requested an order from Field Marshal Keitel that evacuations must now cease. This presumably meant that he was prepared to take punitive measures against civilians fleeing from the Red Army. National Socialist authorities at times treated German refugees almost as badly as concentration camp prisoners. Local administrators, the Kreisleiters, evaded responsibility for them, especially if they were sick. 3 goods trains took refugees crammed in open wagons to Schleswig-Holstein. One train alone carried 3,500 people, mainly women and children. These people were in a dreadful state, a report stated. They were riddled with lice and had many diseases such as scabies. After the long journey, there were still many dead lying in the wagons. Often the contents of the trains were not offloaded at their destination, but sent on to another gau. Apart from that, everything is in order in Schleswig-Holstein. Hitler himself decided that it would be a good idea to fill the protectorate of occupied Czechoslovakia with German refugees. He is of the opinion, explained an official, that if the Czechs see the misery, they will not be tilted into a resistance movement. This turned out to be yet another miscalculation of intention and effect. A report came back less than 3 weeks later, warning that the Czechs, on seeing this proof of German defeat, were wasting no time in preparing their own administration, to be led by Beneš. The crisis of National Socialism did not fail to affect the army. Hitler convinced himself that all would be well if a sufficiently ruthless and ideological military leader were appointed to defend the Reich in the east. General Guderian could scarcely believe his ears when Hitler decided on the 24th of January that Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, was to command the new army group Vistula between East Prussia and the remnants of Reinhardt's shattered army group in Silesia. Hitler's decision was also no doubt influenced by his threat to Guderian of a few days before to smash the general staff system and revenge himself on a group of intellectuals who presumed to press their views on their superiors. That afternoon, Colonel Hans-Georg Eismann of the General Staff received orders to proceed to Schneidermühl. He was to be the chief operations officer at the headquarters of Army Group Vistula. Eismann had never heard of such an army group, The general in charge of staff officer postings explained to him that it had just been constituted. Eismann heard with just as much astonishment as Guderian that Himmler was to be its commander-in-chief. Eismann had no choice but to set off eastwards that evening by Kubelwagen, the hefty German equivalent of the jeep. As they drove through the freezing night out along Reichsstrasse 1, the whole extent of the chaos and misery became clear to him. Along all roads could be seen endless convoys of refugees from the east. Most gave an impression of exhausted aimlessness. Eismann hoped to be able to form a clearer picture of the situation once he reached his destination, but, as he soon found, Army Group Vistula headquarters was unlike any other. In Schneidermuhl he asked a military traffic controller the way, but evidently its location was a closely guarded secret. He fortunately spotted Major von Hase, whom he knew, and finally received directions. The headquarters was established aboard Himmler's special train, the Sonderzug Steiermark, a sleek black line of sleeping cars with anti-aircraft wagons attached. Armed SS sentries stood along the platform at regular intervals. In a very elegant dining car, Eismann found a young Untersturmführer, who took him down the train to meet the Reichsführer SS and Commander-in-Chief. Himmler was seated at a writing table in his saloon. When he stood up to welcome his visitor with a handshake, Eismann found that his hand was soft like a woman's. Eismann, who had seen him only in pictures or at a distance, studied him carefully. The bespectacled Reichsführer SS was wearing not his usual black SS uniform, but field grey, presumably to emphasize his military role. He was slightly flabby, with an upper body that was too long. His receding chin and narrowed eyes gave him a slightly Mongolian look. He led Eismann over to a larger table to study the operations map. Eismann saw that it was at least 24 hours out of date. "What have we got to close this gap and establish a new front?" Eismann asked. He was not new to crises exacerbated if not created by Führer headquarters. In December 1942, he had been the officer flown into the Stalingrad encirclement on Field Marshal von Manstein's orders to discuss the situation with General Paulus. Himmler answered with all the thoughtless clichés of his master: immediate counterattack, smash in their flank, and so on. His replies were devoid of any basic military knowledge. Eismann had the impression that a blind man was speaking about colour. He then asked what battle-worthy formations they had at their disposal. Himmler had no idea. He seemed unaware of the fact that the Ninth Army virtually existed in name only. Only one thing was clear. The Reichsführer SS did not appreciate direct questions in general staff style. Army Group Vistula headquarters, it turned out, not only lacked trained staff officers, it also had no supply or transport organization and no signals detachment. The sole means of communication was the Chief of Staff's telephone. And apart from the road map which Eismann had brought on his journey from Berlin, the headquarters possessed no more than one map. Even those general staff officers who had experienced earlier disasters still found it hard to fathom the degree of incompetence and irresponsibility of Hitler's Camarilla. Himmler, still determined on a counterattack, wanted to throw together odd regiments and battalions. Eismann suggested a divisional commander, who at least had a staff of communications, to organize it. But Himmler insisted on a corps commander to make it sound impressive. He chose Obergruppenführer Demmelhuber. Army officers had given Demmelhuber the nickname of Tosca after a well-known scent of that name which he was suspected of using. A makeshift corps staff was assembled, and the following day, Demmelhuber took over. Demmelhuber, who had more experience than Himmler, was not overjoyed at the task given him. The operation, if it deserved such a name, proved a complete failure, and he became one of the very few Waffen-SS generals to be dismissed. This perhaps provoked jokes among opera lovers on the army general staff that Tosca may have been pushed out, but at least he had not had to jump. Another Waffen-SS officer, arrived to take over as Chief of Staff of the army group. This was Brigadeführer Lammerding, a former commander of the SS Das Reich Panzer Division. Although a respected commander, he had little staff experience and no taste for compromise. Meanwhile, the Soviet advance on Schneidermühl forced Army Group Vistula headquarters to withdraw northwards to Falkenberg. Schneidermühl, designated a fortress by Hitler along with Poznan, was left to its fate, with 8 battalions of Volkssturm, a few engineers, and some fortress artillery. Hitler's dogma, where the German soldier has once stood, he will never retreat, remained the watchword. A Pomeranian Volkssturm battalion on its way to Schneidermühl by train from Stolp, past Himmler's Steiermark train. This so-called battalion was commanded by Baron Jesko von Puttkammer, the landowner who had threatened the pot-bellied Nazi official. He and his officers, dressed in their uniforms from the First World War, had brought their old service pistols. Their men, mostly farmers and shopkeepers, had no weapons at all, only Volkssturm armbands. They were supposed to receive weapons in Schneidermühl. Suddenly the train came under fire from Soviet tanks. The driver managed to stop and then reverse with remarkable promptness. Once they were well away from danger, Puttkammer ordered his men out of the train. He then marched them back to Stolp through the knee-deep snow, with the strongest placed at the front to trample a route for the rest. He refused to allow them to be killed for nothing. On their return, the townspeople greeted him as a hero in the Stephansplatz outside the town hall. But Baron von Puttkammer retired to his house, sick at heart, and put away the old uniform, which had become dishonoured under these Hitlers and Himmlers. 5. The charge to the Oder. By the 4th week in January, Berlin appeared to be in a state of hysteria and disintegration. There were 2 air raid warnings a night, one at 8 and the next at 11. Refugees from the Eastern Territories passed on terrible accounts of the fate of those caught by the Red Army. Hungary, Germany's last ally in the Balkans, was now siding openly with the Soviet Union, and rumours of the rapid advance of Soviet tank armies led to predictions that the whole Eastern Front was disintegrating. Ordinary soldiers hoped that the enemy would shoot only officers and the SS, and workers and minor officials tried to convince themselves that the Russians would do them no harm. The most accurate news of the situation on the Eastern Front filtered back through railway workers. They often knew how far the enemy had advanced before the General Staff. More and more Germans took the risk of listening to the BBC to find out what was really happening. If denounced to the Gestapo by a neighbour, they faced a spell in a concentration camp. Yet many Hitler and Goebbels loyalists still passionately believed every word of the news according to the Promi, the propaganda ministerium. Public transport was still repaired and people continued their struggle to work each day through the ruins. But more and more arranged to sleep in apartments closer to their work. A sleeping bag had become one of the most essential items of equipment. Camp beds were also needed for relatives and friends fleeing from the east or who had been bombed out in Berlin. The well-connected discussed different ways to escape the capital. Rumours of landowners shot out of hand by Soviet troops in East Prussia convinced them that the upper classes as a whole would be targets. Soviet propaganda was aimed almost as much at the eradication of Junker militarism as at National Socialism. Those attempting to get out had to be careful, because Goebbels had declared that leaving Berlin without permission was tantamount to desertion. First of all, they needed a travel permit, which could be obtained only with some story of essential work outside the capital. Many of those who really did have an official trip to make away from Berlin received murmured advice from envious colleagues. Don't come back, stay there. Almost everyone dreamed of seeking sanctuary in a quiet corner of the countryside where farms still had food. Some even investigated the possibility of purchasing false passports, and foreign diplomats suddenly found themselves extremely popular. Members of ministries were fortunate. They were evacuated to the south over the next few weeks. Most menacing of all was the wave of executions carried out by the SS on Himmler's orders. On the 23rd of January, with the Red Army now breaching the old frontiers of the Reich, several members of the German resistance linked to the July plot were put to death in Plotzense prison. The victims included Count Helmut James von Moltke, Eugen Bolz, and Erwin Planck, the son of the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Max Planck. Goebbels' new slogan, "We shall win because we must win," provoked contempt and despair among non-Nazis, but the majority of Germans did not yet think to question it. Even though only fanatics now believed in final victory, most still held on because they could not imagine anything else. The strategy of Goebbels' relentless propaganda ever since the war in the East turned against Germany had been to undermine any notion of choice or alternative. Goebbels, as both Reich Kommissar for the defense of Berlin and Minister for Propaganda, appeared in his element as chief advocate of total warfare, visiting troops, making speeches, reviewing Volkssturm parades and haranguing them. The population at large saw nothing of Hitler. He had disappeared from the newsreels, and they heard only Hitler's very last broadcast on the 30th of January, marking 12 years of Nazi government. His voice had lost all its strength and sounded completely different. It was hardly surprising that so many rumors circulated about his death or confinement. The public was not told whether he was at Berchtesgaden or in Berlin, and while Goebbels visited the victims of bombing, gaining considerable popularity as a result, Hitler refused even to look at his severely damaged capital. The Führer's invisibility was due partly to his own withdrawal from public life, and partly to the difficulty of concealing the dramatic changes in his appearance. Staff officers visiting the Reich Chancellery bunker, who had not seen him since before the 20th of July bomb explosion, were shaken. "He was sometimes hunched over so much," said Guderian's aide, Major Freitag von Loringhoven, "that he almost had a hump. The once glittering eyes were dull. The pale skin now had a grey tinge. He dragged his left leg behind him on entering the conference room, and his handshake was limp. Hitler often held his left hand with his right in an attempt to conceal its trembling. Still just short of his 56th birthday, the Führer had the air and appearance of a senile old man. He had also lost his astonishing grasp of detail and statistics, with which he used to batter doubters into submission. And he no longer received any pleasure from playing followers off against each other. Now he saw treason all around him. Officers of the General Staff were all too aware of the anti-army atmosphere when they visited the Reich Chancellery bunker each day from Zossen. Guderian's arrival in his large staff Mercedes was greeted by SS sentries presenting arms, but once inside, he and his aides had to offer up their briefcases to be searched. Their pistols were taken from them, and they had to stand, while SS guards examined the line of their uniform with a practiced eye, searching for suspicious bulges. Army officers also had to remind themselves before entering the Reich Chancellery that saluting in the traditional manner had now been banned. All members of the Wehrmacht had to use the German greeting, as the Nazi salute was known. Many found themselves raising their hand to the cap, then suddenly having to shoot the whole arm outwards. Freitag von Loringhoven, for example, was not in the most comfortable of positions in such surroundings. His predecessor had been hanged as part of the July plot, and his cousin Colonel Baron Freitag von Loringhoven, another conspirator, had committed suicide. The Reich Chancellery was almost bare. Paintings, tapestries and furniture had been removed. There were huge cracks in the ceilings, smashed windows were boarded up, and plywood partitions concealed the worst of the bomb damage. Not long before, in one of the huge marble corridors leading to the Situation Room, Freitag had been surprised to see two expensively dressed young women with permed hair. Such elegant frivolity seemed so out of place in the surroundings that he had turned to his companion, Keitel's adjutant, to ask who they were. That was Eva Braun. "Who's Eva Braun?" he asked. "She's the Führer's mistress." Keitel's adjutant smiled at his amazement. "And that was her sister, who's married to Fegelein." The Wehrmacht officers attached to the Reich Chancellery had remained completely discreet. Hardly anyone outside had ever heard of her, even those who visited the place regularly from the Army High Command headquarters at Zossen. Freytag certainly knew Fegelein, Himmler's liaison officer. He thought him a dreadful vulgarian with a terrible Munich accent, an arrogant air and bad manners. Fegelein used to interrupt generals in mid-conversation, trying to involve himself in everything. But despite his intense dislike, Freytag summoned up his courage to ask a favour. A friend of his had been one of the many arrested in the wake of the July plot and was still held in the cellars of Gestapo headquarters. He told Fegelein that he was virtually certain that his friend had had nothing to do with the conspiracy, and asked if he could at least find out what charges were being laid against him. To his surprise, Fegelein agreed to look into it, and his friend was released shortly afterwards. Fegelein, an SS cavalry commander who had won the Knight's Cross fighting partisans in Yugoslavia, was enamored of his own rather louche good looks. He clearly enjoyed using his massive influence, which came partly from his position as Himmler's representative and partly from his proximity to the Führer. He had become very close to Eva Braun, with whom he danced and rode. Some suspected an affair between them, but this was unlikely. She was genuinely devoted to Hitler, while he was probably too ambitious to risk a dalliance with the Führer's mistress. On the 3rd of June 1944, on the eve of the Allied invasion, Hitler had been chief witness at Fegelein's marriage to Eva's youngest sister, Gretel. It was the closest anyone could get to a dynastic marriage under National Socialism. Hitler's ostensibly military court managed to be both superficially austere and profoundly corrupt at the same time, a contradiction which the rhetoric of self-sacrifice failed to conceal. Incompetence and chaos between competing warlords and party functionaries were cloaked by a false unity of loyalty to their ideological godhead. The mentality of such an assembly, despite all its military uniforms, saluting, and twice-daily situation conferences, could not have been further from the reality of the front, and while Hitler's health visibly deteriorated, intrigues and jockeying for position increased as the Reich crumbled. Goering, Goebbels, Himmler and Bormann all visualized themselves as the Führer's successor. Perhaps the true measure of the fantasy of Nazi leaders was the very notion that the world might accept any form of succession within the Third Reich, assuming that it had any territory left. At the end of the third week in January, Marshal Konev's First Ukrainian Front surged into Silesia after the capture of Krakow and Radom. Konev, to preserve the mines and factories of Upper Silesia, as Stalin had instructed, decided to commence a semi-encirclement of the industrial and mining region from Katowice to Ratibor, while leaving a route of escape for the German forces left in the area. The Third Guards tank army had been heading for Breslau, but on Konev's order, wheeled hard left on the march and came back up along the eastern bank of the Oder towards Oppeln. As if organizing a great shoot, Konev brought up the 21st, 59th and 60th armies to flush the Germans out. On the night of the 27th of January, the German divisions of the 17th Army pulled out and fled for the Oder. General Rybalko's Third Guards tank army then acted as the guns, catching large numbers of them in the snow-covered landscape. Rybalko's tanks were camouflaged, rather improbably, with white tulle from a large supply captured in a Silesian textile factory supposedly devoted to total war. Stalin's gold was secured intact over the next 2 days. It was a disaster for Germany, as Guderian had warned. Speer's forecasts for armaments production, presented to the corps commanders at Krampnitz only 2 weeks before, lay in ruins. He recognized this himself, predicting that Germany could now hold out for a matter of weeks at best. The loss of the mines as well as the steelworks and factories was probably a greater blow for German production than all the Allied bombing of the Ruhr industrial region over the last 2 years. Perhaps the most surprising part of the operation was the fact that the German withdrawal was authorized by Führer headquarters. Hitler had sacked General Harp and replaced him with his favorite commander, General Schörner, a convinced Nazi whose motto was "strength through fear." Schörner was only satisfied when his soldiers were more afraid of his punishment than they were of the enemy. The 17th Army managed to withdraw, but relatively few women and children escaped from Upper Silesia. Many, especially the old, stayed out of choice. Sometimes widows refused to leave the grave of a husband, while others could not face leaving farms which had been in their family for generations. They sensed that if they left, they would never return. A Swedish woman who managed to make her way through Soviet lines in a farm cart told the Swedish embassy that although Soviet troops had acted in a correct manner, in some places, German propaganda stories seemed to be mostly true. She added that this did not surprise her after the way that the Germans had behaved in Russia. Soviet troops were equally ruthless whenever they suspected partisan activity. The officers of a rifle company, on finding a Russian soldier from a patrol lying dead in a village street, ordered their men to liquidate the whole population of the village. The rapidity of the First Ukrainian Front's advance created its own problems for the Soviet authorities. NKVD rifle regiments for the repression of rear areas were sometimes thrown into battle against bypassed German units. They had to reorganize rapidly, in some cases even having to refer to the Red Army instruction book. In the headlong advance, General Karpov, the commander of the NKVD Rifle Division following the fighting troops, complained on the 26th of January to Meshik, the front's NKVD chief, that their 3 regiments were clearly not sufficient for this area, which has difficult terrain and is covered with large areas of forest. They would need even more troops and vehicles to guard their lines of communications and depots when they crossed the Oder. In Konev's center, meanwhile, the 5th Guards, helped by German chaos, when faced with Rybalko's sweeping maneuver, managed to seize a bridgehead across the Oder around Olau, between Breslau and Opel. And Lelyushenko's 4th Guards tank army on the right seized another bridgehead on the west bank of the Oder around Steinau, northwest of Breslau, even though Steinau itself was fiercely defended by NCOs from a nearby training school. His tank crews appear to have made good use of their time before the Vistula offensive began. Lelyushenko had given them intensive target practice on Tiger tanks captured the previous autumn, and their gunnery, seldom a strong point in Red Army tank formations, had improved. They now began target practice on German steamers heading downstream from Breslau. The Germans, meanwhile, were rushing the 169th Infantry Division to stiffen the defences of the Silesian capital, which Führer headquarters had declared to be Fortress Breslau. Hitler, on hearing that Soviet troops had established the Steinau bridgehead, ordered General von Sauken and General Nering to counterattack immediately, even though their troops had not had a chance to recover and replenish since their hazardous escape from Poland. Whether or not German refugees from Breslau went down with the steamers sunk by Lelyushenko's tanks, the fate of women and children who had left the city on foot during the panic-stricken evacuation was terrible. All husbands not already serving in the Wehrmacht were called up for the Volkssturm to defend the city. Wives were therefore left to fend for themselves entirely. All they heard were the loudspeaker vans telling civilians to flee the city. Although frightened, the mothers who did not manage to obtain places on the overcrowded trains took the normal precautions to look after infant children, such as filling a thermos with hot milk and bundling them up as warmly as possible. They took rucksacks containing powdered milk and food for themselves. In any case, they expected after the announcements that the Nazi Party Social Welfare Organization, the NSV, would have prepared some form of help along the way. Outside Breslau, however, the women found that they were on their own. Very few motor vehicles were leaving the city, so only a lucky few received lifts. The snow was deep on the roads, and eventually most women had to abandon their prams and carry the youngest children. In the icy wind, they also found that their thermoses had cooled their own. Very few motor vehicles were leaving the city, so only a lucky few received lifts. The snow was deep on the roads, and eventually most women had to abandon their prams and carry the youngest children. In the icy wind, they also found that their thermoses had cooled. There was only one way to feed a hungry infant, but they could not find any shelter in which to breastfeed. All the houses were locked, either abandoned already or owned by people who refused to open their door to anyone. In despair, some mothers offered their baby a breast in the lee of a shed or some other windbreak, but it was no good. The child would not feed, and the mother's body temperature dropped dangerously. Some even suffered a frost-bitten breast. One young wife, in a letter to her mother explaining the death from cold of her own child, also described the fate of other mothers, some crying over a bundle which contained a baby frozen to death, others sitting in the snow, propped against a tree by the side of the road, with older children standing nearby, whimpering in fear, not knowing whether their mother was unconscious or dead. In that cold, it made little difference. Zhukov's first Belarusian front, meanwhile, had been progressing even more rapidly in its drive to the northwest. He told his 2 tank armies to avoid areas of resistance and to advance between 70 and 100 kilometers a day. Yet on the 25th of January, Stalin rang Zhukov in the afternoon to tell him to rein in. "When you reach the Oder," he said, "you'll be more than 150 kilometers from the flank of the Second Belarusian Front. You can't do this now. You must wait until Rokossovsky finishes operations in East Prussia and deploys across the Vistula." Stalin was concerned about a German counterattack on Zhukov's right flank from German troops along the Pomeranian coastline, what became known as the Baltic Balcony. Zhukov begged Stalin to let him continue. If he waited another 10 days for Rokossovsky to finish in East Prussia, that would give the Germans time to man the Meseritz fortified line. Stalin agreed with great reluctance. Zhukov's armies were crossing the region the Nazis had called the Vaterland, the area of western Poland which they had seized after their invasion in 1939. Its Gauleiter, Arthur Greiser, was an unspeakable racist, even by Nazi standards. His Warthegau province had been the scene of the most brutal evictions imaginable. Over 700,000 Poles lost everything, their possessions as well as their homes, which were handed over to Volksdeutsch settlers brought in from all over Central and Southeastern Europe. The dispossessed Poles had been dumped in the general government without shelter, food, or hope of work. The treatment of Jews had been even worse. Over 160,000 had been forced into the tiny ghetto in Lodz. Those who did not die of starvation ended up in concentration camps. Just 850 remained alive when the Soviet tanks entered the city. The Polish desire for revenge was so fierce that Serov, the chief of NKVD of the First Belarusian Front, complained to Beria that it interfered with intelligence gathering. "Troops of the First Polish Army treat Germans especially severely," he wrote. "Often captured German officers and soldiers do not reach the prisoner assembly areas. They are shot en route. For example, on the sector of the 2nd Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, 80 Germans were captured. Just 2 prisoners reached the assembly area. All the others had been executed. The 2 survivors were questioned by the regimental commander, but when he sent them to be interrogated by his intelligence officer, the pair were shot on the way." Zhukov's decision to force forward with his 2 tank armies paid off. The Germans never had a chance to organize a line of defense. On the right, the 3rd Shock Army, the 47th, the 61st, and the 1st Polish armies advanced parallel to the Vistula and headed between Bromberg and Schneidermühl to protect the exposed flank. In the middle, Bogdanov's 2nd Guards tank army pushed on, followed by Bazarin's 5th Shock Army. And on the left, Katukov's 1st Guards tank army charged ahead to Poznan. But Poznan was not like Lodz. On reaching Poznan on the 25th of January, Katukov saw that it could not be captured off the march, and pushed straight on as Zhukov had instructed. Poznan was left to Chuikov, following closely with the 8th Guards army, to sort out. He was not pleased, and it seems only to have increased his dislike for Zhukov. Gauleiter Greiser, like Koch in East Prussia, had fled his capital, having ordered everyone else to hold fast. He had refused to allow the evacuation of any civilians until the 20th of January, and as a result it seems that in many areas more than half of the population failed to get away. Vasily Grossman, who had attached himself again to Chuikov's 8th Guards army, became increasingly conscious of the German civilian secretly watching us from behind curtains. There was plenty to watch outside. The infantry is moving in a whole variety of horse-drawn vehicles, Grossman jotted in his notebook. The boys are smoking makhorka, eating and drinking and playing cards. A convoy of carts decorated with carpets passes by. The drivers are sitting on feather mattresses. Soldiers no longer eat military rations. They eat pork, turkey and chicken. Rosy and well-fed faces are to be seen for the first time. German civilians, already overtaken by our leading tank detachments, have turned round and are now moving back. They receive a good beating, and their horses are stolen from them by Poles, who take every opportunity to rob them. Grossman, like most Soviet citizens, had little idea of what had really happened in 1939 and 1940, and therefore of the reasons why Poles hated the Germans as much as they did. Stalin's secret treaty with Hitler, dividing the country between them, had been veiled by a news blackout in the Soviet Union. Grossman did not hide unpalatable truths from himself, however, even if he could never publish them. There were 250 of our girls whom the Germans had brought from the oblasts of Voroshilовgrad, Kharkov and Kiev. The chief of the army political department said that these girls had been left almost without clothes. They were covered in lice and their bellies swollen from hunger. But a man from the army newspaper told me that these girls had been quite neat and well dressed, until our soldiers arrived and took everything from them. Grossman soon discovered how much the Red Army men took. Liberated Soviet girls quite often complain that our soldiers raped them, he noted. One girl said to me in tears, "He was an old man, older than my father." But Grossman refused to believe the worst of the true frontoviki. Frontline soldiers are advancing day and night under fire with pure and saintly hearts. The rear echelon men who follow along behind are raping, drinking and looting. The street battles in Poznan provided a foretaste of what lay ahead in Berlin. Grossman, who had spent so much time in Stalingrad during the battle, was interested to see what Chuikov, who had coined the phrase the Stalingrad Academy of Street Fighting, was going to do. The main principle in Stalingrad, Grossman observed, was that we upset the balance between the power of machinery and the vulnerability of infantry. But now academician Chuikov is forced by circumstances into the same sort of situation as at Stalingrad, only with roles reversed. He is attacking the Germans violently in the streets of Poznan, using huge mechanical power and little infantry. He spent some time with Chuikov during the battle for Poznan. Chuikov is sitting in a cold, brightly lit room on the 2nd floor of a requisitioned villa. The telephone rings constantly. Unit commanders are reporting on the street fighting in Poznan. Between calls, Chuikov was boasting how he had smashed the German defences round Warsaw. Chuikov listens to the telephone, reaches for the map and says, Sorry, I've just got to put my glasses on. The reading glasses looked strange on his tough face. He reads the report, chuckles and taps his adjutant on the nose with a pencil. When angry with an officer, Chuikov more often used his fist, and it was not a tap, according to one of his staff. He then shouts into the telephone, "If they try to break through to the west, let them out into the open, and we'll squash them like bugs. Now it's death to the Germans. They won't escape." "It really is amazing," Chuikov remarked sarcastically in one of his jibes against Zhukov. "When you consider our battle experience and our wonderful intelligence, that we failed to notice one little detail. We didn't know that there's a first-class fortress at Poznan, one of the strongest in Europe. We thought it was just a town which we could take off the march, and now we're really in for it." While Chuikov remained behind to deal with the fortress of Poznan, the rest of his army and the 1st Guards Tank Army pushed forward to the Meseritz line, east of the Oder. Their main problem was not German resistance, but their supply lines. Railroads had been smashed by the retreating Germans, but also Poland had a different gauge of track from the Soviet Union. As a result, the movement of supplies depended on trucks, mostly American Studebakers. Significantly, there has been little acknowledgement by Russian historians that if it had not been for American Lend-Lease trucks, the Red Army's advance would have taken far longer, and the Western Allies might well have reached Berlin first. Almost every Soviet soldier remembered vividly the moment of crossing the pre-1939 frontier into Germany. "We marched out of a forest," Senior Lieutenant Klochkov with the 3rd Shock Army recalled, "and we saw a board nailed to a post. On it was written, 'Here it is, the accursed Germany.' We were entering the territory of Hitler's Reich. Soldiers began looking around curiously. German villages are in many ways different from Polish villages. Most houses are built from brick and stone. They have tidily trimmed fruit trees in their little gardens. The roads are good." Klochkov, like so many of his fellow countrymen, could not understand why Germans, who were not thoughtless people, should have risked prosperous and comfortable lives to invade the Soviet Union. Further along the road to the Reich capital, Vasily Grossman accompanied part of the 8th Guards Army sent on ahead from Poznan. Its political department had erected placards by the side of the road on which was written, "Tremble with fear, fascist Germany, the day of reckoning has come." Grossman was with them when they sacked the town of Schwerin. He jotted down in pencil in a small notebook whatever he saw. Everything is on fire. An old woman jumps from a window in a burning building. Looting is going on. It's light during the night because everything is ablaze. At the town commandant's office, a German woman dressed in black and with dead lips is speaking in a weak, whispering voice. There is a girl with her who has black bruises on her neck and face, a swollen eye and terrible bruises on her hands. The girl was raped by a soldier from the headquarters signals company. He is also present. He has a full red face and looks sleepy. The commandant is questioning them all together. Grossman noted the horror in the eyes of women and girls. Terrible things are happening to German women. A cultivated German man explains with expressive gestures and broken Russian words that his wife has been raped by 10 men that day. Soviet girls who have been liberated from camps are suffering greatly too. Last night, some of them hid in the room provided for the war correspondents. Screams wake us up in the night. One of the correspondents could not restrain himself. An animated discussion takes place, and order is restored. Grossman then noted what he had evidently heard about a young mother. She was being raped continuously in a farm shed. Her relatives came to the shed and asked the soldiers to allow her a break to breastfeed the baby because it would not stop crying. All this was taking place next to a headquarters and in the full sight of officers supposedly responsible for discipline. On Tuesday, the 30th of January, the day that Hitler addressed the German people for the last time, the German army suddenly realized that the threat to Berlin was even greater than they had feared. Zhukov's leading units had not only penetrated the Meseritz defense zone with ease, they were within striking distance of the Oder. At 7:30 a.m., the headquarters of Army Group Vistula heard that the Landsberg Road was full of enemy tanks. Air reconnaissance flights were scrambled. Himmler insisted on sending a battalion of Tiger tanks all on its own by train to restore the situation. His staff's protests had no effect because the Reichsführer SS was firmly convinced that a battalion of Tigers could defeat a whole Soviet tank army. The 50-ton monsters were still fastened to their railway flat cars when they came under fire from 3 or 4 Soviet tanks. The battalion suffered heavy losses before the train managed to withdraw urgently towards Kustrin. Himmler wanted the battalion commander court-martialed until he was eventually persuaded that a Tiger tank fastened to a railway wagon was not in the best position to fight. During this time of extreme crisis, Himmler imitated Stalin's not one step back order of 1942, even if his version did not have the same ring. It was entitled Tod und Strafe für Pflichtvergessenheit, Death and Punishment for Failure to Carry Out One's Duty. It tried to end on an uplifting note. After hard trials lasting several weeks, the day will come, he claimed, when German territories will be free again. Another order forbade women on pain of severe punishment to give any food to retreating troops, and in an order of the day to Army Group Vistula, he declared, "The Lord God has never forsaken our people, and he has always helped the brave in their hour of greatest need." Both historically and theologically, this was an extremely dubious assertion. Himmler, aware that word was spreading fast of the flight of senior Nazi officials, especially Gauleiters Koch and Greiser, decided to make an example at a lower level. On the same day as his other orders, he announced the execution of the police director of Bromberg for abandoning his post. A burgomaster who had left his town without giving an evacuation order was hanged at 3 p.m. at Schwedt on the Oder a few days later. This 12th anniversary of Hitler's regime was also the 2nd anniversary of the defeat at Stalingrad. Beria was informed of a conversation picked up by microphones hidden in a prison cell between Field Marshal Paulus, General Strecker, the commander who held out for longest in the factory district, and General von Seydlitz. Captured German generals are in very bad spirits, Beria was informed. They had been horrified by Churchill's speech in the House of Commons 6 weeks earlier, supporting Stalin's proposal that Poland should be compensated with East Prussia and other areas. The German generals felt that their position in the Soviet-controlled Free Germany movement had become impossible. "The Nazis in this matter are more positive than we are," Field Marshal Paulus acknowledged, "because they are holding on to German territory, trying to preserve its integrity." Even General von Seydlitz, who had proposed the airlift of anti-Nazi German prisoners of war to start a revolution within the Reich, thought that the ripping away of German lands to create a safety barrier will not be fair. All the captured generals now realized that the anti-Nazi League of German officers had just been exploited by the Soviet Union for its own ends. "I am tormented by a terrible anxiety," said Seydlitz, "whether we have chosen the right course." The Nazi regime had labeled him the traitor Seydlitz and condemned him to death in absentia. "All Hitler thinks about," said Paulus, "is how to force the German people into new sacrifices. Never before in history has lying been such a powerful weapon in diplomacy and policy. We Germans have been cunningly deceived by a man who usurped power." "Why has God become so angry with Germany?" replied Strecker. "That he sent us Hitler? Are the German people so ignoble? Have they deserved such a punishment?" "It is 2 years since the Stalingrad catastrophe," said Paulus, "and now the whole of Germany is becoming a gigantic Stalingrad." Himmler's threats and exhortations did nothing to save the situation. That very night, Soviet rifle battalions led by Colonel Esipenko, the deputy commander of the 89th Guards Rifle Division, reached the Oder and crossed the ice during darkness. They fanned out, forming a small bridgehead just north of Kustrin. Bezarin's men from the 5th Shock Army crossed the frozen Oder early on the morning of Sunday, the 31st of January, and entered the village of Kiernitz. They had crossed the ice following the tracks of farmers who had been collecting firewood on the eastern bank. Only the baker and his assistant were awake. The Soviet troops under Colonel Esipenko captured a train with 6 anti-aircraft guns, 13 officers, and 63 young conscripts from the Reich Labour Service. A small group, clad in no more than the clothes in which they had been sleeping, managed to escape across the snowfields to warn the nearby town of Vritzen of the enemy coup de main. Soviet troops were now within 70 kilometers of the Reich Chancellery. On the same day, just south of Kustrin, the ebullient Colonel Gusikovsky crossed the Oder with his 44th Guards Tank Brigade, forming another bridgehead. He thus won his second Gold Star of Hero of the Soviet Union. Soviet troops on both bridgeheads immediately began digging trenches in the frozen marshy ground of the Oderbruch, the Oder floodplain between the river and the Silo Heights. Artillery regiments were rushed forward to give them support. They expected a rapid and furious counterattack. But the Germans were so shaken by what had happened, Goebbels was still trying to pretend that fighting was going on close to Warsaw, that it took them time to rush in sufficient ground forces. Focke-Wulf fighters, however, were in action over the Oder the following morning, strafing the freshly dug trenches and anti-tank gun positions. The Soviet anti-aircraft division, which had been promised, did not turn up for 3 more days, so Chuikov's men, laying ice tracks across the thinly frozen river, were extremely vulnerable. They managed, nevertheless, to pull anti-tank guns across on skis to defend their positions. The news of Soviet bridgeheads across the Oder was just as much of a shock to soldiers as to local civilians. Walter Baer, who had been spared from the Feldgendarmerie's trawl of leave-takers on the train from East Prussia, was enjoying his last days at home on the Buxmühlenweg, between Kustrin and Frankfurt and Der Oder. Happiness in the bosom of the family did not last long, he recorded. On the evening of the 2nd of February, an agitated neighbor came running to the house to say that about 800 Russians had taken up position in an oak wood only 500 meters away. There were no troops in the area, except for a few Volkssturm companies armed with nothing more than rifles and a couple of Panzerfausts. Commanded by an old headmaster, they kept their distance. They found that Soviet snipers had climbed into the oak trees. An alarm battalion of anti-Soviet Caucasians, stiffened with some Germans from the 6th Fortress Regiment, was hurried to the spot from Frankfurt. Bayer, as a frontline soldier, was put in charge of a group by an officer. While Bayer was observing the wood with them from a ditch, one of the Caucasians pointed at it and said in broken German, "You no shoot, we no shoot there, we no shoot at comrades." Bayer reported this, and the Caucasians were disarmed and sent back from the front line to dig trenches instead. Their fate, when captured later by the Red Army, would not have been softened by this refusal to fire at their own countrymen. The scratch German force was joined by a group of very young trainee soldiers of the Panzergrenadier Division Feldherrnhalle. Most of them were between 16 and 18 years old. They began to mortar the oak wood, one of the few patches of deciduous woodland in the area. There were around 350 of them in a chaotic array of uniforms. Some had steel helmets, some had cappies or side hats, others wore peaked caps. Many had nothing more than their Hitler Youth uniforms. They were intensely proud of their task, yet many of them could hardly pick up a full ammunition box, and they could not hold the rifles properly into the shoulder because the butts were too long for their arms. On their first attack, the Soviet sharpshooters picked them off with deliberate aim. the unit commander fell with a bullet through the head. Only a handful of the soldiers returned alive. Beer managed to slip back to his parents' house. He found that a dressing station had been set up in the cellar, and all their sheets were being torn up for bandages. More weighty reinforcements arrived to attack the bridgehead as Twykov's men pushed forward to seize the Reichwein spur, a commanding feature which looked up the whole Oderbruch and across to the Seelow heights on its western edge. On the 2nd of February, the 506th SS Heavy Mortar Battalion moved north to the edge of the bridgehead, and in 3 days and nights it fired 14,000 rounds. A battalion of the Kurmark Panzer Regiment was also brought up. On the 4th of February, the battalion, recently re-equipped with Panther tanks, was sent in to attack the Reichwein spur from its southern end. The tanks, however, failed disastrously because the thaw predicted by meteorologists had started, and they slipped and slithered on the muddy hillsides. News of Red Army troops crossing the Oder shocked Berlin. Stalin anteportus, wrote Wilfried von Oven, Goebbels' press attaché, in his diary on the 1st of February. This cry of alarm runs like the wind through the Reich capital. National Socialist rhetoric became fanatical, if not hysterical. The Guard Regiment of the Grossdeutschland Division was paraded. They were told that the Oder bridgeheads must be recaptured for the Führer. Berlin city buses drove up, and they were taken out to Seelau, overlooking the Oderbruch. A new SS division was also formed. It was to be called the 30, Januar, in honor of the 12th anniversary of the Nazis taking power. This division was given a corps of SS veterans, but many of them were convalescent wounded. Eberhard Baumgart, a former member of the SS Leibstandarte at a recuperation camp, received orders to parade along with the other SS invalids. An Obersturmführer told them of the new division. Its task was to defend the Reich's capital. The new division needed battle-hardened veterans. He called on them to volunteer and yelled the SS motto devised by Himmler at them. Unser Ehre heißt Treue, Kameraden. Our honour is called loyalty. Such fanaticism was becoming rare, as senior members of the SS recognized with alarm. On the 12th of February, Obergruppenführer Berger reported to Himmler that the organization was becoming thoroughly disliked both by the civil population and by the army, which strongly resented its marked, uncomradely attitude. The army, he concluded, was no longer on speaking terms with the SS. Even SS volunteers felt enthusiasm dissolving when they reached the Oderbruch, a dreary expanse of waterlogged field and dikes. "We're at the end of the world," one of the group earmarked for the 30, Januar announced. They were even more dispirited to find that this new formation had no tanks or assault guns. "This is no division," the same man remarked. "It's a heap that's just been scraped together." Because of his unhealed wounds, Baumgart was attached as a clerk to divisional headquarters, which was established in a requisitioned farmhouse. The young wife of a farmer, who was serving somewhere else, watched in a daze as their furniture was manhandled out of the parlour, and field telephones and typewriters were installed. The new inhabitants soon discovered, however, that the tile roof of the farmhouse provided a clearly visible target for Soviet artillery. Baumgart found himself hunched over one of the typewriters, bashing out reports of interviews with 3 Red Army deserters. They had apparently decided to cross to the German lines after being made to wade through the icy waters of the Oder, carrying their divisional commander on their shoulders to keep him dry. The vulgar German interpreters at divisional headquarters later read out articles from captured copies of Pravda. The communiqué published at the end of the Yalta Conference described what the Allies intended to do with Germany. The idea of defeat appalled Baumgart and his comrades. "We simply have to win in the end," they said to themselves. On the 9th of February 1945, the anti-Soviet renegade general Andrei Vlasov, with Himmler's encouragement, threw his headquarters security battalion into the bridgehead battle. This Russian battalion, as part of the Dobrowitz division, attacked the Soviet 230th Rifle Division in the bridgehead just north of Kustrin. Vlasov's Guard battalion fought well, even though the attempt was unsuccessful. The German propaganda account described them as fighting with enthusiasm and fanaticism, proving themselves as close-quarter combat specialists. They were supposedly given the nickname Panzernacker by admiring German units, but this may well have been the touch of a popular journalist turned propagandist. Their commander, Colonel Zakharov, and 4 men received the Iron Cross Second Class, and the Reichsfuhrer SS himself sent a message to congratulate Vlasov with comradely greetings on the fact that his Guard battalion had fought quite outstandingly well. Such marks of favour to those who had previously been categorised and treated as Untermenschen was a good indication of Nazi desperation, even if Hitler himself still disapproved. On the 12th of February, Goebbels received a delegation of Cossacks as the first volunteers on our side in the battle against Bolshevism. They were even treated to a bottle of Weissbier in his offices. Goebbels praised the Cossacks, calling them a freedom-loving people of warrior farmers. Unfortunately, their freedom-loving ways in North Italy brought to Berlin bitter complaints about their treatment of the population in the Friuli district from the German advisor for civil affairs. The Cossacks, however, refused to have anything to do with Vlasov and his ideas of old Russian supremacy, as did most of the SS volunteers from national minorities. The Führer's response to the onrush of Soviet tank brigades towards Berlin had been to order the establishment of a Panzerjagd division. But in typical Nazi style, this impressive-sounding organization for destroying tanks failed to live up to its title. It consisted of bicycle companies, mainly from the Hitler Youth. Each bicyclist was to carry 2 Panzerfaust anti-tank launchers, clamped upright either side of the front wheel and attached to the handlebars. The bicyclist was supposed to be able to dismount in a moment and be ready for action against a T-34 or Stalin tank. Even the Japanese did not expect their kamikazes to ride into battle on a bicycle. Himmler talked about the Panzerfaust as if it were another miracle weapon, akin to the V2. He enthused about how wonderful it was for close-quarter fighting against tanks, but any sane soldier given the choice would have preferred an 88mm gun to take on Soviet tanks at a distance of half a kilometre. Himmler was almost apoplectic about rumours that the Panzerfaust could not penetrate enemy armour. Such a story, he asserted, was ein absoluter Schwindel. With the enemy so close, it appears that the Nazi leadership had started to consider the possibility of suicide. The headquarters of Gau Berlin issued an order that political leaders were to receive top priority for firearm certificates, and a senior executive in a pharmaceutical company told Ursula von Kardorff and a friend of hers that a golden pheasant had appeared in his laboratory demanding a supply of poison for the Reich Chancellery. Hitler and his associates now finally found themselves closer to the very violence of war which they had unleashed. Revenge for the recent executions of men associated with the July plot arrived in unexpected form less than 2 weeks after the event. On the morning of the 3rd of February, there were exceptionally heavy US Air Force raids on Berlin. Some 3,000 Berliners died. The newspaper district, as well as other areas, was almost totally destroyed. Allied bombs also found Nazi targets. The Reich Chancellery and the Party Chancellery were hit, and both Gestapo headquarters in the Prince Albrechtstrasse and the People's Court were badly damaged. Roland Freisler, the president of the People's Court, who had screamed at the accused July plotters, was crushed to death sheltering in its cellars. The news briefly cheered dejected resistance circles, but rumours that concentration camps and prisons had been mined made them even more alarmed for relatives and friends in detention. Their only hope was that Himmler might keep them as bargaining counters. Martin Bormann in his diary wrote of the day's air raid: "Suffered from bombing, New Reich Chancellery, the hell of Hitler's apartments, the dining room, the winter garden, and the party chancellery." He seems to have been concerned only with the monuments of Nazism. No mention was made of civilian casualties. The most important event on Tuesday, the 6th of February, according to Bormann's diary, was Eva Braun's birthday. Hitler, apparently, was in a radiant mood, watching her dance with others. As usual, Bormann was conferring privately with Kaltenbrunner. On the 7th of February, Gauleiter Koch, apparently forgiven for having abandoned Königsberg after all his orders to shoot those who left their place of duty, had discussions with Hitler. That evening, Bormann dined at the Fegeleins. One of the guests was Heinrich Himmler, whom he, Fegelein, and Kaltenbrunner were seeking to undermine. The situation at the front was disastrous, yet Himmler, although commander-in-chief of Army Group Vistula, felt able to relax away from his headquarters. After supper, Bormann and Fegelein talked with Eva Braun. The subject was probably her departure from Berlin, for Hitler wanted her out of danger. The next night she held a small farewell party for Hitler, Bormann, and the Fegeleins. She left for Berchtesgaden the following evening, Friday the 9th of February, with her sister, Gretel Fegelein. Hitler made sure that Bormann escorted them to the train. Bormann, the Reichsleiter of the National Socialist Party, whose Gauleiters had in most cases stopped the evacuation of women and children until it was too late, never mentions in his diary those fleeing in panic from the eastern regions. The incompetence with which they handled the refugee crisis was chilling, yet in the case of the Nazi hierarchy, it is often hard to tell where irresponsibility ended and inhumanity began. In an evacuation situation report of the 10th of February, they suddenly realized that with 800,000 civilians still to be rescued from the Baltic coast, and with trains and ships taking an average of 1,000 people each, there are neither enough vessels, rolling stock, nor vehicles at our disposal. Yet there was no question of Nazi leaders giving up their luxurious special trains. 6 East and West. On the morning of the 2nd of February, just as the first German counterattacks were launched against the Oder bridgeheads, the USS Quincy reached Malta. The cruiser which bore the president, wrote Churchill, steamed majestically into the battle-scarred Grand Harbour of Valletta. He went on board to greet Roosevelt. Although Churchill did not acknowledge that the president was ill, his colleagues were shaken to see how exhausted he looked. The reunion between the two men was friendly, if not affectionate, yet Churchill's Foreign Secretary, Antony Eden, was worried. Tension had continued to grow between the Western Allies over the invasion of Germany from the West. Now they were about to fly to Yalta in the Crimea to decide the post-war map of Central Europe with Stalin. They were divided on this too, while the Soviet leader knew exactly what he wanted. Churchill and Eden were most concerned about the independence of Poland. Roosevelt's main priority was the establishment of the United Nations for the post-war world. In separate aircraft, the President and the Prime Minister took off in the early hours of the 3rd of February. Escorted by long-range Mustang fighters and with no cabin lights showing, they flew east towards the Black Sea, following a fleet of transport aeroplanes carrying the two delegations. They arrived after a flight of 7.5 hours at Saki, near Eupatoria. There they were met by Molotov and Wyszynski, the former prosecutor at the show trials and now deputy foreign minister. Stalin, who suffered from a terrible fear of flying, did not arrive until the next morning, Sunday the 4th of February. He had travelled down from Moscow in his green railway carriage, still with some of its Art Nouveau decoration from Tsarist days. The American chiefs of staff were housed in the Tsar's former palace. General George C. Marshall found himself in the Tsarina's bedroom, with a secret staircase allegedly used by Rasputin. Their British counterparts were in Prince Vorontsov's castle of Alupka, an extravagant mid-19th century mixture of Moorish and Scottish baronial. President Roosevelt, to save him any more journeys, was installed in the Livardia Palace, where the main discussions were to take place. So much had been wrecked during the fighting in the Crimea and the German withdrawal that major works, including complete replumbing, had been carried out at great speed by the Soviet authorities to make these palaces habitable. Amid the terrible war damage, no efforts were spared to entertain their guests with banquets of caviar and Caucasian champagne. Churchill could not resist calling this coast of ghostly summer palaces the Riviera of Hades. Not even he suspected that all their rooms had been bugged. The NKVD had also positioned directional microphones to cover the gardens. Stalin visited Churchill that afternoon, keen to convey the impression that the Red Army could be in Berlin in no time. He then paid his respects to President Roosevelt. With Roosevelt, his manner became almost deferential, and his version of events changed completely. Stalin now emphasized the strength of German resistance and the difficulty of crossing the River Oder. Roosevelt was certain that he, not Churchill, knew how to handle the Soviet leader, and Stalin played up to this. Roosevelt believed that it was just a matter of winning Stalin's trust, something which Churchill could never do. He even admitted openly his disagreements with the British over the strategy for the invasion of Germany. When he suggested that Eisenhower should have direct contact with the Stavka, Stalin encouraged the idea warmly. The Soviet leader saw the advantages of American frankness, while giving away little in return. American leaders had another reason for not opposing Stalin. They did not yet know whether the atomic bomb would work, so they desperately wanted to bring Stalin into the war against Japan. It did not seem to occur to them that it was also very much to Stalin's advantage to come in as a victor to the spoils after the fighting was virtually over. At the first session, which began shortly afterwards, Stalin graciously proposed that President Roosevelt should chair the meetings. The Soviet leader was wearing the Medal of Hero of the Soviet Union, with his uniform of Marshal of the Soviet Union. The striped trousers were tucked into boots of soft Caucasian leather. These boots had built up heels because he was extremely conscious of his short stature. Stalin also avoided bright lights wherever possible, because they showed up the pockmarks on his face. All official portraits were heavily retouched to conceal such imperfections. General Antonov, the Soviet Chief of Staff, gave an impressive-sounding account of the situation. But both American and British Chiefs of Staff sensed that it was short on detail. The British especially felt that information between allies appeared to be a one-way traffic. Antonov also claimed that the date of their great offensive had been brought forward to assist the Americans and British. General Marshall, for his part, underlined the effect of Allied bombing on German war industry, rail communications and fuel supplies, all of which had greatly assisted the Soviet Union in its recent successes. The mood of the meeting became almost ugly when Stalin deliberately twisted things said by Churchill, and Roosevelt had to intervene. That evening at dinner, the generally amicable mood was again threatened by Soviet remarks, demonstrating total contempt for the rights of small nations. Roosevelt, hoping to lighten the atmosphere, told Stalin that he was popularly known as Uncle Joe. Stalin, who had clearly never been informed of this by his own diplomats, was insulted by what he regarded as a vulgar and disrespectful nickname. This time, Churchill stepped in to rescue the situation with a toast to the Big Three, an expression of self-congratulation to which Stalin could not fail to respond. But he took this as another opportunity to re-emphasize the point that the Big Three would decide the fate of the world, and that smaller nations should have no veto. Both Roosevelt and Churchill failed to see the implication. The next morning, Monday the 5th of February, the American and British combined chiefs of staff met with the Stavka team, led by General Antonov. The Stavka particularly wanted pressure to be exerted in Italy to prevent German divisions being withdrawn for use in Hungary. This was perfectly reasonable and logical in itself, but it may have also been part of the Soviet attempt to persuade the Americans and British to concentrate their efforts more to the south, well away from Berlin. But both General Marshall, the American Army Chief of Staff, and Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, warned the Stavka quite openly that they could not prevent the movement of German formations from one front to another, apart from stepping up air raids on railways and communications centres. The crux of the whole conference became apparent that afternoon and on the following day. The discussion began with the immediate post-war period and the treatment of defeated Germany. Victory was estimated to take place at any time from the summer onwards. Roosevelt talked about the European Advisory Commission and future zones of occupation. Stalin made it clear that he wanted Germany to be completely dismembered. Then Roosevelt announced without warning that United States forces would not remain in Europe for more than 2 years after Germany's surrender. Churchill was privately appalled. This would only encourage Stalin to be more obdurate, and a war-ravaged Europe might well be too weak to resist communist unrest. Stalin also made clear that he intended to strip German industry as a down payment in kind towards the Soviet Union's claim for $10 billion in reparations. He did not mention it at the conference, but government commissions composed of Soviet accountants looking very awkward in new colonels' uniforms were closely following each army in its advance. Their task was the systematic confiscation of German industry and wealth. In addition, the NKVD group at each army headquarters had a team specialized in opening safes, preferably before a Soviet soldier tried to blast the door off with a captured Panzerfaust, destroying everything inside. Stalin was determined to extract every ounce of gold he could. The one issue which both Stalin and Churchill felt passionately about was Poland. The debate was not so much over the future frontiers of the country, but over the composition of its government. Churchill declared that a fully independent Poland, the very reason for which Great Britain had gone to war in September 1939, was a question of honour. Stalin, in his reply, referred very obliquely to the secret clauses of the 1939 Nazi-Soviet Pact, which had allowed the Soviet Union to invade and occupy the eastern part of Poland and the Baltic states, while the Nazis seized the western half. "It is a question of honour," Stalin said, standing up, "because the Russians have committed many sins against the Poles in the past, and the Soviet government wishes to make amends." After this shameless opening, considering the Soviet oppression in Poland already underway, Stalin went to the heart of the matter. It is also a question of security, because Poland presents the gravest of strategic problems for the Soviet Union. Throughout history, Poland has served as a corridor for enemies coming to attack Russia. He then argued that to prevent this, Poland had to be strong. That is why the Soviet Union is interested in the creation of a mighty, free, and independent Poland. The Polish question is a question of life and death for the Soviet state. The flagrant mutual contradiction of the last two sentences was obvious. Although it was never stated openly, the Soviet Union would accept nothing less than a totally subservient Poland as a buffer zone. Neither Churchill nor Roosevelt could fully appreciate the shock of the German invasion in 1941 and Stalin's determination never to be surprised by another enemy. One could well argue that the origins of the Cold War lay in that traumatic experience. Churchill nevertheless realized that he stood no chance when Stalin invoked the necessity of securing the Red Army's lines of communications in the approaching battle for Berlin. The Soviet leader played his cards very cleverly. The Provisional Warsaw Government as he insisted on calling it. The Americans and British still referred to these NKVD-controlled communists as the Lublin government was in place, and he claimed highly popular. As for democracy, he argued, the Polish government in exile in London possessed no more democratic support than de Gaulle enjoyed in France. One cannot know for sure whether Churchill properly decoded the unspoken message. You must not thwart me over Poland, because I have kept the French Communist Party under control. Your lines of communication have not been disturbed by revolutionary activity in France by the communist-dominated resistance movement. To rub in the point about respective spheres of influence, Stalin asked disingenuously how things were in Greece. The Soviet leader, on the basis of the so-called percentage agreement of the previous October, apportioning spheres of influence in the Balkans, had undertaken not to cause trouble in Greece and to respect British control there. At Yalta, Stalin appears to have been signalling that both Poland and France should be considered as an extension of the percentage agreement. But the British Prime Minister failed to decipher the text. Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke suspected at the time that there was much that Churchill did not take in. Stalin did not relax the pressure. He claimed that 212 Soviet soldiers had been killed by Poles. Churchill was forced to agree that attacks on the Red Army by the Polish non-communist resistance, the Armia Krajowa, were utterly unacceptable. The Prime Minister did not know that the NKVD regiments in charge of rear area security were in most cases the aggressors, arresting any members of the underground and sometimes using torture to force them to reveal other names and the locations of their arms dumps. Roosevelt, clearly too ill and exhausted to intervene, could insist only on free elections in Poland, but that was a pious hope with the machinery entirely in Soviet hands. His chief aide, Harry Hopkins, estimated that Roosevelt had probably not taken in more than half of what was said. Stalin was convinced that he had won. As soon as the Soviet delegates felt that there was no further challenge to their control of Poland, they suddenly dropped their opposition to the voting system proposed by the Americans for the United Nations. The other principal American concern, that Stalin would commit himself to the war against Japan within a short time of the defeat of Germany, was achieved at a private meeting on the 8th of February. The Soviet leader was not gracious in victory. When Churchill expressed his fears at another meeting that such a massive change in Poland's frontiers at Germany's expense would cause an enormous shift in population, Stalin retorted that it would not be a problem. He spoke triumphantly of the huge wave of German refugees running away from the Red Army. On the 13th of February, 2 days after the Yalta Conference ended, Soviet might was reconfirmed with the fall of Budapest. The end of this terrible battle for the city was marked by an orgy of killing, looting, destruction, and rape. Yet Hitler still wanted to counterattack in Hungary with the 6th SS Panzer Army. He hoped to smash Marshal Tolbuchin's 3rd Ukrainian Front, but this was the compulsive gambler throwing onto the table the last few chips left over from the Ardennes. That night, the British bombed Dresden. The following morning, which happened to be Ash Wednesday, the US Air Force followed in their path and also attacked several lesser targets. It was intended as a rapid fulfillment of the promise to the Stavka to hinder German troop movements by smashing rail communications. The fact that there were 180 V-bomb rocket attacks on England that week, the highest number so far, did little to soften the planners' hearts. Dresden, the exquisitely beautiful capital of Saxony, had never been seriously bombed before. Dresdeners used to joke, half believing it, that Churchill had an aunt living in the city, and that was why they had been spared. But the raids on 13 and the 14th of February were merciless. The effect was in some ways comparable to the Hamburg firestorm raid, but Dresden's population was swollen by up to 300,000 refugees from the east. Several trains full of them were stuck in the main station. The tragedy was that instead of troops passing through Dresden to the front, as Soviet military intelligence had asserted, the traffic was civilian and going in the opposite direction. Goebbels apparently shook with fury on hearing the news. He wanted to execute as many prisoners of war as the number of civilians killed in the attack. The idea appealed to Hitler. Such an extreme measure would tear up the Geneva Convention in the face of the Western Allies and force his own troops to fight to the end. But General Jodl, supported by Ribbentrop, Field Marshal Keitel and Grand Admiral Dönitz, finally persuaded him that such an escalation of terror would turn out worse for Germany. Goebbels nevertheless extracted all he could from this terror attack. Soldiers with relatives in the city were promised compassionate leave. Hans Dietrich Genscher remembers some of them returning from their visit. They were reluctant to talk about what they had seen. On the Western Front, the Americans and the British had not been advancing anything like as rapidly as the Red Army. The battle for the Rhineland, which began during the talks at Yalta, was also slow and deliberate. Eisenhower was in no hurry. He thought that spring floodwater would make the Rhine impassable until the beginning of May. It was to take another 6 weeks before all Eisenhower's armies were ready on the west bank of the Rhine. Only the miracle of capturing intact the Rhine bridge at Remagen allowed an acceleration of the program. Eisenhower was deeply irritated by the continuing British criticism of his methodical, broad-front strategy. Churchill, Brooke, and Field Marshal Montgomery all wanted a reinforced breakthrough to head for Berlin. Their reasons were mainly political. The capture of Berlin before the Red Army arrived would help to restore the balance of power with Stalin. Yet they also felt on military grounds that to seize the capital of the Reich would deal the greatest psychological blow to German resistance and shorten the war. British arguments for the single thrust into the heart of Germany, however, had not been helped by the insufferable Field Marshal Montgomery. At the end of the first week of January, he had tried to take far more credit for the defeat of the German offensive in the Ardennes than was his due. This crass and unpleasant blunder naturally infuriated American generals and deeply embarrassed Churchill. It certainly did not help persuade Eisenhower to allow Montgomery to lead a major push through northern Germany to Berlin. Eisenhower, as Supreme Commander, continued to insist that it was not his job to look towards the post-war world. His task was to finish the war effectively, with as few casualties as possible. He felt that the British were allowing post-war politics to rule military strategy. Eisenhower was genuinely grateful to Stalin for the effort made to advance the date of the January offensive, even if he was unaware of Stalin's ulterior motive of securing Poland before the Yalta Conference. United States policymakers simply did not wish to provoke Stalin in any way. John G. Wynant, the United States ambassador in London, when discussing zones of occupation on the European Advisory Commission, even refused to raise the issue of a land corridor to Berlin in case it spoiled his relationship with his Soviet opposite number. The policy of appeasing Stalin came from the top and was widely accepted. Eisenhower's political advisor, Robert Murphy, had been told by Roosevelt that the most important thing was to persuade the Russians to trust us. This could not have suited Stalin better. Roosevelt's claim, "I can handle Stalin," was part of what Robert Murphy acknowledged to be the all-too-prevalent American theory that individual friendships can determine national policy. Soviet policymakers and diplomats never operate on that theory, he added. The American longing to be trusted by Stalin blinded them to the question of how far they should trust him. And this was a man whose lack of respect for international law had led him to suggest quite calmly that they should invade Germany via neutral Switzerland, thus outflanking the West Wall. Soviet resentment was based on the fact that the United States and Britain had suffered so little in comparison. Nazi Germany also treated Allied prisoners in a totally different way from Red Army prisoners. A first Belarusian front report on the liberation of a prisoner of war camp near Thorn underlined the contrast in fates. The appearance of the Americans, British, and French inmates was healthy. They looked more like people on holiday than prisoners of war, the report stated, while Soviet prisoners were emaciated, wrapped in blankets. Prisoners from the Western Allied countries did not have to work. They were allowed to play football, and they received food parcels from the Red Cross. Meanwhile, in the other part of the camp, 17,000 Soviet prisoners had been killed or died from starvation or illness. The special regime for Soviet prisoners consisted of 300 grams of ersatz bread and 1 liter of soup made from rotten mangelwurzels per day. Healthy prisoners were made to dig trenches. The weak ones were killed or buried alive. British prisoners there in Stalag Swiftse insist that it was far from a holiday camp and that their rations were in fact no better than those given to the Soviet prisoners. But they had been saved from starvation by Red Cross parcels. They were guarded by traitors from the Red Army, recruited with the promise of better rations. These volunteers treated Soviet prisoners of war with more cruelty than the Germans. Some of the guards were said to have been vulgar Germans. They ordered prisoners to strip and set dogs on them. The Germans had apparently carried out a massive propaganda attempt to persuade prisoners to join the ROA, General Vlasov's army of former Soviet soldiers in Wehrmacht uniform. Many Ukrainians and Uzbeks sold themselves to the Germans, stated a prisoner. He was described as an ex-party member and former senior lieutenant. This was because members of the Red Army were stripped of all status simply for having allowed themselves to be taken prisoner. The punishments inflicted on Soviet prisoners included forcing them to do knee bends for up to 7 hours, which completely crippled the victim. They were also made to run up and down stairs past guards armed with rubber truncheons on every landing. In another camp, wounded officers were placed under cold showers in winter and left to die of hypothermia. Soviet soldiers were subjected to the sawhorse, the 18th century torture of strapping a prisoner astride a huge trestle. Some were made to run as live targets for shooting practice by SS guards. Another punishment was known as Achtung. A Soviet prisoner was made to strip and kneel in the open. Handlers with attack dogs waited on either side. The moment he stopped shouting, Achtung, 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 the dogs were set on him. Dogs were also used when prisoners collapsed after being forced to do sport marches, goose-stepping in rapid time. It may have been news of these sorts of punishment which inspired similar practices against German prisoners taken by Soviet troops in their recent advances. An escaped British prisoner of war, a fighter pilot, picked up by a unit of the 1st Ukrainian Front and taken along, saw a young SS soldier forced to play a piano for his Russian captors. They made it clear in sign language that he would be executed the moment he stopped. He managed to play for 16 hours before he collapsed, sobbing on the keyboard. They slapped him on the back, then dragged him out and shot him. The Red Army advanced into German territory with a turbulent mixture of anger and exultation. Everybody seems to have German harmonicas, noted Grossman, a soldier's instrument because it is the only one possible to play on a rattling vehicle or cart. They also mourned their comrades. Yakov Zinovievich Aronov, an artilleryman, was killed near Königsberg on the 19th of February. Shortly before his death, he wrote a typical soldier's letter home. "We are beating and destroying the enemy, who is running back to his lair like a wounded beast. I live very well and I'm alive and I'm healthy. All my thoughts are about beating the enemy and coming home to you all." Another of his letters was much more revealing, because it was to a fellow soldier who would understand. "I love life so much I have not yet lived. I am only 19. I often see death in front of me and I struggle with it. I fight and so far I am winning. I am an artillery reconnaissance man. and you can imagine what it is like. To make a long story short, I very often correct the fire of my battery, and only when shells hit the target, I feel joy. Aronoff was killed one foggy Prussian morning, wrote his closest friend to the dead boy's sister Irina. The two of them had fought together all the way from Vitebsk to Königsberg. So, Ira, the war has separated many friends and a lot of blood has been shed, but we comrades in arms are taking vengeance on Hitler's serpents for our brothers and friends, for their blood. Aronoff's body was buried by his comrades on the edge of the forest. Presumably its site was marked like others by a stick with a small bit of red rag tied to it. If we found by the pioneers responsible, it would be replaced by a small wooden plaque. There were too many bodies spread too widely for reburying in cemeteries. Red Army soldiers were also marked by their encounters with slave workers, attempting to return home. Many were peasant women with knotted headkerchiefs covering their foreheads and wearing improvised puttees for warmth. Captain Agranenko, the dramatist, encountered a cart full of women in East Prussia. He asked who they were. "We are Russian, Russian," they answered, overjoyed to hear a friendly voice. He shook hands with each one of them. An old woman suddenly began to cry. "It is the first time in 3 years that someone has shaken my hand," she explained. Agranenko also encountered a beauty from the region of Orel, called Tatiana Kilchakova. She was returning home with a 2-month-old baby. In the German camp for slave labourers, she had met a Czech and fallen in love with him. They had exchanged marriage vows, but when the Red Army arrived, her Czech had immediately volunteered to fight the Germans. Tatiana does not know his address, he does not know hers, and it is unlikely that the war will ever throw them together again. Perhaps, even more unfortunately, she would probably be made to suffer on her return home to Orel for having had relations with a foreigner. The chief concern for the Stavka at this time continued to be the wide gap across the Baltic balcony between Zhukov's first Belarusian front and the left flank of Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front. On the 6th of February, Stalin had wrung Zhukov from Yalta. He asked what he was doing. Zhukov replied that he was in a meeting of army commanders to discuss the advance on Berlin from the new Oder bridgeheads. Stalin retorted that he was wasting his time. They should consolidate on the Oder and then turn north to join up with Rokossovsky. Chuikov, the commander of the 8th Guards Army, who appears to have resented Zhukov since Stalingrad, was contemptuous that Zhukov did not argue forcefully for a push on Berlin. The bitter debate continued well into the post-war years. Chuikov argued that a rapid push at the beginning of February would have caught Berlin undefended. But Zhukov and others felt that with exhausted troops and serious supply shortages, to say nothing of the threat of a counterattack from the north on their exposed right flank, the risk was far too great. In East Prussia, meanwhile, German forces were contained but not yet defeated. The remains of the Fourth Army, having failed to break out at the end of January, was squeezed in the Heiligenbeil Kessel with its back to the Frisches Haff. Its main artillery support came from the heavy guns of the cruisers Admiral Scheer and Lutzow, firing from out in the Baltic across the sandbar of the Frischneerung and the frozen lagoon. The remnants of the 3rd Panzer Army in Königsberg had been cut off from the Samland Peninsula, but on the 19th of February, a joint attack from both sides created a land corridor which was then bitterly defended. The evacuation of civilians and wounded from the small port of Pillau at the tip of the Samland Peninsula was intensified. But many civilians feared to leave by ship after the torpedo attacks on the Wilhelm Gustloff and other refugee ships. In the early hours of the 12th of February, the hospital ship General von Steuben was torpedoed after leaving Pillau with 2,680 wounded. Almost all were drowned. The Second Army, meanwhile, had been forced back towards the lower Vistula and its estuary, defending Danzig and the port of Gdynia. It formed the left flank of Himmler's army group Vistula. In the center, in eastern Pomerania, a new 11th SS Panzer Army was being formed. Himmler's right flank on the Oder consisted of the remnants of General Buss's 9th Army, which had been so badly mauled in western Poland. Himmler seldom ventured out of his luxurious special train, the Steiermark, which he had designated his field headquarters. The Reichsführer SS now realized that the responsibilities of military command were rather greater than he had imagined. His insecurity as a military leader, wrote Colonel Eismann, made him incapable of a determined presentation of the operational situation to Hitler, let alone of asserting himself. Himmler used to return from the Führer Situation Conference a nervous wreck. Staff officers received little pleasure from the paradox that the feared Himmler should be so fearful. His servile attitude towards Hitler and his fear of admitting the disastrous state of his forces caused great damage and cost a vast amount of unnecessary blood. Himmler, seeking refuge in the Führer's own aggressive clichés, talked of more counterattacks. Following the Demmelhuber debacle, Himmler set his mind on establishing the so-called 11th SS Panzer Army. In fact, the whole of Army Group Vistula in the early days contained only 3 understrength panzer divisions. At best, the formations available constituted a corps, but Panzer Army, observed Eismann, has a better ring to it. Himmler had another motive, however. It was to promote Waffen-SS officers on the staff and in field command. Obergruppenführer Steiner was named as its commander. Steiner, an experienced soldier, was certainly a much better choice than other senior Waffen-SS officers, but he did not have an easy task. General Guderian, determined to keep a corridor open to the edge of East Prussia, argued at a situation conference in the first week of February that an ambitious operation was needed. He was even more outspoken than usual that day, having drunk a certain amount at an early lunch with the Japanese ambassador. Guderian wanted a pincer movement from the Oder south of Berlin and an attack down from Pomerania to cut off Zhukov's leading armies. To assemble enough troops, more of the divisions trapped uselessly in Courland and elsewhere needed to be brought back by sea, and the offensive in Hungary postponed. Hitler refused yet again. "You must believe me," Guderian persisted, "when I say it is not just pig-headedness on my part that makes me keep on proposing the evacuation of Courland. I can see no other way left to us of accumulating reserves, and without reserves we cannot hope to defend the capital. I assure you I am acting solely in Germany's interests." Hitler began trembling in anger as he jumped to his feet. "How dare you speak to me like that?" he shouted. "Don't you think I'm fighting for Germany? My whole life has been one long struggle for Germany." Colonel de Maizière, the new operations officer at Zossen, had never seen such a row and stood there shocked and afraid for the chief of staff. To bring an end to Hitler's frenzy, Göring led Guderian out of the room to find some coffee while everyone calmed down. Guderian's main fear was that the Second Army, trying to maintain a link between East Prussia and Pomerania, was in danger of being cut off. He therefore argued instead for a single attack southwards from the Baltic balcony. This attack on Zhukov's right flank would also deter the Soviets from trying to attack Berlin immediately. On the 13th of February, a final conference on the operation was held in the Reich Chancellery. Himmler, as Commander-in-Chief of Army Group Vistula, was present, and so was Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich. Guderian also brought his extremely capable deputy, General Wenck. Guderian made plain right from the start that he wanted the operation to start in 2 days' time. Himmler objected, saying that not all the fuel and ammunition had arrived. Hitler supported him, and soon the Führer and his army chief of staff were having another row. Guderian insisted that Wenck should direct the operation. "The Reichsführer SS is man enough to carry out the attack on his own," Hitler said. "The Reichsführer SS has neither the requisite experience nor a sufficiently competent staff to control the attack single-handed. The presence of General Wenck is therefore essential. "I don't permit you," Hitler shouted, "to tell me that the Reichsführer SS is incapable of performing his duties." The argument raged for a long time. Hitler was literally raving in anger and screaming. Guderian claims to have glanced up at a helmeted portrait of Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, and wondered what he thought of what was happening in the country he had helped to create. To Guderian's surprise, Hitler suddenly stopped his pacing up and down and told Himmler that General Wenck would join his headquarters that night and direct the offensive. He then sat down again abruptly and smiled at Guderian. "Now please continue with the conference. The General Staff has won a battle this day." Guderian ignored Keitel's remonstrances later in the anteroom that he might have caused the Führer to suffer a stroke. He feared that his limited triumph might be short-lived. On the 16th of February, the Pomeranian offensive, known as the Stargard Tank Battle, began under Wenck's direction. Over 1,200 tanks had been allocated, but the trains to transport them were lacking. Even an understrength panzer division needed 50 trains to move its men and vehicles. Far more serious was the shortage of ammunition and fuel, of which there were enough for only 3 days of operations. The lesson of the Ardennes offensive had not been learned. Army staff officers had intended to give the offensive the code name Husarenritt or Hussar Ride, which in itself seemed to acknowledge that this could be no more than a raid. But the SS insisted on a much more dramatic name, Sonnenwende, or Solstice. In the event, it was neither a Hussar Ride. A sudden thaw meant that the armoured vehicles were soon bogged down in the mud, nor a solstice, since it changed very little. The Wehrmacht could ill afford the heavy loss of tanks when the Second Guards Tank Army counterattacked. The highest-ranking casualty was General Wenck, who, driving back to his headquarters from briefing the Führer on the night of the 17th of February, fell asleep at the wheel and was badly hurt. He was replaced by General Krebs, a clever staff officer who had been military attaché in Moscow before Operation Barbarossa. The attempt to force back the Soviet counterattack, however, had to be abandoned after 2 days. All that can be said in favor of the offensive is that it bought time. The Kremlin became convinced that a quick dash to Berlin was out of the question until the Pomeranian coastline was secured. Hitler's attempts to designate fortress towns and to refuse to allow the evacuation of encircled troops were part of a suicidal pattern of enforced sacrifice and useless suffering. He knew that they were doomed because the Luftwaffe lacked the fuel and aircraft to supply them, and yet his policy deprived Army Group Vistula of experienced troops. Königsberg and Breslau held out, but other towns designated as fortresses or breakwaters by Hitler soon fell. In southern Pomerania, Schneidemühl, the smallest and the least well-defended, fell on the 14th of February after a desperate defence. For once, even Hitler had no complaints and awarded Knight's Crosses to both the commander and the second-in-command. 4 days later, on the 18th of February, just as Operation Sonnenwende became bogged down in the mud, General Chuikov gave the signal for the storming of the fortress of Poznan. His 7th Department, as at Stalingrad, had preceded the bombardment with loudspeaker programs of lugubrious music, interspersed with messages that surrender was the only way to save your life and return home. The Germans were told that they had no hope of escape because they were now over 200 kilometers behind the front line. Siege artillery had begun the softening up process 9 days before, but by the morning of the 18th of February, 1,400 guns, mortars, and Katyusha launchers were ready for the 4-hour bombardment. Storm groups fought into the fortress, whose superstructure had been crushed by explosive fire. When resistance from a building continued, a 203 mm howitzer was brought up and blasted the walls over open sites. Flamethrowers were used and explosive charges dropped down ventilation shafts. German soldiers who tried to surrender were shot by their own officers, but the end was imminent. On the night of the 23rd of February, the commandant, Major General Ernst Gommel, spread out the swastika flag on the floor of his room, lay down on it, and shot himself. The remnants of the garrison capitulated. The siege of Breslau was to be even more prolonged. The city held out even after Berlin had fallen. As a result, it was one of the most terrible of the war. The fanatical Gauleiter Hanke was determined that the capital of Silesia should remain unconquered. It was he who used loudspeaker vans to order women and children to flee the city in late January. Those who froze to death were entirely his responsibility. The city had good stocks of food, but little ammunition. The attempts to drop ammunition by parachute were a terrible waste of Luftwaffe resources. Colonel General Schörner, the commander-in-chief of Army Group Center, then decided to send part of the 25th Parachute Regiment at the end of February to strengthen the garrison. The regimental commander protested strenuously that there was no landing zone. But on the 22nd of February, the battalion boarded Junkers 52 transports at Jüterbog, south of Berlin. At midnight, the aircraft approached Breslau. Over the city, one of the paratroopers wrote later, we could see extensive fires and we encountered heavy anti-aircraft fire. A hit on the radio left them out of contact with ground control and they landed at an airfield near Dresden. Another attempt was made 2 nights later. The Soviet flak was even more intense as they circled the burning city for 20 minutes, trying to find a landing place. 3 of the aircraft were lost. One of them crashed into a factory chimney. Hanke's disciplinary measures, backed by General Schörner's policy of strength through fear, were terrible. Execution was arbitrary. Even 10-year-old children were put to work under Soviet air and artillery attack to clear an airstrip within the city. Any attempt to surrender by those who sought to preserve their pitiful lives would be met by a death sentence instantly carried out. Decisive measures would also be taken against their families. Schörner argued that almost 4 years of an Asiatic war had changed the soldier at the front completely. It has hardened him and fanaticized him in the struggle against the Bolsheviks. The campaign in the East has developed the political soldier. Stalin's boast at Yalta that the populations of East Prussia and Silesia had fled was not yet true. All too many were still trapped in besieged cities. German civilians in East Prussia also continued to suffer wherever they were, whether in Königsberg and the Heiligenbeil Kessel, attempting to leave the port of Pillau by ship, escaping on foot to the west or remaining at home. The February thaw meant that the ice of the Frisches Haff could be crossed only on foot and not by cart. The exit to Danzig, Pomerania and the west still remained open, but everyone realized that it was only a matter of time before the first Belarusian front cut through to the Baltic. Beria was informed by a senior Smersh officer that the significant part of the population of East Prussia, which had fled into Königsberg, had found that there was little room for them and even less food. They were lucky if they received 180 grams of bread a day. Starved women with children are dragging themselves along the road in the hope that the Red Army might feed them. From these civilians, Red Army intelligence heard that the morale of the Königsberg garrison is severely shaken. New general orders have been issued that any German male who does not report for frontline service will be shot on the spot. Soldiers put on civilian clothes and desert. On 6th and the 7th of February, the bodies of 80 German soldiers were piled up at the northern railway station. A placard was erected above them. They were cowards but died just the same. After the failure of Operation Sonnenwende, Danzig was increasingly threatened. The Kriegsmarine made great efforts to rescue as many wounded and civilians as possible. In the course of a single day, the 21st of February, 51,000 were brought out. The Nazi authorities estimated that only 150,000 remained to be evacuated. But a week later they found that Danzig now had a population of 1.2 million, of whom 530,000 were refugees. Greater efforts were made. On the 8th of March, 34 trains of cattle trucks full of civilians left Pomerania for Mecklenburg, west of the Oder. Hitler wanted to move 150,000 refugees into Denmark. 2 days later, instructions were issued. The Führer has ordered that from now on, Copenhagen is to become a target sanctuary. Also on the 10th of March, the estimated running total of German refugees from the eastern provinces rose to 11 million people. Yet even while the city of Danzig swarmed with frightened refugees desperate to escape, vile work continued in the Danzig Anatomical Medical Institute. After the Red Army captured the city, a special commission was sent there to investigate the manufacture of soap and leather from corpses of citizens of the USSR, Poland, and other countries killed in German concentration camps. In 1943, Professor Spanner and Assistant Professor Vollmann had begun to experiment. They then built special facilities for production. The examination of the premises of the Anatomical Institute revealed 148 human corpses, which were stored for the production of soap, of which 126 were male corpses, 18 female and 4 children. 80 male corpses and 2 female corpses were without heads. 89 human heads were also found. All corpses and heads were stored in metal containers in an alcohol carbolic solution. It appears that most of the corpses came from Stutthof concentration camp near the city. The executed people whose corpses were used for making soap were of different nationalities, but mostly Poles, Russians, and Uzbeks. The work evidently received official approval, considering the high rank of its visitors. The Anatomical Institute was visited by the Minister of Education Rust and Minister of Healthcare Conti. Gauleiter of Danzig, Albert Forster, visited the institute in 1944, when soap was already being produced. He examined all the premises of the Anatomical Institute, and I think that he knew about the production of soap from human corpses. The most astonishing aspects of this appalling story are that nothing was destroyed before the Red Army arrived, and that Professor Spanner and his associates never faced charges after the war. The processing of corpses was not a crime. Stutthof camp contained mainly Soviet prisoners and a number of Poles, a mixture of soldiers and Jews. Some 16,000 prisoners died in the camp from typhoid in 6 weeks. As the Red Army approached, prisoners were ordered to eliminate all traces. The crematorium was blown up, and 10 barrack blocks in which Jews had been kept were burned down. Apparently, ordinary German soldiers were made to take part in the executions of Red Army prisoners of war and Soviet civilians. Whether prompted by fear of retribution for war crimes or fear of the Bolsheviks and slave labor in Siberia, the exhausted Wehrmacht still marched and fought. The Germans have not yet lost hope, stated a French intelligence analysis that February. They don't dare to. Soviet officers put it slightly differently. Morale is low, but discipline is strong. 7. Clearing the rear areas. On the 14th of February, in East Prussia, a convoy of military vehicles with Red Army markings turned off the main route from Rastenburg to Angerburg. This side road led into dense pine forest. The whole region was imbued with an atmosphere of melancholy. A tall barbed wire fence surmounted by concertina wire became visible from the road. The vehicles soon reached a barrier with a sign in German: "Halt, military site, entrance forbidden to civilians." This was the entrance to Hitler's former headquarters, the Wolfschanz. The trucks carried Frontier Guard troops from the 57th NKVD Rifle Division. The officers in command of the convoy wore Red Army uniforms, yet they owed no allegiance to its chain of command. As members of Smersh counterintelligence, they were, in theory, answerable only to Stalin. Their feelings towards the Red Army at that time were not comradely. The dilapidated vehicles which they had been given came from army units who had taken the opportunity to rid themselves of their worst equipment. Although this was common practice, Smersh and the NKVD did not appreciate it. Their leader wore the uniform of a Red Army general. This was Commissar of State Security of the second rank, Viktor Semyonovich Abakumov. Beria had appointed him the first chief of Smersh in April 1943, soon after the victory at Stalingrad. Abakumov occasionally followed his leader's habit of arresting young women in order to rape them, but his chief speciality was taking part in the beatings of prisoners with a rubber truncheon. In order not to spoil the Persian carpet in his office, a dirty runner bespattered with blood was rolled out before the unfortunate was brought in. Abakumov, although still chief of Smersh, had been sent by Beria to carry out the necessary Chekist measures behind the advance of the Third Belarusian Front into East Prussia. Abakumov had ensured that the 12,000-strong NKVD forces directly under his command were the largest of all those attached to army groups invading Germany. They were larger even than those with Marshal Zhukov's armies. Wet snow lay all around. To judge from Abakumov's report to Beria, the NKVD troops dismounted and blocked the road, while he and the Smersh officers began their inspection. Since German booby traps had been reported in the Rastenburg area, they were no doubt cautious. To the right of the entrance barrier stood several stone blockhouses, which contained mines and camouflage material. On the left-hand side, there were barrack blocks where the guards had lived. The Smersh officers found epaulets and uniforms from the Führer-Begleit battalion. Hitler's fear the previous year of being captured by a surprise Soviet parachute drop had led the Führer's Guard battalion to be increased to a mixed brigade. Following the road deeper into the forest, Abakumov saw signs on either side of the road. These were translated for him by his interpreter. It is forbidden to step off the road and beware mines. Abakumov was clearly taking notes the whole time for his report to Beria, which he knew would be passed to Stalin. The boss was obsessively interested in all details of Hitler's life. The most striking aspect of Abakumov's report, however, is the degree of Soviet ignorance it reveals about the place. This is especially surprising when one considers how many German generals they had captured and interrogated between the surrender at Stalingrad and the beginning of 1945. They appear to have taken almost 2 weeks to find this complex, 4 kilometers square. Concealment from the air was indeed impressive. Every road and alley was covered with green camouflage nets. Straight lines were broken with artificial trees and bushes. All the exterior lights had dark blue bulbs. Even the observation posts, up to 35 meters high in the forest, had been made to look like pine trees. When they entered the first inner perimeter, Abakumov observed the ferro-concrete defences, barbed wire, minefields, and large numbers of fire positions and barracks for guards. At gate number 1, all the bunkers had been blown up after the Führer's final departure on the 20th of November 1944, less than 3 months before, but Abakumov clearly had no idea when the complex had been abandoned. They came to a second perimeter fence of barbed wire, then a third. Within the central compound, they found bunkers with armoured shutters linked to an underground garage capable of taking 18 cars. "We entered with great care," Abakumov wrote. They found a safe, but it was empty. The rooms, he noted, were very simply furnished. The place had once been described as a cross between a monastery and a concentration camp. The Smersh officers were only certain that they had found the right place when they discovered a sign on a door which read, "Führer's Wehrmacht Adjutant." Hitler's room was identified by a photograph of him with Mussolini. Abakumov did not reveal any emotion over the fact that they were standing at last in the place from where Hitler had directed his merciless onslaught against the Soviet Union. He seemed far more preoccupied by the ferro-concrete constructions and their dimensions. Deeply impressed, he appears to have wondered whether Beria and Stalin might like something similar constructed. "I think it would be interesting for our specialists to inspect Hitler's headquarters and see all these well-organized bunkers," he wrote. Despite their imminent victory, Soviet leaders did not appear to feel so very much more secure than their arch-enemy. The Smersh detachments and NKVD divisions attached to the fronts were, in Stalin's own words, indispensable to deal with all unreliable elements encountered in occupied territories. "The divisions have no artillery," Stalin had told General Bull of the US Army during the meeting with Air Marshal Tedder, "but they are strong in automatic weapons, armored cars, and light armored vehicles. They must also have well-developed investigation and interrogation facilities." In German territories such as East Prussia and Silesia, the first priority of the NKVD rifle regiments was to round up or hunt down German stragglers bypassed in the advance. Soviet authorities defined each Volkssturm man as a member of the Wehrmacht, but since almost every male between 15 and 55 was called up, that included a large majority of local men. Those Volkssturm members who remained at home, rather than fleeing on the treks, were thus in many cases marked down as stay-behind sabotage groups, however elderly. Over 200 German saboteurs and terrorists were reported shot on the spot by NKVD forces, but the true figure was likely to have been far higher. In Poland, Stalin's description of unreliable elements did not refer to the tiny minority of Poles who had collaborated with the Germans. It applied to all those who supported the Polish government in exile and the Armia Krajowa, which had launched the Warsaw Uprising the previous year. Stalin regarded the Warsaw Revolt against the Germans as a criminal act of an anti-Soviet policy. In his eyes, it was clearly an attempt to seize the Polish capital for the émigré government in London just before the arrival of the Red Army, which had done all the fighting and dying. His shameful betrayal of Poland to the Nazis in 1939 and Beria's massacre of Polish officers at Katyn were evidently not worth considering. He also ignored the fact that the Poles had proportionately suffered even more than the Soviet Union, losing over 20% of their population. Stalin was convinced that Poland and its government was his by right of conquest, and this proprietorial sentiment was widely shared within the Red Army. When Soviet forces crossed the German frontier from Poland, many felt that we had at last cleansed our own territory, instinctively assuming that Poland was an integral part of the Soviet Union. Stalin's claim at Yalta that the communist provisional government enjoyed great popularity in Poland was, of course, a totally subjective statement. Zhukov's memoirs were rather more revealing when he referred to the Poles in general, then added, "some of whom were loyal to us." Opponents to Soviet rule were designated enemy agents, whatever their record of resistance to the Germans. The fact that the Armia Krajowa was an allied force was ignored. In another interesting sentence, Zhukov referred to the need to control his own troops. "We had to make the educational work even more developed among all troops of the front so that there would not be any thoughtless acts from the start of our stay." Their stay was to last over 45 years. The degree of Beria's control over the Polish provisional government was indicated by the appointment of General Serov himself as advisor at Poland's Ministry of Security on the 20th of March under the name Ivanov. Advisors do not come much higher than Commissar of State Security of the second rank. Serov was particularly well qualified for the post. He had overseen the mass deportations from the Caucasus and previously had been in charge of the repression in Lvov in 1939, when the Soviet Union seized eastern Poland and arrested and killed officers, landowners, priests and teachers who might oppose their rule. Some 2 million Poles were deported to the Gulag, and a campaign of forced collectivization began. Stalin's deliberate policy was to confuse the Armia Krajowa with the Ukrainian nationalist force, the UPA, or at least imply that they were closely linked. Goebbels, meanwhile, seized upon every example of partisan resistance to Soviet occupation. He claimed that there were 40,000 men in the Estonian resistance, 10,000 in Lithuania, and 50,000 in the Ukraine. He even quoted Pravda of the 7th of October 1944, claiming that there were Ukrainian German nationalists. All this gave even more excuse to the NKVD regiments in their cleansing of the rear areas. It was a good example of both sides feeding profitably on each other's propaganda. Another Polish potential enemy was also investigated in early March. Almost as soon as Smersh was established in Poland, it launched an inquiry into Rokossovski's relatives, presumably to see whether any of them could be defined as enemy elements. Marshal Rokossovski was half Polish, and this investigation was almost certainly carried out on Beria's instructions. He had not forgotten that Rokossovski had escaped his grasp. Nikolai Bulganin, the political member of Rokossovski's military council of the Second Belarusian Front, was Stalin's watchdog. Stalin's determination to stamp out the Armia Krajowa later turned a minor incident into a major contretemps between the Soviet Union and the United States. On the 5th of February, just as the Yalta Conference was getting underway, Lieutenant Myron King of the U.S. Air Force made an emergency landing in his B-17 at Kuflevo. A young Pole appeared and asked to leave with them. They took him on board and flew on to the Soviet airbase at Shushin, where they could repair the aircraft properly. The crew lent him articles of uniform, and when they landed, the civilian pretended to be Jack Smith, a member of the crew, General Antonov wrote in his official complaint. Only after intervention by the Soviet command, Antonov continued, Lieutenant King announced that this was not a member of the crew, but a stranger whom they did not know, and took on board the airplane to take him away to England. According to our information, Antonov concluded, he was a terrorist saboteur brought into Poland from London. The United States government apologized profusely. It even organized King's court-martial in the Soviet Union at their borrowed airbase near Poltava and requested Antonov to provide prosecution witnesses. Stalin played this incident up to the hilt. He told Averell Harriman that this proved that the United States was supplying the White Poles to attack the Red Army. Another incident occurred on the 22nd of March at the Soviet aviation base of Mielek, where an American liberator landed due to lack of fuel. The Soviet commander, aware of the dangers after the King incident, put a guard on the plane and forced the crew to spend the night in a hut nearby. But the 10-man crew under Lieutenant Donald Bridge, after being held for 2 days, requested permission to fetch personal belongings from the aircraft. As soon as they were on board, they started the engines and took off, ignoring all signals to halt. Soviet engineer Captain Melamedev, who accepted Donald Bridge's crew, wrote Antonov to General Reed in Moscow, was so indignant and put out by this instant sick that on the very same day he shot himself. His death, however, may well have had more to do with the outrage of Smersh officers at the negligence of the officer and guards who had been detailed to watch the plane. This incident was also cited as proof that enemy elements are using these landings to transport to Polish territory terrorists, saboteurs, and agents of the Polish émigré government in London. It is hard to know whether the Soviet authorities were genuinely paranoid or had whipped themselves up into a self-perpetuating moral outrage. When an American lieutenant colonel who had been visiting released US prisoners of war in Lublin returned to Moscow after his pass had expired, General Antonov, no doubt on Stalin's instructions, grounded all US aircraft in the Soviet Union and in Red Army-controlled areas. In East Prussia, reports referred to German bands up to 1,000 strong, attacking the rear of Rokossovski's Second Belarusian Front. NKVD units mounted sweeps through the forest to liquidate them. In most cases, however, these bands consisted of a group of local Volkssturm men hiding in forests. Sometimes they ambushed trucks, motorcyclists, and supply carts to get food. In Kreisberg, NKVD troops discovered 2 secret bakeries making bread for soldiers out in the woods. Young women taking food out to them were captured by NKVD patrols. On a sweep on the 21st of February, the 14th Cordon of the 127th Frontier Guards Regiment, led by Junior Lieutenant Kismatulin, was searching a patch of thick woodland when Sergeant Zavgorodny noticed woolen stockings hanging from a tree. This made him suspect the presence of unknown persons. They searched the area and found 3 well-camouflaged trenches leading to a bunker, where they found 3 enemy soldiers with rifles. Mines and booby traps remained a major concern. To improve mine clearance, 22 dogs were allocated to each NKVD Frontier Guards Regiment. Sniffer dogs, special dogs for smelling bandits, as the report put it, were also brought in to round up more of the Germans hiding in East Prussian forests. Many reports appear to have been dramatized and exaggerated by local commanders, wanting to make their work sound more important. A report on captured terrorists handed over to Smersh for interrogation revealed that all these terrorists were born before 1900. Sanava, the NKVD chief of the Second Belarusian Front, reported the arrest of Ulrich Baer, a German born in 1906. He confessed under interrogation that in February 1945 he was engaged as a spy by a resident of German intelligence, Hauptmann Schrapp. His mission was to stay in the rear of the Red Army, to recruit agents and to carry out sabotage, intelligence, and terroristic activities. Fulfilling this task, Baer recruited 12 agents. On a number of occasions, stragglers or local Volkssturm soldiers were described as left in the rear by German intelligence with the task of committing sabotage. The most ridiculous incident was the sabotage of an electric power line near Hindenburg in Silesia. After a fearsome search for culprits, this turned out to have been caused by Red Army artillery practice. Pieces of shrapnel had severed the cables. On the other hand, when the chief of Smersh with the Second Belarusian Front claimed that his men had discovered a German sabotage school in the village of Kovalyovo, he may have been right. The names of those trained there were all Russian or Ukrainian. The Germans, in their desperation, had been resorting to the use of Soviet prisoners more and more. Many of these Russians and Ukrainians had probably volunteered in the hope of an easy way home, but even their prompt surrender to Soviet military authorities would not have saved them, to judge by other cases. NKVD detachments seem to have spent more time searching houses and barns than combing the huge areas of forest. One detachment found a group of 8 German women sitting in a haystack. An attentive sergeant found that they were not women, but German soldiers wearing women's dresses. There were many reports of this nature. It appears that East Prussian peasant families were often as naive as their Russian counterparts. Patrols on house searches found that the inhabitants could not stop glancing at a particular object or leave it alone. In one house, the woman went to sit on a trunk. The NKVD soldiers pushed her aside and found a man hidden in the trunk. One patrol noted the worried glances of the owner of the house towards the bed. The NKVD soldiers pulled off the mattress and saw that the boards of the bed were very high. They removed the boards and found a man dressed in women's clothes. In another house, they found a man hiding under the coats on a coat stand. The man's feet were off the ground because he had strung himself up with a strap under his armpits. Usually, the most obvious hiding places were used, such as sheds, barns, and hayricks. Sniffer dogs soon found them. Only a few constructed underground refuges. Sometimes the NKVD patrols did not bother to search a house. They set it on fire, and those who were not burned to death were shot as they jumped from the windows. While many Volkssturm men wanted to stay near their farms, Stragglers from the Wehrmacht were trying to slip back through the lines to Germany. In many cases, they dressed themselves in Red Army uniforms taken from soldiers they had killed. If caught, they were mostly shot on the spot. Any prisoners taken, whether German, Russian, or Polish, were put in a preliminary prison. These buildings were usually just a commandeered house with barbed wire nailed over the windows and the sign Jail, NKVD of the USSR, chalked up on a wall outside. They were then interrogated by Smersh, and depending on the confession obtained, were sent off to a camp or to forced labor battalions. NKVD chiefs also kept a sharp eye on their business affairs. Major General Rogatin, the commander of NKVD troops with the Second Belarusian Front and formerly the NKVD commander at Stalingrad, discovered that in some NKVD units, a majority of officers and soldiers are not engaged in their duty, but are active in the collection of looted property. It was established that looted property was shared out within the regiments without the knowledge of division staff. In the regiments, there are cases of selling and bartering looted products, sugar, tobacco, wine, and gasoline taken from drivers with the advancing units of the Red Army, and motorcycles. Such a situation in the NKVD regiments and absence of discipline has led to a sharp increase in extraordinary events. There are soldiers who do their duty, and then there are the others who are doing nothing but loot. The looters should now be put to work along with those who do their duty. It appears that there was no question of punishing them, and the phrase, "without the knowledge of division staff," is most revealing. Divisional headquarters was outraged, presumably because it had discovered that it was not receiving its share of the proceeds. There can be little doubt that the Red Army resented the rear rats in the NKVD, but the feeling ran both ways. The NKVD did not appreciate having to deal with ammunition and weapons abandoned by Germans and advancing units of Red Army. All this leads to massive stealing by bandits and the local population. It has been noticed that adolescents get hold of these weapons and organize armed groups and terrorize the population. This creates favorable conditions for the growth of banditry. An order was also issued forbidding the use of grenades for fishing, a popular sport among Red Army men in the many lakes of East Prussia and Poland. NKVD rifle regiments had to deal not only with German stragglers and Volkssturm living like outlaws in the forests, but also with groups of Red Army deserters. On the 7th of March, a group of 15 armed deserters ambushed an NKVD patrol of the Second Belarusian Front near the village of Dirts. Another group of 8 was also living in the forest nearby. All had deserted at the end of December 1944. 2 days later, the NKVD reported finding more deserters travelling away from the front in the rear areas. Another bandit group of deserters from the Third Army, led by a Ukrainian captain and party member with the Order of the Red Banner, who had deserted from hospital on the 6th of March, lived off the land round Ortelsburg. Their group, armed with submachine guns and pistols, was extremely mixed. It included men from Tula, Sverdlovsk, Voronezh and the Ukraine, as well as a Pole, 3 German women, and another German man from the Ortelsburg district. Most deserters, however, especially Belarusians and Ukrainians, many of whom were co-opted Poles, tried to sneak home in 1s and 2s. Some dressed up as women, others bandaged themselves up, then went to railheads and stole the documents of wounded men. A new special pass for wounded men had to be brought in to stop this. Sometimes men simply disappeared, and nobody knew whether they had deserted or been killed in battle. On the 27th of January, 2 T-34 tanks from the 6th Guards Tank Corps in East Prussia left on an operation, and neither the tanks nor the 16 tankists and infantrymen with them were ever seen again, dead or alive. In spite of the large numbers of NKVD troops in the rear areas, there was astonishingly little control over Red Army personnel. The Soviet military leadership, stated a German intelligence report of the 9th of February, is concerned about the growing lack of discipline as a result of their advance into what for Russians is a prosperous region. Property was being looted and destroyed, and civilians needed for forced labor were killed for little reason. Chaos was also caused by the number of civilian citizens of the USSR who come to East Prussia to collect captured property. The senseless death of a hero of the Soviet Union, Colonel Gorilov, commander of a Guards tank brigade, horrified many officers in the First Belarusian Front. At the beginning of February, he was sorting out a traffic jam on the road a few kilometers from the German border and was shot by drunken soldiers. Such cases of bloody drunken violence are not isolated, Grossman noted. A single NKVD regiment lost 5 dead and 34 men injured from being run down by drivers during the first 10 weeks of the year. The young women traffic controllers did not blow whistles when attempting to restore order in traffic jams. They fired their submachine guns in the air. On one occasion behind the Second Belarusian Front, a young woman traffic controller called Lydia ran up to the driver's window of a vehicle which had blocked the road. She began to yell obscenities at him. This had little effect. Obscenities were yelled back at her. But then she received unexpected reinforcements in the tall and impressive form of Marshal Rokossovsky, who had leapt from his staff car, drawing his pistol in anger. When the driver saw the marshal, he was literally paralyzed with fear. His officer lost his head completely. He jumped out of the cab and ran into the bushes to hide. The entry of Soviet forces into German territory meant that Stalin's plans to force Germans to work for the Soviet Union could be put into action. On the 6th of February, an order was issued to mobilize all Germans fit for work from 17 to 50 years of age and to form labor battalions of 1,000 to 1,200 men each and send them to Belarus and the Ukraine to repair war damage. The Germans mobilized were told to report to assembly points wearing warm clothes and good boots. They were also to bring bedding, reserves of underwear, and 2 weeks' food supply. With Volkssturm members sent to prisoner of war camps, the NKVD managed to conscript only 68,680 German forced labourers by the 9th of March, the vast majority in the rear of Zhukov and Konev's armies. A large proportion were women. At first, many of the so-called labour battalions were used locally for rubble clearance and assisting the Red Army. The attitude of Soviet soldiers towards the conscripted civilians was one of intense schadenfreude. Agranenko watched a Red Army corporal form up a working party of German men and women in 4 lines. He barked out the word of command in Pidgin German, "To Siberia, fuck you." By the 10th of April, the proportion sent back to the Soviet Union for forced labor increased rapidly, with 59,536 sent to western parts, mostly the Ukraine. Although still fewer than Stalin had planned, they suffered at least as much as their Soviet counterparts, rounded up earlier by the Wehrmacht. It was naturally worst for the women. Many were forced to leave children behind with relatives or friends. In some cases, they had even been forced to abandon them altogether. Their life ahead was not simply one of subjection to hard labor, but also to casual rape by guards, with venereal infections as a byproduct. Another 20,000 men were put to demontage work, stripping the factories of Silesia. Stalin may have described the NKVD rifle regiments to General Bull as a gendarmerie, but it is still striking how little they intervened to stop looting, rape, and the random murder of civilians. There appears to be only one example of intervention in their reports. In April, a group from the NKVD 217th Frontier Guards Regiment arrested 5 soldiers who broke into a hostel of repatriated Polish women. Quite how little the NKVD troops were doing to protect civilians from violence of every sort is indirectly revealed in their own chief's reports to Beria. On the 8th of March, Serov, the NKVD representative with the First Belarusian Front, reported on the continuing wave of suicides. On the 12th of March, 2 months after Chernyakhovsky's offensive began, the NKVD chief in northern East Prussia reported to Beria that suicides of Germans, particularly women, are becoming more and more widespread. For those who did not have a pistol or poison, most of the suicides consisted of people hanging themselves in attics with the rope tied to the rafters. A number of women, unable to bring themselves to hang a child, cut their children's wrists first and then their own. NKVD rifle regiments did not punish their own soldiers for rape. They punished them only if they caught venereal disease from victims, who had usually caught it from a previous rapist. Rape itself, in a typically Stalinist euphemism, was referred to as an immoral event. It is interesting that Russian historians today still produce evasive circumlocutions. Negative phenomena in the Army of Liberation, writes one on the subject of mass rape, caused significant damage to the prestige of the Soviet Union and the armed forces, and could have a negative influence in the future relations with the countries through which our troops were passing. This sentence also indirectly acknowledges that there were many cases of rape in Poland. But far more shocking from a Russian point of view is the fact that Red Army officers and soldiers also raped Ukrainian, Russian and Belarusian women and girls released from slave labor in Germany. Many of the girls were as young as 16 when taken to the Reich. Some were just 14. The widespread raping of women taken forcibly from the Soviet Union completely undermines any attempts at justifying Red Army behavior on the grounds of revenge for German brutality in the Soviet Union. The evidence for this is certainly not restricted just to the unpublished notebooks of Vasily Grossman. A very detailed report goes much further. On the 29th of March, the Central Committee of the Komsomol, Communist Youth, informed Stalin's associate Malenkov of a report from the First Ukrainian Front. This memorandum is about young people taken to Germany and liberated by the troops of the Red Army. Tsigankov, the deputy chief of the political department of the First Ukrainian Front, relates numerous extraordinary facts which affect the great happiness of Soviet citizens released from German slavery. Young people express their gratitude to Comrade Stalin and the Red Army for their salvation. On the night of the 24th of February, Tsigankov reported in the first of many examples, a group of 35 provisional lieutenants on a course and their battalion commander entered the women's dormitory in the village of Grutenberg, 10 kilometers east of Els, and raped them. 3 days later, an unknown senior lieutenant of tank troops went by horse to where girls were gathering grain. He left his horse and spoke to a girl from the Dnipropetrovsk region called Gritsenko, Anna. "Where are you from?" he asked. She answered this senior lieutenant. He ordered her to come closer. She refused, so he took his gun and shot her, but she did not die. Many similar incidents took place. In the town of Bunzlau, there are over 100 women and girls in the headquarters. They live in a separate building, not far from the Kommandantur, but there is no security there. And because of this, there are many offences, and even rape of women who live in this dormitory by different soldiers who enter the dormitory at night and terrorize the women. On the 5th of March, late at night, 60 officers and soldiers entered, mainly from the 3rd Guards Tank Army. Most of them were drunk, and they attacked and offended against women and girls. Even though they were ordered by the commandant to leave the dormitory, the group of tankists threatened him with their guns and caused a scuffle. This is not the only incident. It happens every night, and because of this, those who stay in Bunzlau are frightened and demoralized, and there is much dissatisfaction among them. One of them, Maria Shapoval, said, "I waited for the Red Army for days and nights. I waited for my liberation, and now our soldiers treat us worse than the Germans did. I am not happy to be alive." "It was very hard to stay with Germans," Klavdia Malashenko said, "but now it is very unhappy. This is not liberation. They treat us terribly. They do terrible things to us." There are many cases of offences against them, Tsigankov continued. On the night of 15th of February, in one of the villages where the cattle are herded, a Strafe company, under the command of a senior lieutenant, surrounded the village and shot the Red Army soldiers who were on guard there. They went to the women's dormitory and started their organized mass rape of the women who had just been liberated by the Red Army. There are also many offences by officers against women. 3 officers on the 26th of February entered the dormitory in the bread depot, and when Major Soloviev, the commandant, tried to stop them, one of them, a major, said, "I've just come from the front and I need a woman." After that, he debauched himself in the dormitory. Lantsova Vera, born 1926, was raped twice, first when the vanguard troops came through the territory, and second on the 14th of February by a soldier. From the 22nd of February, Lieutenant Isaev AA made her sleep with him by beating her and frightening her with threats that he would shoot her. A number of officers, sergeants, and soldiers tell the liberated women, "There is an order not to allow you back to the Soviet Union, and if they do allow some of you back, you will live in the north," that is, in gulag camps. Because of such attitudes to the women and girls, many women think that in the Red Army and in their country, they are not treated as Soviet citizens, and that anything can be done to them, killed, raped, beaten, and that they will not be allowed home. The notion that Soviet women and girls taken for slave labor in Germany had sold themselves to the Germans was very widespread in the Red Army, which provides part of the explanation of why they were so badly treated. Young women who had somehow managed to stay alive under Wehrmacht occupation were known as German dolls. There was even an airman's song about it. Young girls are smiling at Germans having forgotten about their guys. When times became hard, you forgot your falcons and sold yourselves to Germans for a crust of bread. It is hard to pin down the origin of this assumption about women collaborating with the enemy. It cannot be traced to remarks made by political officers in late 1944 or early 1945, yet it appears that a general idea had earlier been fomented by the regime that any Soviet citizen taken to Germany, either as a prisoner of war or as a slave laborer, had tacitly consented because they had failed to kill themselves or join the partisans. Any notion of the honor and dignity of the Soviet girl was accorded only to young women serving in the Red Army or the war industries. But it is perhaps significant that, according to one woman officer, female soldiers in the Red Army started to be treated badly by their male counterparts from the time that Soviet troops moved on to foreign territory. Official complaints of rape to a senior officer were worse than useless. For example, Eva Stuhl, born 1926, said, "My father and 2 brothers joined the Red Army at the beginning of the war. Soon the Germans came and I was taken to Germany by force. I worked in a factory here. I cried and waited for the day of liberation. Soon the Red Army came and its soldiers dishonored me. I cried and told the senior officer about my brothers in the Red Army, and he beat me and raped me. It would have been better if he had killed me." All this, concluded Sigankov, provides fertile ground for unhealthy, negative moods to grow among liberated Soviet citizens. It causes discontent and mistrust before their return to their mother country. His recommendations, however, did not focus on tightening Red Army discipline. He suggested instead that the main political department of the Red Army and the Komsomol should concentrate on improving political and cultural work with repatriated Soviet citizens so that they should not return home with negative ideas about the Red Army. By the 15th of February, the First Ukrainian Front alone had liberated 49,500 Soviet citizens and 8,868 foreigners from German forced labor, mainly in Silesia. But this represented only a small percentage of the total. Just over a week later, the Soviet authorities in Moscow estimated that they should prepare to receive and process a total of 4 million former Red Army soldiers and civilian deportees. The first priority was not medical care for those who had suffered so appallingly in German camps. It was a screening process to weed out traitors. The second priority was political re-education for those who had been subject to foreign contamination. Both the First Belarusian Front and the First Ukrainian Front were ordered to set up 3 assembly and transit camps well to their rear in Poland. The re-education teams each had a mobile film unit, a radio with a loudspeaker, 2 accordions, a library of 20,000 Communist Party booklets, 40 meters of red fabric for decorating premises, and a set of portraits of Comrade Stalin. Solzhenitsyn wrote of liberated prisoners of war with their heads down as they were marched along. They feared retribution simply for having surrendered, but the need for reinforcements was so great that the vast majority were sent to reserve regiments for re-education and retraining in order to have them ready for the final offensive on Berlin. This, however, was just a temporary reprieve. Another screening would come later when the fighting was over, and even those who fought heroically in the battle for Berlin were not immune from being sent to the camps later. The Red Army's urgent need of more meat for the cannon meant that former slave labourers without any military training were also conscripted on the spot. And most of the Western Belarusians and Western Ukrainians from the regions seized by Stalin in 1939 still regarded themselves as Poles. But they were given little choice in the matter. Once they reached the screening camp, the liberated Soviet prisoners had many questions. What will be their status? Will they have full citizens' rights on returning to Russia? Will they be deprived in some way? Will they be sent to the camps? Once again, the Soviet authorities did not acknowledge that these were pertinent questions. They were immediately attributed to fascist propaganda because the Germans terrified our people in Germany, and this false propaganda was intensified towards the end of the war. The political workers in the camps gave talks, mainly of Red Army successes and the achievements of the Soviet rear, and about the party leaders, especially Comrade Stalin. They also showed them Soviet movies, reported the chief of the political department of the First Ukrainian Front. The people like them very much. They cry, "Hooray!" very often, especially when Stalin appears, and "Long live the Red Army," and after the cinema show, they go away crying in happiness. Among those who were liberated are only a few who betrayed the motherland. In the screening camp in Krakow, only 4 were arrested as traitors out of a total of 40 suspects. Yet these figures were to rise greatly later. There are stories, and it is very hard to know how true they are, that even forced laborers from the Soviet Union were executed shortly after liberation without any investigation. For example, the Swedish military attaché heard that after the occupation of Opeln in Silesia, around 250 of them were summoned to a political meeting. Immediately afterwards, they were cornered by Red Army or NKVD troops. Somebody yelled a question at them, demanding why they had not become partisans. Then the soldiers opened fire. The term traitor of the motherland did not just cover soldiers recruited from prison camps by the Germans. It was to cover Red Army soldiers who had been captured in 1941, some of whom had been so badly wounded that they could not fight to the end. Solzhenitsyn argued in their case that the phrase traitor of the motherland, rather than traitor to the motherland, was a significant Freudian slip. They were not traitors to her. They were her traitors. It was not they, the unfortunates, who had betrayed the motherland, but their calculating motherland who had betrayed them. The Soviet state had betrayed them through incompetence and lack of preparation in 1941. It had then refused to acknowledge their dreadful fate in German prison camps. And the final betrayal came when they were encouraged to believe that they had redeemed themselves by their bravery in the last weeks of the war, only to be arrested after the fighting was over. Solzhenitsyn felt that to betray one's own soldiers and proclaim them traitors was the foulest deed in Russian history. Few Red Army soldiers, whether prisoners of war or those fortunate enough never to have been captured, would ever forgive those who had put on German uniform, whatever the circumstances. Members of Vlasov's ROA, known as Vlasovci, SS volunteers, Ukrainian and Caucasian camp guards, General von Panwitz's Cossack Cavalry Corps, police teams, anti-partisan security detachments, and even the unfortunate Hiwis, short for Hilfsfreiwillige or volunteer helpers, were all tarred with the same brush. Estimates for all categories range between 1 million and 1.5 million men. Red Army authorities insisted that there had been over 1 million Hiwis serving in the Wehrmacht. Those taken or who surrendered voluntarily were frequently shot on the spot or soon afterwards. Vlasovci and other accomplices of the Nazis were usually executed on the spot, the latest Russian official history states. This is not surprising. The battle code of the Red Army infantry demanded that each soldier must be ruthless to all turncoats and traitors of the motherland. It also appears to have been a matter of regional honor. Men from their area would be found to take revenge. A man from Orel kills a man from Orel, and an Uzbek kills an Uzbek. The NKVD troops were understandably merciless in their search for Ukrainians and Caucasians who had worked as camp guards, where they had frequently proved themselves even more brutal than their German overseers. Yet the fact that Red Army prisoners of war could be treated in virtually the same way as those who had put on enemy uniform was part of a systematic attitude within the NKVD. There must be a single view of all the categories of prisoners, the NKVD rifle regiments in the Second Belarusian Front were told. Deserters, robbers, and former prisoners of war were to be treated in the same way as those who betrayed our state. While it is extremely hard to have any sympathy for camp guards, the vast majority of the Hiwis had been brutally press-ganged or starved into submission. Of the categories in between, many who served in SS or German army units were nationalists, whether Ukrainians, Bates, Cossacks, or Caucasians, all of whom hated Soviet rule from Moscow. Some Vlasovci had had no compunction about joining their former enemy because they had not forgiven the arbitrary executions of friends by Red Army officers and blocking detachments during 1941 and 1942. Others were peasants who loathed forced collectivization, yet many of the ordinary Vlasov soldiers and Hiwis were often extraordinarily naive and ill-informed. A Russian interpreter in a German prisoner of war camp recounted how, at one propaganda meeting to recruit volunteers for Vlasov's army, a Russian prisoner put up his hand and said, "Comrade President, we would like to know how many cigarettes one is given per day in the Vlasov army." Evidently, for many, an army was just an army. What difference did it make whose uniform you wore, especially if you were fed, instead of being starved and maltreated in a camp? All of those who followed that route were to suffer far more than they had ever imagined. Even those who survived 15 or 20 years in the Gulag after the war remained marked men. Those thought to have cooperated with the enemy did not have their civic rights restored until the 50th anniversary of the victory in 1995. Letters were found on Russian prisoners of war who had served in the German army, almost certainly as Hiwis. One, barely literate, was written on a blank fly leaf torn from a German book. "Comrade soldiers," it said, "we give ourselves up to you begging a big favor. Tell us, please, why are you killing those Russian people from German prisons? We happen to be captured and then they took us to work for their regiments, and we worked purely in order not to starve to death. Now these people happen to get to the Russian side, back to their own army, and you shoot them. What for, we ask? Is it because the Soviet command betrayed these people in 1941 and 1942? 8. Pomerania and the Oder bridgeheads. In February and March, while bitter fighting continued for the Oder bridgeheads opposite Berlin, Zhukov and Rokossovsky crushed the Baltic balcony of Pomerania and West Prussia. In the 2nd and 3rd weeks of February, Rokossovsky's 4 armies across the Vistula pushed into the southern part of West Prussia. Then, on the 24th of February, Zhukov's right flank armies and Rokossovsky's left flank forced northwards towards the Baltic to split Pomerania in 2. The most vulnerable German formation was the Second Army. It still just managed to keep open the last land route from East Prussia along the Frisch-Nehrung sandbar to the Vistula estuary. The Second Army, with its left flank just across the Nogat in Elbing and maintaining a foothold in the Teutonic Knights' castle of Marienburg, was the most overstretched of all Army Group Vistula. Rokossovsky's attack began on the 24th of February. The 19th Army advanced northwestwards towards the area between Neustetten and Boldenburg, but its troops were shaken by the ferocity of the fighting, and it faltered. Rokossovsky sacked the army commander, pushed a tank corps into the attack as well, and forced them on. The combination of the tank corps and the 2nd and 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps led to the rapid fall of Neustetten, the cornerstone of the Pomeranian defense line. Soviet cavalry played a successful part in the reduction of Pomerania. They captured several towns on their own, such as the seaside town of Liba, mainly by surprise. The 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps, which formed the extreme right of Zhukov's First Belarusian Front, was commanded by Lieutenant General Vladimir Viktorovich Kryukov, a resourceful leader married to Russia's favorite folk singer, Lydia Ruslanova. Zhukov's attack northwards, some 50 kilometers east of Stettin, began in earnest on the 1st of March. Combining the 3rd Shock Army and the 1st and 2nd Guards Tank Army, it was a far stronger force. The weak German divisions did not stand a chance. The leading tank brigades dashed ahead, charging through towns where unprepared civilians stared at them in horror. The 3rd Shock Army and the 1st Polish Army coming behind consolidated their gains. On the 4th of March, the 1st Guards Tank Army reached the Baltic near Kolberg. Colonel Morganov, the commander of the 45th Guards Tank Brigade, the first to reach the sea, sent bottles of salt water to Zhukov and to Katukov, his army commander. It proved Katukov's dictum. The success of the advance, he had told Grossman, is determined by our huge mechanized power, which is now greater than it has ever been. A colossal rapidity of advance means small losses, and the enemy is scattered. The whole of the German Second Army and part of the 3rd Panzer Army were now completely cut off from the Reich, and as if to emphasize the Baltic catastrophe, news arrived that Finland, albeit under heavy pressure from the Soviet Union, had declared war on her former ally, Nazi Germany. Among those cut off to the east of Zhukov's thrust was the SS Charlemagne Division, already greatly reduced from its strength of 12,000 men. Along with 3 German divisions, they had been positioned near Belgrade. General von Tettau ordered them to try to break out northwestwards towards the Baltic coast at the mouth of the Oder. The Charlemagne commander, SS Brigadeführer Gustav Krukenberg, accompanied 1,000 of his Frenchmen on silent compass marches through snow-laden pine forests. As things turned out, part of this ill-assorted group of right-wing intellectuals, workers, and reactionary aristocrats, united only by their ferocious anti-communism, was to form the last defense of Hitler's chancellery in Berlin. Hitler, however, demonstrated scant sympathy for the defenders of his Reich. When the commander of the Second Army, Colonel General Weiss, warned Führer headquarters that the Elbing pocket, which had cost so much blood already, could not be held much longer, Hitler simply retorted, "Weiss is a liar, like all generals." The second phase of the Pomeranian campaign began almost immediately, only 2 days after the 1st Guards Tank Army reached the sea. The 1st Guards Tank Army was transferred temporarily to Rokossovsky. Zhukov telephoned him to say that he wanted Katukov's army returned in the same state as you received it. The operation consisted of a large left-flanking wheel to roll up eastern Pomerania and Danzig from the west, while Rokossovsky's strongest formation, the 2nd Shock Army, attacked up from the south, parallel to the Vistula. The commander of the Soviet 2nd Shock Army, Colonel General Fedyuninsky, was keeping a close eye on the calendar. He had been wounded 4 times in the course of the war. Every time it happened on the 20th of the month, and so now he never moved from his headquarters on that day. Fedyuninsky did not believe that the looted resources of Prussia should be squandered. He made his army load livestock, bread, rice, sugar and cheese onto trains, which were sent to Leningrad to compensate its citizens for their suffering during the terrible siege. Fedyuninsky's advance cut off the German defenders of Marienburg Castle, who had been assisted in their defence by salvos fired from the heavy cruiser Prince Eugen out in the Baltic. The castle was abandoned on the night of the 8th of March, and 2 days later Elbing fell, as Weiss had warned. The German Second Army, threatened from the west and the south, pulled in to defend Danzig and Dynia, to allow as many civilians and wounded as possible to be evacuated from the ports packed with refugees. On the 8th of March, just 2 days after the start of the westward sweep on Danzig, Soviet forces occupied the town of Stolp unopposed, and 2 days later the 1st Guards Tank Army and the 19th Army reached Lauenburg. A refugee column fleeing for the ports was overtaken by a tank brigade. Women and children fled, stumbling through the snow to shelter in the forest, while Soviet tanks crushed their carts under their tracks. They were more fortunate than other Trek columns. Not far from Lauenburg, Red Army troops discovered another concentration camp. This was a women's camp, and their doctors immediately set to work caring for the survivors. The fate of Pomeranian families was similar to those in East Prussia. Himmler had forbidden the evacuation of civilians from eastern Pomerania, so around 1.2 million were cut off by the thrust north to the Baltic on the 4th of March. They had also been deprived of news, just as in East Prussia. But most families had heard rumours, and refusing to trust the Nazi authorities, they prepared themselves. Landowning families, the manor folk, as the villagers called them, knew that they were the most likely to be shot, and their tenants urged them to leave for their own good. Carriages and carts were prepared. Near Stolp, Libusse von Oldershausen, the stepdaughter of Baron Jesko von Puttkamer, who had refused to sacrifice the local Volkssturm at Schneidermuhl, was 9 months pregnant. The estate carpenter built a wagon frame over which the large carpet from the library was fastened to provide shelter from the snow. The expectant mother would lie inside on a mattress. In the early hours of the 8th of March, Libusse was woken by a pounding on the door. "Trek orders," somebody shouted. "Get up! Hurry! We're leaving as soon as possible." She dressed as quickly as she could and packed her jewels. The manor house was already full of refugees, and some of them began to loot the rooms even before the family had left. As many Pomeranian and East Prussian families found, their French prisoner-of-war labourers insisted on coming with them rather than wait behind to be liberated by the Red Army. The rumble of artillery fire could be heard in the distance as they climbed into the converted cart and other horse-drawn vehicles. They headed east for Danzig, but even with a head start, their horse-drawn carts were outpaced in a few days by Katukov's tank brigades. Libusse awoke in the middle of the night after they had heard that they would not reach safety in time. By the light of a candle stump, she saw that her stepfather had put on his uniform and medals. Her mother was also dressed. Since the Red Army was bound to cut them off, they had decided to commit suicide. Nemmersdorf and recent atrocity tales from East Prussia had convinced them that they should not be taken alive. "It's time," said Baron Jesko. "The Russians will be here in an hour or two." Libussa accompanied them outside, planning to do the same, but at the last moment she suddenly changed her mind. "I want to go with you, but I can't. I'm carrying the baby, my baby. It's kicking so hard. It wants to live. I can't kill it." Her mother understood and said that she would stay with her. The Baron, bewildered and dismayed, was forced to get rid of his uniform and pistol. Their only hope of survival was to be indistinguishable from the other refugees when the Red Army arrived. They must not be spotted as lordships. The first sign that Soviet troops had arrived was a signal flare which shot out of a plantation of firs. It was rapidly followed by the roar of tank engines. Small trees were crushed flat as the tanks emerged like monsters from the forest. A couple of them fired their main armament to intimidate the villagers. Then submachine gunners fanned out to search the houses. They fired short bursts on entering rooms to cow those inside. This brought down a shower of plaster. They were not the conquerors the Germans had expected. Their shabby brown uniforms, stained and ripped, their boots falling to pieces and lengths of string used instead of gunslings were so unlike images of the victorious Wehrmacht projected in newsreels earlier in the war. Looting was carried out briskly with cries of "Uri, Uri," as the Soviet soldiers went round grabbing watches. Pierre, their French prisoner of war, protested in vain that he was an ally. He received a rifle butt in the stomach. They then searched the refugees' luggage and bundles until they heard orders yelled by their officers outside. The soldiers stuffed their booty down the fronts of their padded jackets and ran out to rejoin their armoured vehicles. The civilians, shaking with a mixture of fear and relief that they had survived this first encounter with the dreaded enemy, suddenly faced the second wave, in this case a cavalry detachment. They had more time, which meant time to rape. The door was thrown open and a small group of Red Army soldiers came in to pick their victims. Hitler had sacked General Weiss, the commander of the Second Army, for having warned Führer headquarters that Elbing could not be held. In his place, he had appointed General von Sauken, the former commander of the Grossdeutschland Corps. On the 12th of March, General von Sauken was summoned to the Reich Chancellery to be briefed on his new appointment. This former cavalryman entered the room wearing a monocle and the Knight's Cross with swords and oak leaves at his neck. Slim and elegant, Sauken was an ultra-conservative who openly despised the Braune Bande of Nazis. Hitler asked Guderian to brief him on the situation in Danzig. Once that was completed, Hitler told Sauken that he must take his orders from the Gauleiter, Albert Forster. General von Sauken stared back at Hitler. "I have no intention," he replied, "of placing myself under the orders of a Gauleiter." Not only had Sauken flatly contradicted Hitler, he had failed to address him as Mein Führer. Even Guderian, who had been through more rows with Hitler than most people, was shaken. Yet onlookers were even more surprised by Hitler's acquiescence. "All right, Sauken," he replied weakly. "Keep the command to yourself." Sauken flew to Danzig the next day. He was determined to hold the two ports to allow the escape of as many civilians as possible. It was estimated that Danzig's population was swollen to 1.5 million, and that there were at least 100,000 wounded. Amid the chaos, the SS began seizing stragglers at random and hanging them from trees as deserters. Food was desperately short. A 21,000-ton supply ship hit a mine and sank with 6 days' supplies for Danzig and Gdynia. The Kriegsmarine not only demonstrated extraordinary tenacity and bravery in the evacuation, it also continued to give offshore fire support despite constant air attacks and the threat of torpedoes from Soviet submarines of the Baltic Fleet. The cruisers Prince Eugen and Leipzig and the old battleship Schlesien thundered away with their main armament at the encircling Red Army. But on the 22nd of March, the Red Army smashed the Danzig-Gdynia defense perimeter in the middle, between the two ports. Soon, both came under accurate artillery fire in addition to the never-ending raids by Soviet aviation. Fighter bombers strafed the towns and the port areas. Soviet Sturmovix treated civilian and military targets alike. A church was as good as a bunker, especially when it seemed as if the objective was to flatten every building which still protruded conspicuously above the ground. Wounded waiting on the quays to be embarked were riddled on their stretchers. Tens of thousands of women and children, terrified of losing their places in the queues to escape, provided unmissable targets. There was no time to help or pity the dead and injured. Only children orphaned from one instant to the next would be gathered up. And with the unremitting racket of the 88 mm and light flak anti-aircraft batteries, nobody could hear their sobbing. The scratch crews of the Kriegsmarine, using any craft available, tenders, barges, pinnaces, tugs and e-boats, returned in a constant shuttle to snatch the civilians and wounded to ferry them across to the small port of Gila at the tip of the nearby peninsula. Destroyers offshore gave the small boats as much anti-aircraft covering fire as possible. The sailors hardly ever faltered, even though a near miss was enough to overturn some of the smaller craft. On the 25th of March, a young woman from the Polish resistance brought General Katukov a plan of the Gdynia defense system. At first he thought it might be a trick, but it proved to be authentic. As the Soviet troops fought into the outskirts of Gdynia, the Kriegsmarine carried on, even accelerating its rhythm to grab as many refugees as possible before the end. Their boats now had to contend with another weapon. Katukov's tank crews had learned to adapt their gunnery to targets at sea, making it an even more dangerous task. A fragment of a platoon from the Großdeutschland, which had escaped amid nightmare scenes from the final evacuation of Memel at the most northeastern point of East Prussia, found itself reliving a similar experience. Deciding to shelter in a vaulted cellar as Soviet troops fought towards the port, they found a doctor delivering a baby by the light of a couple of lanterns. "If the birth of a child is usually a joyful event," wrote one of the soldiers, "this particular birth only seemed to add to the general tragedy. The mother's screams no longer had any meaning in a world made of screams, and the wailing child seemed to regret the beginning of its life." The soldiers hoped for the child's sake, as they made their way down to the port, that it would die. The Soviet advance into Gdynia was marked by a horizon of red flames against thick, black smoke. The final attack had begun, and by that evening of the 26th of March, the Red Army was in possession of the town and port. The sack of Gdynia and the treatment of the survivors appear to have shaken even the Soviet military authorities. "The number of extraordinary events is growing," the political department reported in its usual vocabulary of euphemisms, as well as immoral phenomena and military crimes. "Among our troops there are disgraceful and politically harmful phenomena when, under the slogan of revenge, some officers and soldiers commit outrages and looting instead of honestly and selflessly fulfilling their duty to their motherland." Just to the south, meanwhile, Danzig too was under heavy assault from the west. The defenders were forced back bit by bit, and by the 28th of March, Danzig also fell, with appalling consequences for the remaining civilians. The remainder of Sarkin's troops withdrew eastwards into the Vistula estuary, where they remained besieged until the end of the war. For German officers, especially Pomeranians and Prussians, the loss of the Hanseatic city of Danzig, with its fine old buildings marked by distinctive stepped gables, was a disaster. It signified the end of German Baltic life forever. Yet while mourning the loss of a long-established culture, they closed their eyes to the horrors of the regime which they had so effectively supported in its war aims. They may not have known about the manufacture of soap and leather from corpses in the Danzig Anatomical Medical Institute, but they certainly knew about Stutthof concentration camp in the Vistula estuary, because Wehrmacht troops, not just SS, had been involved in the massacre of its prisoners as the Red Army approached. West Prussia and Pomerania may not have suffered quite as much as East Prussia, but the fate of civilians was still terrible. Their culture was also exterminated, as churches and old buildings went up in flames. The Soviet commandant of Lauenburg complained to Captain Agranenko that it was absolutely impossible to stop the violence. Agranenko found that Red Army soldiers did not bother with official euphemisms for rape, such as violence against the civil population or immorality. They simply used the phrase to fuck. A Cossack officer told him that German women were too proud. You had to get astride them. Others complained that German women looked like draft horses. In Glowitz, he noted that women were using children like a screen. Soviet soldiers once again demonstrated an utterly bewildering mixture of irrational violence, drunken lust, and spontaneous kindness to children. Young women, desperate to escape the notice of soldiers, rubbed wood ash and soot into their faces. They tied peasant headkerchiefs low over the brow, bundled themselves up to hide their figures, and hobbled along the roadside like ancient crones. Yet this concealment of youth was no automatic safeguard. Many elderly women were raped as well. German women developed their own verbal formulae for what they had been through. Many used to say, "I had to concede." One recounted that she had to concede 13 times. Her horror seemed to contain a touch of pride at what she had endured, Libus von Oldershausen noted with surprise. But far more women were traumatized by their terrible experiences. Some became catatonic, others committed suicide. But as with Libus von Oldershausen, pregnant women usually rejected this escape route. An instinctive duty to their unborn child became paramount. A few women had the idea of dotting their faces with red to indicate spotted typhus. Others discovered the Russian word for typhus and its Cyrillic form in order to put up warning notices on their doors implying that the household was infected. In more remote areas, whole communities hid in farmsteads away from major routes. A lookout always remained close to the road, with a flashlight at night or a shirt to wave by day to warn of Soviet troops turning off towards their hiding place. Women then rushed to hide, and poultry and pigs were driven into pens concealed in the forest. Such precautions for survival must have been used in the 30 Years' War. They were probably as old as warfare itself. Of all the signs of fighting which refugees found when forced to return home after the fall of Danzig, the worst were the gallows alleys where SS and Feldgendarmerie had hanged deserters. Signs had been tied around their necks, such as, "Here I hang because I did not believe in the Führer." Libusse von Oldershausen and her family, forced to return home by the fall of the two ports, also saw a couple of Feldgendarmerie who had been caught and hanged by the Soviets. The route back was littered with wrecked wagons pushed into ditches by Soviet tanks, with looted baggage scattered all around, bed linen, crockery, suitcases and toys. The carcasses of horses and cattle in roadside ditches had had strips of meat hacked from their flanks. Many Pomeranians were murdered in the first week of occupation. Near the Puttkammers village, an elderly couple were chased into the icy waters of a village pond, where they died. A man was harnessed to a plough, which he was forced to drag until he collapsed. His tormentors then finished him off with a burst of submachine gun fire. Herr von Livonius, the owner of an estate at Gromkau, was dismembered and his body thrown to the pigs. Even those landowners who had been part of the anti-Nazi resistance fared little better. Eberhard von Braunschweig and his family, assuming that they had little to fear, awaited the arrival of the Red Army in their manor house at Lubzau, near Karzin. But his reputation and numerous arrests by the Gestapo did him little good. The whole family was dragged outside and shot. Villagers and French prisoners of war sometimes bravely came to the defense of a well-liked landowner, but many others were left to their fate. Nothing was predictable. In Karzin, the elderly Frau von Puttkammer retired to bed when the sounds of firing and tank engines could be heard. Not long afterwards, a young Soviet soldier opened her bedroom door, very drunk after the capture of the next-door village. He signaled for her to get out of bed, to let him sleep there. She refused, saying that it was her bed, but that she would give him a pillow and he could sleep on the bedside rug. She then put her hands together and began to say her prayers. Too befuddled to argue, the young soldier lay down and slept where he had been told. Just after the capture of Pomerania, Captain Agranenko, always the playwright collecting new material, travelled round taking notes. He observed that when he was scribbling away in his little notebook, people looked at him fearfully, thinking that he must be a member of the NKVD. On the 23rd of March, when in Kolberg, he exulted in the sudden arrival of spring weather. Birds are singing, buds are opening, nature does not care about war. He watched Red Army soldiers trying to learn to ride their plundered bicycles. They were wobbling dangerously all over the place. In fact, front commands issued an order forbidding them to ride bicycles on the road, as so many of them were being knocked down and killed. The rapid invasion of Pomerania had liberated thousands of foreign workers and prisoners. At night, the roads were lined with their campfires. By day, they embarked on their long trudge home. Most of them had fashioned national flags to identify them as non-German. Agranenko and some other officers encountered some Lithuanians displaying their flag. We explained to them, he wrote, that now their national flag is red. Clearly Agranenko, like most Russians, regarded the Soviet Union's seizure of the Baltic states as quite natural, even if they did not realize that it was part of the secret protocol of the Nazi-Soviet pact. While the liberated foreign labourers and prisoners carried their flags, Germans wore white armbands and hung white flags from their houses to emphasize their surrender. They knew that any sign of resistance or even resentment would do them no good. The Soviet-appointed Burgermeister in Koslin, a 55-year-old Jewish jeweler named Usef Ludinsky, wore a bowler hat and a red armband when he read out proclamations from the military authorities from the town hall steps. The German inhabitants listened in silence. In Leba, the cavalry which captured it had looted all the clocks and watches, so each morning the Burgermeister had to walk up and down the streets ringing a large handbell and shouting "Nach Arbeit" to wake the townsfolk mobilized for labor by the Soviet authorities. In Stargard, Agranenko observed a tankist in padded leather helmet approach the fresh graves in the square opposite the magistrate's court. The young soldier read the name on each grave, evidently searching. He stopped at one, took off his tank helmet and bowed his head. Then he suddenly jerked his submachine gun up and fired a long burst. He was saluting his commander buried there at his feet. Agranenko also chatted with young women traffic controllers. "Our weddings won't happen soon," they told him. "We've already forgotten that we're girls. We're just soldiers." They seemed to sense that they would be part of that generation condemned to post-war spinsterhood by the Red Army's 9 million casualties. While Zhukov's armies had been destroying the Baltic Balcony, Marshal Konev's First Ukrainian Front was still engaged in Silesia. His main obstacle was the fortress city of Breslau, astride the Oder, defended under the fanatical leadership of the Gauleiter, Karl Hanke. But Konev did not want to miss the Berlin operation, so he besieged the city, as Zhukov had done with Poznan, and pushed on across the Oder from the Steinau and Olau bridgeheads. His objective was the Neisse, the southern tributary of the Oder, from which he would launch his assault to the south of Berlin. On the 8th of February, Konev's armies attacked from the two bridgeheads either side of Breslau. The main thrust came from the Steinau bridgehead against the so-called 4th Panzer Army. whose defense line quickly crumbled. To speed the advance from the Ohlau bridgehead, Konev then switched Rybalko's Third Guards tank army. By the 12th of February, Breslau was surrounded. Over 80,000 civilians were trapped in the city. Lelyushenko's Fourth Guards tank army pushed forward to the Neisse, which it reached in 6 days. During the advance, the tank troops found that only a few inhabitants had remained behind. Sometimes the local priest would come out to meet them with a letter from the village to assure the Russians of their friendship, and the First Ukrainian Front noted that on several occasions German civilian doctors offered assistance to our wounded. Lelyushenko then had a nasty surprise. He found that the remnants of the Grossdeutschland Corps and Nering's Twentor Panzer Corps were attacking his lines of communication and rear echelon. After 2 days of fighting, however, the Germans had to pull back. The result was that Konev remained in firm control of over 100 kilometers of the Neisse. His start line for the Berlin operation was secured and Breslau was surrounded. But fighting still continued south of the Ohlau bridgehead throughout the rest of February and March against the German 17th Army. The Nazis had thought that the fact of fighting on German soil would automatically fanaticize resistance, but this does not always appear to have been the case. Morale is being completely destroyed by warfare on German territory, a prisoner from the 359th Infantry Division told his Soviet interrogator. We are told to fight to the death, but it is a complete blind alley. General Schorner had the idea of a counterattack against the town of Lauben, starting on the 1st of March. The Third Guards tank army was taken by surprise, and the town was reoccupied. Goebbels was ecstatic. On the 8th of March, he drove down to Görlitz, followed by photographers from the propaganda ministry, where he met Schorner. Together, they drove to Lauben, where they made speeches of mutual congratulation in the market square to a parade of regular troops, Volkssturm and Hitler Youth. Goebbels presented iron crosses to some Hitler Youth for the cameras, and then went to visit the Soviet tanks destroyed in the operation. The following day, Schorner's next operation to recapture a town was launched. This time it was the turn of Stregau, 40 kilometers west of Breslau. The German forces who retook the town claimed that they found the few surviving civilians wandering around, psychologically broken by the atrocities committed by Konev's troops. They swore that they would kill every Red Army soldier who fell into their hands. But the behavior of German troops at this time was certainly not above reproach. The Nazi authorities were not disconcerted by reports of them killing Soviet prisoners with spades, but they were shocked by more and more reports of what Bormann termed looting by German soldiers in evacuated areas. He issued orders through Field Marshal Keitel that officers were to address their soldiers at least once a week on their duty towards German civilians. The fighting in Silesia was merciless, with both sides imposing a brutal battle discipline on their own men. General Schorner had declared war on malingerers and stragglers, who were hanged by the roadside without even the pretense of a summary court-martial. According to soldiers from the 85th Pioneer Battalion taken prisoner, 22 death sentences were carried out in the town of Neisse alone during the second half of March. The number of death sentences for running away from the field of battle, desertion, self-inflicted wounds and so forth is increasing every week, the First Ukrainian Front reported on prisoner interrogations. The death sentences are read out to all soldiers. Soviet propaganda specialists in the 7th Department of Front Headquarters soon discovered through the interrogation of prisoners that resentment in the ranks against commanders could be exploited. With bad communications and sudden withdrawals, it was quite easy to make German soldiers believe that their commander had run away and left them behind. For example, the 20th Panzer Division, when surrounded near Oppeln, began receiving leaflets which said, "Colonel General Schorner leaves his troops in Oppeln in the lurch. He takes his armoured command vehicle and drives like hell for the Neisse. German soldiers were also suffering badly from lice. They had not changed their underclothes or visited a field bath unit since December. All they received was a completely useless louse powder. They had also received no pay for the months of January, February and March, and most soldiers had not received any letters from home since before Christmas. Discipline became harsher on the Soviet side as well. Military reverses were regarded as a failure to observe Stalin's Order No. 5 on vigilance. Colonel V, the Soviet commander at Striegau, was charged with criminal carelessness because his regiment was caught off guard. Although his troops fought well, the town had been abandoned. This shameful event was thoroughly investigated by the Military Council of the Front, and the guilty was strictly punished. Colonel V.'s sentence was not given, but, to judge by another case, it must have been a longish spell in the Gulag. Lieutenant Colonel M and Captain D were both charged in front of a military tribunal after the captain left his battery of field guns near houses without taking up proper position. He then went off to have a rest, which was often a Soviet euphemism for incapacity through alcohol. The Germans launched a surprise counterattack. The guns could not be used and the enemy inflicted serious damage. The captain was dismissed from the party and sentenced to 10 years in the Gulag. For officers and soldiers alike, the angel of fear in the form of the Smersh detachment hovered just behind their backs. After all their suffering, their wounds and their lost comrades, they felt great resentment against Smersh operatives, who longed to accuse them of treason or cowardice without ever facing the dangers of the front themselves. There was a samizdat song about Smersh, still often referred to by its pre-1943 name of the Special Department. The first piece of metal made a hole in the fuel tank. I jumped out of the T-34, I don't know how, and then they called me to the Special Department. Why aren't you burnt, along with the tank, you bastard? I'll definitely burn in the next attack, I answered. The soldiers of the First Ukrainian Front were not only exhausted after all the battles and advances, they were also dirty, louse-infested, and increasingly ill from dysentery. A large part of the problem was due to the fact that health and safety at work was not a high priority in the Red Army. Underclothes were never washed, drinking water was seldom boiled, and chlorine was not added, despite instructions. Above all, food was prepared in appallingly unsanitary conditions. Livestock was slaughtered incorrectly on dirty straw by the side of the road, a report pointed out, then taken to the canteen. Sausages were made on a dirty table, and the man making the sausages was wearing a filthy coat. By the second week in March, the authorities had woken to the danger of typhus, although 3 types of typhus had been identified in Poland during the winter. Even the NKVD troops were in a bad state. Between 1/3 and 2/3 were lice-ridden. The figure for frontline troops must have been much higher. Things started to improve only when the front line in Silesia became stabilized and each regiment set up its banya, or bathhouse, behind the lines. 3 baths a month were regarded as perfectly adequate. Underwear had to be treated with a special liquid known as SK, which no doubt contained terrifying chemicals. An order was issued that all troops were to be vaccinated against typhus, but there was probably not enough time. On the 15th of March, Konev, under pressure from Stalin, began his assault on southern Silesia. The left flank of the First Ukrainian Front cut off the 30,000 German troops round Oppeln with a thrust southwards towards Neustadt out of the Ohlau bridgehead. This was combined with an attack across the Oder between Oppeln and Ratibor to complete the encirclement. In very little time, the 59th and 21st Armies encircled the Estonian 20th SS Division and the 168th Infantry Division. The Soviet Army's 7th Department propaganda specialists sent in anti-fascist German prisoners of war in an attempt to convince the surrounded troops that Soviet prisons were not as bad as they had heard, but many of these envoys were shot on officers' orders. The only thing which German soldiers found amusing at this time was the way that Estonians and Ukrainians in the SS picked up Soviet leaflets printed in German and showed them to Lancers, asking them what they said. The Lancers thought it funny because the mere possession of one of these leaflets, even to roll a cigarette or wipe your bottom, risked a death sentence. On the 20th of March, near the village of Rinkwitz, Red Army soldiers caught and shot down staff officers of the Estonian 20th SS Division who were hurriedly burning documents. Some half-burned papers carried on the wind were retrieved from peasants' backyards. These reports included orders and sentences carried out by SS military tribunals. German attempts from outside to break the Soviet ring round the Opel and Kessel were repulsed, and half of the 30,000 Germans trapped there were killed. Konev was assisted by an attack further to the southeast by the neighbouring 4th Ukrainian Front. On the 30th of March, the 60th Army and the 4th Guards Tank Army seized Ratibor. The 1st Ukrainian Front now controlled virtually all of Upper Silesia. Despite the constant loss of German territory, the Nazi leadership still did not change its ways. The grandiose title of Army Group Vistula became not merely unconvincing, but ridiculous. Even this, however, was not quite as preposterous as its commander-in-chief's new field command post west of the Oder. Himmler's headquarters were established 90 kilometers north of Berlin in a forest near Hasselben, a village to the southeast of Prenzlau. This distance from the capital reassured the Reichsführer SS that there was little risk from bombing raids. The camp consisted mainly of standard wooden barrack blocks surrounded by a high barbed wire fence. The only exception was the Reichsführer Baracke, a specially built and much larger building expensively furnished. The bedroom, noted one of his staff officers, was very elegant in reddish wood, with a suite of furniture and carpet in pale green. It was more the boudoir of a great lady than of a man commanding troops in war. The entrance hall even had a huge imitation Gobelins wall tapestry with a Nordic theme. Everything came from SS factories, even the expensive porcelain. So much, thought army officers, for the Nazi leadership's practice of total warfare, as vaunted by Goebbels. Himmler's routine was equally unimpressive for a field commander. After a bath, a massage from his personal masseur and breakfast, he was finally ready for work at 10:30 a.m. Whatever the crisis, Himmler's sleep was not to be disturbed, even if an urgent decision had to be made. All he really wanted to do was to present medals. He greatly enjoyed such ceremonies, which offered an effortless assertion of his own preeminence. According to Guderian, his one dream was to receive the Knight's Cross himself. Himmler's performance at situation conferences in the Reich Chancellery, in contrast, remained pathetically inadequate. According to his operations officer, Colonel Eismann, Himmler increasingly repeated at the Reich Chancellery the words Kriegsgericht and Standgericht, court-martial and drumhead court-martial, as a sort of deadly mantra. Retreat meant lack of will, and that could only be cured by the harshest measures. He also spoke constantly of incompetent and cowardly generals. But whatever the faults of generals, they were sent home or transferred to another post. It was the retreating soldiers who were shot. The Standgericht, or summary version, was naturally the method which Führer headquarters advocated. It had already been sketched out in principle. Just after the Red Army reached the Oder at the beginning of February, Hitler had copied Stalin's "not one step back" order of 1942 with the creation of blocking detachments. It included as paragraph 5 the instruction, "Military tribunals should take the strictest possible measures based on the principle that those who are afraid of an honest death in battle deserve the mean death of cowards." This was then elaborated in the Führer order of the 9th of March, setting up the Fliegender Standgericht, the mobile drumhead court-martial. Its establishment consisted of 3 senior officers, with 2 clerks and typewriters and office material, and most essential of all, 1 Unteroffizier and 8 Mann als Exekutionskommando. The guiding principle of its actions was simple. The justice of mercy is not applicable. The organization was to start work the next day, ready to judge all members of the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS. Hitler's blitzkrieg against his own soldiers was extended to the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine in an instruction signed by General Bergdorf. He instructed them to make sure that the president in each case was firmly anchored in the ideology of our Reich. Martin Bormann, not wanting the Nazi Party to be outdone, also issued an order to Gauleiters to suppress cowardice and defeatism, with death sentences by summary courts-martial. 4 days after the Führer order on the Fliegende Standgericht, Hitler issued yet another order, probably drafted by Bormann, on National Socialist ideology in the army. The overriding priority in the duties of a leader of troops is to activate and fanaticize them politically, and he is fully responsible to me for their National Socialist conduct. For Himmler, the man who preached pitilessness to waverers, the stress of command proved too much. Without warning Guderian, he retired with influenza to the sanatorium of Hohenleichen, some 40 kilometers to the west of Hasselben, to be cared for by his personal physician. Guderian, on hearing of the chaotic situation at his headquarters, drove up to Hasselben. Even Lammerding, Himmler's SS chief of staff, begged him to do something. Learning that the Reichsführer SS was at Hohenleichen, Guderian went on to visit him there, having guessed the tactic to adopt. He said that Himmler was clearly overworked with all his responsibilities: Reichsführer SS, Chief of the German Police, Minister of the Interior, Commander-in-Chief of the Replacement Army, and Commander-in-Chief of Army Group Vistula. Guderian suggested that he should resign from Army Group Vistula. Since it was clear that Himmler wanted to, but did not dare tell Hitler himself, Guderian saw his chance. "Then will you authorize me to say it for you?" he said. Himmler could not refuse. That night Guderian told Hitler and recommended Colonel General Gotthard Heinrici as his replacement. Heinrici was the commander of the 1st Panzer Army, then involved in the fighting against Konev, opposite Ratibor. Hitler, loath to admit that Himmler had been a disastrous choice, agreed with great reluctance. Heinrici went to Hasselben to take up command. Himmler, hearing of his arrival, returned to hand over with a briefing on the situation, which was full of pomposity and self-justification. Heinrici had to listen to this interminable speech until the telephone rang. Himmler answered. It was General Buss, the commander of the 9th Army. A terrible blunder had taken place at Kustrin. The corridor to the fortress had been lost. Himmler promptly handed the telephone to Heinrici. "You're the new commander-in-chief of the army group," he said. "You give the relevant orders." And the Reichsführer SS took his leave with indecent haste. The fighting in the Oder bridgeheads either side of Kustrin had been ferocious. If Soviet troops captured a village and found any Nazi SA uniforms or swastikas in a house, they often killed everyone inside. And yet the inhabitants of one village which had been occupied by the Red Army and then liberated by a German counterattack had nothing negative to say about the Russian military. More and more German soldiers and young conscripts also showed that they did not want to die for a lost cause. A Swede coming by car from Kustrin to Berlin reported to the Swedish military attaché, Major Julin Danfel, that he had passed 20 Fell gendarmerie control points whose task was to capture deserters from the front. Another Swede passing through the area reported that German troops appeared thin on the ground, and the soldiers looked apathetic due to exhaustion. Conditions had been miserable. The Oderbruch was a semi-cultivated wetland with a number of dikes. To dig in against artillery and air attack was a dispiriting experience, since in most places you reached water less than a metre down. February was not as cold as usual, but that did little to lessen the cases of trench foot. Apart from the lack of experienced troops, the German army's main problems were shortages of ammunition and shortages of fuel for their vehicles. For example, in the SS 30 Januar Division, the headquarters Kubelwagen could be used only in an emergency, and no artillery battery could fire without permission. The daily ration was 2 shells per gun. The Red Army dug their fire trenches in a slightly rounded sausage shape, as well as individual foxholes. Their snipers took up position in patches of scrub woodland or in the rafters of a ruined house. Using well-developed camouflage techniques, they would stay in place for 6 to 8 hours without moving. Their priority targets were first officers and then ration carriers. German soldiers could not move in daylight, and by restricting all movement to darkness, Soviet reconnaissance groups were able to penetrate thinly held German line and snatch an unfortunate soldier on his own as a tongue for their intelligence officers to interrogate. Artillery forward observation officers also concealed themselves like snipers. In fact, they liked to think of themselves as snipers at one remove, but with bigger guns. The spring floodwaters on the Oder proved an unexpected advantage for the Red Army. Several of the bridges which their engineers had constructed now lay between 25 and 30 centimeters below the surface of the water, turning them into artificial fords. The Luftwaffe pilots flying Focke-Wulfs and Stukas found them very hard to hit. While Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, still preached final victory, Goebbels, the Gauleiter and Reich Defense Commissar for Berlin, ordered obstacles to be constructed in and around the city. Tens of thousands of undernourished civilians, mostly women, were marched out to expend what little energy they had on digging tank ditches. Rumors of resentment at Nazi bureaucracy, incompetence, and the time wasted on useless defense preparations began to circulate, in spite of the penalties for defeatism. In the whole war, one staff officer wrote scathingly, "I have never seen a tank ditch, either one of ours or one of the enemy's, which managed to impede a tank attack." The army opposed such senseless barriers constructed on Nazi party orders because they hindered military traffic going out towards the Silo Heights and caused chaos with the stream of refugees now coming into the city from villages west of the Oder. Brandenburger farmers, who had to stay behind because they had been called up into the Volkssturm, meanwhile, found it increasingly difficult to farm. The local Nazi party farm leader, the Ortsbauernführer, was ordered to requisition their carts and horses for the transport of wounded and ammunition. Even bicycles were being commandeered to equip the so-called tank hunting division. But the most telling degree of the Wehrmacht's loss of equipment during the disastrous retreat from the Vistula was its need to take weapons from the Volkssturm. Volkssturm Battalion 1669th was centered on Wriezen, at the edge of the Oderbruch, close to the front line. It mustered no more than 113 men, of whom 32 were on defence works in the rear and 14 were ill or wounded. The rest guarded tank barricades and bridges. They had 3 sorts of machine gun, including several Russian ones, a flamethrower lacking essential parts, 3 Spanish pistols, and 228 rifles from 6 different nations. One must assume that this report on their weapon states is accurate, since the district administration in Potsdam had issued a warning that to make a false report on this subject was tantamount to a war crime. But in many cases, even such useless arsenals were not handed over because Nazi Gauleiters told the Volkssturm to give up only weapons which had been lent by the Wehrmacht in the first place. Nazi party leaders had heard from Gestapo reports that the civilian population was expressing more and more contempt for the way they ordered others to die, but did nothing themselves. The refugees in particular were apparently very harsh about the conduct of prominent personalities. To counter this, a great deal of military posturing took place. The Gau leadership of Brandenburg issued calls to party members for more volunteers to fight with the slogan, "The fresh air of the front instead of overheated rooms." Dr. Ley, the chief of Nazi Party organization, appeared at Führer headquarters with a plan to raise a Freikorps Adolf Hitler with 40,000 fanatical volunteers. He asked Guderian to make the army hand over 80,000 submachine guns at once. Guderian promised him the weapons once they were enrolled, knowing full well that this was pure bluster. Even Hitler did not look impressed. Over the last few months, Goebbels had become alarmed at Hitler's withdrawal from public view. He finally persuaded him to agree to a visit to the Oder front, mainly for the benefit of the newsreel cameras. The Führer's visit on the 13th of March was kept very secret. SS patrols watched all the routes beforehand, then lined them just before the Führer's convoy arrived. In fact, Hitler did not meet a single ordinary soldier. Formation commanders had been summoned without explanation to an old manor house near Wraitzen, which had once belonged to Blücher. They were astonished to see the decrepit Führer. One officer wrote of his chalk-white face and his glittering eyes, which reminded me of the eyes of a snake. General Buss, wearing field cap and spectacles, gave a formal presentation of the situation on his army's front. When Hitler spoke of the necessity of holding the Oder defense line, he made it clear, another officer recorded, that what we already had were the very last weapons and equipment available. The effort of talking must have drained Hitler. On the journey back to Berlin, he never said a word. According to his driver, he sat there, lost in his thoughts. It was his last journey. He was never to leave the Reich Chancellery again alive. 9 Objective Berlin. On the 8th of March, just when the Pomeranian operation was getting into full momentum, Stalin suddenly summoned Zhukov back to Moscow. It was a strange moment to drag a front commander away from his headquarters. Zhukov drove straight from the central airport out to Stalin's dacha, where the Soviet leader was recuperating from exhaustion and stress. After Zhukov had reported on the Pomeranian operation and the fighting in the Oder bridgeheads, Stalin led him outside for a walk in the grounds. He talked about his childhood. When they returned to the dacha for tea, Zhukov asked Stalin if anything had been heard of his son, Yakov Djugashvili, who had been a prisoner of the Germans since 1941. Stalin had disowned his own son then for having allowed himself to be taken alive, but now his attitude seemed different. He did not answer Zhukov's question for some time. "Yakov is never going to get out of prison alive," he said eventually. "The murderers will shoot him. According to our inquiries, they are keeping him isolated and are trying to persuade him to betray the motherland." He was silent for another long moment. "No," he said firmly, "Yakov would prefer any kind of death to betraying the motherland." When Stalin referred to our inquiries, they were of course Abakumov's inquiries. The most recent news of Yakov had come from General Stepanovich, a commander of the Yugoslav gendarmerie. Stepanovich had been released by Zhukov's own troops at the end of January, but then grabbed by Semmersh for interrogation. Stepanovich had earlier been in Straflager XC in Lübeck with Senior Lieutenant Djugashvili. According to Stepanovich, Yakov had conducted himself independently and proudly. He refused to stand up if a German officer entered his room and turned his back if they spoke to him. The Germans had put him in a punishment cell. Despite an interview printed in the German press, Yakov Djugashvili insisted that he had never replied to any question from anyone. After an escape from the camp, he was taken away and flown to an unknown destination. To this day, the manner of his death is not clear, although the most common story is that he threw himself at the perimeter fence to force the guards to shoot him. Stalin may have changed his attitude towards his own son, but he remained pitiless towards the hundreds of thousands of other Soviet prisoners of war who had in most cases suffered an even worse fate than Yakov. Stalin changed the subject. He said that he was very pleased with the results of the Yalta Conference. Roosevelt had been most friendly. Stalin's secretary, Poskrobyshev, then came in with papers for Stalin to sign. This was a signal for Zhukov to leave, yet it was also the moment for Stalin to explain the reason for the urgent summons to Moscow. "Go to the Stavka," he told Zhukov, "and look at the calculations on the Berlin operation with Antonov. We will meet here tomorrow at 13.00. Antonov and Zhukov, who evidently sensed that there was a reason for the urgency, worked through the night. Next morning, Stalin changed both the time and the place. He came into Moscow, despite his weak state, so that a full-scale conference could take place at the Stavka with Malenkov, Molotov, and other members of the State Defense Committee. Antonov made his presentation. When he had finished, Stalin gave his approval and told him to issue the orders for detailed planning. Zhukov acknowledged in his memoirs that when we were working on the Berlin operation, we took into account the action of our allies. He even admitted their concern that the British command was still nursing the dream of capturing Berlin before the Red Army reached it. What he does not mention, however, was that on the 7th of March, the day before Stalin summoned him so urgently to Moscow, the US Army had seized the bridge at Remagen. Stalin had immediately seen the implications of the Western Allies breaching the Rhine barrier so quickly. The British desire to head for Berlin had never been concealed from Stalin. During Churchill's visit to Moscow in October 1944, Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke told Stalin that after an encirclement of the Ruhr, the main axis of the Allied advance would then be directed on Berlin. Churchill had re-emphasized the point. They hoped to cut off about 150,000 Germans in Holland, then drive steadily towards Berlin. Stalin had made no comment. There was a very strong reason for Stalin to want the Red Army to occupy Berlin first. In May 1942, 3 months before the start of the Battle of Stalingrad, he had summoned Beria and the leading atomic physicists to his dacha. He was furious to have heard through spies that the United States and Britain were working on a uranium bomb. Stalin blamed Soviet scientists for not having taken the threat seriously. Yet he was the one who had dismissed as a provocation the first intelligence on the subject. This had come from the British spy John Cairncross in November 1941. Stalin's angry dismissal of the information had been a curious repeat of his behavior when warned of the German invasion 6 months before. Over the next 3 years, the Soviet nuclear research program, soon codenamed Operation Borodino, was dramatically accelerated with detailed research information from the Manhattan Project provided by communist sympathizers, such as Klaus Fuchs. Beria himself took over supervision of the work and eventually brought Professor Igor Kurchatov's team of scientists under complete NKVD control. The Soviet program's main handicap, however, was a lack of uranium. No deposits had been identified yet in the Soviet Union. The main reserves in Europe lay in Saxony and Czechoslovakia, under Nazi control, but before the Red Army reached Berlin, they appear to have had only the sketchiest information on the deposits there. On Beria's instructions, the Soviet Purchasing Committee in the United States asked the American War Production Board to sell it 8 tons of uranium oxide. After consultation with Major General Groves, the head of the Manhattan Project, the US government authorized purely token supplies, mainly in the hope of finding out what the Soviet Union was up to. Uranium deposits were discovered in Kazakhstan in 1945, but still in insufficient quantities. Stalin and Beria's greatest hope of getting the project moving ahead rapidly therefore lay in seizing German supplies of uranium before the Western Allies got to them. Beria had discovered from Soviet scientists who had worked there that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics in Dahlem, a southwestern suburb of Berlin, was the center of German atomic research. Work was carried out there in a lead-lined bunker known as the Virus House, a code name designed to discourage outside interest. Next to this bunker stood the Blitzturm, or Tower of Lightning, which housed a cyclotron capable of creating 1.5 million volts. Beria, however, did not know that most of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute's scientists, equipment and material, including 7 tons of uranium oxide, had been evacuated to Haigerloch in the Black Forest. But a German bureaucratic mix-up had led to a further consignment being sent to Dahlem instead of Haigerloch. The rush for Dahlem was not to be entirely in vain. There had never been any doubt in the minds of the Nazi leadership that the fight for Berlin would be the climax of the war. The National Socialists, Goebbels had always insisted, will either win together in Berlin or die together in Berlin. Perhaps unaware that he was paraphrasing Karl Marx, he used to declare that whoever possesses Berlin possesses Germany. Stalin, on the other hand, undoubtedly knew the rest of Marx's quote, and whoever controls Germany controls Europe. The American war leaders, however, were clearly unfamiliar with such European dicta. It was perhaps this ignorance of European power politics which provoked Brooke into his uncharitable opinion after a working breakfast with Eisenhower in London on the 6th of March. There is no doubt that he, Eisenhower, is a most attractive personality and at the same time has a very, very limited brain from a strategic point of view. The basic problem, which Brooke did not fully acknowledge, was that the Americans at that stage simply did not view Europe in strategic terms. They had a simple and limited objective: to win the war against Germany quickly, with as few casualties as possible, and then concentrate on Japan. Eisenhower, like his president, the chiefs of staff and other senior officials failed to look ahead and completely misread Stalin's character. This exasperated British colleagues and led to the main rift in the Western Alliance. Some British officers even referred to Eisenhower's deference to Stalin as "Have a go, Joe," a call used by London prostitutes when soliciting American soldiers. On the 2nd of March, Eisenhower signalled to Major General John R. Dean, the US liaison officer in Moscow. In view of the great progress of the Soviet offensive, is there likely to be any major change in Soviet plans from those explained to Tedder on the 15th of January? He then asked whether there would be a lull in operations mid-March to mid-May. But Dean found it impossible to obtain any reliable information from General Antonov. And when finally they did state their intentions, they deliberately misled Eisenhower to conceal their determination to seize Berlin first. In the difference of views over strategy, personalities unavoidably played a large part. Eisenhower suspected that Montgomery's demands to be allowed to lead a single, full-blooded thrust towards Berlin were prompted solely by prima donna ambitions. Montgomery had done little to conceal his conviction that he should be the field commander, while Eisenhower was left in a figurehead position. Above all, Montgomery's unforgivable boasting after the Ardennes battle had clearly entrenched Eisenhower's bad opinion of him. His relations with Monty are quite insoluble, Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke wrote in his diary after that breakfast meeting on the 6th of March. He only sees the worst side of Monty. Yet the Americans, with some justification, felt that Montgomery would in any case be the worst choice to lead a rapid thrust. He was so notoriously pedantic about staff details that he took longer than any other general to mount an attack. Montgomery's 21st Army Group in the north at Wesel faced the greatest concentration of German troops. He therefore planned a set-piece crossing of the Rhine with large-scale amphibious and airborne operations. But his minutely prepared performance was rather preempted by events further south. Hitler's frenzied reaction to the US First Army's rapidly reinforced bridgehead at Remagen was to order massive counterattacks. This stripped other sectors of the Rhine. Soon, Patton's Third Army, which had been clearing the Palatinate with a panache reminiscent of that local cavalry leader, Prince Rupert, was across the river at a number of points south of Koblenz. Once Montgomery's 21st Army Group had also crossed the Rhine on the morning of the 24th of March, Eisenhower, Churchill, and Brooke met on the banks of the river in euphoric mood. Montgomery believed that Eisenhower would allow him to charge northeastwards towards the Baltic coast at Lübeck and perhaps even Berlin. He was soon disabused. General Hodges had been building up the Remagen bridgehead, and Patton, in a remarkably short time, had developed his main bridgehead south of Mainz. Eisenhower ordered them to converge their attacks eastwards before Hodges's First Army swung left to encircle the Ruhr from the south. He then, to Montgomery's utter dismay, detached Simpson's 9th Army from his 21st Army Group and ordered Montgomery to head for Hamburg and Denmark, not for Berlin. The US 9th Army was to form the northern part of the Ruhr operation to surround Field Marshal Model's Army Group, defending Germany's last industrial region. The greatest blow to British hopes of a push northeastwards towards Berlin was Eisenhower's decision on the 30th of March to concentrate efforts on central and southern Germany. Bradley's 12th Army Group, augmented by the 9th Army, was to cross the centre of Germany as soon as it had secured the Ruhr to head for Leipzig and Dresden. In the south, General Derves's 6th Army Group would head for Bavaria and northern Austria. Then, to the anger of the British Chiefs of Staff, who had not been consulted about the important change of emphasis in the overall plan, Eisenhower communicated its details to Stalin at the end of March without telling them or his British deputy, Air Chief Marshal Tedder. This signal, known as SKF 252, became a bitter issue between the two allies. Eisenhower weighted his attack southwards, partly because he was convinced that Hitler would withdraw his armies to Bavaria and northwestern Austria for a last-ditch defense of an Alpenfestung, or Alpine fortress. He conceded later in his memoirs that Berlin was politically and psychologically important as the symbol of remaining German power, but he believed that it was not the logical nor the most desirable objective for the forces of the Western Allies. He justified this decision on the grounds that the Red Army on the Oder was much closer, and the logistic effort would have meant holding up his central and southern armies, and his objective of meeting up with the Red Army to split Germany in two. On the banks of the Rhine, only 6 days before Churchill had hoped that our armies will advance against little or no opposition and will reach the Elbe or even Berlin before the Bear. He was now thoroughly dismayed. It seemed as if Eisenhower and Marshall were far too concerned with placating Stalin. The Soviet authorities were apparently furious about American fighters shooting down a number of their aircraft in a dogfight. Their reaction was in strong contrast to Stalin's remarks to Tedder in January that such accidents were bound to happen in war. The incident had taken place on the 18th of March between Berlin and Kustrin. The US Air Force fighter pilots thought that they had engaged 8 German aircraft and claimed 2 Focke-Wulf 190S destroyed. Red Army Aviation, on the other hand, asserted that the 8 aircraft were Soviet and that 6 of them had been shot down, with 2 of their flyers killed and 1 seriously wounded. The mistake was blamed on the criminal action of individuals of the American Air Force. Ironically, it was the Americans, in the form of Alan Dulles of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services, in Bern, who provoked the biggest row with the Soviet Union at this time. Dulles had been approached by SS Obergruppenführer Karl Wolff about an armistice in North Italy. The Soviet leadership's demands to participate in the talks were rejected in case Wolff might break them off. This was a blunder. Churchill acknowledged that the Soviet Union was understandably alarmed. Stalin clearly feared a separate peace on the Western Front. His recurrent nightmare was a revived Wehrmacht supplied by the Americans, even if this was an illogical fear. The vast majority of Germany's most formidable formations had either been destroyed, captured or surrounded, and even if the Americans had provided all the weapons in the world, the Wehrmacht in 1945 bore little resemblance to the fighting machine of 1941. Stalin also suspected that the huge numbers of Wehrmacht troops surrendering to the Americans and British in the west of Germany revealed not just their fear of becoming prisoners of the Red Army. He thought it was part of a deliberate attempt to open up the Western Front to allow the Americans and British to reach Berlin first. In fact, the reason for such large surrenders at that time was Hitler's refusal to allow any withdrawal. If he had brought his armies back to defend the Rhine after the Ardennes debacle, the Allies would have faced a very hard task. But he did not, and this allowed them to trap so many divisions west of the Rhine. Similarly, Field Marshal Model's fixed defense of the Ruhr was equally doomed. "We owed much to Hitler," Eisenhower commented later. In any case, Churchill felt strongly that until Stalin's post-war intentions in Central Europe were clearer, then the West had to grab every good card available for bargaining with him. Recent reports of what was happening in Poland, with mass arrests of prominent figures who might not support Soviet rule, strongly suggested that Stalin had no intention of allowing an independent government to develop. Molotov had also become extremely aggressive. He was refusing to allow any Western representatives into Poland. In fact, his general interpretation of their agreement at Yalta was very different from what both the British and the Americans had understood to be the letter and the spirit of their accord. Churchill's earlier confidence based on Stalin's lack of interference in Greece had now started to disintegrate. He suspected that both he and Roosevelt had been the victims of a massive confidence trick. Churchill still did not seem to realize that Stalin judged others by himself. It would appear that he had acted on the principle that Churchill, after all his comments at Yalta about having to face the House of Commons over the subject of Poland, had simply needed a bit of democratic gloss to keep any critics quiet until everything was irreversibly settled. Stalin now appeared to be angered by Churchill's renewed complaints over the Soviet Union's behavior in Poland. The Soviet authorities were well aware of the main political and military disagreements between the Western Allies, even if they did not know all the details immediately. The rift grew even greater after Eisenhower's SCAF 252 signal to Stalin. Eisenhower, stung by the furious British reaction, wrote later that the combined chiefs of staff, after Tedder's visit to Moscow in January, had allowed him to communicate directly with Moscow on matters that were exclusively military in character. Later in the campaign, he wrote, "My interpretation of this authorization was sharply challenged by Mr. Churchill, the difficulty arising out of the age-old truth that politics and military activities are never completely separable." In any case, Eisenhower's view that Berlin itself was no longer a particularly important objective demonstrated an astonishing naivety. The irony, however, is that Eisenhower's decision to avoid Berlin was almost certainly the right one, albeit for totally the wrong reasons. For Stalin, the Red Army's capture of Berlin was not a matter of bargaining positions in the post-war game. He saw it as far too important for that. If any forces from the Western Allies had crossed the Elbe and headed for Berlin, they would almost certainly have found themselves warned off by the Soviet Air Force and artillery if in range. Stalin would have had no compunction in condemning the Western Allies and accusing them of criminal adventurism. While Eisenhower gravely underestimated the importance of Berlin, Churchill, on the other hand, underestimated both Stalin's determination to secure the city at any price and the genuine moral outrage which would have greeted any Western attempt to seize the Red Army's prize from under its nose. At the end of March, while the British and American chiefs of staff disagreed over Eisenhower's plans, the Stavka in Moscow put the finishing touches to the plan for the Berlin operation. Zhukov left his headquarters on the morning of the 29th of March to fly back to Moscow, but bad weather forced him down in Minsk shortly after midday. He spent the afternoon talking with Ponomarenko, the secretary of the Communist Party of Belarusia, and since the weather had still not improved, he took the train to Moscow. The atmosphere in the Kremlin was extremely tense. Stalin was convinced that the Germans would do everything possible to make a deal with the Western Allies in order to hold off the Red Army in the east. The American talks in Bern with General Wolfe about a possible ceasefire in northern Italy seemed to confirm his worst fears. Yet the Soviet leadership's intense suspicions failed to take into account Hitler's fanaticism. Figures around him might make peace overtures, but Hitler himself knew that surrender in any form, even to the Western Allies, offered him no future save humiliation and the gallows. There could be no deal without some form of palace coup against the Führer. Zhukov, who was to be responsible for seizing Berlin, also shared Stalin's fears that the Germans would open their front to the British and Americans. On the 27th of March, 2 days before he left for Moscow, the Reuters correspondent at 21st Army Group wrote that British and American troops heading for the heart of Germany were encountering no resistance. The Reuters report rang alarm bells in Moscow. "The German front in the west has entirely collapsed," was the first thing Stalin said to Zhukov when he finally reached Moscow. "It seems that Hitler's men do not want to take any measures to stop the advance of the Allies. At the same time, they are strengthening their groups on the main axes against us." Stalin gestured to the map, then knocked the ash from his pipe. "I think we are going to have a serious fight." Zhukov produced his front intelligence map and Stalin studied it. "When can our troops start to advance on the Berlin axis?" he asked. "The first Belarusian front will be able to advance in 2 weeks," Zhukov replied. "Apparently the first Ukrainian front will be ready at the same time, and according to our information, the second Belarusian front will be held up, liquidating the enemy at Danzig and Gdynia until the middle of April." "Well," Stalin replied, "we'll just have to start without waiting for Rokossovsky's front." He went to his desk and leafed through some papers, then passed Zhukov a letter. "Here, read this," Stalin said. According to Zhukov, the letter was from a foreign well-wisher, tipping off the Soviet leadership about secret negotiations between the Western Allies and the Nazis. It did, however, explain that the Americans and British had refused the German proposal of a separate peace, but the possibility of the Germans opening the route to Berlin could not be ruled out. "Well, what have you got to say?" said Stalin. Not waiting for a reply, he said, "I think Roosevelt won't violate the Yalta Agreement, but as for Churchill, that one's capable of anything." At 8 p.m. on the 31st of March, the United States Ambassador Averell Harriman and his British counterpart Sir Archibald Clark Kerr went to the Kremlin, accompanied by General Dean. They met Stalin, General Antonov, and Molotov. Stalin was given an English and Russian text of the message contained in Eisenhower's Escaf 252, Dean reported late that night. After Stalin had read Eisenhower's message, we pointed out the operations described in the message on the map. Stalin immediately reacted and said that the plan seemed to be a good one, but that he, of course, could not commit himself definitely until he had consulted his staff. He said that he would give us an answer tomorrow. He seemed to be favorably impressed with the direction of the attack in central Germany and also of the secondary attack in the south. We emphasized the urgency of obtaining Stalin's views in order that the plans could be properly concerted. Stalin was much impressed with the number of prisoners that had been taken in the month of March and said certainly this will help finish the war very soon. Stalin then talked about every front except the crucial Oder front. He estimated that only about a third of the Germans wanted to fight. He again came back to Eisenhower's message. He said that the plan for Eisenhower's main effort was a good one, in that it accomplished the most important objective of dividing Germany in half. He felt that the Germans' last stand would probably be in the mountains of western Czechoslovakia and Bavaria. The Soviet leader was clearly keen to encourage the idea of a German national redoubt in the south. The very next morning, the 1st of April, Stalin received Marshals Zhukov and Konev in his large study in the Kremlin, with its long conference table and the portraits of Suvorov and Kutuzov on the wall. General Antonov, the chief of the General Staff, and General Shtymenko, the chief of operations, were also present. "Are you aware how the situation is shaping up?" Stalin asked the two marshals. Zhukov and Konev replied cautiously that they were, as far as the information which they had received. "Read the telegram to them," Stalin told General Shtymenko. This message, presumably from one of the Red Army liaison officers at Shafe headquarters, claimed that Montgomery would head for Berlin, and that Patton's Third Army would also divert from its drive towards Leipzig and Dresden to attack Berlin from the south. The Stavka had already heard of the contingency plan to drop parachute divisions on Berlin in the event of a sudden collapse of the Nazi regime. All this was evidently conflated into an Allied plot to seize Berlin first under the guise of assisting the Red Army. One cannot, of course, rule out the possibility that Stalin had the telegram faked to put pressure on both Zhukov and Konev. "Well then," Stalin said, eyeing his two marshals, "who is going to take Berlin? Are we or are the Allies?" "It is we who shall take Berlin," Konev replied immediately, "and we will take it before the Allies." "So that's the sort of man you are," Stalin replied with a faint smile. "And how will you be able to organize forces for it? Your main force is on the southern flank after the Silesian operation, and you'll have to do a good deal of regrouping." "You needn't worry, Comrade Stalin," said Konev. "The front will carry out all the necessary measures." Konev's desire to beat Zhukov to Berlin was unmistakable, and Stalin, who liked to engender rivalry among his subordinates, was clearly satisfied. Antonov presented the overall plan, then Zhukov and Konev presented theirs. Stalin made only one amendment. He did not agree with the Stavka demarcation line between the two fronts. He leaned forward with his pencil and scribbled out the line west of Lubin, 60 kilometers southeast of Berlin. "In the event," he said, turning to Konev, "of severe resistance on the eastern approaches to Berlin, which will definitely be the case, the First Ukrainian Front should be ready to attack with tank armies from the south." Stalin approved the plans and gave orders for the operation to be ready in the shortest time possible, and in any case no later than the 16th of April. The Stavka, as the Russian official history puts it, worked in great haste, fearing that the Allies would be quicker than Soviet troops in taking Berlin. They had much to coordinate. The operation to capture Berlin involved 2.5 million men, 41,600 guns and mortars, 6,250 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 7,500 aircraft. No doubt Stalin took satisfaction in the fact he was concentrating a far more powerful mechanized force to seize the capital of the Reich than Hitler had deployed to invade the whole of the Soviet Union. After the main conference on the 1st of April, Stalin replied to Eisenhower's message, which had provided accurate details of forthcoming American and British operations. The Soviet leader informed the American Supreme Commander that his plan completely coincided with the plans of the Red Army. Stalin then assured his trusting ally that Berlin has lost its former strategic importance, and that the Soviet command would send only second-rate forces against it. The Red Army would be delivering its main blow to the south to join up with the Western Allies. The advance of the main forces would start approximately in the second half of May. However, this plan may undergo certain alterations depending on circumstances. It was the greatest April Fool in modern history. 10. The Camarilla and the General Staff. During the final phase of the Soviet onslaught on Pomerania, General von Tippelskirch gave an evening reception for foreign military attachés out at Melensee. They went mainly because it offered a good opportunity to hear something other than the official version of events, which hardly anybody believed. The capital was obsessed with rumours. Some were convinced that Hitler was dying from cancer and that the war would end soon. Many whispered, with rather more justification, that German communists were rapidly stepping up their activities as the Red Army approached. There was also talk of a mutiny among the Volkssturm. German officers present that evening were discussing the Pomeranian catastrophe. They blamed it on their lack of reserves. According to the Swedish military attaché, Major Juchlin Danfel, conversations ended with German officers saying how much they hoped that serious negotiations would start with the British. The British are partly responsible for the destiny of Europe, he was told, and it is their duty to prevent German culture from being annihilated by a red storm flood. German officers still seemed to believe that if Britain had not been so tiresome holding out in 1940 and the whole might of the Wehrmacht had been concentrated on the Soviet Union in 1941, the outcome would have been decisively different. Some of those present, Juchlin Danfel concluded, became very sentimental, and the whole thing seemed quite sad. The delusions of the German officer class, although different from those of Hitler's court circle, were no less deeply held. Their real regret about the invasion of the Soviet Union had been its lack of success. To the German army's shame, no more than a small minority of officers had been genuinely outraged by the activities of the SS Einsatzgruppen and other paramilitary formations. In the course of the last 9 months, anti-Nazi feelings had developed in army circles partly because of the cruel repression of the July plotters, but mainly as a result of Hitler's blatant ingratitude and prejudice against the army as a whole, his outright loathing of the general staff, and his attempts to shift the blame for his own catastrophic meddling onto the shoulders of field commanders were deeply resented. In addition, the preference given to the Waffen-SS in weapons, manpower and promotion stirred strong feelings of resentment towards the Nazi Praetorian Guard. A senior Kriegsmarine officer told Juchlin Danfel about a recent conference where senior military officers discussed the possibility of a last-ditch attack on the Eastern Front to force the Red Army back to the frontier of 1939. If the attempt were successful, the naval officer said, then this would provide the right opportunity to open negotiations. In order to do this, Hitler must be removed. Himmler would take over and be the guarantor of maintaining order. This idea revealed not just a stupendous lack of imagination. It also shows that Wehrmacht officers in Berlin seemed to have no understanding of the state of affairs at the front. The Vistula-Oder operation had smashed the German army's capacity to launch another sustained offensive. The only question which remained was the number of days it would take the Red Army to reach Berlin from the front along the Oder. The line which they now heard to their horror might become the future frontier of Poland. The events which brought the conflict between Hitler and Guderian to a head were linked to the rather grim fortress town of Kustrin, which stood between the two main Soviet bridgeheads across the Oder. Kustrin was known as the gateway to Berlin. It was situated on the confluence of the rivers Oder and Warthe, 80 kilometers east of Berlin and astride Reichsstrasse 1, the main road from the capital to Königsberg. Kustrin was the focal point of operations for both sides. Zhukov wanted to merge the two bridgeheads. Berzarin's 5th Shock Army had the northern one, and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army the southern one, to prepare a large forming-up area for the forthcoming Berlin offensive. Hitler, meanwhile, had insisted on a counterattack with 5 divisions from Frankfurt and Der Oder to encircle Chuikov's army from the south. Guderian had tried to put a stop to Hitler's plan, knowing that they had neither the air and artillery support nor the tanks necessary for such an enterprise. the debacle which happened on the 22nd of March, the day Heinrich had been lectured by Himmler at the headquarters of Army Group Vistula, had taken place as divisions were redeployed for the offensive. The 25th Panzergrenadier Division withdrew from the Kustrin corridor before its replacement was ready. Bazarin's 5th Shock Army and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army advanced inwards on previous orders from Marshal Zhukov and managed to cut off Kustrin. Guderian, however, still hoped that peace negotiations would save the Wehrmacht from total destruction. On the 21st of March, the day before the loss of the Kustrin corridor, he had approached Himmler in the Reich Chancellery garden, where he had been taking a stroll with Hitler among the rubble. Hitler left the two men to talk. Guderian said straight out that the war could no longer be won. The only problem now is how most quickly to put an end to the senseless slaughter and bombing. Apart from Ribbentrop, you are the only man who still possesses contacts in neutral countries. Since the foreign minister has proved reluctant to propose to Hitler that negotiations be begun, I must ask you to make use of your contacts and go with me to Hitler and urge him to arrange an armistice. My dear Colonel General, Himmler replied, it is still too early for that. Guderian persisted, but either Himmler was still afraid of Hitler, as Guderian thought, or he was playing his cards carefully. One of his confidants in the SS, Gruppenführer von Alvensleben, sounded out Colonel Eismann at Army Group Vistula and told him in the strictest confidence that Himmler wanted to approach the Western Allies through Count Volker Bernadotte of the Swedish Red Cross. Eismann replied that first of all he thought it too late for any Western leader to consider terms, and secondly, Himmler struck him as the most unsuitable man in the whole of Germany for such negotiations. During the evening of the 21st of March, just after Guderian's approach to Himmler, Hitler told the Army Chief of Staff that he should take sick leave because of his heart trouble. Guderian replied that with General Wenck still recovering from his car crash and General Krebs wounded in the heavy bombing raid on Zossen 6 days before, he could not abandon his post. Guderian states that while they were talking, an aide came in to tell Hitler that Speer wanted to see him. He must have confused the date or the occasion, because Speer was not in Berlin at this time. Hitler exploded and refused. Always when any man asks to see me alone, he apparently complained to Guderian, it is because he has something unpleasant to say to me. I cannot stand any more of these Job's comforters. His memoranda begin with the words, "The war is lost," and that's what he wants to tell me now. I always just lock his memoranda away in the safe, unread. According to his aide, Nicholas von Below, this was not true. Hitler did read them. But as Hitler's reaction to the loss of the bridge at Remagen had shown, he had only one reaction to disaster. It was to blame others. On that day, the 8th of March, Jodl had come in person to the conference to tell Hitler of the failure to blow the bridge. Hitler was very quiet then, said a staff officer who had been present, but the next day he was raging. He ordered the summary execution of 5 officers, a decision which horrified the Wehrmacht. Even the Waffen-SS soon found that it was not exempt from the Führer's rages. Hitler heard from either Bormann or Fegelein, both eager to undermine Himmler, that Waffen-SS divisions in Hungary had been retreating without orders. As a humiliating punishment, Hitler decided to strip them, including his personal guard, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, of their prized armband divisional titles. Himmler was forced to implement the order himself. This mission of his to Hungary, Guderian noted with little regret, did not win him much affection from his Waffen-SS. The attack to relieve Kustrin, which Hitler still refused to give up, took place on the 27th of March. General Buss, the commander of the 9th Army, was its reluctant orchestrator. The operation was a costly failure, even though it initially took the 8th Guards Army by surprise. German panzer and infantry troops in the open were massacred by Soviet artillery and aviation. The next day, during the 90-minute drive from Zossen into Berlin for the Situation Conference, Guderian made his intentions clear to his aide, Major Freytag von Loringhoven. "Today, I am really going to give it to him straight," he said in the back of the huge Mercedes staff car. The atmosphere in the Reich Chancellery bunker was tense even before General Bergdorf announced Hitler's arrival with his usual call, "Meine Herren, der Führer kommt." This was the signal for everyone to come to attention and give the Nazi salute. Keitel and Jodl were there, and so was General Buss, whom Hitler had summoned along with Guderian to explain the Kustrin fiasco. While Jodl displayed his usual ice-cold lack of emotion, Guderian was clearly in a truculent frame of mind. Hitler's mood was evidently not improved by having just heard that General Patton's tanks had reached the outskirts of Frankfurt am Main. General Busse was told to present his report. As Busse spoke, Hitler demonstrated a mounting impatience. He suddenly demanded why the attack had failed, and before Busse or anyone else had the chance to reply, he began another tirade against the incompetence of the officer corps and the general staff. In this case, he blamed Busse for not using his artillery. Guderian stepped in to tell Hitler that General Busse had used all the artillery shells available to him. "Then you should have arranged for him to have more," Hitler screamed back at him. Freytag von Loringhoven observed Guderian's face turn red with rage as he defended Busse. The Chief of Staff turned the subject to Hitler's refusal to withdraw the divisions from Courland for the defense of Berlin. The row escalated rapidly to a terrifying intensity. Hitler became paler and paler, noted Freytag von Loringhoven, while Guderian became redder and redder. The witnesses to this dispute were deeply alarmed. Freytag von Loringhoven slipped out of the conference room and put through an urgent call to General Krebs at Zossen. He explained the situation and suggested that he must interrupt the meeting with some excuse. Krebs agreed, and Freytag von Loringhoven went back into the room to tell Guderian that Krebs needed to speak to him urgently. Krebs spoke to Guderian for 10 minutes, during which time the Chief of Staff calmed down. When he went back into Hitler's presence, Jodl was reporting on developments in the West. Hitler insisted that everyone should leave the room except Field Marshal Keitel and General Guderian. He told Guderian that he must go away from Berlin to restore his health. "In 6 weeks, the situation will be very critical. Then I shall need you urgently." Keitel asked him where he would go on leave. Guderian, suspicious of his motives, replied that he had made no plans. Staff officers at Zossen and at Army Group Vistula headquarters were shocked by the day's events. Hitler's dismissal of Guderian threw them into a deep gloom. They were already suffering from what Colonel de Maizière described as a mixture of nervous energy and trance, and a feeling of having to do your duty while at the same time seeing that this duty was completely pointless. Hitler's defiance of military logic reduced them to despair. The dictator's charisma, they had finally realized, was based on a criminelle energy and a complete disregard for good and evil. His severe personality disorder, even if it could not quite be defined as mental illness, had certainly made him deranged. Hitler had so utterly identified himself with the German people that he believed that anybody who opposed him was opposing the German people as a whole, and that if he were to die, the German people could not survive without him. General Hans Krebs, Guderian's deputy, was appointed the new Chief of Staff. This short, bespectacled, somewhat bandy-legged man, wrote one staff officer, had a perpetual smile and the air of a faun about him. He had a sharp, often sarcastic wit, and always had the right joke or anecdote for any moment. Krebs, a staff officer and not a field commander, was the archetypal second-in-command, which was exactly what Hitler wanted. Krebs had been military attaché in Moscow in 1941. shortly before the German invasion of the Soviet Union, and for an officer of the Wehrmacht, he enjoyed the unusual distinction of having been slapped on the back by Stalin. "We must always remain friends, whatever should happen," the Soviet leader had then said to him when saying farewell to the Japanese foreign minister on a Moscow railway platform early in 1941. "I'm convinced of it," Krebs had replied, quickly recovering from his astonishment. Field commanders, however, had little respect for Krebs's opportunism. He was known as the man who can make white out of black. On Guderian's departure, Freytag von Loringhoven asked to be sent to a frontline division, but Krebs insisted that he stayed on with him. "The war's over anyway," he said. "I want you to help me in this last phase." Freytag von Loringhoven felt obliged to agree. He thought that Krebs was no Nazi, and that he had refused to join the July plotters only because he was convinced that the attempt would fail. But others noticed how General Bergdorf, an old War Academy classmate, persuaded Krebs to join the Bormann-Fegelein circle. Presumably in Bormann's scheme, a loyal Krebs would ensure the army's obedience. The bull-necked and rubber-faced Bormann appeared to be collecting supporters for the fast-approaching day, when he hoped to slip into his master's shoes. He appears to have earmarked Fegelein, his favourite companion in the privacy of the sauna, where they almost certainly bragged to each other about their numerous affairs, as the future Reichsführer SS. Staff officers from Zossen and Army Group Vistula observed the court of the Third Reich with a horrified fascination. They also watched Hitler's treatment of his entourage in case it signified a change in favour and therefore in the power struggle. Hitler addressed the discredited Göring as Herr Reichsmarschall in an attempt to prop up what little dignity he had left. Although he remained on familiar due terms with Himmler, the Reichsführer SS had lost power since his moment of glory after the July plot. At that time, Himmler, as commander of the Waffen-SS and the Gestapo, had appeared to be the only counterweight to the army. Goebbels, although his propaganda talents were essential to the Nazi cause in its eclipse, had still not been accepted back to the same degree of intimacy he had enjoyed before his love affair with a Czech actress. Hitler, appalled that a leading member of the Nazi party should consider divorce, had sided with Magda Goebbels. The Reichsminister for Propaganda was forced to uphold the family values of the regime. Grand Admiral Dönitz was favoured because of his complete loyalty, and because Hitler saw his new generation of U-boats as the most promising weapon of revenge. In German Navy circles, Dönitz was known as Hitlerjunge Quecks, the devoted Nazi youth in a famous propaganda movie, because he was the mouthpiece of his Führer. But Bormann appeared to be the best-placed member of the Camarilla. Hitler called his indispensable assistant and chief administrator Dear Martin. The officers also watched the deadly competition among the heirs apparent within the Camarilla. Himmler and Bormann addressed each other as Du, but mutual respect was thin on the ground. They also observed Fegelein, with his dirty finger sticking into everything, do his utmost to undermine Himmler, a man whose friendship he had sought and achieved. Himmler appears to have been oblivious of the treachery. He generously permitted his subordinate, no doubt as the Führer's brother-in-law presumptive, to address him as Du. Eva Braun had already returned to Berlin to stay by her adored Führer's side right to the end. The popular notion that her return from Bavaria was much later and totally unexpected is undermined by Bormann's diary entry of Wednesday the 7th of March. In the evening, Eva Braun left for Berlin with a courier train. If Bormann had known of her movements in advance, then so, presumably, had Hitler. On the 13th of March, a day in which 2,500 Berliners died in air raids, and another 120,000 found themselves homeless, Bormann ordered, on the grounds of security, that prisoners must be moved from areas close to the front to the interior of the Reich. It is not entirely clear whether this instruction also accelerated the existing SS program for evacuating concentration camps threatened by advancing troops. The killing of sick prisoners and the death marches of concentration camp survivors were probably the most ghastly developments in the fall of the Third Reich. Those too weak to march, and those regarded as politically dangerous, were usually hanged or shot by the SS or Gestapo. On some occasions, even the local Volkssturm was used for execution squads, yet men and women condemned for listening to a foreign radio station apparently constituted the largest group among those defined as dangerous. The Gestapo and SS also reacted brutally to reports of looting, especially when it involved foreign workers. German citizens were usually spared. In this frenzy of reprisal and revenge, Italian forced labourers suffered more than almost any other national group. They suffered, presumably, because of a Nazi desire to take revenge on a former ally who had changed sides. Soon after issuing his order for the evacuation of prisoners, Bormann flew to Salzburg on the 15th of March. Over the next 3 days, he visited mines in the area. The purpose of this must have been to choose sites for concealing Nazi loot and Hitler's private possessions. He was back in Berlin on the 19th of March after an overnight train journey. Later that day, Hitler issued what became known as the Nero, or Scorched Earth Order. Everything which might be of use to the enemy should be destroyed on withdrawal. The timing, just after Bormann's journey to conceal Nazi loot, was an ironic coincidence. It was Albert Speer's latest memorandum which had suddenly triggered Hitler's insistence on a scorched earth policy to the end. When Speer tried to persuade Hitler in the early hours of that morning that bridges should not be blown up unnecessarily, because their destruction meant eliminating all further possibility for the German people to survive, Hitler's reply revealed his contempt for them all. "This time you will receive a written reply to your memorandum," Hitler told him. "If the war is lost, the people will also be lost, and it is not necessary to worry about their needs for elemental survival. On the contrary, it is best for us to destroy even these things, for the nation has proved to be weak, and the future belongs entirely to the strong people of the East. Whatever remains after this battle is in any case only the inadequates, because the good ones will be dead." Speer, who had travelled straight to Field Marshal Model's headquarters in the Ruhr to persuade him not to wreck the railway system, received Hitler's written reply on the morning of the 20th of March. All military, transport, communication and supply facilities, as well as all material assets in the territory of the Reich, were to be destroyed. Reichsminister Speer was relieved of all his responsibilities in this field, and his orders for the preservation of factories were to be rescinded immediately. Speer had cleverly used an anti-defeatist argument, saying that factories and other structures should not be destroyed since they were bound to be recaptured in a counterattack. But now Hitler had rumbled his tactic. One of the most striking aspects of this exchange was that Speer finally realized that Hitler was a criminal only after receiving his patron's reply. Speer, who had been touring the front from Field Marshal Model's headquarters, returned to Berlin on the 26th of March. He was summoned to the Reich Chancellery. "I have reports that you are no longer in harmony with me," Hitler said to his former protégé. "It is apparent that you no longer believe that the war can be won." He wanted to send Speer on leave. Speer suggested resignation instead, but Hitler refused. Speer, although officially deposed, still managed to thwart those Gauleiters who wished to carry out Hitler's order because he retained control over the supply of explosives. But on the 27th of March, Hitler issued yet another order, insisting on the total annihilation by explosives, fire or dismantlement of the whole railway and other transport systems and all communications, including telephones, telegraph and broadcasting. Speer, who returned to Berlin in the early hours of the 29th of March, contacted various sympathetic generals, including the recently deposed Guderian, as well as the less fanatical Gauleiters, to see if they supported his plan to continue thwarting Hitler's mania for destruction. Guderian, with funereal laughter, warned him not to lose his head. That evening, Hitler began by warning Speer that his conduct was treasonous. He asked Speer again whether he still believed that the war could be won. Speer said that he did not. Hitler claimed that it was impossible to deny the hope of final victory. He talked about the disappointments of his own career, a favourite refrain which also confused his own fate with that of Germany. He demanded and advised Speer to repent and have faith. Speer was given 24 hours to see whether he could bring himself to believe in victory. Hitler, clearly nervous of losing his most competent minister, did not wait for the ultimatum to expire. He rang him in his office at the Armaments Ministry on the Pariser Platz. Speer returned to the Reich Chancellery bunker. "Well?" Hitler demanded. "My Führer, I stand unconditionally behind you," Speer replied, suddenly deciding to lie. Hitler became emotional. His eyes filled with tears, and he shook Speer's hand warmly. "But then it will help," Speer continued, "if you will immediately reconfirm my authority for the implementation of the 19th of March decree." Hitler agreed at once and told him to draw up an authorization which he would sign. In the document, Speer reserved almost all demolition decisions for the Minister of Armaments and War Production, that is to say, for himself. Hitler must have sensed that he was being deceived, and yet his greatest need appears to have been to have his favourite minister back at his side. Bormann, meanwhile, was issuing orders through the Gauleiters on a wide range of issues. It came to his attention, for example, that doctors were already carrying out abortions on many rape victims who arrived as refugees from the eastern provinces. On the 28th of March, he decided that the situation had to be regularized and issued an instruction classified highly confidential. Any woman requesting an abortion in these circumstances first had to be interrogated by an officer of the Kriminalpolizei to establish the probability that she had really been raped by a Red Army soldier, as she claimed. Only then would an abortion be permitted. Speer, in his attempts to prevent needless destruction, was a frequent visitor to Army Group Vistula headquarters at Hasselben. He found that General Heinrici entirely agreed with his aims. Speer claimed when interrogated by the Americans after the defeat that he had suggested to Heinrici's chief of staff, General Kinzel, the possibility of withdrawing Army Group Vistula to the west of Berlin to save the city from more destruction. Heinrici had now been given responsibility for the defense of Berlin, so he and Speer worked together on the best way to save as many bridges as possible from demolition. This was doubly important, because water mains and sewage pipes were an integral part of their construction. The 58-year-old Heinrici, according to one of his many admirers on the general staff, was in our eyes the perfect example of a traditional Prussian officer. He had recently been awarded the Knight's Cross with swords and oak leaves. This grizzled soldier was a scruffy dresser who preferred a front-line sheepskin jacket and First World War leather leggings to the smart General Staff uniform. His aide tried in vain to persuade him to order a new tunic at least. General Helmut Reimann, a not very imaginative officer who had been designated the commander of Berlin's defense, was planning to demolish all the city's bridges. So Speer, with Heinrici's support, played his defeatist card again and asked Reimann whether he believed in victory. Reimann could not, of course, say no. Speer then persuaded him to accept Heinrici's compromise formula, to restrict his demolition plans to the outermost bridges on the Red Army's line of advance and leave the bridges in the center of the capital intact. After the meeting with Reimann, Heinrici told Speer that he had no intention of fighting a prolonged battle for Berlin. He just hoped that the Red Army would get there quickly and take Hitler and the Nazi leadership unawares. The headquarters staff at Hasselben were interrupted by a constant stream of less welcome visitors. Gauleiter Greiser, who had claimed urgent duties in Berlin when abandoning the besieged population of Poznan to their fate, had turned up at Army Group Vistula headquarters and hung around listlessly. He said he wanted to work as an aide on the staff. Gauleiter Hildebrandt of Mecklenburg and Gauleiter Sturz of Brandenburg also turned up, demanding briefings on the situation. There was just one question which they really wanted to ask, wann kommt der Russ? But they did not quite dare because it was defeatist. Goering was also a frequent visitor to Army Group Vistula headquarters from his ostentatious mansion at Karenhall. He made much of the Sonderstaffel, the special planning group led by the famous Stuka ace Lieutenant Colonel Baumbach, to target the Soviet bridges and crossing points to their Oder bridgeheads, dropping newly developed radio-controlled bombs. The Kriegsmarine also organized Sprengboote, an explosive version of Elizabethan fireships floating downriver. Attacks from neither the air nor the river achieved any lasting damage. Repairs were made with great sacrifice by Soviet engineers working in freezing water. Many of them lost their lives to the cold or the current. Colonel Baumbach admitted to Army staff officers that it was pointless to continue. It would be better to distribute the aircraft fuel used to armoured units. Baumbach, who, according to Colonel Eisman, had none of the prima donna allure of many fighter aces, was a realist, unlike the Reichsmarschall. Goering's vanity was as ludicrous as his irresponsibility. According to one staff officer at Army Group Vistula, his twinkling eyes and the fur trimming on his specially designed uniform gave him more the appearance of a cheerful market woman than a marshal of the Reich. Goering, wearing all his medals and thick gold braid epaulets, insisted on going on tours of inspection, and then spent his time sending messages to army commanders, complaining that he had not been saluted properly by their men. During one planning session at Hasselben, he described his 2 parachute divisions on the Oder front as Übermenschen. "You must attack with both my paratroop divisions," he declared. "Then you can send the whole Russian army to the devil." Goering failed to acknowledge that even many of the officers were not paratroopers at all, but Luftwaffe personnel transferred to ground combat duties of which they had no experience. His cherished 9th Parachute Division would be the first to crack when the attack came. Goering and Dönitz intended to raise at least 30,000 men from Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine base units to throw them into the battle. The fact that they had received virtually no training did not seem to concern them. A Marine division was formed, with an admiral as divisional commander and only one army officer on the staff to advise them on tactics and staff procedures. Not to be outdone in the competitive bidding between the armed forces, the SS had formed more police battalions and a motorized brigade of Waffen-SS headquarters staff. It was designated 1001 Knights. SS code names became curiously exotic as the end of the Third Reich approached. The brigade's tank hunting detachment was codenamed Suleka, and the reconnaissance battalion Harem. On the 2nd of April, one of Himmler's staff officers proposed from the special train of the Reichsführer SS that another 4,000 front helpers could be added to the figure of 25,000 men marked to come from the Reichspost. The Nazi leadership was trying to meet the target of their 800,000 man plan. Army Group Vistula headquarters argued that if there were no weapons to give all these untrained men, then they would be worse than useless. Yet the Nazi authorities were quite prepared to distribute a few Panzerfausts among them and give them a grenade each to take a few of the enemy with them. "It was quite simply," wrote Colonel Eisman, "an order of organized mass murder, nothing less." The Nazi Party itself tried to keep alive the idea of the Freikorps Adolf Hitler. Bormann was still discussing it on Wednesday the 28th of March with Dr. Kaltenbrunner. Members of the SS were conspicuously punctilious about their academic qualifications. They were also keen to display their historical knowledge at a time when Dr. Goebbels was dragging up every example of reversals of military fortune for his propaganda barrage. Frederick the Great and Blücher had been overused, so Kaltenbrunner recommended to the propaganda ministry the defeat of King Darius of Persia. Army Group. Vistula's two armies received largely unrealizable promises from the Nazi leadership. General Hasso von Manteufel's so-called Third Panzer Army, on the Oder front north of the Ninth Army, had little more than a single panzer division. The bulk of his divisions were also composed of composite battalions and trainees. General Busse's Ninth Army was a similar hodgepodge. It even included an assault gun company wearing U-boat uniforms. That sector of the Oderbruch front was almost entirely manned by training units sent forward with a small ration of bread, dry sausage and tobacco. Some soldiers were so young that they were given sweets instead of tobacco. Field kitchens were set up in the villages, just behind the lines, and the trainees were marched forward to start digging their trenches. A comrade, one of them wrote, was a companion in suffering. They were not a unit in any usual military sense of the word. Nobody, not even their officers, knew what their duties were or what they were supposed to do. They just dug in and waited. Jokes reflected their mood. One of the current ones, a captured soldier told his Soviet interrogator, was, "Life is like a child's shirt, short and shitty." German soldiers, with enough experience of war to know that any fool could be uncomfortable, took great pride in creating a gemütlich earth bunker, usually about 2 meters by 3 meters, with small tree trunks holding up the meter of earth cover above. "My main dugout was really cozy," wrote one soldier. "I turned it into a little room with a wooden table and bench. Mattresses and eiderdowns looted from nearby houses provided the final home comforts. Since firelight or smoke attracted the attention of snipers, soldiers soon gave up shaving and washing. Rations started to get worse towards the end of March. On most days, each soldier received half a kommissbrot, a rock-hard army loaf, and some stew or soup, which reached the front at night, cold and congealed, from a field kitchen well to the rear. If the soldiers were lucky, they received a quarter-litre bottle of schnapps each, and very occasionally front Kampferpäckchen, small packs for front-line combatants containing cake, sweets, and chocolate. The main problem, however, was the lack of clean drinking water. As a result, many soldiers suffered from dysentery, and their trenches became squalid. The faces of the young trainees were soon gaunt from tiredness and strain. Attacks by Sturmovik fighter bombers in clear weather, the midday concert of artillery and mortar fire, and random shelling at night took their toll. From time to time, the Soviet artillery ranged in on any buildings, in case they contained a command post, and then fired phosphorus shells. But for the young and inexperienced, the most frightening experience was a 4-hour stint on sentry duty at night. Everyone feared a Soviet raiding party coming to grab them as a tongue. Nobody moved by day. A Soviet sniper shot Pohlmeier, one of Gerhard Tillery's comrades in the Potsdam Regiment of Officer Cadets, straight through the head as he climbed out of his slit trench. Otterstedt, who tried to help him, was also picked off. They never spotted the muzzle flash, so they had no idea where the shot had come from. The Germans on that sector, however, had their own sniper. He was a really crazy type, who dressed up when off-duty in an undertaker's black top hat and tailcoat, to which he pinned his German cross in gold, a vulgar decoration known as the fried egg. His eccentricities were presumably tolerated because of his 130 victories. This sniper used to take up position just behind the front line in a barn. Observers with binoculars in the trenches would then relay targets to him. One day when little was happening, the observer told him of a dog running around the Russian positions. The dog was killed with a single shot. Ammunition was in such short supply that exact figures had to be reported every morning. Experienced company commanders were over-reporting expenditure to build up their own reserves for the big attack, which they knew must come soon. German formation commanders became increasingly uneasy during that last part of March. They felt that the Soviets were playing with them like a cat with a mouse, deliberately achieving 2 goals at once. The battle for the bridgeheads on the west side of the Oder was not only preparing the Red Army's springboard for Berlin, it was also grinding down the Ninth Army and forcing it to use up its dwindling supplies of ammunition before the big attack. German artillery guns, restricted to less than a couple of shells per gun per day, could not indulge in counter-battery fire, so the Soviet gunners were able to range at will on specified targets, ready for their opening bombardment. The major offensive against the Seelow Heights towards Berlin was only a matter of time. Soldiers passed the day either catching up on sleep or writing home, even though little post had been getting through since the end of February. Officers felt that this collapse of the postal system, at least, had one advantage. There had been a number of suicides when soldiers received disastrous news from home, whether damage from bombing or members of the family killed. Captured German soldiers told their Soviet interrogators, and it is impossible to know whether they were speaking the truth or trying to curry favor, that their own artillery fired salvos to explode behind their trenches as a warning not to retreat. Soldiers knew that they were going to be overwhelmed, and they waited only for one thing: the order to retreat. When a platoon commander rang back to company headquarters on the field telephone and received no reply, there was nearly always panic. Most jumped to the assumption that they had been abandoned by the very commanders who had ordered them to fight to the end, but they did not want to risk the Feldgendarmerie. The best solution was to bury themselves deep in a bunker and pray that Soviet attackers would give them a chance to surrender before chucking in a grenade. But even if their surrender was accepted, there was always the risk of an immediate German counterattack. Any soldier found to have surrendered faced summary execution. Despite all its weaknesses in trained men and ammunition, the German army at bay could still prove itself a dangerous opponent. On the 22nd of March, Chuikov's 8th Guards Army attacked at Gut Hathenau on the treeless floodplain near the Rhein Spur. The 920th Assault Gun Training Brigade, with the 303rd Dobritz Infantry Division, was alerted. They deployed rapidly on seeing T-34 tanks. Oberfeldwebel Weinheimer yelled his fire orders: "Range armor-piercing target fire!" Gerhard Loudon reloaded as soon as the gun recoiled. The crew established a good rhythm of firing. They hit 4 T-34S in a matter of minutes, but then there was a blinding flash of light and they felt a huge blow as their armoured vehicle shuddered. Loudon's head struck the steel plate. He heard their commander scream, "Raus!" Loudon forced open the hatch to throw himself out, but was yanked back by his headset and microphone, which he had forgotten to detach. By the time he had extracted himself with only minor wounds, he found the rest of the crew outside, sheltering in the lee of the vehicle. Amid the chaos of enemy tanks charging around, there seemed to be no chance of rescue or recovery. But then their driver, Soldat Klein, climbed back into the vehicle through a hatch. To their astonishment, they heard the engine restart. They scrambled back inside, and the vehicle reversed slowly. They found that the enemy shell had struck the armor near the gun, but fortunately there was a gap there between the outer armor and the inner steel skin of the hull. This had saved them. "For once, soldiers' luck was on our side," Loudon commented. They were even able to drive the vehicle back to the brigade repair base at Rehfelde, south of Strasbourg. Both on the Oder front and on the Neisse, opposite the First Ukrainian Front, officers suffered from mixed feelings. "Officers have two opinions of the situation," Soviet interrogators reported. "The official version and their own views, which they share only with very close friends. They firmly believed that they had to defend the fatherland and their families, yet they were well aware that the situation was hopeless. One should distinguish between regiments," a captured senior lieutenant told a 7th Department interrogator at 21st Army Headquarters. The regular units are strong, the discipline and fighting spirit are good, but in the hastily thrown together battle groups, the situation is totally different. Discipline is terrible, and as soon as Russian troops appear, the soldiers panic and run from their positions. To be an officer, another German lieutenant wrote to his fiancée, means always having to swing back and forth like a pendulum between a knight's cross, a birchwood cross, and a court-martial. 11. Preparing the coup de grâce. On the 3rd of April, Marshal Zhukov flew from Moscow's central airfield back to his headquarters. Konev took off in his aeroplane almost at the same time. The race was on. The plan was to launch the offensive on the 16th of April and to take Berlin on the 22nd of April. Lenin's birthday. Zhukov was in constant touch with the Stavka, but all his communications with Moscow were controlled by the NKVD in the form of the 108th Special Communications Company attached to his headquarters. The Berlin operation, planned by the genius commander-in-chief, Comrade Stalin, as the political department of the First Ukrainian Front put it so diplomatically, was not a bad plan. The trouble was that the main bridgehead seized by the First Belarusian Front lay right under the best defensive feature in the whole region, the Silo Heights. Zhukov admitted later that he underestimated the strength of this position. The tasks facing the staffs of the two main fronts involved in the operation were huge. Russian gauge railways had been rapidly laid right across Poland and the temporary bridges over the Vistula to bring up the millions of tons of supplies required, including artillery shells and rockets, ammunition, fuel, and food. The Red Army's principal raw material, its manpower, also needed restocking and refashioning. Casualties in the Vistula Oder and the Pomeranian operations had not been heavy by Red Army standards, especially when considering the huge advances made. But Zhukov and Konev's rifle divisions, averaging 4,000 men each, had never really had a chance to refill their ranks. By the 5th of September 1944, 1,030,494 criminals from the Gulag had been transferred to the Red Army. The term criminal also included those sentenced for failing to turn up at their place of work. Political prisoners, or Ziki, accused of treason or anti-Soviet activities, were deemed too dangerous for release even to Straf companies. Further transfers from the Gulag were made in the early spring of 1945, once again with the promise that a prisoner could expunge his crime with his blood. In fact, the need for reinforcements was deemed so great that at the end of March, just over 2 weeks from the offensive against Berlin, a decree of the State Defense Committee ordered a wide range of categories of prisoners to be produced from each oblast, NKVD department, and from pending cases in front of procurators. It is doubtful whether the idea of exchanging a gulag death, a dog's death for dogs, as it was called for a hero's death, motivated a majority of these prisoners, even if 5 of them became heroes of the Soviet Union, including one of the most famous heroes of the war, Alexander Matrosov, who reputedly threw himself against a German embrasure. Life in the camps had taught them to think no more than a day ahead. The only thing likely to inspire them was a complete change of routine and the chance of misbehavior. Some of the ex-Gulag soldiers did indeed redeem their guilt with their blood, either with Straf companies or in mine-clearing units. Those integrated with sapper companies appear, not surprisingly, to have fought much better than those sent to Straf companies. Liberated prisoners of war, those who had survived the appalling conditions of German camps, were treated little better. In October 1944, the State Defense Committee had decreed that, when liberated, they should be transferred to special reserve units of military districts for screening by NKVD and SMERSH. Those sent straight from reserve battalions to frontline units were often far from healthy after their ordeal. They were always treated as deeply suspect. Front commands did not hide their unease about reincorporating soldiers who were Soviet citizens released from fascist slavery. Their morale had been considerably lowered by false fascist propaganda during their long imprisonment. Yet the methods of political officers were hardly likely to cure them of their worst impulses. They read them orders of Comrade Stalin, showed them films of the Soviet Union and the Great Patriotic War, and encouraged them to recount the terrible atrocities of the German bandits. These men were important to the army, the political department of the First Ukrainian Front wrote, because they were full of burning hatred for the enemy, and because they longed for revenge for all the atrocities and abuses they had suffered. At the same time, they were not yet accustomed to strict military order. This acknowledged that released prisoners tended to go in for rape, murder, looting, drunkenness, and desertion. Like many of the Gulag criminals, they had been thoroughly brutalized by their experiences. In the 5th Shock Army, the 94th Guards Rifle Division received a batch of 45 former prisoners of war just 5 days before the Oder operation was due to take place. Political officers clearly did not trust them. Each day, one of them wrote, I spent 2 hours talking to them about the motherland, about the atrocities of Germans, and about the law concerning betrayal of the motherland. We distributed them among different regiments to exclude the possibility of having 2 people in the same company who might have been in Germany together or who came from the same region. Every day and every hour we were informed of their morale and behavior. To make them hate the Germans, we used photographs of Germans abusing our civilian population, including children, and we showed them the mutilated corpse of one of our soldiers. The distrust of former prisoners of war was based on the Stalinist fear that anybody who had spent time outside the Soviet Union, whatever the circumstances, had been exposed to anti-Soviet influences. The fact of being in a German prison camp meant that they had been constantly influenced by Goebbels' propaganda. They did not know the real situation in the Soviet Union and Red Army. This suggests that the authorities feared that memories of the catastrophe of 1941 and any association of it with the leadership of Comrade Stalin had to be eliminated at all costs. Political officers were also appalled by a question apparently often asked by former prisoners of war. Is it true that all the equipment used by the Red Army has been bought from the USA and England, and that that's the job of Comrade Stalin? The NKVD was also concerned. Bad supervision and the unserious attitude of commanders had failed to control cases of indiscipline, the breaking of state laws, and immoral behavior. Even officers had been involved. The territory liberated by the Soviet army is full of enemy elements, saboteurs, and other agents. The unserious attitude of commanders had extended to installing curtains which covered the side windows of staff cars. This presumably was done to conceal the presence of a senior officer's campaign wife, a mistress usually selected from the signals or medical unit attached to their headquarters. Even though Stalin had tacitly permitted the institution of campaign wives, the NKVD ordered that these curtains must be removed by checkpoints. Indoctrination was the highest priority, both for political officers and for the NKVD, which was in charge of checking fighting fitness for battle. Political preparation, according to this criterion, was the most important of all categories. Special propaganda seminars were arranged for non-Russian speaking nationalities in the First Belarusian Front, following the arrival at the end of March of a new draft. These included Poles from the Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia and Moldavians. Many of these conscripts, however, had seen the mass arrests and deportations of 1939, 41 by the NKVD, and resisted their indoctrination, which concentrated on the communist-inspired self-sacrifice of Red Army soldiers. They regarded it quite skeptically, one political department reported with alarm. After the conversation on the feet of hero of the Soviet Union Sergeant Varlamov, who blocked the embrasure of an enemy fire point with his body, there were comments that this cannot be possible. The quality of military training clearly left much to be desired. A large number of non-operational losses are due to the ignorance of officers and their bad training of soldiers, an NKVD report stated. In one division alone, 23 soldiers were killed and 67 wounded in a single month solely due to the mishandling of submachine guns. This happens because they are piled or hung up with loaded magazines still on. Other soldiers were wounded when messing around with unfamiliar weapons and anti-tank grenades. Ill-informed soldiers put the wrong detonators into grenades, and some hit mines and shells with hard objects. Red Army sappers, on the other hand, needed to take risks, often to make up for the shortage of supplies. They took pride in recycling the contents of unexploded shells and German mines lifted by night. Their private motto remained, "One mistake and no more dinners." They used to extract the explosive, then warm it up and roll it out on the inside of their thighs, like girls in a Cuban cigar factory, and finally feed it into one of their own wooden mine cases, which could not be picked up by German mine detectors. The degree of danger depended on the stability of the explosive which they extracted. Their courage and skills were highly respected by both rifle units and tankists, who never usually conceded anything to another arm or service. The program of hatred of the enemy had started in the late summer of 1942, at the time of the withdrawal to Stalingrad and Stalin's "not one step back" order. It had also been the time of Anna Akhmatova's poem, "The Hour of Courage Has Struck." But in February 1945, the Soviet authorities adapted her words, "Red Army soldier, you are now on German soil. The hour of revenge has struck." It was, in fact, Ilya Ehrenberg who first changed her words. He who had written in 1942, "Do not count days, do not count miles. Count only the number of Germans you have killed. Kill the German, this is your mother's prayer. Kill the German, this is the cry of your Russian earth. Do not waver, do not let up, kill." Every opportunity had been taken to drum in the scale of German atrocities in the Soviet Union. According to a French informant, the Red Army authorities exhumed the bodies of some 65,000 Jews massacred near Nikolaev and Odessa and ordered them to be placed alongside the road most used by troops. Every 200 meters, a sign declared, "Look how the Germans treat Soviet citizens." Liberated slave laborers were used as another example of German atrocities. The predominantly Ukrainian and Belarusian women were made to tell soldiers how badly they had been misused. "Our soldiers got very angry," a political officer remembered. But then he added, "To be fair, some Germans treated their workers quite well, but they were a minority, and in the mood of the time, the worst examples were the ones we remembered. We were constantly trying to step up hatred towards Germans," the political department of the First Ukrainian Front reported, "and to stir up a passion for revenge. Messages from forced laborers found in villages were printed and circulated to the troops. They put us in a camp," one such letter read, "in a grey, dark barracks, and force us to work from morning to night, and feed us on turnip soup and a tiny piece of bread. They are constantly insulting us. This is how we have spent our youth. They took all the young people from the village, even the boys who were only 13 years old, to their accursed Germany, and we are all suffering here, barefoot and hungry. There are rumors that our people are getting close. We can hardly wait. Maybe we'll soon see our brothers and our suffering will end." The girls came to see me. We all sat down together to discuss it. Will we survive this terrible time? Will we ever see our families? We cannot stand it anymore. It is terrible here in Germany. Zhenya Kovalchuk. Another letter from her gave the words of what she called the song of the girl slaves. "Spring is over, summer has come. Our flowers are blossoming in the garden, and I, such a young girl, I spend my days in a German camp. Another method for arousing hatred used by political officers was the revenge score. In each regiment, soldiers and officers were interviewed, and facts of atrocities, looting and violence by Hitler's beasts were established. For example, in one battalion, a frightening revenge score was compiled, and it was put on a poster. We are now getting our revenge for 775 of our relatives who were killed, for 909 relatives who were taken away to slavery in Germany, for 478 burnt-down houses, and for 303 destroyed farms. In all regiments of the First Belarusian Front, revenge meetings were held and aroused great enthusiasm. Troops of our front, as well as soldiers of the whole Red Army, are the noble avengers punishing fascist occupiers for all their monstrous atrocities and evil deeds. There was a big slogan painted up in our canteen, a cypherine with the headquarters of the First Belarusian Front, remembered. "Have you killed a German yet? Then kill him." We were very strongly influenced by Ehrenberg's appeals, and we had a lot to take revenge for. Her own parents had been killed in Sevastopol. The hatred was so great that it was difficult to control the soldiers. While Soviet military authorities were cultivating their soldiers' anger, ready for the final offensive, their 7th Department for Propaganda was trying to persuade the German soldiers facing them that they would be well treated if they surrendered. Occasionally, raiding parties from reconnaissance companies would capture a Feldpost sack full of letters from home. These would be read and analyzed by the German communists or Antifa's anti-fascist prisoners of war attached to the department. Letters would also be taken from all prisoners for analysis. They were interested in the mood of the civilian population, the effects of American and British bombing, and any references to shortages of food at home, especially the lack of milk for children. This information would be passed back upwards, but also put together for propaganda leaflets, printed on a mobile press attached to army headquarters. One of the highest priorities for interrogation of captured tongues, deserters and other prisoners, was the subject of chemical weapons. The Soviet military authorities were understandably concerned that Hitler might want to use chemical weapons as a last-ditch defense, especially after all the Nazi leadership's claims of miracle weapons. Reports reached Sweden that chemical weapons had been distributed to special troops in long boxes with the inscription, "Can only be used on the personal order of the Führer." The Swedish military attaché heard that only fear of killing everyone in the vicinity prevented them from being used. If true, this would mean that supplies of sarin and taboon nerve gas from the Wehrmacht Chemical Weapons Research Center in the massive citadel at Spandau had been distributed. Field Marshal Kesselring apparently told SS Obergruppenführer Wolf that Hitler's advisors were urging him to use the Verzweiflungswaffen, the weapons of despair. Albert Speer, when interrogated by the Americans a few weeks later, readily acknowledged that Nazi fanatics during this period had argued for chemical warfare. But although Soviet sources alleged that a gas attack using aircraft and mortar shells had been made against their troops in February near Gleiwitz, the lack of detail offered suggests that this was either a false scare or an attempt to provoke an interest in the threat. Soldiers were ordered to operate in gas masks for 4 hours a day and to sleep in them for at least one night. Paper garments and protective stockings were issued, and so were canvas masks for horses. Orders also went out to protect food and water sources and to prepare basements and cellars in headquarters against gas attacks. But how much attention was paid to these instructions by the Red Army is very much open to question, especially since NKVD regiments were responsible for chemical discipline. Training in the German Panzerfaust was taken much more seriously. Large quantities of the weapon had been captured, and groups of trained Fausters were organized in each rifle battalion. Political officers coined the rather predictable slogan, "Beat the enemy with his own weapons." Training consisted of firing one of these rocket-propelled grenades at a burnt-out tank or wall at a range of about 30 meters. In the Third Shock Army, Komsomol instructors issued them out and taught the selected Fausters how to aim. Sergeant Belyaev, in the 3rd Rifle Corps, fired at a wall 50 meters away. When the dust settled, he found that it had blasted a hole large enough to crawl through and smashed into the wall beyond. Most of those who tried them out were similarly impressed. They saw their advantage in the fighting which lay ahead in Berlin, not in the weapon's official anti-tank role, but to blast through walls to get from house to house. 12. Waiting for the onslaught. During early April, as Berlin awaited the final Soviet onslaught along the Oder, the atmosphere in the city became a mixture of febrile exhaustion, terrible foreboding, and despair. Yesterday, the Swedish military attaché reported to Stockholm. The well-meaning von Tippelskirch invited us to another evening at Mellensee, and I went more out of curiosity than anything else. The expectation of hearing anything interesting was not high, since now everything happens from one moment to the next. The evening was quite tragic. The atmosphere was one of hopelessness. Most of them did not even pretend to keep up appearances, but showed the situation as it really was. Some became maudlin, seeking comfort in the bottle. Fanatical determination existed only among those Nazis who believed that surrender in any form meant execution. They, like Hitler, were determined to ensure that everyone else shared the same fate as themselves. In September 1944, when the Western Allies and the Red Army had been advancing towards the Reich with great speed, the Nazi leadership wanted to fight on against its sworn enemies even after defeat. It decided to set up a resistance movement to be known by the code name Werwolf. The name Werwolf was inspired by a novel set in the 30 Years' War by Hermann Lons, an extreme nationalist killed in 1914 and revered by the Nazis. In October 1944, when the idea started to be put into effect, SS Obergruppenführer Hans Pritzmann was appointed Generalinspekteur für Spezialabwehr, General Inspector for Special Defense. Pritzmann, who had studied Soviet partisan tactics during his time in the Ukraine, was summoned back from Königsberg to establish a headquarters. But as with many Nazi projects, rival factions wanted to create their own setup, or bring existing ones under their control. Even within the SS, there were to be two organizations, Werwolf and Otto Skorzeni's SS Jagdverbände. The figure rises to 3 if you include the unactivated Gestapo and SD version to be known by the codename Bundsche. In theory, the training programs covered sabotage using tins of Heinz oxtail soup packed with plastic explosive and detonated with captured British time pencils. A whole range of items and even garments made of Nippolit explosive were designed, including raincoats with linings made of explosive. Werwolf recruits were taught to kill sentries with a slip-knotted garrote about a meter long, or a Walther pistol with silencer. Captured documents showed that their watchword was to be, "Turn day into night, night into day. Hit the enemy wherever you meet him. Be sly. Steal weapons, ammunition and rations. Women helpers, support the Battle of the Werwolf wherever you can." They were to operate in groups of 3 to 6 men and were to receive rations for 60 days. Special emphasis was put on gasoline and oil supplies as targets. The Nazi authorities ordered 2,000 radios and 5,000 explosive kits, but few were ready in time. American incendiary bombs dropped in bombing raids were collected, and concentration camp inmates were forced to check them and extract the material for reuse. On the 1st of April at 8 p.m., an appeal was broadcast to the German people to join the Werwolf. Every Bolshevik, every Englishman, every American on our soil must be a target for our movement. Any German, whatever his profession or class, who puts himself at the service of the enemy and collaborates with him will feel the effect of our avenging hand. Single motto remains for us: conquer or die. A few days later, Himmler issued a new order. Every male in a house where a white flag appears must be shot. Not a moment must be wasted in executing these measures. By male persons who must be considered responsible for their actions, this means everyone aged 14 years and upwards. The true objective of Werwolf, as a document of the 4th of April confirmed, came from the Nazi obsession with 1918. We know the plans of the enemy, and we know that following a defeat there would be no chance of Germany ever rising again like after 1918. The threat of killing anyone who collaborated with the Allies was to prevent a Stresemann Politik, a reference to Gustav Stresemann's acceptance of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. The Nazi Party was rooted in the humiliation of that defeat, and it brought Germany back there again, with terrible interest. Hitler Youth boys were sent off to their selected areas, where they were told to bury their explosive, then contact the local Nazi Kreisleiter for accommodation and rations. They were all given single, unspecified missions, then told to go home as if nothing had happened. Towards the end, the training became very hurried. So many of them were more likely to blow themselves up rather than the enemy. Ultimately, Werwolf achieved very little, apart from a couple of assassinations the mayors of Aachen and Krankenhagen and the intimidation of civilians. Hitler Youth chalked slogans on walls such as, "Traitor take care, the werewolf is watching." Both Skorzeny and Prutzmann seem to have become less enamoured of the project as the Allies closed in, if one is to believe Skorzeny's account in his interrogation. Prutzmann committed suicide after one brief interview. In any case, Himmler also had a change of heart in mid-April, just when negotiations via Sweden were on his mind. He instructed Prutzmann to change werewolf activity to that exclusively of propaganda. The only problem was that the werewolf sender radio transmitter, under the control of Goebbels, continued to order partisan action. On the Eastern Front, the rapid advances of the Red Army from January to March meant that hardly any groups were trained or equipped in time, and the only stay-behind groups were usually Volkssturm members who had been cut off. The werewolf propaganda simply lent Smersh and the NKVD rifle regiments an urgent focus to their usual paranoia. In the West, the Allies found that Werwolf was a fiasco. Bunkers prepared for werewolf operations had supplies for 10-15 days only, and the fanaticism of the Hitler Youth members they captured had entirely disappeared. They were no more than frightened, unhappy youths. Few resorted to the suicide pills which they had been given to escape the strain of interrogation, and above all, the inducement to commit treason. Many, when sent off by their controllers to prepare terrorist acts, had sneaked home. Some have pointed out that the whole werewolf project did not fit with the national character. "We Germans are not a nation of partisans," wrote an anonymous woman diarist in Berlin. "We wait for leadership, for orders." She had travelled in the Soviet Union just before the Nazis came to power, and during long discussions on trains, Russians made jokes about the German lack of revolutionary spirit. "German comrades would storm a railway station," one said, "only if they could first of all buy platform tickets." Reports also indicate that, although not part of the werewolf program, members of the Gestapo had been transferred to the Kriminalpolizei on the grounds that the Western Allies were sure to reinstate them later once military government was installed. As the reality of final collapse sank in, supposedly fanatical believers turned rapidly to self-preservation. Some SS members, to avoid prosecution, simply snaffled for themselves the false documents prepared for werewolf members. Others procured Wehrmacht uniforms and the paybooks of dead men to provide themselves with new identities. German soldiers were furious that while the SS had been carrying out random executions for desertion, many of their officers were preparing their own escape. German prisoners of war told their American interrogators that tailors had been ordered to stitch a large row on jackets so that SS men trying to hide could masquerade as Polish workers. The Nazi leadership did not just rely on the flying courts-martial and SS execution squads to terrorize soldiers into continuing the fight. The tales of atrocities from the propaganda ministry never ceased. Stories of women commissars castrating wounded soldiers, for example, were circulated. The ministry also had its own squads both in Berlin and close to the Oder front, painting slogans on walls as if they were the spontaneous expression of the civilian population, such as, "We believe in victory, we will never surrender and protect our women and children from the red beasts." There was, however, one group who could demonstrate their feelings about the war without fear of reprisal. German wounded who had lost hands or arms would say, "Heil Hitler," and raise their stumps ostentatiously. The man with the least enviable task at this time was Lieutenant General Reimann, the officer appointed commander of the Greater Berlin Defense Area. He faced the culmination of the Nazis' organizational chaos. General Haider, the Army Chief of Staff sacked in 1942, was scathing on the subject. Both Hitler and Goebbels, the Reich Commissar for Defense of the Capital, he wrote later, refused to give any thought to defending the city until it was much too late. Thus, the city's defense was characterized only by a mass of improvisations. Reimann was the third person to hold the post since Hitler had declared Berlin a fortress at the beginning of February. He found that he had to deal with Hitler, Goebbels, the replacement army commanded by Himmler, the Luftwaffe, Army Group Vistula headquarters, the SS, the Hitler Youth, and also the local Nazi Party organization which controlled the Volkssturm. Hitler, having ordered that Berlin should be prepared for defense, then refused to allocate any troops to the task. He simply assured Reimann that sufficient forces would be provided if the enemy reached the capital. Neither Hitler nor Goebbels could face the reality of defeat. Goebbels in particular had convinced himself that the Red Army could be held on the Oder. Berlin's population in early April stood at anything between 3 and 3.5 million people, including around 120,000 infants. When General Reimann raised the problem of feeding these children at a meeting in the Reich Chancellery bunker, Hitler stared at him. "There are no children of that age left in Berlin," he said. Reimann finally understood that his supreme commander had no contact with human reality. Goebbels, meanwhile, insisted that there were large reserves of tinned milk, and that, if the city were encircled, cows could be brought into the center. Reimann asked what the cows would be fed on. Goebbels had no idea. To make matters worse, the food depots were all situated on the outskirts of the city and were vulnerable to capture. Nothing was done to move either Wehrmacht or civilian supplies closer in. Reimann and his chief of staff, Colonel Hans Reyfjord, knew that Berlin had no hope of holding out with the forces at their disposal, so they recommended to Goebbels that civilians, especially women and children, should be allowed to leave. "Evacuation," replied Goebbels, "is best organized by the SS and the police commander for the Spree region. I will give the order for evacuation at the right time." It was quite clear that he had not for a moment seriously considered the logistic implications of evacuating such a mass of people by road and rail, to say nothing of feeding them on the way. There were not nearly enough trains still in service, and few vehicles with fuel capable of transporting the weak and the sick. The bulk of the population would have had to walk. One suspects that Goebbels, like Stalin at the start of the Battle of Stalingrad, did not want to evacuate civilians in the hope that it would force the soldiers to defend the city more desperately. From the regional headquarters for the Berlin district, a solid building on the Hohenzollern-Damm, Reimann and his staff tried to find out how many soldiers and how many weapons could be counted on. Colonel Reyfjord rapidly discovered that the Berlin defense area carried no significance. It was just another phrase like fortress, coined in Führer headquarters, which people were still supposed to defend to the death. He found that dealing with such short-sightedness, bureaucracy, and bloody-mindedness was enough to turn anybody's hair white. To defend the outer perimeter alone, 10 divisions were needed. In fact, the Berlin defense area possessed in theory only a flak division, 9 companies of the Grossdeutschland Guard Regiment, a couple of police battalions, a couple of pioneer battalions, and 20 Volkssturm battalions, which had been called up but not trained. Another 20 would be called up if the city were surrounded. But although the Berlin Volkssturm amounted to 60,000 men on paper, it included both Volkssturm I, who had some weapons, and Volkssturm II, who had no weapons at all. In many cases, a former regular officer would send his unarmed Volkssturm soldiers home when the Red Army approached the city, but commanders who were party functionaries seldom showed even the most basic humanity. One of the Nazi Kreisleiters was convinced that the only thing to do was to keep the men away from the influence of their wives, from the Mutis, who might undermine their will to resist. But this was doomed to failure. No rations had been allocated for the Volkssturm, so they had to be fed by their families. In any case, commanders in charge of the defense soon found that only veterans of the First World War showed a sense of duty. Most of the rest slipped away whenever the opportunity presented itself. The most heavily armed force in Berlin was the 1st Flak Division, and yet it did not come under Reymann's command until the battle started. Based on the 3 vast concrete flak towers, the Zoo bunker in the Tiergarten, the Humboldt-Hain and the Friedrichshain, this Luftwaffe division had an impressive arsenal of 128 mm, 88 mm and 20 mm guns, as well as the necessary ammunition to go with them. Reymann's artillery otherwise consisted of obsolete guns of various calibers taken earlier in the war from the French, Belgians, and Yugoslavs. There were seldom more than half a dozen rounds per gun, often less. The only guideline on conducting a defense of the city was a pre-war instruction, which Refior described as a masterpiece of German bureaucratic art. The Nazi Party in Berlin talked of mobilizing armies of civilians to work on defenses, both an obstacle ring 30 kilometers out and a perimeter ring. But the maximum workforce ever achieved on one day was 70,000. It was usually no more than 30,000. Transport and a shortage of tools were the main problems, apart from the fact that most Berlin factories and offices continued to work as if nothing were amiss. Reymann appointed Colonel Lobeck, an engineer officer, to take over the party-led chaos of defence works, and he called on the School of Military Engineering at Karlshorst to provide demolition teams. Army officers were nervous about Speer's attempts to save the bridges within Berlin. They could not forget the execution of the officers over the bridge at Remagen. Reymann's sappers supervised the Todt organization and the Reich Labour Service, both of which were far better equipped than the civilian corvée, but they found it impossible to obtain fuel and spare parts for the mechanical diggers. Most of the 17,000 French prisoners of war from Stalag 3D were put to work in the city, creating barricades and digging foxholes in pavements at street corners. How much they achieved is open to question, however, especially since French prisoners round Berlin were those most regularly accused of being arbeitsunlustig, reluctant to work and of escaping from their camps, usually to visit German women. Attempts to liaise with the field commanders, who were supposed to provide fighting troops for the defense of the city, were far from successful. When Refior went to visit Heinrich's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Kinzel, at Army Group Vistula headquarters, Kinzel simply glanced at the plans he presented for the defense of Berlin and said, "Those madmen in Berlin should stew in their own juice." The Ninth Army's Chief of Staff, Major General Holtz, regarded the plans as irrelevant for other reasons. "The Ninth Army," said Holtz, in a manner which Revier found rather too theatrical, stands and stays on the Oder. If it should be necessary, we will fall there, but we will not retreat. Neither Rehmann nor Revier realized fully at the time that General Heinrici and his staff at Army Group Vistula had a very different plan from the Nazi leadership. They were hoping to prevent a last-ditch defense of the capital for the sake of the civil population. Albert Speer had suggested to Heinrici that the Ninth Army should withdraw from the Oder, bypassing Berlin entirely. Heinrici agreed in principle. In his view, the best way to avoid fighting in the city would be to order Rehmann to send all his troops forward to the Oder at the last moment to strip Berlin of its defenders. Another strong reason for avoiding a battle in the city was the Nazis' resort to boys as young as 14 as cannon fodder. So many houses had a framed photograph on the wall of a son killed in Russia that a silent prayer arose that the regime would collapse before these children were sent into battle. Some did not shrink from openly calling it infanticide, whether it was exploiting the fanaticism of deluded Hitler youth or forcing frightened boys into uniform through threat of execution. Older teachers in schools risked denunciation by advising their pupils on how to avoid being called up. The sense of bitterness was even greater after Goebbels' speech a few weeks before. The Führer once coined the phrase, he reminded them, "Each mother who has given birth to a child has struck a blow for the future of our people." But it was now clear that Hitler and Goebbels were about to throw those children's lives away for a cause which had no possible future. The 14-year-old Erich Schmidtke in Prenzlauer Berg had been called up as a flak helper to man anti-aircraft guns and ordered to report to the Hermann Göring barracks in Reinickendorf. His mother, whose husband was trapped with the army in Courland, was understandably upset and accompanied him to the barracks with his little suitcase. He felt more awed than afraid. After 3 days in the barracks, they were ordered to join the division being assembled at the Reichssportfeld in the west of the city, next to the Olympic Stadium. But on his way there, he thought of his father's words when on leave from the Eastern Front, telling him that he was now responsible for the family. He decided to desert and went into hiding until the war was over. Most of his contemporaries who joined the division were killed. The so-called Hitler Youth Division, raised by the Reich youth leader Arthur Axmann, was also being trained at the Reichssportfeld on the use of the Panzerfaust. Axmann lectured them on the heroism of Sparta and tried to inspire an unwavering hatred of the enemy and an unwavering loyalty to Adolf Hitler. There is only victory or defeat, he told them. Some of the young found their suicidal task ahead deeply stirring. Reinhard Appel thought of Rilke's cornet charging out against the Turks, just as the lost generation of 1914 had when they volunteered. The fact that a detachment of Blitzmadel girls was also billeted on the Reichssportfeld no doubt heightened the romantic appeal. The Nazi leadership was also preparing at this time a Wehrmacht-Helferinnenkorps of female military auxiliaries. Young women had to swear an oath of allegiance which began, "I swear that I will be true and obedient to Adolf Hitler, the Führer and Commander-in-Chief of the Wehrmacht." The words made it sound like a mass marriage. For somebody who had perhaps diverted his sexual drive into the pursuit of power, this may have provided its own form of ersatz fantasy. In the Wilhelmstrasse district of ministries, government officials were trying to convince any diplomats who remained in the city that they were deciphering telegrams between Roosevelt and Churchill within 2 hours of their dispatch. Meanwhile, rumors circulated of communist shock troops being formed in the eastern red part of the city to liquidate Nazi Party members. "There is an atmosphere of desperation at the top," the Swedish military attaché reported to Stockholm. "A determination to sell their lives dearly." In fact, the only sabotage groups came from the other side of the lines. When members of the Soviet-controlled Freies Deutschland in Wehrmacht uniform slipped through German positions and moved towards Berlin. They cut cables, but little more. Freies Deutschland later claimed that its resistance group Osthafen had blown up a munitions dump in Berlin, but this is far from certain. On the 9th of April, a number of well-known opponents of the regime were butchered by the SS in a variety of concentration camps. The order was given to ensure their deaths before the enemy could release them. In Dachau, Johann Georg Elser, the communist who had tried to assassinate Hitler in the Bürgerbraukeller on the 8th of November 1939, was killed. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Admiral Canaris and General Oster were executed in Flossenburg, and Hans von Dohnanyi in Sachsenhausen. Revenge is coming. Die Vergeltung kommt had been the Nazi propaganda slogan for the V-weapons, but this now had a hollow echo for officers on the Oder front as they awaited the onslaught. It was Soviet revenge which was coming, and they knew that there were no more miracle weapons to save them. Many of them, under heavy pressure from above, lied to their men even more than before other similar defeats, with promises of miracle weapons, of rifts in the enemy coalition, and of reinforcements. This was to contribute to the breakdown in discipline at the end of the battle. Even the Waffen-SS began to suffer from an unprecedented resentment between soldiers and officers. Eberhard Baumgart, the clerk with the SS Division 30. Januar went back to headquarters to deal with a report, but found that the sentries would not let him in. A look through the windows soon explained why. "I thought I was dreaming," he wrote later. Glittering dress uniforms swirled around with tarted-up women, music, noise, laughter, shrieking, cigarette smoke and clinking glasses. Baumgart's mood next day was not helped when Georg, the vulgar German interpreter, showed him a cartoon from Pravda of Hitler, Goering and Goebbels in an orgy in the Reich Chancellery. The caption read, "Every day the German soldier holds on, lengthens our lives." Instead of miracle weapons, many of the Volkssturm and other improvised units received weapons that were useless, such as the Volkshand Granat 45. This people's hand grenade was simply a lump of concrete around a small explosive charge and a number 8 detonator. It was more dangerous to the thrower than to the target. One detachment of officer cadets facing a Guards tank army received rifles captured from the French army in 1940 and just 5 rounds each. It was typical of Nazi corporate bluster that they continued to create impressive-sounding units, whether the Sturmzug, which lacked the weapons to storm anything, or the Panzerjagd Company, which was supposed to stalk tanks on foot. Another formation, which had better reason than most to fear the consequences of capture, was the 1st Division of General Vlasov's Russian Army of Liberation. It had been Himmler's idea to bring the Vlasov Division to the Oder front. He had trouble persuading Hitler, who still disliked the idea of using Slav troops. The German General Staff had supported the idea earlier in the war of raising a Ukrainian army of 1 million men, but Hitler vetoed the plan, determined to maintain the separation of Herrenmensch und das Sklavenvolk. And then the terrible treatment of the Ukrainian people under Rosenberg and Gauleiter Koch in the Ukraine had put an end to Wehrmacht hopes. Early in April, General Vlasov, accompanied by a liaison officer and an interpreter, came to Army Group Vistula headquarters to discuss matters with General Heinrici. Vlasov was a tall, rather gaunt man, with clever eyes set in a colourless face, with one of those chins which looked grey even when freshly shaved. After a few optimistic expressions by Vlasov, Heinrici asked bluntly how such a recently formed division would perform in combat. German officers were concerned that these Russian volunteers would refuse to fight their fellow countrymen at the last moment. Now that the Third Reich was doomed to destruction, there was little incentive, save desperation, for the Vlasov volunteers. Vlasov did not try to fool Heinrici. He explained that his plan had been to raise at least 6 divisions, hopefully 10 from prisoners of war in the camps. The problem was that the Nazi authorities had not come round to the idea until it was too late. He was aware of the risk of Soviet propaganda aimed at his men, yet he felt that they should be allowed to prove themselves in an attack on one of the Oder bridgeheads. General Busse chose for them an unimportant sector at Erlenhof, south of Frankfurt an der Oder. Soviet reconnaissance groups from the 33rd Army identified their presence almost immediately, and a barrage of loudspeaker activity began. The advance of the Vlasovci started on the 13th of April. During 2.5 hours fighting, the 1st Division created a wedge 500 meters deep, but the Soviet artillery fire was so strong that they had to lie down. General Bunyachenko, their commander, seeing no sign of either air or artillery support, which he thought that the Germans had promised, withdrew his men, disregarding Busse's order. The Vlasov Division lost 370 men, including 4 officers. Busse was furious, and on his recommendation, General Krebs ordered the division to be withdrawn from the front and stripped of its weapons, which would be used for better purposes. The Vlasovci were deeply embittered. They blamed their reverse on the lack of artillery support, but perhaps nobody had warned them that German batteries were holding back their last rounds for the major attack. During the first 2 weeks of April, sporadic fighting continued in the bridgeheads. Soviet attacks were aimed to deepen them. Behind the Oder, the activity was even more intense. Altogether, 28 Soviet armies were involved in regrouping and redeploying in 15 days. The commander of the 70th Army, Colonel General Popov, had to issue orders to corps commanders even before he received final instructions from above. Several armies had large distances to cover and very little time. According to Soviet field regulations, a mechanized column was supposed to move 150 kilometers a day, but the 200th Rifle Division of the 49th Army managed to cover 358 kilometers in just 25 hours. In the 3rd Shock Army, which had been diverted for the Pomeranian operation, soldiers feared that they would never make it back in time and would only get to Berlin when everybody else would be picking up their hats to go home. No true frontovik wanted to miss the climax of the war. He knew the jealousy which formations of the First Belarusian Front inspired in the rest of the Red Army. Although the real frontoviki were determined to see victory in Berlin, desertions increased as the offensive came closer. Most of those who disappeared were conscripts from the recent drafts, especially Poles, Ukrainians and Romanians. An increase in desertions also meant a growing level of banditry, looting and violence towards the civilian population. Some deserters seize carts from local citizens, load them with different sorts of property, and pretending that they are carts belonging to the army, move from the front zone to the rear areas. NKVD rifle regiments behind the 1st Ukrainian Front arrested 355 deserters in the first part of April. The 1st Belarusian Front was even more concerned about discipline, as a report of the 8th of April reveals. Many soldiers are still hanging around in rear areas and describing themselves as separated from their units. They are in fact deserters. They carry out looting, robbery and violence. Recently, up to 600 people were arrested in the sector of the 61st Army. All the roads are jammed with vehicles and carts used by military personnel on both legitimate missions and looting missions. They leave their vehicles and carts in the streets and in yards and wander around depots and apartments looking for things. Many officers, soldiers and NCOs are no longer looking like members of the Red Army. Some very serious deviations from standard uniform are being overlooked. It becomes difficult to distinguish between a soldier and an officer, and between soldiers and civilians. Dangerous cases of disobedience to senior officers have taken place. NKVD rifle regiments and SMERSH were also continuing their work of rounding up suspects. They were, in Beria's view, both insufficiently selective and overzealous. They had dispatched 148,540 prisoners to NKVD camps in the Soviet Union, yet barely one half were in a condition to perform physical labor. They had simply packed off the people who were arrested as a result of clearing the rear areas of the Red Army. Some priorities, however, did not change. Polish patriots were still considered as dangerous as Nazis, and NKVD regiments continued to encounter small groups of German stragglers trying to slip through Red Army lines after the fighting in Pomerania and Silesia. These small groups often ambushed the odd vehicle for food on the way, and the Soviet military authorities would respond, just as the Germans themselves had in the Soviet Union, by destroying the nearest village and shooting civilians. The mood of Red Army officers and soldiers was tense but confident. Pyotr Mitrofanovich Sebelev, the second in command of an engineer brigade, had just been promoted to lieutenant colonel at the age of 22. "Hello, Papa, Mama, Shura and Taya," he wrote home on the 10th of April. "At the moment, there is an unusual and therefore scaring quietness here. I was at a concert yesterday. Yes, don't be surprised, at a concert given by artistes from Moscow. It cheered us up. We can't help thinking if only the war would finish as soon as possible, but I think it depends on us mainly. 2 cases occurred yesterday, which I must tell you about. I went to the front line with a man from the rear areas. We walked out of the forest and up a sandy mound and lay down. The Oder was in front of us with a long spit of sand sticking out. The spit was occupied by Germans. Behind the Oder, the town of Kustrin, an ordinary town. Suddenly, wet sand flew all around me, and immediately I heard a shot. The Germans had spotted us and had begun shooting from this spit. 2 hours ago, our recce men brought a captured German corporal to me, who clicked his heels and immediately asked me through the interpreter, "Where am I, Mr. Officer? Among Zhukov's troops or in Rokossovsky's band?" I laughed and said to the German, "You are with the troops of the First Belarusian Front, which is commanded by Marshal Zhukov." "But why do you call Marshal Rokossovsky's troops a band?" the corporal answered. "They don't follow the rules when fighting. This is why German soldiers call them a band." Another piece of news. My adjutant, Kolya Kovalenko, was wounded in the arm, but he escaped from hospital. I reprimanded him for this, and he cursed and said, "You are depriving me of the honor of being one of the first to enter Berlin with our boys. Goodbye. Kisses to all of you. Your Pyotr." For the truly committed majority, the greatest concern was the rapid advance of the Western Allies. In the 69th Army, the political department reported the soldiers as saying, "Our advance is too slow, and the Germans will surrender their capital to the English and Americans." Komsomol members in the 4th Guards Tank Army prepared for the offensive by getting experienced soldiers to talk to the newcomers about the reality of battle. Komsomol members also helped the barely literate ones write letters home. They were particularly proud of having bought a T-34 tank with their own money. Their tank Komsomolets had already destroyed a few enemy tanks and other armoured vehicles and crushed many Fritzes under its tracks. At party meetings, members were reminded that all communists have a duty to speak out against looting and drinking. Artillery regiments, meanwhile, paid special attention to the replacement of casualties. They foresaw that losses would increase sharply once they reached Berlin, because gun crews would be firing over open sights. Crew members therefore had to train hard in each other's tasks, and each regiment prepared a reserve of trained gun layers, ready to replace casualties. To preserve secrecy, the local population was sent 20 kilometers back from the front line. Radio silence was imposed, and signs were placed by every field telephone. "Don't speak about things you should not speak about." German preparations, on the other hand, emphasized the reprisals that would be carried out against all those who failed in their duty and against their families, whatever their rank. An announcement was made that General Lasch, the commander of Königsberg, had been condemned to death by hanging in absentia and his whole family arrested under the Sippenhaft law to persecute the closest relatives of traitors to the Nazi cause. The final agony of East Prussia affected morale in Berlin almost as much as the threat from the Oder. On the 2nd of April, Soviet artillery began its softening up barrage on the center of Königsberg. The Soviet artillery officer Senior Lieutenant Inozemstev recorded in his diary on the 4th of April that 60 shells from his battery had reduced one fortified building into a pile of stones. The NKVD was concerned that nobody escaped. Encircled soldiers in Königsberg are putting on civilian clothes to get away. Documents must be checked more carefully in East Prussia. The aviation is very effective, Inozemstev wrote on the 7th of April. We are using flamethrowers on a massive scale. If there is only one German in a building, he is chased out by the fire. There is no fighting for a story or a staircase. It is already clear to everyone now that the storming of Königsberg will go down as a classic example of storming a big city. The next day, when his comrade Safonov was killed, the regiment fired a salute of salvos at the citadel. The destruction was terrible. Thousands of soldiers and civilians were buried by the bombardments. There was a smell of death in the air, Inozemstev wrote, literally because thousands of corpses are decomposing under the ruins. As the wounded filled every usable cellar, General Lasch knew that there was no hope. The 11th Guards Army and the 43rd Army had fought their way right into the city. Even Koch's deputy Gauleiter urged the abandonment of the city, but all links with the Samland Peninsula had been severed. A counterattack was mounted to force a way through, but it collapsed in chaos on the night of the 8th of April. The bombardment had blocked many of the routes leading to the start line. The local party leadership, without telling Lasch, had passed the word to civilians to assemble ready for the breakout, but their concentration attracted the attention of Soviet artillery observation officers, and they were massacred. The city was so enveloped in smoke the next day that only the fire streaks of Katyusha rockets were visible. Any civilians left alive hung sheets from windows in a signal of surrender and even tried to take rifles from German soldiers. Lasch knew that the end had come. He could expect no help from the Reich and did not want to impose any more useless suffering on the refugees and townsfolk. Only the SS wanted to fight on, but their attempts were useless. On the morning of the 10th of April, Lasch and other German officers acting as parliamentaries reached Marshal Vasilevsky's headquarters. The surviving garrison of just over 30,000 troops marched out to imprisonment. Their watches and any useful items were promptly grabbed by Red Army soldiers, who had managed to find stores of alcohol. The rape of women and girls went unchecked in the ruined city. Inozemstev toured the smoking capital of East Prussia. A bronze Bismarck is gazing with one eye. Part of his head had been knocked off by a shell at the Soviet girl conducting the traffic, at the passing Red Army vehicles, and at the mounted patrols. It looked as if he were asking, "Why are there Russians here? Who allowed that?" The end of East Prussia and Pomerania was underlined in a terrible fashion. On the night of the 16th of April, the hospital ship Goya, packed with nearly 7,000 refugees, was sunk by a Soviet submarine. Only 165 people were saved. The attack on Berlin was expected at any moment. On the 6th of April, Army Group Vistula headquarters noted in its war diary, "On 9th Army front, lively enemy activity sounds of engines and tank tracks, both on the Rheinfine sector southwest of Kustrin and to the northeast near Kienitz." They estimated that the attack would come in 2 days' time. 5 days later, however, they were still waiting. General Krebs at Zossen signaled to Heinrici on the 11th of April, "Führer expects the Russian offensive against Army Group Vistula on 12 or the 13th of April." Next day, Hitler told Krebs to telephone Heinrici to insist, "The Führer is instinctively convinced that the attack would really come in 1 to 2 days, that is to say, on the 13th or the 14th of April." Hitler had tried to predict the exact date of the Normandy invasion the year before, but failed. Now he again wanted to amaze his admirers with a show of uncanny foresight. It seemed to be one of the few ways left to him in which he could attempt to demonstrate some sort of control over events. On the evening of the 12th of April, the Berlin Philharmonic gave its last performance. Albert Speer, who organized it, had invited Grand Admiral Dönitz and also Hitler's adjutant, Colonel von Below. The hall was properly lit for the occasion, despite the electricity cuts. "The concert took us back to another world," wrote Below. The program included Beethoven's Violin Concerto, Bruckner's Eighth Symphony. Speer later claimed that this was his warning signal to the orchestra to escape Berlin immediately after the performance to avoid being drafted into the Volkssturm, and the finale to Wagner's Götterdämmerung. Even if Wagner did not bring the audience back to present reality, the moment of escapism did not last long. It is said that, after the performance, the Nazi Party had organized Hitler Youth members to stand in uniform with baskets of cyanide capsules and offer them to members of the audience as they left. On the 14th of April, when the attack had still not materialized, Hitler issued an Order of the Day to Army Group Vistula. Predictably, it emphasized that whoever does not fulfill his duty will be treated as a traitor to our people. It continued with a rambling distortion of history and a reference to the repulse of the Turks before Vienna. The Bolshevik will this time experience the ancient fate of Asiatics. Vienna had in fact just fallen to the eastern hordes, and there was no hope of retaking it. The following day, a 16-year-old Berliner called Dieter Borkowski described what he witnessed in a crowded S-Bahn train from the Anhalter Bahnhof. There was terror on the faces of people. They were full of anger and despair. I had never heard such cursing before. Suddenly, someone shouted above the noise, "Silence!" We saw a small, dirty soldier with 2 iron crosses and the German cross in gold. On his sleeve he had a badge with 4 metal tanks, which meant that he had destroyed 4 tanks at close quarters. "I've got something to tell you," he shouted, and the carriage fell silent. "Even if you don't want to listen to me, stop whinging. We have to win this war. We must not lose our courage. If others win the war, and if they do to us only a fraction of what we have done in the occupied territories, there won't be a single German left in a few weeks." It became so quiet in that carriage that one could have heard a pin drop. 13 Americans on the Elbe. As the Allied armies approached the heart of Germany from both directions, Berliners claimed that optimists were learning English and pessimists learning Russian. The Nazi foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, who had no sense of humour, announced at a diplomatic dinner that Germany had lost the war but still had it in her power to decide to whom she lost. It was this idea that disturbed Stalin so profoundly at the beginning of April. Once Model's Army Group B with over 300,000 men was encircled in the Ruhr, on the 2nd of April, the divisions in Simpson's US 9th Army began racing for the Elbe, opposite Berlin. They and their army commander were convinced that their objective was the Nazis' capital. After the row with the British, Eisenhower had left open the capture of Berlin as a distinct possibility. In the second part of the orders to Simpson, the 9th Army was told to exploit any opportunity for seizing a bridgehead over the Elbe and be prepared to continue the advance on Berlin or to the northeast. Its 2nd Armoured Division, dubbed Hell on Wheels, was the strongest in the US Army. It contained a large number of tough Southerners who had joined during the Depression. Its commander, Major General Isaac D. White, had planned his route to Berlin well in advance. His idea was to cross the Elbe near Magdeburg. The US 9th Army would use the Autobahn to the capital as its center line. His closest rival in the race was the 83rd Infantry Division, known as the Ragtag Circus, because of its extraordinary assortment of captured vehicles and equipment sprayed olive green and given a white star. Both divisions reached the River Weser on the 5th of April. To their north, the 5th Armoured Division headed for Tangermunde, and on the extreme left of Simpson's front, the 84th and 102nd Infantry Divisions pushed towards the Elbe on either side of its confluence with the Havel. The momentum of the advance was slowed momentarily by pockets of resistance, usually SS detachments, but most German troops surrendered in relief. The American crews stopped only to replenish or repair their vehicles. They remained dirty and unshaven. The adrenaline of the advance had almost replaced their need for sleep. The 84th Division was held up when ordered to take Hanover, but 48 hours later it was ready to move on again. Eisenhower visited its commander, Major General Alexander Boiling, in Hanover on Sunday the 8th of April. "Alex, where are you going next?" Eisenhower said to him. "General, we're going to push on ahead. We have a clear go to Berlin and nothing can stop us." "Keep going," the Supreme Commander told him, putting a hand on his shoulder. "I wish you all the luck in the world and don't let anybody stop you." Boiling took this as clear confirmation that their objective was Berlin. On the US Ninth Army's left, the British Second Army of General Dempsey had reached Celle and was close to liberating Belsen concentration camp. Meanwhile, on Simpson's right, General Hodges's First Army headed for Dessau and Leipzig. General George Patton's Third Army forced its way ahead the furthest into the Harz Mountains, bypassing Leipzig to the south. On Thursday, the 5th of April, Martin Bormann jotted in his diary, "Bolsheviks near Vienna, Americans in the Thüringer Wald." No further comment was needed on the disintegration of Greater Germany. The speed of Patton's advance had an unintended side effect. The SS, in many cases aided by the local Volkssturm, carried out a number of massacres of concentration camp prisoners and forced labourers. At the Thekla factory, which manufactured aircraft wings 3 kilometres northeast of Leipzig, 300 prisoners were forced into an isolated building by the SS and Volkssturm auxiliaries. All windows were fastened. Then the SS threw in incendiary bombs. Those who managed to break out of the building were machine-gunned. 3 Frenchmen survived. Over 100 Allied prisoners, mainly French political prisoners, were executed in the courtyard of Leipzig prison. And a column of 6,500 women of many nationalities from the Hassag group of factories 2 kilometres northeast of Leipzig were marched towards Dresden. Allied air reconnaissance sighted them along their route. Prisoners too weak to march had been shot by SS guards and rolled into the ditch beside the road. Striped blue and white concentration camp garments marked the route and the calvary of these unfortunate women. In southern Germany, meanwhile, General Devers's 6th Army Group, consisting of General Patch's 7th Army and the French 1st Army under General de Lattre de Tassigny, was pushing across the Black Forest. Its left flank advanced into Swabia. After the capture of Karlsruhe, they moved towards Stuttgart. Eisenhower, still concerned about an Alpine fortress, wanted the 2 armies to head southeastwards for the area of Salzburg and meet up with Soviet forces in the Danube Valley. German civilians used to gaze in amazement at American troops. GIs sprawled in jeeps, smoking or chewing gum, bore no resemblance to the German image of a soldier. Their olive-painted vehicles, even their tanks, were labelled with girls' names. But some soldierly habits proved universal. Wehrmacht troops, when retreating, had looted shamelessly, and now the liberators had arrived. Looting by Allied forces appears to have begun even before the German frontier was crossed. On the basis of findings made, an American report on the Ardennes stated, "It may unequivocally be stated that pillage of Belgian civilian property by US troops did in fact take place on a considerable scale. There had apparently been a good deal of safe-blowing with explosives. As US forces advanced into central and southern Germany, American military police erected signs at the entry to villages. No speeding, no looting, no fraternizing. But they had little effect on all counts. Further north, an officer with the Scots Guards, and later a judge, wrote that the code name for the crossing of the Rhine, Operation Plunder, was most appropriate. He described how the smashed windows of shops provided a looter's paradise. There was not very much one could do beyond restricting loot to small articles. The tanks came off best as they could carry everything from typewriters to wireless sets. I was cursing my platoon for looting rather than house clearing when I discovered that I was wearing 2 pairs of captured binoculars myself. Those acting independently, such as SAS teams, were able to be far more ambitious. One officer commented that Monty was very stuffy about looting. Field Marshal Alexander had apparently been much more relaxed. In 1 or 2 cases, some very fine jewellery was taken from German country houses at gunpoint, in escapades which might even have shocked the legendary Raffles. One SAS troop later discovered a hoard of paintings accumulated by Goering's wife. The squadron commander insisted on having first pick himself, then let his officers make their choice. The canvases were removed from their stretchers, rolled up and slid into the mortar tubes. Attitudes to the war varied between armies. Idealistic Americans and Canadians felt that they had a duty to rescue the old world, then return home as soon as possible. Their more cynical comrades took a close business interest in the black market. French regular officers in particular were focused on revenge for the humiliations of 1940 and on restoring national pride. In the British Army, however, a newly arrived officer might believe that he had come to take part in a life-and-death struggle for democracy and the freedom of the world, but found instead that the war was treated more as an incident in regimental history against a reasonably sporting opponent. Nothing, needless to say, could have been further from the Russian view. The sudden American advance in the center aroused a mixture of suspicion and moral outrage in the Kremlin. The Soviet leadership, having complained so frequently of the Western Allies' slowness in starting a second front, was now appalled by the idea that they might reach Berlin first. The reality of Allied air power, with German troops fearing typhoons and Mustangs far more than Sturmovix, was completely overlooked in Moscow, perhaps deliberately. Stalin, never one to seek natural explanations, found it hard to swallow the fact that the Germans were bound to prefer to surrender to the Western Allies rather than to the Soviet Union, which promised and practiced revenge on a huge scale. American tankists are enjoying excursions in the picturesque Harz Mountains, Ilya Ehrenberg wrote in Krasnaya Zvezda. The Germans were surrendering, he joked bitterly, with fanatical persistence. They were behaving towards Americans, he claimed, as if they belonged to some neutral state. The phrase which incensed Averell Harriman the most was his comment that the Americans were conquering with cameras. Stalin, perhaps judging others by himself, suspected that the Western Allies, hoping to reach Berlin first, would be tempted into a deal with Nazi factions. He seized on the contacts between Alan Dulles in Bern and SS Obergruppenführer Werf about a surrender in Italy as evidence of their double-dealing. Dulles had in fact also been contacted by a representative of Kaltenbrunner, who said that the SS wanted to launch a coup against the Nazi Party and the SS diehards, who wished to continue the war. When this was done, the SS could arrange for an orderly transfer of administrative functions to the Western powers. Kaltenbrunner's man also talked of opening the Western Front to the Americans and British, while German troops there were switched to the east, the exact scenario that Stalin feared. Stalin fortunately did not learn of this until later, but he had heard that American and British airborne forces were ready to drop on Berlin if Nazi power suddenly collapsed. Indeed, the 101st Airborne Division had been allocated Tempelhof Aerodrome as their dropping zone, the 82nd Airborne would drop on Gatow Airfield and the British on Oranienburg. But ever since the decision to halt on the Elbe, the whole operation was in abeyance. In any case, such contingency plans had nothing to do with any peace feelers from the Germans. Since their declaration at the Casablanca Conference insisting on Germany's unconditional surrender, neither Roosevelt nor even Churchill had seriously considered any backstairs deal with Nazi leaders. All of Roosevelt and Eisenhower's optimism in February and March that they could win Stalin's trust was proved to be misplaced during the first week of April. As already mentioned, Eisenhower, in his controversial message to Stalin of the 28th of March, had given a detailed and accurate outline of his plans, yet received nothing in return. In fact, on the 1st of April, Stalin had deliberately duped him when he said that Berlin had lost its former strategic importance. At that time, Stalin claimed that the Soviet offensive would probably come in the second half of May instead of the middle of April, that the Red Army would concentrate its attack further south to meet up with him, and that only secondary forces would be sent against Berlin. Eisenhower, unaware that he had been tricked, curtly informed Montgomery that Berlin had become nothing but a geographical location. He also continued, with General Marshall's strong support, to reject Churchill's arguments that the Americans and British should shake hands with the Russians as far to the east as possible. He simply could not accept Churchill's point that Berlin, while it remained under the German flag, was bound to be the most decisive point in Germany. Eisenhower obstinately believed that the Leipzig-Dresden axis, splitting Germany in two, was more important, and he was convinced that Stalin thought so too. Eisenhower also refused to be influenced by Stalin's trickery over Poland. Churchill's worst fears were proved correct when 16 leaders of Polish democratic parties who had been invited to confer with Zhukov under cover of a safe conduct were arrested at the end of March by the NKVD and bundled off to Moscow. Yet even though Eisenhower had fallen for his lies, Stalin was far from relaxed. Perhaps he believed, with true Stalinian paranoia, that Eisenhower might be playing a double bluff. In any case, he was clearly determined to make the Americans feel guilty. In an aggressive signal to Roosevelt on the 7th of April, Stalin again made much of the German overtures through Dulles in Switzerland. He also emphasized that the Red Army was facing far more German divisions than the Western Allies. The Germans continue to fight savagely against the Russians for some unknown junction in Czechoslovakia, which they need as much as a dead man needs poultices, Stalin wrote to the president. But they surrender without any resistance such important towns in central Germany as Osnabrück, Mannheim, and Kassel. Don't you agree that such behavior is more than strange and incomprehensible? Ironically, Hitler's ill-judged decision to keep the 6th SS Panzer Army down near Vienna when Berlin was being threatened seemed to support the theory of the Alpine fortress. Schaef's Joint Intelligence Committee acknowledged on the 10th of April that there is no evidence to show that the strategy of the German High Command is being conducted with a view to occupying eventually the so-called National Redoubt. But they then went on to say that the objective of the redoubt was to drag the war into the next winter, in the hope that the Western Allies and the Soviet Union would fall out among themselves. Yet the same day, another report should have put paid to this extraordinarily deep-rooted idea. The interrogation of various German generals and senior officers recently captured reveals that none of them had heard of the National Redoubt. All of them consider such a plan to be ridiculous and inapplicable. Neither Stalin nor Churchill realized that the American president was in no condition to read their telegrams, let alone answer them himself. On Good Friday, the 30th of March, Roosevelt had been taken down by train to Warm Springs, Georgia. It was his last journey alive. He had been carried to the waiting limousine barely conscious. Those who saw him were deeply shocked by his state. In less than 2 weeks, Roosevelt would be dead, and Harry Truman, his vice president, would become the next president of the United States. On the 11th of April, the Americans reached Magdeburg. The next day, they crossed the Elbe south of Dessau. Plans were drawn up on the projection that they could reach Berlin within 48 hours. This was not an improbable estimate. There were few SS units left on the western side of the capital. On the same day, Germans were shaken by the ferocity of a French government radio station broadcasting from Cologne. Deutschland, dein Lebensraum ist jetzt dein Sterbensraum. Germany, your room to live is now your room to die. It was the sort of remark which they would have expected of Ilya Ehrenberg. Ehrenberg on that day published his last and most controversial article of the war in Krasnaya Zvezda. It was entitled Kvatit, or Enough. Germany is dying miserably without pathos or dignity, he wrote. Let us remember the pompous parades, the Sportpalast in Berlin, where Hitler used to roar that he was going to conquer the world. Where is he now? In what hole? He has led Germany to a precipice, and now he prefers not to show himself. As far as Ehrenberg was concerned, Germany does not exist. There is only a colossal gang. This was the same article in which Ehrenberg bitterly compared German resistance in the East and the surrenders in the West. He evoked the terrible wounds of Russia, which the Western Allies did not want to know about. He then mentioned the handful of German atrocities in France, such as the massacre of Oradour. There are 4 such villages in France. And how many are there in Belorussia? Let me remind you about villages in the region of Leningrad. Ehrenberg's inflammatory rhetoric often did not accord with his own views. In his article, he implicitly condoned looting. Well, German women are losing fur coats and spoons that had been stolen, when in Red Army parlance, looting often implicitly included rape. Yet he had recently lectured officers at the Frunze Military Academy, criticizing Red Army looting and destruction in East Prussia, and blaming it on the troops' extremely low level of culture. His only reference to rape, however, was to say that Soviet soldiers were not refusing the compliments of German women. Abakumov, the head of Smersh, reported Ehrenberg's incorrect opinions to Stalin, who regarded them as politically harmful. This, combined with the similar report on East Prussia by Count von Einsiedel of the NKVD-controlled National Committee for a Free Germany, set in motion a train of events and discussions which triggered a major reappraisal of Soviet policy. The tone and content of Ehrenberg's article on the 12th of April were no more bloodthirsty than previous diatribes, but to the writer's shock it was attacked from on high to signal a change in the party line. An embittered Ehrenberg later recognized that his role as the scourge of the Germans made him the obvious symbolic sacrifice in the circumstances. The Soviet leadership, rather late in the day, had finally realized that the horror inspired by the Red Army's onslaught on the civilian population was increasing enemy resistance and would complicate the post-war Soviet occupation of Germany. In Ehrenberg's words, they wanted to undermine the enemy's will to fight on by promising immunity to the rank and file of those who had carried out Hitler's orders. On the 14th of April, Georgy Alexandrov, the main ideologist on the Central Committee and the chief of Soviet propaganda, replied in Pravda with an article entitled "Comrade Ehrenberg Oversimplifies." In a conspicuously important piece, which had no doubt been checked by Stalin, if not virtually dictated by him, Alexandrov rejected Ehrenberg's explanation of rapid surrender in the West and his depiction of Germany as only a colossal gang. While some German officers fight for the cannibal regime, others throw bombs at Hitler and his clique, the July plotters, or persuade Germans to put down their weapons, General von Seydlitz and the League of German Officers. The Gestapo hunt for opponents of the regime, and the appeals to Germans to denounce them, proved that not all Germans were the same. It was the Nazi government which was desperate to call upon the idea of national unity. The very intensity of the appeals for national unity, in fact, proved how little unity there was. Alexandrov also quoted Stalin's remark, "Hitler's come and go, but Germany and the German people remain," a slogan, first coined as early as the 23rd of February 1942, but only really used in 1945. Moscow radio broadcast Alexandrov's article, and Krasnaya Zvezda reprinted it. A devastated Ehrenberg found himself in a political limbo. His letter to Stalin appealing against the injustice was never answered. But Ehrenberg probably did not realize that he had been denounced for other criticisms of the Red Army and the inability of officers to control their men. He had reported how, when a Soviet general reproved a soldier for cutting a patch of leather from a sofa, saying that it could be used by some family in the Soviet Union, the soldier had retorted, "Your wife may get it, but definitely not mine," and carried on attacking the sofa. Abakumov's most serious charge, however, was that Ehrenberg had also said to the officers at the Frunze Academy, "Russians returning from slavery look well. Girls are well fed and dressed. Our articles in papers on the enslavement of persons who had been taken to Germany are not convincing." If Ehrenberg had not enjoyed such a passionate following in the Red Army, he might easily have disappeared into a gulag camp. At the front, meanwhile, political departments were clearly uneasy about the situation. They reported how some officers supported Ehrenberg and still believed that we should be ruthless with the Germans and those Western allies who start flirting with the Germans. The party line was, however, clear. We are no longer chasing Germans from our country, a situation in which the slogan, "Kill a German whenever you see one," seemed entirely fair. Instead, the time has now come to punish the enemy correctly for all his evil deeds. Yet even though the political officers quoted Stalin's dictum that Hitler's come and go, this did not seem to carry much weight with the soldiers. "Many soldiers asked me," one political officer reported, "if Ehrenberg still continued to write, and they told me that they are looking for his articles in every newspaper that they see. The change in policy just before the Great Offensive came far too late for soldiers imbued with the personal and propaganda hatreds of the last 3 years." One of the most unintentionally revealing remarks was made by one of Zhukov's divisional commanders, General Maslov. He described German children crying as they searched desperately for their parents in a blazing town. "What was surprising," wrote Maslov, "was that they were crying in exactly the same way as our children cry. Few Soviet soldiers or officers had imagined Germans as human beings. After Nazi propaganda had dehumanized the Slavs into Untermenschen, Soviet revenge propaganda had convinced its citizens that all Germans were ravening beasts." The Soviet authorities had another reason for concern at the advance of the Western Allies. They were afraid that the majority of the First and Second Polish armies would want to join the Polish forces, which owed allegiance to the government in exile in London. On the 14th of April, Beria passed to Stalin the report from General Serov, the NKVD chief with Zhukov's First Belarusian Front. "In connection with the rapid advance of the Allies on the Western Front," Serov wrote, "unhealthy moods developed among the soldiers and officers of the East Polish Army." Smersh had gone into action, carrying out mass arrests. "Intelligence organs of the East Polish Army," he reported, "have discovered and taken under control nearly 2,000 ex-soldiers of the Anders Army and members of the Armia Krajowa and soldiers who have close relatives in Anders' army." The hostile attitude of these Poles to the Soviet Union was underlined by the fact that they had concealed their real addresses from the Soviet authorities to prevent reprisals against their families. Serov also failed to mention the fact that since 43,000 members of the Polish Communist forces had been transferred straight from Gulag camps, their feelings towards the Soviet Union were unlikely to be entirely fraternal. And in Poland, members of the Armia Krajowa arrested by NKVD troops were given the choice of a labor camp in Siberia or the Communist Army, WWII, Armiju. Smersh informers had warned their controllers that Polish soldiers were listening regularly to the London radio. Informers also reported that Polish troops were convinced that Anders' army is coming to Berlin from the other side with the English army. "When the Polish troops meet up," an officer unwittingly told an informer, "the majority of our soldiers and officers will pass over to the Anders army. We've suffered enough from the Soviets in Siberia. After the war, when Germany is finished," a battalion chief of staff apparently told another informer, "we'll still be fighting Russia. We have 3 million of Anders's men with the English." "They are pushing their democracy into our faces," said a commander in the 2nd Artillery Brigade. "As soon as our troops meet up with Anders's men, you can say goodbye to the Soviet-controlled provisional government. The London government will take power again, and Poland will once more be what it was before 1939. England and America will help Poland get rid of the Russians." Serov blamed commanders of the East Polish Army for not strengthening their political explanatory work. While the American 3rd and 9th Armies were charging forward to the Elbe, Field Marshal Model's Army Group B in the Ruhr pocket was being ground down, largely by air attack. Model was one of the very few army commanders to be trusted completely by Hitler. His fellow generals, however, considered him to be extremely rude and unscrupulous. Model was known to the troops as Der Katastrophengeneral because of his habit of turning up in a sector when things were going very badly. The Ruhr, in any case, was Model's last catastrophe. He refused to fly out. On the 21st of April, when his troops began to surrender en masse, he shot himself, which was exactly what Hitler expected of his commanders. Well before the end, Colonel Gunther Reichhelm, the chief operations officer of Army Group B, was flown out of the Ruhr encirclement, along with many other key personnel. Out of 17 aircraft, only 3 reached Jüterbog, the airfield south of Berlin. Reichhelm was driven to OKH headquarters at Zossen, where he collapsed from exhaustion. He awoke only when Guderian's former deputy, General Wenck, sat on his bed. Wenck, brought back to operations before he had completely recovered from his car crash during Operation Sonnenwende, had just been appointed the commander-in-chief of the 12th Army. Wenck suspected that this new army existed more on paper than in reality, despite its task of holding the line of the Elbe against the Americans. "You're coming as my chief of staff," Wenck told him, but first of all Reichhelm had to report on the situation of Army Group B in the Ruhr pocket. Jodl ordered him to come to the Reich Chancellery bunker. There he found Hitler with Göring and Grand Admiral Dönitz. He told Hitler that Army Group B had no more ammunition, and its remaining tanks could not move because they had no more fuel. Hitler paused for a long time. "Field Marshal Model was my best field marshal," he said at last. Reichhelm thought that Hitler finally understood that it was all over, but he did not. Hitler said, "You are to be Chief of Staff of the 12th Army. You must free yourself from the stupid guidelines of the General Staff. You must learn from the Russians who by sheer willpower overcame the Germans who stood before Moscow." Hitler then went on to say that the German army must chop down trees in the Harz Mountains, stop Patton's advance, and launch a partisan war there. He demanded 25,000 scale maps, the sort which company commanders used, to prove his point. Jodl tried to disabuse him, but Hitler insisted that he knew the Harz well. Jodl, who was usually very controlled, replied sharply, "I do not know the area at all," he said, "but I know the situation." Göring, Reichhelm noticed, had meanwhile gone to sleep in a chair with a map over his face. He wondered whether he was full of drugs. Hitler finally told Reichhelm to join the 12th Army, but first he should go via the camp at Doberitz, where he could obtain 200 Volkswagen cross-country Kubelwagen jeeps for the 12th Army. Reichhelm left with a sense of relief at escaping from a madhouse. At Dobritz he could lay his hands on only a dozen vehicles. Finding Wenck and the headquarters of the 12th Army was even harder. Eventually he found Wenck in the sapper school at Roßlau, on the opposite bank of the Elbe from Dessau. To his great pleasure he saw that the chief operations officer was an old friend, Colonel Baron Hubertus von Humboldt-Dachroden. Part of the 12th Army, he heard, was made up with astonishingly willing young soldiers trained for half a year in officers' schools, as well as many NCOs with front experience who had returned from hospital. Both officers greatly admired their army commander. Wenck was young, flexible, and a good field commander who could look soldiers in the eye. Although the headquarters was improvised and had few radio sets, they found that they could use the local telephone network, which was still functioning well. The army was better supplied than most, thanks to the army ammunition base at Altengrabau and the number of stranded barges and boats in the Havelsee. Wenck refused to follow Hitler's Nero order, and he prevented the destruction of the electricity plant at Golpa, southeast of Dessau, one of the main electricity supply points for Berlin. On Wenck's orders, the infantry division Hutten provided guards to prevent any fanatics from trying to blow it up. The 12th Army's principal task was to prepare for an attack by the American 9th Army along and either side of the Hanover-Magdeburg Autobahn. The Americans were expected to develop a bridgehead on the east bank of the Elbe and then head for Berlin. The first attack took place sooner than expected. On the 12th of April, the first contact report arrived of the enemy attempt to cross near Schönebeck and Barbie. The Scharnhorst Infantry Division attempted to counterattack with a battalion and a few assault guns on the following day. They put up fierce resistance on the first day, but they found the enemy, especially the US Air Force, far too strong. Reichhelm realized that if the Americans were to cross the Elbe in force, there was no other possibility but to surrender. The 12th Army could not have continued to fight for more than 1 or 2 days. Humboldt was of exactly the same opinion. The Americans were across the Elbe in a number of places. By Saturday, the 14th of April, Schaeff recorded, "The 9th Army has occupied Wittenberge, 100 kilometers north of Magdeburg. 3 battalions of the 83rd Infantry Division have crossed the Elbe at Kameritz to the southeast of Magdeburg. The 5th Armored Division, meanwhile, had reached the Elbe on a 25-kilometer front around Tangermunde. On the 15th of April, Wenck's 12th Army mounted a strong counterattack against the 83rd Infantry Division near Zerbst, but this was repulsed." The bridgeheads across the Elbe appeared to present more of a problem to Eisenhower than an opportunity. He spoke to General Bradley, the Army Group commander, to ask his view about pushing on to Berlin. He wanted to know his view of the casualties they would have to face taking the city. Bradley estimated that it might involve 100,000 casualties, a figure which, he later admitted, was far too high. He then added that it would be a stiff price to pay for a prestige objective when they would have to withdraw again once Germany surrendered. This clearly coincided with Eisenhower's thoughts, although he claimed later that the future division of Germany did not influence our military plans for the final conquest of the country. Eisenhower was also concerned about his extended lines of communication. The British Second Army was on the edge of Bremen. The US First Army was approaching Leipzig, and Patton's lead units were close to the Czechoslovak border. The distances were so great that forward units had to be supplied by Dakotas. Large numbers of civilians, including prison and concentration camp inmates, also had to be fed. Considerable resources were required. Like many others, Eisenhower was totally unprepared for the full horror of the concentration camps. Seeing such unbelievable suffering at first hand affected many for years afterwards in a liberator's version of survivor guilt. Commanders on the Western Front had little idea of the situation on the Eastern Front. They did not appreciate quite how keen the German army was to allow the Americans into Berlin before the Red Army reached it. Soldiers and officers, observed Colonel de Maizière of the OKH, believed that it was far better to be beaten by the West. The exhausted Wehrmacht fought to the end, purely to leave the Russians as little territory as possible. The instincts of Simpson and his formation commanders in the Ninth Army proved much more accurate than those of the Supreme Commander. They estimated that there would be pockets of resistance, but that these could be bypassed in a charge to the capital of the Reich, which lay less than 100 kilometers away. The 83rd Infantry Division had already set up a bridge capable of taking the 2nd Armoured Division's tanks, and during the night of Saturday, the 14th of April, vehicles crossed in a steady stream. The forces in the bridgehead, which now stretched to Zerbst, started to build up rapidly. The excitement among the American troops was infectious. They longed for their orders to move out. But early on the Sunday morning, the 15th of April, their army commander, General Simpson, was summoned by General Bradley to his army group headquarters at Wiesbaden. Bradley met Simpson at the airfield. They shook hands as he climbed out of the plane. Bradley, without any preamble, told him that the Ninth Army was to halt on the Elbe. It was not to advance any further in the direction of Berlin. "Where in the hell did you get this?" Simpson asked. "From Ike," Bradley answered. Simpson, feeling dazed and dejected, flew back to his headquarters, wondering how he was going to tell his commanders and his men. These orders to stand fast on the Elbe, coming on top of the unexpected death of President Roosevelt, constituted a great blow to American morale. Roosevelt had died on the 12th of April, but the news was not released until the following day. Goebbels was ecstatic when told on his return from a visit to the front near Kustrin. He telephoned Hitler in the Reich Chancellery bunker immediately. "My Führer, I congratulate you," he said. "Roosevelt is dead. It is written in the stars that the second half of April will be the turning point for us. This Friday, the 13th of April, it is the turning point." Just a few days before, Goebbels had been reading Carlyle's History of Friedrich II of Prussia aloud to Hitler to lift him from his depression. The passage had been the one where Frederick the Great, faced with disaster in the 7 Years' War, thought of taking poison. But suddenly, news of the death of the Tsarina Elizabeth arrived. The miracle of the House of Brandenburg had come to pass. Hitler's eyes had filled with tears at these words. Goebbels did not believe in astrological charts, but he was prepared to use anything to boost the Führer's flagging spirits, and he worked Hitler up into a frenzy of optimism. The recluse in the bunker now gazed lovingly at the portrait of Frederick the Great, which had been brought down for him. On the next day, the 14th of April, in his order of the day to the army, Hitler became utterly carried away. At the moment when fate has removed the greatest war criminal of all time from this earth, the turn of events in this war will be decisive. Another symbolic event involving Frederick the Great took place, but Hitler never mentioned it. In a massive air raid that night, Allied bombers attacked Potsdam. A Hitler youth sheltering in a basement that night found the walls around him rocking like a ship. The bombs destroyed much of the old town, including the Garnisonkirche, the spiritual home of the Prussian military caste and aristocracy. Ursula von Kardorf burst into tears in the street after hearing the news. "A whole world was destroyed with it," she wrote in her diary, but many officers still refused to acknowledge the responsibility of the German military leadership for supporting Hitler. Talk of the honor of a German officer when the liberation of concentration camps showed the nature of the regime they had fought for was unlikely to arouse sympathy, even among their most sporting opponents. 14 eve of battle, the Red Army, despite all its efforts and talent for camouflage, could not hope to conceal the huge attack about to be unleashed on the Oder and Neisse fronts. Zhukov's First Belarusian Front and Konev's First Ukrainian Front were to attack on the 16th of April. To the north, Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front would follow on soon afterwards across the lower Oder. Soviet forces amounted to 2.5 million men. They were backed by 41,600 guns and heavy mortars, as well as 6,250 tanks and self-propelled guns and 4 air armies. It was the greatest concentration of firepower ever amassed. On the 14th of April, a fighting reconnaissance from the Kustrin bridgehead proved most successful. Zhukov's 8th Guards Army managed to push the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division back between 2 and 5 kilometers in places. Hitler is said to have been so angry that he gave orders to strip medals from all members of the division until they had been won back. This extension of the bridgehead also helped the build-up of forces. That night, the 1st Guards Tank Army began moving its brigades across the Oder under the cover of darkness. During the night, there was a constant flow of tanks, guns, Studebakers loaded with ammunition, and columns of soldiers. Young women traffic controllers waved their discs desperately, urging the tanks into the line marked by white tapes. Loud music and propaganda exhortations reverberated from 7th Department loudspeakers in an attempt to cover the noise of tank engines, but the Germans knew what was happening. For the whole of the 15th of April, Red Army soldiers watched the German positions until our eyes ached, in case last-minute reinforcements were brought up or changes made. In the Oderbruch, April flowers had appeared on hillocks, but large chunks of ice still floated down the river, as well as branches and weed which caught on a wrecked railway bridge. In pine forests on the east bank, mysteriously quiet by day, chopped branches camouflaged thousands of armoured vehicles and guns. On the Neisse front, to the south, the First Ukrainian Front organised relentless political activity up to the last moment. Active Komsomol members were teaching young soldiers to love their tanks and to try to use the whole potential of this powerful weapon. The Alexandrov message had evidently not been digested, even by political departments. The message of revenge was clear in the latest slogan. There will be no pity. They have sown the wind, and now they are harvesting the whirlwind. The First Ukrainian Front was more preoccupied by bad radio discipline. Even NKVD regiments had recently been transmitting in clear, using out-of-date codes and not answering signals. No subunits were allowed to use the radio. Their sets had to be on receive and never on send. Concern about lapses of security was even greater on the night of the 15th of April, because the new wavelengths and codes up to the end of May 1945 were issued to headquarters. Even though officers were told not to give out orders more than 3 hours before the attack, Smersh was determined that there should be no last-minute desertions by Red Army soldiers who might warn the enemy. The Smersh representative with the First Belarusian Front ordered all political officers to check every man in the front line and identify any who seemed suspicious or morally and politically unstable. In an earlier roundup, Smersh had arrested those denounced for making negative comments about collective farms. A special cordon was put in place so that our men will not manage to flee to the Germans and to prevent the Germans from seizing tongues. But all their efforts were in vain. On the 15th of April, a Red Army soldier south of Kustrin told his German captors that the great offensive was starting early the next morning. Considering the proximity of defeat, the Germans had even stronger reasons to fear that their soldiers would desert or surrender at the first opportunity. Army Group Vistula issued orders signed by Heinrichi that men from the same region should be split up, because they seldom did anything to prevent a comrade from home deserting. An officer of the Grossdeutschland Guard Regiment, commanding a scratch battalion, observed that his young soldiers had little intention of fighting for National Socialism. Many wanted to be wounded so that they could be sent back to the field hospital. They stayed at their posts only out of a corpse-like obedience, inspired by fear of summary execution. After a Soviet loudspeaker broadcast across the lines, officers were appalled when soldiers began shouting back, asking for details. Would they be sent to Siberia? How were civilians treated in the occupied areas of Germany? Several German commanders in the 4th Panzer Army, facing Konev's First Ukrainian Front, confiscated white handkerchiefs to prevent their men using them as a sign of surrender. Soldiers caught trying to desert were in some cases forced to dig trenches in the open in no man's land. Many longed to slip away into thick woodland, to surrender out of sight to save their families from punishment decreed in Hitler's order. German company commanders tried almost any means to persuade their soldiers to hold fast. Some informed them of Roosevelt's death on the evening of the 14th of April. This meant, they told them, that American tanks would no longer attack. In fact, they claimed, relations between the Western Allies and the Soviet Union had become so bad that the Americans and British would now join Germany in throwing back the Russians. Reservists in the 391st Security Division near Guben found SS troops from the 30 January Division coming over to lecture them on the connection between the death of Roosevelt and the miracle that saved Frederick the Great, as though this were holy scripture. They were not convinced at all, but many German soldiers still held on because they expected a massive counterattack on the Führer's birthday, the 20th of April, with new secret wonder weapons. Some angry and embittered officers managed to remind veterans of the horrors of the Eastern Front and what it would mean if the Russians broke through to Berlin. "You can't imagine," a senior lieutenant wrote to his wife, "what a terrible hatred is aroused here. I can promise you that we'll sort them out one day. The rapists of women and children will discover another experience. It is hard to believe what these beasts have done. We have sworn an oath that each man must kill 10 Bolsheviks. God will help us achieve this." The bulk of the ill-trained young conscripts recently marched out to the front were far less likely to be persuaded. They just wanted to survive. In the 303rd Doberitz Infantry Division, a regimental commander gave one of his battalion commanders some advice. "We have to hold the front at any cost. You're responsible. If a few soldiers start to run away, then you must shoot them. If you see many soldiers taking off, and you can't stop them, and the situation is hopeless, then you'd better shoot yourself." On the Silo Heights, apart from some strafing attacks, it was almost peaceful just before the storm. German soldiers sent back from the front line checked and cleaned weapons, ate and washed. Some sat down to write home, just in case the Feldpost began to work again. For many, their homes were already occupied by the enemy, and others did not know where their families were. Senior Lieutenant Wust sent his Luftwaffe trainee technicians back in batches to the field kitchen or Gulaschkanone in a village just behind their second line of trenches. He remained in a fire trench with his company sergeant major, gazing down over the trees to the Oderbruch and the Soviet positions from which the attack would come. Wust suddenly shivered. "Tell me," he said, turning to his Kompanie Truppführer, "are you also cold?" "We're not cold, Herr Oberleutnant," the man replied. "We're afraid." Back in Berlin, safely behind the lines, Martin Bormann sent an eve of battle message to the Gauleiters. He ordered them to sort out the rabbit-hearted. In the center of the city, trams were manhandled across the street, then filled with brick and rubble as instant barricades. The Volkssturm was called out. Some of them had to wear blue-grey French helmets and even uniforms. It was the last of the booty from the great German victories in 1940 and 1941. Hitler was not alone in looking back to the 7 Years' War. Pravda had already published an article trumpeting the Russian entry into Berlin on the 9th of October 1760 with 5 Cossack regiments in the vanguard. The keys of the city were taken to St. Petersburg for permanent keeping in the Kazansky Cathedral. We should remember this historic example and fulfill the order of the motherland and comrade Stalin. General Chuikov's 8th Guards Army were given large key shapes cut out of cardboard to remind the troops of this moment as they prepared to go into the attack. More modern symbols were also distributed in the form of red banners. These were issued to the attacking divisions. They were to be raised on significant buildings in Berlin and indicated on a large model of the city built by front engineers. Socialist competition was expected to push men forward to even greater sacrifice, and the greatest glory would go to those who stormed the Reichstag, the objective which Stalin had selected to represent the total conquest of the lair of the fascist beast. That evening, in what amounted to a mass secular baptism, over 2,000 Red Army soldiers of the First Belarusian Front were received into the Communist Party. Even though Soviet commanders did not doubt that they would break through, they were extremely nervous that the American and British armies might make it to Berlin first. Such an eventuality was seen as worse than a humiliation. Berlin belonged to the Soviet Union by right of suffering as well as by right of conquest. Each army commander had been left in no doubt of the feelings of the Verkhovny, their commander-in-chief, waiting impatiently in the Kremlin. They did not, however, know quite how disturbed Stalin was. Inaccurate newspaper reports in the Western press claimed that American point units had reached Berlin on the evening of the 13th of April, but these detachments had then been withdrawn after protests from Moscow. Only Zhukov and Konev and a few of their closest colleagues knew that the strategy of the whole Berlin operation was designed to surround the city first in order to warn off the Americans and British. But even the two front commanders were unaware of the importance Stalin and Beria evidently attached to seizing the institutes of nuclear research, particularly the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics in Dahlem. On the eve of battle, Stalin in Moscow maintained his shield of lies. General Dean reported on another session in the Kremlin in an eyes-only for Eisenhower signal. At the end of a long meeting about the other matter, the future deployment of Soviet forces in the Far East against the Japanese, Harriman mentioned that the Germans had announced that the Russians were planning an immediate renewal of their attack, directed against Berlin. The Marshal, Stalin, stated that they were in fact going to begin an offensive, that he did not know how successful it would be, but the main blow would be in the direction of Dresden, as he had already told Eisenhower. Stalin and his entourage must have concealed their nervousness well. Neither Dean nor Harriman sensed that they were being lied to. The evening before, at a meeting with the Stavka, General Antonov seized upon a line in Eisenhower's latest message about the avoidance of confusion between Western forces and the Red Army. He immediately wanted to know if this indicated any change in the zone of occupation previously agreed upon. When he was assured that the reference was to tactical areas and that no change was implied in the zones of occupation, Antonov requested that confirmation be obtained from Eisenhower on this point. The Soviet Chief of Staff then wanted to verify that upon completion of tactical operations, the Anglo-American forces would withdraw from the previously agreed Soviet zone of occupation. This was reconfirmed to him in a signal from Eisenhower on the 16th of April. For Red Army soldiers, their first priority was a shave to make themselves presentable conquerors. While there was still enough daylight, those not on duty scraped away with cutthroat razors while squinting into a broken fragment of mirror. Few could sleep. Some of them shaded torches with their coats as they wrote letters home, wrote an officer in the Third Shock Army. Their letters tended to be brief and uninformative. "Greetings from the front," ran a typical one. "I am alive and healthy. We are not far from Berlin. Severe battles are going on, but soon the order will come and we will advance to Berlin. We will have to storm it, and I will see if I am still alive by then." Many wrote not to parents or to fiancés, but to pen pals. Thousands of lonely young women drafted to work in armaments factories out in the Urals or Siberia had been writing to soldiers at the front. Snapshots were exchanged at a certain stage in the relationship, but sex was not the driving force. For soldiers, a woman somewhere at home was the only thing left to remind them that a normal life could still exist. Sergeant Vlasienko, in the First Ukrainian Front, wrote a pen pal song in epistolary form. It was set to the haunting melody of Zemlyanka, the great wartime song set in a frozen bunker just 4 steps from death. The hurricane lamp is driving away darkness, making a way for my pen. You and I are close through this letter. We are like a brother and a sister. I long for you from the front, and I will find you when these days of fighting are over, deep in the homeland, if only I survive. And if the worst happens, if the days of my life are counted, remember me sometimes, remember me with a kind word. Well, goodbye for now. It is time for me to go to attack the Germans, and I want to carry your name forward, if only in my battle cry, Ura. Wait for Me, one of the most popular songs of the war, was based on the poem which made Konstantin Simonov famous in 1942. It evoked the Red Army's quasi-religious superstition that if a girlfriend remained faithful, the soldier would stay alive. It was permitted by the authorities only because it strengthened military patriotism. Many soldiers kept "Wait for Me" written on a piece of paper in their left breast pocket and read it silently to themselves like a prayer in the moments before they went into the attack. The song "Blue Shawl," about a faithful girl's farewell to her soldier lover, also produced such intense loyalty that many soldiers added it to the official battle cry, making it "Za Rodinu, za Stalina, za Sini Platuchek," for the motherland, for Stalin, for the blue shawl. A great number of Komsomol members still carried newspaper cuttings with a photograph of Zoya Kosmodomyanskaya, the young Komsomol partisan, tortured to death by Germans. Many wrote for Zoya on their tanks and aircraft. Another poem of Simonov's, on the other hand, was condemned as indecent, vulgar, and bad for morale. It was ironically entitled Lyrichesko, or lyrical. They remember names for an hour. Memories here do not last for long. Man says war and embraces a woman carelessly. He is grateful to those who had so easily, without wanting to be called darling, replaced for him another one who is far away. Here she was as compassionate as she could be to other women's loved ones, and warmed them in bad times with the generosity of her uncommitted body. And for those waiting to go into the attack, those who may never live to see love, they find it easier when they remember that yesterday, at least someone's arms were around them. However much the authorities disapproved of songs or poems about unfaithful girlfriends, iconoclasts still thought up ribald versions of officially approved songs. The tearjerker Dark Night, about a soldier's wife standing beside their child's cot, secretly wiping her tears, was turned into secretly taking her streptocide, the Soviet wartime medicine for venereal disease. Official patriotic songs never really took on. The only exception was the Song of the Artillerists, which came from the film at 6 o'clock in the evening after the end of the war. The film was screened for soldiers at the front just before the Battle of Berlin. It showed an artillery officer who has survived to meet his true love in Moscow during the victory celebrations. But although this may have been good for morale in one way, it certainly did not help soldiers with the very natural fear of risking death when the fighting was almost over. Other songs also looked beyond the end of the war. Soldiers of the 4th Guards Tank Army composed a sequel to the hit of spring 1943, Davai Zakunim. Soon we will return home. The girls will meet us, and the stars of the Urals will shine for us. Someday we will remember these days. Kamenets-Podolsk and the Blue Carpathians, the fighting thunder of the tanks, Lvov and the steppe behind the Vistula. You won't forget this year. You'll tell your children of it. Someday we will remember these days. Red Army soldiers experienced an irresistible urge to finish the war, but the closer they were to victory, the more they hoped to survive. And yet men desperately wanted a medal to take home. It would make a great difference to their standing in the community, and especially within their own family. But there was one thing that they feared even more than being killed in the last days of the war after having survived so far against all odds. That was to lose legs and arms. A limbless veteran, known as a samovar, was treated like an outcast. After sunset, on the evening of the 15th of April, Colonel Kalashnik, the chief of the 47th Army's political department, sent Captain Vladimir Gall and the young Lieutenant Konrad Wolf to the front line, ready to interview the first prisoners brought back. Conny Wolf, a German, was the son of the communist playwright Friedrich Wolf, who had become part of the Moscow emigration in 1933 when the Nazis came to power. Coney's elder brother, Misha, became notorious in the Cold War as Marcus Wolf, the chief of East German espionage. It was virtually dark as the two friends, armed only with pistols, made their way forward through woods to the bank of the Oder. Tanks and men were camouflaged all around them. As the two young officers walked forward between the trees, they could sense that huge forces were concentrated there all around them, even though they could hardly see anything because of the dark. It felt like a huge spring about to be released, remarked Gall. Others were engaged on much more dangerous work. Sappers had slipped out at nightfall into no man's land to clear mines. We warned all infantry people of what we were doing, said Captain Shota Solkanishvili of the 3rd Shock Army. But when one of my sappers was returning, an infantryman threw a grenade at him. He was asleep and panicked when he heard steps. I was furious and beat him almost to death. For me, all my men were worth gold, especially the mine clearers. Those who had already acquired watches longed to look at the time to know how many more minutes remained before the attack, but no lights were allowed. It was hard to think of anything else. 15 Zhukov on the Reitvine spur, General Chuikov, the commander of the 8th Guards Army, had the best view of the Oderbruch and the Silo escarpment from his forward command post on the Reitvine spur. He was not pleased when Marshal Zhukov decided to join him there to watch the opening bombardment and the attack. Chuikov ordered Captain Merezhko, a staff officer who had been with him since Stalingrad, to go back across the Oder and lead the front commander and his retinue to the position. To Chuikov's fury, Zhukov's convoy of vehicles with their headlights on could be seen approaching from a great distance. Chuikov had almost certainly been prejudiced against Zhukov since the winter of 1942. He seems to have felt that the heroic role of his 62nd Army in Stalingrad was overlooked and too much attention paid to Zhukov. Much more recently, he resented the remarks made about the length of time he had taken to capture the fortress of Poznan, and his own comments about the failure to have pushed straight on to Berlin at the beginning of February had clearly angered Zhukov. Below them on the Oderbruch, an officer remembered, the trenches were alive with rattling pots. They could all smell the soup being ladled out by cooks to feed the men before the attack. In the forward trenches dug into the cold, sodden earth, troops took sips from their vodka ration. In command posts, field telephones rang constantly, and runners came and went. Zhukov arrived, accompanied by a retinue including General Kazakov, his artillery commander, and General Telegin, the head of the front political department. They were led up a path round the side of the spur and reached the bunker, dug by Chuikov's engineers in the side of the small cliff below the observation post. The hands of the clock had never gone round so slowly, Zhukov recorded later. To fill the remaining minutes somehow, we decided to drink some hot, strong tea, which had been prepared in the same bunker by a girl soldier. I can remember for some reason that she had a non-Russian name, Margot. We drank the tea in silence, everyone occupied with his own thoughts. General Kazakov had 8,983 artillery pieces, with up to 270 guns per kilometre on the breakthrough sectors, which meant a field gun every 4 meters, including 152 mm and 203 mm howitzers, heavy mortars and regiments of Katyusha rocket launchers. The First Belarusian Front had a stockpile of over 7 million shells, of which 1,236,000 rounds were fired on the first day. This artillery overkill and the overwhelming superiority of his forces had tempted Zhukov into underestimating the scale of the obstacle facing them. Zhukov usually insisted on visiting the front line in person to study the terrain before a major offensive, but this time, mainly due to constant pressure from Stalin, he had relied largely on photo reconnaissance. This vertical picture failed to reveal that the Silo Heights, dominating his bridgehead on the Audiobook, was a far more formidable feature than he had realized. Zhukov was also enamored of a new idea. 143 searchlights had been brought forward, ready to blind the German defenders at the moment of attack. 3 minutes before the artillery preparation was due to start, the Marshal and his generals filed out of the bunker. They went up the steep little path to the observation post, concealed by camouflage nets, on the top of the cliff. The Audiobook below them was obscured by a pre-dawn mist. Zhukov looked at his watch. It was exactly 5 a.m. Moscow time, which was 3 a.m. Berlin time. Immediately the whole area was lit by many thousands of guns, mortars, and our legendary Katyushas. No bombardment in the war had been so intense. General Kazakov's artillerymen worked in a frenzy. "A terrible thunder shook everything around," wrote a battery commander with the 3rd Shock Army. "You would have thought that even us artillerists could not be scared by such a symphony, but this time I too wanted to plug my ears. I had the feeling that my eardrums would burst." Gunners had to remember to keep their mouths open to equalize the pressure on their ears. At the first rumble, some German conscripts in their trenches awoke, thinking that it was just another Morgenkonzert, as the early morning harassing fire was called. But soldiers with real experience of the Eastern Front had acquired a Lanzer instinct, which told them that this was the great attack. NCOs screamed orders to take position immediately. "Alarm! Sofortstellung beziehen!" Survivors remember the feeling in their guts and their mouths going dry. "Now we're in for it," they muttered to themselves. Those few trapped in trenches in the target area who somehow survived the terrifying bombardment could describe the experience afterwards only in terms of hell or inferno or an earthquake. Many lost all sense of hearing. In a matter of a few seconds, Gerd Wagner in the 27th Parachute Regiment recorded, "All my 10 comrades were dead." When Wagner recovered consciousness, he found himself lying wounded in a smoking shell crater. He was only just able to struggle back to the second line. Few escaped alive from the artillery barrage, which smashed trenches and buried their occupants both alive and dead. Bodies are still being discovered well over half a century later. Those to the rear who could feel the earth trembling grabbed their binoculars or trench periscopes. The commander of SS Heavy Panzer Battalion 502 gazed out through the periscope of his Tiger tank. In the field of view, the eastern sky was in flames. Another observer noted burning farmhouses, villages, banks of smoke as far as the eye could see. A headquarters clerk could only mutter, "Christ, the poor bastards up front." The days of the hearty German warrior, Krieg ist Krieg und Schnaps ist Schnaps, were well and truly past. Survivors were often not just completely disorientated, but shattered emotionally and psychologically. After the bombardment, a war correspondent with an SS propaganda company found a dazed soldier wandering in a wood, having thrown away his weapon. Apparently, this was his first experience of the Eastern Front, having spent the best part of the war shaving officers in Paris. Yet even though almost every square metre of the German positions in front of the silo was churned up by shell fire, casualties were not nearly as high as they might have been. General Heinrici, helped by the interrogation of the Red Army soldiers south of Kustrin, had pulled the bulk of 9th Army's troops back to the second line of trenches. On the sector south of Frankfurt, under Oder, facing the Soviet 33rd Army, some were less fortunate. Volkssturm and Hungarian detachments were sent to occupy the forward positions of the SS Division 30. January. These men were sacrificed by headquarters as cannon fodder, Obersturmführer Helmuth Schwarz wrote later, to preserve the regular units. Most of the Volkssturm were veterans of the First World War. Many of them had no uniforms and no weapons. Zhukov was so encouraged by the lack of resistance shown that he assumed the Germans were crushed. It seemed that not a living soul was left on the enemy side after 30 minutes of bombardment, he wrote later. He gave the order to start the general attack. Thousands of flares of many colours shot up into the air. This was the signal to the young women soldiers operating the 143 searchlights, one every 200 metres. Along the whole length of the horizon it was as bright as daylight, a Russian sapper colonel wrote home that night. On the German side, everything was covered with smoke and thick fountains of earth in clumps flying up. There were huge flocks of scared birds flying around in the sky, a constant humming, thunder, explosions. We had to cover our ears to prevent our eardrums breaking. Then tanks began roaring. Searchlights were lit along all of the front line in order to blind the Germans. Then people started shouting everywhere, "Na Berlin!" Some German soldiers, no doubt over-influenced by Wunderwaffen propaganda, thought that the searchlights were a new weapon to blind them. On the Soviet side, attacking detachments may even have suspected for a moment that the lights were a new form of blocking detachment to prevent retreat. Captain Solkanishvili in the Third Shock Army found that the light was so blinding one couldn't turn around, one could only move forward. Yet this invention, of which Zhukov was so proud, did more to disorientate the attackers than dazzle the defenders, because the light reflected back off the smoke and dust from the bombardment. Commanders with the forward troops passed back orders to turn off the lights, then a counter-order switched them back on, causing even more night blindness among the troops. Yet Zhukov had made a far greater mistake. His intensive bombardment against the first line had been pummeling mostly abandoned trenches. He does not admit this in his memoirs, nor that he was unpleasantly surprised by the intensity of German fire once the advance began in earnest. It must have been doubly galling for him, since during the main briefing conference, several of his senior officers had recommended concentrating the fire on the second line. The advance from the main Kustrin bridgehead began with Chuikov's 8th Guards Army on the left and Berzarin's 5th Shock Army on the right. 4 days before, Zhukov had changed the Stavka plan, with Stalin's permission, to keep Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army in support of Chuikov. They were then to force their way through to the southern suburbs of Berlin. On Berzarin's right was the 2nd Guards Tank Army, the 3rd Shock Army, and the 47th Army. On Zhukov's far-right flank, the 1st Polish Army and the 61st Army had little in the way of bridgeheads. They had to cross the Oder under fire. Their leading battalions used amphibious vehicles, American DUKWs driven by young women soldiers, but most of the troops crossed in ordinary boats. Casualties were heavy in the crossing. Assault boats leaked and a number sank, producing losses. The German resistance was also strong. When one battalion of the 12th Guards Rifle Division made the crossing, only 8 men reached the west bank of the Oder. One can deduce that there must have been a good deal of panic by the comment that some political officers showed indecisiveness when crossing the river. The coded phrase implies that they should have used their pistols more. On the extreme left flank, the 33rd Army, in its bridgehead south of Frankfurt and der Oder, and the 69th Army north of it, were to advance to cut off the town with its fortress garrison. Once the coloured signal flares streaked up into the overcast sky, the Soviet riflemen rose from the ground to move forward. Zhukov, the least sentimental of generals, sent the infantry through minefields which had to be cleared before he unleashed his tank armies. Oh, what a terrible sight it is to see a person blown up by an anti-tank mine, a captain remembered. But the advance of the 8th Guards Army progressed well at first. The troops were encouraged by the lack of resistance. The ground attack Sturmovix of the 16th Air Army screamed in low over their heads to attack positions on the escarpment, and heavier bomber regiments of the 18th Air Army flew to raid other targets and communication centres further back. There were 6,500 sorties that day on the 1st Belarusian front sector, but the bad visibility with river mist, thick smoke and dirt from explosions concealed their targets. As a result, comparatively little damage to defensive positions was achieved by bombing and strafing. Unfortunately for the 9th Army, whose ammunition situation was already disastrous, a main stockpile of shells at Alt-Zestorf, west of Liebes, was hit and blown up. Troops caught in the open were naturally the most vulnerable. The Volkssturm company of Erich Schröder, a 40-year-old called up only 10 days before, was rushed to the front in trucks at 7 a.m. when they received the order, maximum alert. There was no time to dig in before the air attacks started. He remembered 2 almost simultaneous bomb explosions. One splinter took off a big toe, another penetrated his left calf, and a third impaled him in the small of the back. He tried to limp to cover. Most of the vehicles in which they had just arrived were ablaze, and the Panzerfaust still on them began to explode. Eventually, he was taken in a surviving vehicle to a dressing station in Fürstenwalde. But that night, a heavy Soviet bombing raid destroyed the whole building, save the cellar in which they had been sheltered. The young German conscripts and trainees had been panic-stricken by the bombardment and the searchlights. Only the seasoned soldiers prepared to open fire, but the problem was to identify a target in the virtually impenetrable mixture of river mist, smoke, and dirt drifting in the air from the shell bursts. The defenders could hear the Russians calling to each other as they advanced, but it was impossible to see them. They could also hear in the distance the engines of Russian tanks straining. Even the broad tracks of the T-34 had trouble coping with the mud of the waterlogged floodplain. Survivors from forward positions who had abandoned their weapons fled back through the second line, yelling, "Der Iwan kommt!" One young soldier running back saw someone ahead and shouted the warning to him, but the figure who turned round proved to be a Red Army soldier. They both leaped for cover and began to fire at each other. The German boy, to his astonishment, killed the Russian. The ground had been so broken up by the massive bombardment that Soviet anti-tank guns and divisional artillery found it very hard to follow the infantry. This was particularly true of the Katyusha batteries mounted on the backs of trucks. Nevertheless, the Guards' mortar regiments who fired the Katyushas watched with satisfaction as the first German prisoners sent to the rear cringed on seeing the weapon which had struck more fear into the Wehrmacht than any other. What the prisoners might also have seen were the huge traffic jams of vehicles in heavy mud waiting for Chuikov's 8th Guards Army and Bazarin's 5th Shock Army to make a breakthrough. But progress that morning had been very slow. Zhukov, in the observation post on the Reitvine spur, was losing his temper, swearing and threatening commanders with demotion and a Strafe company. He had a furious row with General Chuikov in front of staff officers because the 8th Guards Army was bogged down on the Oderbruch below the escarpment. By the middle of the day, an increasingly desperate Zhukov, no doubt dreading the next radio-telephone conversation with Stalin, decided to change his operational plan. The tank armies were not supposed to move forward until the infantry had broken open the German defense line and reached the Silo heights, but he could not wait. Chuikov was horrified, foreseeing the chaos this would cause, but Zhukov was adamant. At 3 p.m., he called the Stavka to speak to Stalin. Stalin listened to his report. "So you've underestimated the enemy on the Berlin axis," he said. "I was thinking that you were already on the approaches to Berlin, but you're still on the Silo heights. Things have started more successfully for Konev." He seemed to take Zhukov's change of plan in his stride, but Zhukov knew only too well that everything depended on results. Katukov received orders in the afternoon to attack with the 1st Guards Tank Army in the direction of Silo, while Bogdanov's 2nd Guards Tank Army was ordered to attack the Neuhardenberg sector. This premature movement of the tanks meant that the close support artillery, which the rifle divisions had been demanding to deal with strongpoints, could not get forward because of the state of the ground. There was indeed chaos, as Chukov had predicted, with so many thousands of armoured vehicles packed into the bridgehead. Sorting out the different formations and units was a nightmare for the traffic controllers. On the right, Bogdanov's tanks suffered badly from both the 88 mm guns dug in below Neuhardenberg and fierce counterattacks from small groups with Panzerfausts. A platoon of assault guns led by Wachtmeister Gernert of the 111th Training Brigade suddenly appeared out of the smoke on the Oderbruch near Neutrebin and engaged a mass of Soviet tanks. Gernert alone accounted for 7 of them. His personal tally rose to 44 enemy tanks the following day. His outstanding bravery and tactically clever leadership saved the flank of the brigade, General Heinrichi wrote, confirming the award of a Knight's Cross. But by the time he signed it on the 28th of April, the brigade, and indeed the 9th Army, as a recognizable formation, would have ceased to exist. Eventually, the leading brigades of the tank armies reached the bottom of the Silo heights and started the ascent. Engines began screaming with the effort. In many places, the gradient was so steep that tank commanders had to find alternative routes. This often made them blunder into a German strongpoint. Katukov's leading brigades on the left received their nastiest shock when advancing to the Dolgelin-Friedersdorf road southeast of Silo. A murderous armoured engagement began there when they found Tiger tanks of SS Heavy Panzer Battalion 502 holding the line. The Soviet tank brigades were hampered by deep ditches and suffered heavy casualties. In the centre, meanwhile, between Silo and Neuhardenberg, Goering's vaunted 9th Parachute Division had buckled under the hammering. When the bombardment had begun that morning, the 27th Parachute Regiment had moved its headquarters from Schloss Gussau on the ridge back to a bunker in the woods behind. Hauptmann Finkler remained in the manor house connected by field telephone. He could see little through the smoke to report back, but the stream of young Luftwaffe personnel running from the front, having abandoned their weapons, indicated the collapse that was taking place. Eventually, a lieutenant arrived with the warning that the Soviet troops were already advancing towards the edge of the village. Colonel Menke, the regimental commander, ordered an immediate counterattack. Finkler scraped together some 10 men from the forward headquarters, charged out and ran almost straight into the enemy. Nearly all the paratroopers were shot down. Finkler and the lieutenant found an abandoned Hetzer tank destroyer and sheltered in that. In the headquarters for the defense of Berlin on the Hohenzollern-Damm, Colonel Reffieux, General Reymann's chief of staff, was not surprised when they were awoken that morning by a dull, continuous rolling thunder from the east. The intensity of the bombardment was so great that in Berlin's eastern suburbs, 60 kilometers from the target area, the effect was like a small earthquake. Houses trembled, pictures fell off walls, and telephone bells rang of their own accord. It started, people murmured anxiously to each other in the streets. Nobody had any illusions about what this signified. In the grey light of that overcast morning, women and girls stood around in huddled groups, listening in dread to the distant sounds of the front. The most frequently asked question was whether the Americans would get to Berlin in time to save them. The authorities' loudly stated confidence in the defence line on the Oder was rather undermined by the flurry of activity back in the capital, sealing barricades and manning defence points. Goebbels made a passionate but unconvincing speech about this new storm of Mongols breaking itself against their walls. The immediate preoccupation of Berliners, however, was to fill their larders before the siege of the city began. The queues outside bakeries and food shops were longer than ever. Amid the frenzied denial of reality at the top, somebody that morning fortunately had the sense to order the children's clinic of the Potsdam Hospital to move further away from the capital. The Potsdam Hospital had been almost entirely destroyed in the Allied air raid on the night of the 14th of April. The devastation had been increased by an unlucky hit on an ammunition train standing in the station. The sick children in the infants' clinic were moved in a German Red Cross ambulance, towed very slowly by two emaciated horses through the rubble-filled streets to the Sicilian Hof Palace. The rather elderly Crown Prince had abandoned it only a few weeks before, but several ancient officers from the old Prussian army and their wives continued to shelter in the cellars. They had no idea that Potsdam was destined to be part of the Soviet zone of occupation. On the morning of the 16th of April, the nurses heard that they were to move the children southwestwards to Heilstatten near Belitz. Almost all the Berlin hospitals, including the Charité, the Auguste Victoria and the Robert Koch Clinic, were allocated accommodation there in a camouflaged stone-built barracks. This complex had also served as a hospital during the First World War. Hitler had spent 2 months there at the end of 1916 after being wounded. But the sick children were not yet out of danger. As they were being unloaded from buses, there was a cry of, "Take cover, aircraft!" A Soviet biplane, the antiquated P-02 crop sprayer, which the Germans called a coffee grinder, appeared at tree height and opened fire. In the underground headquarters in Zossen, telephones were ringing continually. An exhausted General Krebs kept going on glasses of vermouth from a bottle kept in his office safe. As the Soviet artillery and aviation destroyed command posts and cut telephone cables, there were soon many fewer headquarters to report in, but the calls from ministers and General Bergdorf in the Reich Chancellery bunker increased. Everyone in Berlin's government quarter was demanding news. The thoughts of staff officers, however, were with those at the front, imagining what they were going through. At the 11 a.m. conference, officers wanted to know what the evacuation plans were. They all knew that Zossen, in its position south of Berlin, was extremely vulnerable the moment that the First Ukrainian Front broke through on the Neisse. 1 or 2 acid remarks were made about Hitler's prediction that the attack on Berlin was a feint and that the Red Army's real objective was Prague. To Heinrich's horror, Hitler had even transferred 3 panzer divisions to the recently promoted Field Marshal Schörner's command. General Busse, the commander of the Ninth Army, needed them desperately as a reserve for counterattacks. His 3 corps, the CI Army Corps on the left, General Helmuth Weidling's LVI Panzer Corps in the center, and the Hexen SS Panzer Corps on the right, were conspicuously short of tanks. They were doomed to a static defense until they broke. The VSS Mountain Corps south of Frankfurt and the Oder, although between the 2 main Soviet thrusts, faced the attack of the 69th Army, which it managed to hold back. On the Oderbruch and the Silo Heights, the battle continued in chaotic fashion. Because of the lack of visibility, much of the killing was done at close range. One member of the Grossdeutschland Guard regiment wrote later that the marshland was not a killing field, but a slaughterhouse. "We moved across terrain cratered from shell fire," the Soviet sapper officer Pyotr Sabelev wrote in his letter home that night. "Everywhere lay smashed German guns, vehicles, burning tanks, and many corpses, which our men dragged to a place to be buried. The weather is overcast. It is drizzling, and our ground attack aircraft are flying all over the German front line from time to time. Many of the Germans surrender. They don't want to fight and give their life for Hitler." Other Red Army officers were more exultant. Captain Klochkov in the 3rd Shock Army described the ground as covered with the corpses of Hitler's warriors who used to boast so much. He then added, "To the astonishment of our soldiers, some corpses would rise unsteadily to their feet from the bottom of trenches and raise their hands." But this account overlooked their own casualties. The First Belarusian Front lost nearly 3 times as many men as the German defenders. Subsequent inquests about that day of fighting established numerous shortcomings on the Soviet side. The 5th Shock Army apparently suffered from bad organization. Radio discipline was lacking, and communications were so bad that commanders did not know what was going on and gave false information. To make matters worse, the excess of coded signals traffic meant that Army headquarters could not cope with the deciphering. Many urgent signals were therefore delayed. Commanders were also claiming to have taken objectives they had not yet reached. It is hard to tell whether this was confusion or the terrible pressure for results from higher headquarters. This came from Zhukov bellowing into a field telephone at an army commander who, following standard Soviet alpha male behavior, would then stand up to bellow even more terrifyingly into his field telephone at the corps or divisional commander. The general commanding the 26th Guards Rifle Corps was badly caught out. He informed General Bazarin that his troops had taken one village and advanced 2 kilometers beyond it, when this was not true. In the 248th Rifle Division, one commander lost his regiment. In another division, a battalion was sent in the wrong direction, and as a result, the whole regiment was late for the attack. And once the advance began, regiments lost touch with each other in the mist and smoke. They also failed to spot German gun emplacements, which continued to operate while the infantry moved forward, and this led to heavy losses. Commanders were also blamed for their mentality. They wanted only to move forward, when they should have been concentrating on the best way to destroy the enemy. This problem was attributed to a lack of motivated party members, rather than relentless pressure from higher command. There were also, not for the first time, casualties from their own supporting artillery. On one occasion, the problem was ascribed to the fact that quite often commanders are incapable of handling different technical devices, a description which perhaps included a prismatic compass and a radio set. On the first day, the 16th of April, the 266th Rifle Division was hit heavily by its own artillery as it reached the tree line. On the next, both the 248th and the 301st Rifle Divisions suffered the same fate. The 5th Shock Army nevertheless claimed 33,000 prisoners, but did not state its own casualties. The 8th Guards Army, meanwhile, suffered serious disadvantages, a standard euphemism for incompetence leading to near disaster. But the fault here was Zhukov's, not Chuikov's. The preparatory fire worked well on the enemy's front line, allowing the infantry to go through the first line, but our artillery could not destroy enemy fire positions, especially on the Silo Heights, and even the use of aviation did not make up for this. There were also cases of Soviet aircraft bombing and strafing their own men. This was partly due to the fact that the leading rifle battalions did not know the right signal flares to use to show our front line. Since the signal was a white and a yellow flare, and very few yellow flares had been issued, such mistakes were hardly surprising. The report also mentions that the artillery failed to move forward to support the front line of infantry, but this was because the planners had failed to foresee that their massive bombardment would make the waterlogged ground almost impassable. The medical services were clearly overwhelmed, and in some regiments the evacuation of the wounded from the battlefield was very badly organized. One machine gunner lay for 20 hours without help. The wounded of the 27th Guards Rifle Division were left without any medical aid for 4 to 5 hours, and the casualty clearing station had only 4 operating tables. South of Frankfurt and der Oder, the 33rd Army did not have an easy advance against the VSS Mountain Corps. They too seemed to have been short of medical assistance to deal with their wounded. Officers were reduced to forcing German prisoners at gunpoint to carry the Soviet wounded to the rear and bring back ammunition. This appalled the Army Political Department, which later criticized its own political officers for not having taken the German prisoners themselves, indoctrinated them, and then sent them back to their comrades to demoralize them. The priority awarded to their own wounded by Red Army authorities was indeed low, and whatever the pressure of work in a field hospital, Smersh never shrank from pulling a doctor off an operation to examine suspected cases of self-inflicted wounds, because once the fighting began, they became much more frequent. The battle for the Silo Heights was certainly not Marshal Zhukov's finest hour, but even if the planning and command of the operation were faulty, the courage, stamina, and self-sacrifice of most Red Army soldiers and junior officers cannot be doubted for a moment. This genuine heroism, as distinct from the lifeless propaganda version to be served up as a moral lesson for future generations, sadly did nothing to lessen the essential callousness of senior commanders and the Soviet political leadership. References to soldiers in veiled speech during telephone conversations were revealing. Commanders used to say, "How many matches were burnt?" or "How many pencils were broken?" when asking for casualty estimates. On the German side, General Heinrici, the commander-in-chief of Army Group Vistula, and General Busse could not be expected to have done much better in the circumstances. German survivors of the battle still blessed them for having saved countless lives by withdrawing the majority of troops from the forward positions just before the bombardment. But some senior officers still believed in Adolf Hitler. After nightfall on the 16th of April, Colonel Hans-Oskar Wöhlemann, the artillery commander in the LWI Panzer Corps, went to see his commander, General Weidling, at Waldseversdorf, northwest of Müncheberg. Corps headquarters were established in the weekend house of a Berlin family. A single candle lit the room on the first floor. Weidling, who had no illusions about Hitler's conduct of the war, spoke his mind. The monocled Wöhlemann was shaken. "I was deeply dismayed," he wrote later, "to find that even this dedicated soldier and daredevil, our old hard as bones, as he had been known in the regiment, had lost faith in our highest leadership." Their conversation was brought to an abrupt halt by a bombing attack. Then reports came in indicating that a hole had opened up between them and the ex-SS Panzer Corps on their right, and that another gap on their left was developing, which threatened to break their link with General Berlin's CI Corps. Goebbels' notion of a wall against the Mongol hordes was disintegrating rapidly. That night must have been one of the worst of Zhukov's life. The eyes of the army, and more crucially, the eyes of the Kremlin, were fixed on the Silo Heights, which he had failed to secure. His armies could not now perform their task of taking Berlin on the 6th day of the operation. One of Chuikov's rifle regiments had reached the edge of the town of Silo, and some of Katukov's tanks were nearly at the crest at one point. But this would certainly not satisfy Stalin. The Soviet leader, who had sounded fairly relaxed during the afternoon, was clearly angry when Zhukov reported on the radio telephone shortly before midnight that the heights were not occupied. Stalin blamed him for having changed the Stavka plan. "Are you sure that you'll capture the Silo line tomorrow?" he demanded. "By the end of the day, tomorrow, the 17th of April, Zhukov answered, trying to sound calm. "The defense of Silo Heights will be broken. I am convinced that the more troops the enemy sends against us here, the easier it will be to capture Berlin. It is much easier to destroy troops in open countryside than in a fortified city." Stalin did not sound convinced. Perhaps he was thinking of the Americans, who might come up from the southwest, rather than the German forces to the east of the capital. "We are thinking," Stalin said, "of ordering Konev to send the tank armies of Rybalko and Lelyushenko towards Berlin from the south, and telling Rokossovsky to speed up the crossing and also attack from the north." Stalin hung up with a curt "Do svidaniya." It was not long before Zhukov's chief of staff, General Malinin, discovered that Stalin had indeed told Konev to send his tank armies up against Berlin's southern flank. Russian soldiers in 1945, as in 1814, despised the rivers of Western Europe. They seemed miserable in comparison with the great rivers of the motherland. Yet every river which they had crossed held a special significance, because it marked the advance in their relentless fight back against the invader. "Even when I was wounded on the Volga near Stalingrad," said Junior Lieutenant Maslov, "I was convinced that I would return to the front and finally see the accursed spree." The Neisse between Forst and Moscow was only about half the width of the Oder, but a river crossing against enemy troops in prepared positions was not a simple task. Marshal Konev decided that the best tactic for his first Ukrainian front was to keep the enemy occupied and blind them while his point units crossed the river. The artillery bombardment began at 6 a.m. Moscow time, 4 a.m. Berlin time. It boasted 249 guns per kilometer, their greatest concentration of the war, and was intensified by heavy carpet bombing from the Second Air Army. The drone of aircraft and the thunder of guns and exploding bombs were so loud that one could not hear one's comrade shouting even a meter away, one officer recorded. It was also a much longer barrage than Zhukov's, extending altogether to 145 minutes. "The god of war is thundering very nicely today," remarked a battery commander during a pause. The gun crews threw themselves into their work with the joy of vengeance, egged on by their commander's orders. "At the fascist Lehr fire, at the possessed Hitler fire, for the blood and suffering of our people fire." Konev, to watch the battle open, had come from his front headquarters near Breslau, where the bitter siege of the Silesian capital still continued. He went forward to the observation post of General Pukov's 13th Army. This consisted of a dugout and trenches at the edge of a pine forest on a cliff which overlooked the river. Being within small arms range of enemy positions on the west bank of the Neisse, they watched through trench telescopes. But their grand circle view of events came to an end with the second phase of the bombardment, when General Krasovsky's pilots in the Second Air Army flew fast at low level up the west bank of the river, dropping smoke bombs. This screen was laid along a frontage of 390 kilometers, which prevented the 4th Panzer Army defenders from rapidly identifying the point of the main attack. Konev was fortunate. A breath of wind spread the screen without dispersing it too quickly. The lead units dashed forward, carrying their assault boats, and launched themselves into the stream, paddling furiously. The assault boats were launched, the 1st Ukrainian front reported, before the guns fell silent. Communist Party activists and Komsomol members tried to be the first into the boats and shouted encouraging slogans to their comrades, "For the motherland, for Stalin." When the first landings were made on the western bank, little red flags were set up to encourage the next wave. Some battalions started to cross simply by swimming. an action that the veterans among them had performed several times before in the advance across the Ukraine. Other troops were able to make use of previously reconnoitred fords and waded across, their weapons held above their heads. Sappers responsible for preparing the first ferries and pontoon bridges jumped into the water and struck out for the far shore. Some 85 anti-tank guns soon followed the first rifle battalions, and small bridgeheads were established. The massive bombardment meant that few Germans in the forward positions were capable of effective resistance. Many were seriously shell-shocked. "We had nowhere to hide," Obergefreiter Karl Pavlik told his captors. "The air was full of whistling and explosions. We suffered unimaginable losses. Those who survived were rushing around in trenches and bunkers like madmen trying to save themselves. We were speechless with terror." Many took advantage of the smoke and chaos to surrender. No fewer than 25 men from the 500th Straf Regiment, who had better reasons to desert than most, gave themselves up in one group. German soldiers on their own or in batches would put up their hands, shouting in pidgin Russian, "Ivan, don't shoot, we are prison." A deserter from the 500th Straf Regiment told his interrogators the well-known Berlin remark, "The only promise Hitler has kept is the one he made before coming to power. Give me 10 years and you will not be able to recognize Germany." Other Lancers complained that they had been lied to by their officers with promises of V3 and V4 rockets. Once cables were secured over the river, ferries brought across the first T-34 tanks to support the infantry. The first Ukrainian front engineer formations had planned no fewer than 133 crossing points in the main attack sectors. They were responsible for all the nicer crossings. The engineers attached to the 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies had been ordered to keep all their equipment ready for the next river, the Spree. Soon after midday, with the first of the 60-ton bridges in position in the area of the 5th Guards Army, the lead elements of Lelushenko's 4th Guards tank army began to cross. During the afternoon, the remaining bulk of the fighting forces crossed the river and continued the advance. The tank brigades, ordered to push ahead with all speed, were ready to take on the 4th Panzer Army's counterattack, spearheaded by the 21st Panzer Division. On the southern part of the sector, the 2nd Polish Army and the 52nd Army had also crossed successfully and were pushing forward. Their orders were to make for Dresden. Konev had good reason to be satisfied with the first day of the offensive. His lead units were halfway to the River Spree. The only fault established afterwards was that the evacuation of the wounded to hospitals was unbearably slow, but like most other commanders, Konev did not seem unduly perturbed. At midnight, he reported to Stalin via radio telephone that the first Ukrainian front's advance was developing successfully. "Zhukov is not getting on very well," said Stalin, who had just spoken to him. "Turn Rybalko, 3rd Guards Tank Army, and Lelushenko, 4th Guards Tank Army, towards Zehlendorf, the most southwestern suburb of Berlin. You remember, like we arranged at the Stavka." Konev remembered the meeting only too well, especially the moment when Stalin stopped the boundary between him and Zhukov at Lublin, thus leaving open the possibility that the first Ukrainian front could attack Berlin from the south. Stalin's choice of Zehlendorf as reference point is most interesting. He evidently wanted to spur Konev on to the furthest southwestern part of Berlin as quickly as possible, since that would be the obvious line of approach from the American bridgehead at Zerbst. It was also perhaps no coincidence that just inside Zehlendorf lay Dahlem, where the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute had its nuclear research facilities. 3 hours earlier, at a 9 p.m. meeting at the Stavka, General Antonov, no doubt on Stalin's instructions, had yet again deliberately misled the Americans when they mentioned German reports of an all-out offensive against Berlin. Antonov stated the signal to the State Department in Washington, D.C., that actually the Russians are undertaking a large-scale reconnaissance on the central sector of the front for the purpose of finding out details of the German defences.